Under the radiant midday sun, the approach of June heralds the silent arrival of summer, with the weather beginning to grow increasingly warm. At this moment, most students at the university library have ventured out for their meals, leaving only a handful engrossed in the pursuit of knowledge. In a secluded corner, Lin Xin is comfortably dozing off at a window-side seat when a series of high heels striking the floor interrupts the tranquility, the sound drawing ever closer. This sudden disturbance causes Lin Xin, whose slumber is already light, to stir slightly, raising his head with an air of annoyance. Who on earth is that? Doesn't anyone know that libraries require silence? He murmurs, frustrated that his hard-earned nap has been disrupted before even 10 minutes have elapsed. Upon lifting his gaze, he first notices a pair of black high heels, followed by the long, elegant legs that emerge from beneath a black skirt, evoking a flurry of thoughts. Next, his eyes settle on a visage of frosty beauty, exuding an aura of coldness. Ning Zhuya, with her piercing gaze fixed upon the awakened Lin Xin, voices her inquiry with an icy detachment. Are you Lin Xin? Taken aback by her formidable demeanor, Lin Xin furrows his brow slightly. Do you have business with me? He inquires, his eyes drawn to her exquisite yet impassive face, a familiarity stirring within him, as if they had crossed paths before. Ning Zhuya disregards his question, her voice unwavering as she continues. You are the one who snatched the first place in the monthly exam from me? First place in the monthly exam? At the mention of this, Lin Xin instantly recognizes the identity of the woman before him. No wonder she seemed familiar. She is none other than the renowned young lady of the Ning family, celebrated for her top scores in the entrance examination and her dominance in academics. Furthermore, her exceptional beauty rivals that of top-tier celebrities. More importantly, he has heard that the Ning family is at the helm of the prestigious Tianmu Group, a powerhouse in the country. Standing before the imposing Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin rises, straightening his posture. So, she has come to confront him because he has usurped her first place. Yes, that's me. Is there a problem? He replies, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. After all, he is now a figure of some renown at the university, and he cannot afford to appear intimidated. Upon Lin Xin's admission, the coldness on Ning Zhuya's face dissipates, replaced by a peculiar smile. Her raven locks cascade casually over her shoulders as she deftly gathers a few strands behind her ear. Just when Lin Xin anticipates that this young lady is about to escalate the confrontation, Ning Zhuya raises her hand, extending her delicate fingers towards him with an authoritative and irrefutable tone. Very well, from this moment on, you shall be my boyfriend. Her joy is palpable, and her gaze upon Lin Xin is charged with an intensity as if she were about to engulf him entirely. Taken aback by her proclamation, Lin Xin stares at Ning Zhuya for a few moments, before responding with a hint of sympathy. I didn't expect you to be a bit unhinged. I thought you were here to pick a fight. With that, he attempts to turn and leave the library, but soon finds himself halted as a hand grips him, followed by a sharp blow to his abdomen. Lin Xin found himself uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, the pain in his abdomen sending sharp jolts through his nerves. Are you out of your mind? He exclaimed, as the heel of a high-heeled shoe struck him in the stomach. It was not just Lin Xin, who rarely exercised. Even an athlete would struggle to endure such a blow. The instigator, Ning Zhuya, looked down at Lin Xin, who was gritting his teeth in pain, her tone unexpectedly calm. You brought this upon yourself by running away. Moreover, it's the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this. Although she spoke with a veneer of disdain, Ning Zhuya harbored a certain satisfaction towards Lin Xin. At least he was not like those pretentious young masters who would blindly obey her due to their own status. What she sought was a companion, not a sycophantic dog eager to rise to power. The commotion had drawn the attention of several individuals in the library, who were poised to capture the scene of bullying on their phones for social media. However, when they recognized that the aggressor was Ning Zhuya, their expressions shifted, and they hastily exited the library. After all, she was the daughter of the Tianmu Group, a person of significant standing whom they could not afford to provoke. Nonetheless, some compassionate souls, witnessing Lin Xin's plight, approached the library staff for assistance. As Ning Zhuya caught sight of the approaching librarian, she averted her gaze and crouched down. lifting Lin Xion's chin with her hand. Pain was etched across his face as he glared at the deranged woman before him. "You lunatic, I'll remember you. Be careful walking alone at night." But in the next moment, Lin Xion's pupils dilated in shock as his lips, parted in agony, were abruptly silenced. Before he could react, his expression contorted in pain as a metallic taste filled his mouth. Ning Zhuya had bitten him savagely, showing no mercy. Rising to her feet, Ning Zhuya licked her crimson lips and flashed a smile at the stunned Lin Xian. "Consider this a mark from today. From now on, you belong to me. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I shall wait for you at the school gate in the morning. We shall have a proper discussion then." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, her black evening gown strikingly conspicuous. She had just come from a gathering, and her attire revealed her keen interest in Lin Xian. "Only a fool would go," Lin Xian muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he watched her retreating figure. He then hurriedly exited the library, knowing that being caught by the librarian could result in a ban from the premises. Without a moment's pause, he dashed back to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. How had he found himself entangled with such a bizarre woman, who had the audacity to proclaim him as her boyfriend? What other misfortunes awaited him? At that moment, his good friend Li Liang returned to the dorm after a meal. Noticing Lin Xian sprawled on the bed, he expressed surprise. "Hey, Qianjin, what made you decide to come back for a nap today?" Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Xian would typically take his afternoon naps in the library, as the lighting in their dormitory was rather dismal, leaving one with a chilling sensation upon waking. Just moments ago, he had an unfortunate encounter with a rather deranged woman. With a frown etched upon his face, Lin Xian rose from his bed and recounted the incident that had transpired in the library, his expression still marred by displeasure. He mused that had he not refrained from striking women, he could have easily brought her to her knees within 3 seconds, compelling her to sing his praises. Taking a seat at the computer desk, Li Liang cast a dismissive glance at the braggart, muttering under his breath, "Just you? Don't say I didn't warn you. But that Ning Zhuya is a member of the archery club. Moreover, she is their star performer. In terms of physical strength alone, she could easily overpower you twice over." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian begrudgingly reclined back onto his bed, defiantly stating, "Humph, a true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a woman." Meanwhile, as he booted up his computer, Li Liang, without turning around, inquired, "So, will you be attending the appointment tomorrow morning?" Kicking off his shoes, Lin Xian lazily nestled into his blankets, responding with indifference, "Have you lost your mind? If she summons me, why would I oblige? Let anyone who wishes to go attend. I certainly will not." Chapter 2. Lin Xian underfoot the following morning. Being a weekend, many students had returned home for the holiday, leaving the campus rather desolate. At 9 in the morning, a striking figure stood at the school gate, her demeanor exuding an air of chill. For today's rendezvous, Ning Zhuya had taken special care in her attire, eager to present her finest self to Lin Xian. Her skin glimmered like jade, her delicate features accentuated by light makeup. Clad in a white top that sparkled like fresh snow, paired with a knee-length dark skirt. However, her spirits were dampened as she glanced at her watch, realizing it was already past 10 o'clock, and that insufferable fellow had yet to arrive. Soon, a bodyguard who had gone to gather information sprinted over from the male dormitory, his expression hesitant as he reported, "Mississippi. It seems that young Master Lin is still asleep in his dormitory. He has yet to rise." This information was relayed by the dormitory manager, who, while perhaps oblivious to others, was thoroughly acquainted with Lin Xian's habits. He likely spent the night engrossed in video games, not retiring until the early hours of the morning, and without someone to rouse him, it was improbable he would awaken before afternoon. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's countenance darkened instantly. She had been waiting here since early morning, hoping to make a good impression, only to discover he was still nestled in bed. She, who was accustomed to being the one waiting for others, had never before encountered someone bold enough to keep her waiting for so long. "Bring me to him," she commanded coldly, leading her entourage towards the male dormitory. The 3 imposing bodyguards followed closely behind, their demeanor fierce and threatening. Given their familiarity with their mistress, they knew Lin Xian was in for a world of trouble for daring to stand up the young lady, It was utterly reckless of him. Life is fleeting, yet one seeks shortcuts. Before long, chaos erupted within the male dormitory as news of Ning Zhuya's intrusion spread like wildfire, though no one dared to voice it aloud. The Tianmu Group is one of the significant investors in the prestigious University of Shanghai. Offending this young lady could lead to inevitable repercussions. Consequently, whenever Ning Zhuya is spotted on campus, everyone tends to steer clear, fearful of attracting the attention of this icy heiress. This has resulted in Ning Zhuya having virtually no friends at school. While her lofty standards play a part, it is primarily due to the pervasive fear she instills in others. Before long, with a frosty expression, Ning Zhuya arrived at the door of dormitory 312. A bodyguard stepped forward, respectfully opening the door and standing aside. Clad in her pristine white shoes, Ning Zhuya entered, followed by 3 bodyguards who subsequently closed the door behind them. Soon, muffled groans emanated from within. Inside dormitory 312, Li Liang, forcibly awoken, lay trembling in a corner. His limbs bound with hemp ropes and his mouth taped shut. He struggled desperately, attempting to rouse Lin Xin, who lay sleeping soundly, but quickly ceased his movements out of fear. One of the bodyguards picked up a pair of scissors from the desk, brandishing it menacingly towards Li Liang's lower body. The implication clear. Ning Zhuya approached the bed where Lin Xin was blissfully asleep, her cold gaze fixed upon him, and a derisive laugh escaped her lips. She had waited at the school gate since early morning, while he seemed to indulge in leisure, evidently disregarding her words. Feeling the need to discipline her disobedient boyfriend, Ning Zhuya resolved to take action. On the bed, Lin Xin lay curled up under the covers, but soon he felt a sharp pain on his lips, jolting him awake. Li Liang, crumpled in the corner, looked on in disbelief at the sight of Ning Zhuya, waking Lin Xin with a bite, a pang of envy surging within him. How could such a noble act as kissing be so casually executed? Let him go, I want my turn. Lin Xin's eyes widened in shock as Ning Zhuya forcefully held his head in place, terror reflected in his gaze. With an icy demeanor, Ning Zhuya pressed her crimson lips against his, her sharp canines biting down with force. The metallic taste of blood quickly filled Lin Xin's mouth as a wound he had just managed to stem reopened, causing him to writhe in agony. However, Ning Zhuya's grip was unyielding, providing him no opportunity to escape. This scene persisted for a full 5 minutes, until Lin Xin, exhausted and unable to resist further, finally succumbed. Releasing him, Ning Zhuya sat at the edge of the bed with a dark expression, a smirk playing on her lips as she remarked, "No one has ever dared to stand me up. Lin Xin, you're quite intriguing. The more you resist, the more I find you captivating." Cowering in the corner of the bed, Lin Xin erupted in a torrent of curses, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? This is a boys' dormitory. So what if I took you first? I can let you have it next time, all right?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's expression turned even colder, as if covered in a layer of frost. "You think you can dictate terms to me?" In the quiet dormitory, Ning Zhuya smiled. As the young lady of Tianmu Group, she had accumulated an innumerable collection of awards throughout her life, adorned with countless titles. Now, someone dared to suggest that they could surpass her? Are you implying that I am inferior to you? Ning Zhuya fixed her piercing gaze upon Lin Xin, as if attempting to penetrate his very being. Caught in her stare, Lin Xin, nestled in the corner of the bed, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He neither approached to confess nor offered a rebuttal. With 3 imposing bodyguards glaring menacingly behind her, who wouldn't feel intimidated? The audacity of overpowering the few with the many was infuriating. Had he known that achieving first place would lead to such complications, he would have negotiated differently with old Wang, instead of unwittingly entangling himself in this predicament. Ning Zhuya rose, clapped her hands, and coldly commanded, "You have 5 minutes. I want to see him downstairs." With that, she turned on her heel and exited the dormitory. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and under Lin Xin's terrified gaze, the 3 bodyguards lunged toward him. The dormitory was soon filled with Lin Xin's pitiful cries. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you tearing off my clothes? You perverts. Aye, you're even taking off my pants. Don't go too far. Gentlemen, have mercy. At least leave me my underwear." In the corner, Li Liang witnessed this scene, shivering as he instinctively closed his eyes. Xinzi, do not blame your adoptive father for not rescuing you. He is powerless in this situation. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, a crimson Maybach stood parked, its vibrant exterior hinting at its exorbitant price. The purchase price alone exceeded 10 million, not to mention the exorbitant maintenance costs, which would be unattainable for an ordinary person, even if they were to forego all basic necessities for a lifetime. In the opulently adorned back seat, Ning Zhuya reclined, her long, elegant legs crossed. Glancing at her watch, just 1 minute remained. In the next moment, the car door swung open, and a neatly attired Lin Xin was unceremoniously tossed inside, his head resting uncomfortably at Ning Zhuya's feet. Ning Zhuya looked down at Lin Xin, who lay at her feet, and lifted her foot to rest upon his head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Are you satisfied with this treatment? Lin Xin, beneath her foot, could only respond with silence. Chapter 3. Are you willing to be bound by chains? In a luxurious Maybach en route to an undisclosed location, Lin Xin never imagined that he would one day find himself seated in such an opulent vehicle. With a sigh, he turned to the lady beside him, Ning Zhuya, and inquired with a hint of exasperation, "My lady, what is it that you see in me? I assure you, if you express your desires, I will oblige. Are you truly dissatisfied with my company?" Ning Zhuya's expression darkened slightly, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Lin Xin. It was evident that should he dare to decline her, the consequences would be dire. Lin Xin furrowed his brow and responded, "If you wish to be with me, there must be a valid reason. Until yesterday, we hadn't exchanged a single word." Ning Zhuya leaned back, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Let's strike a bargain. I enjoy the company of exceptional peers, and you are, for now, somewhat acceptable. If you agree to act as my boyfriend, I can offer you unimaginable wealth and prestige. What do you say? A most advantageous deal, wouldn't you agree?" In her eyes, any rational individual would accept her proposition, given her status as the belle of the prestigious University of Magic City, with a background that spoke volumes. After all, how many men would refuse the opportunity to date a woman of her caliber? "Ah, I must decline," Lin Xin replied without a moment's hesitation, his refusal unwavering. Ning Zhuya's brows knitted together in surprise. "And what is your reasoning?" Lin Xin raised 3 fingers and articulated slowly, "Firstly, you are not my type. Secondly, I have no interest in the so-called wealth and prestige you speak of. I am not a materialistic person. As long as I live well, that suffices. Even an abundance of wealth can be wasteful." As for the third, he noticed a flicker of disdain in Ning Zhuya's eyes. "I have no interest in playing house. What you desire is merely a childish game of friendship, and I have no inclination to indulge in such trivialities." At this, not only did Ning Zhuya appear taken aback, but even the driver, who had been focused on the road ahead, glanced at them through the rear-view mirror. The audacity of this young man in speaking to the young lady in such a manner was astonishing. Indeed, he seemed far too young for such boldness. As expected, in the next moment, Ning Zhuya's smile vanished, and she turned away from Lin Xin, issuing a command to the driver, "Return to the villa immediately." Lin Xin felt a surge of panic. Was she truly intent on taking him home to torment him? "Wait, let me out." Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Zhuya seized his collar and struck him with a swift chop. With a roll of his eyes and a sinking consciousness, Lin Xin succumbed to unconsciousness. In the Qianjin Villa district, one of the most prestigious residential areas in Magic City, each villa is valued in the hundreds of millions, some even reaching into the billions. To own a villa here signifies a person of notable stature. However, for Ning Zhuya, it was merely a place of residence. Although she had yet to graduate, her net worth had already surpassed 100 million, most of which were extravagant birthday gifts from her parents. From a young age, she had been accustomed to grand spectacles. Yet as she matured, an overwhelming sense of emptiness began to envelop her soul. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Lin Xin groggily opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling above her. "Where am I?" Her limbs were tightly bound by chains at the corners of the bed, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Oh no! In an instant, Lin Xin was fully awake, her hands and feet thrashing in desperation, the chains clinking ominously. "Damn it! That insane woman has actually tied me up. What does she intend to do? Could it be that because I rejected her, she plans to silence me for good? Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, releasing a plume of steam accompanied by a captivating fragrance that filled the air. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xin halted her struggles and turned her head, her cheeks flushing crimson as she involuntarily shut her eyes. Have you lost your mind? Out stepped Ning Zhuya, her hair still damp from a recent shower, the white shirt she wore clinging to her form, revealing far more than it concealed. Upon noticing the fleeting blush on Lin Xin's face, a smirk curled at the corners of her lips as she stood over him. Bound to the bed, Lin Xin kept his eyes firmly shut, his voice trembling as he warned, I caution you, even if you claim my body, you shall never possess my soul. Moreover, what you are doing is a grave violation of the law. You must reconsider your actions. Ning Zhuya, barefoot, perched at the edge of the bed, twisted the droplets from her hair and replied without turning, a man forcing a woman. Now that constitutes true violation. It's quite embarrassing to lose to you, considering you're supposedly the top of your class. Lin Xin stammered, Sister, what do you truly want? Please let me go. I promise I won't compete with you for the top spot again. Let you go? Ning Zhuya stood on the bed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xin as she scoffed. Are you not the plaything of my little game? Allow me to show you the reality of my intentions. With that, she pressed her lips against his, silencing his protests and leaving him breathless. In the stillness of the room, all that remained were their heavy breaths. She released him, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Xin, her own breathing slightly labored. Now do you still think this is merely a game? Lin Xin tasted her essence, a glistening liquid escaping the corner of his mouth as he glared defiantly. You will not get away with this. Ning Zhuya, peering down at him with a smile, thought, what a stubborn mule, yet such defiance only adds to the thrill. Then, with a fearful glint in Lin Xin's eyes, she pressed on. Do you yield? I will not. Do you yield? I. No, I yield. After an hour, with blood streaming from his nose, Lin Xin finally shouted his surrender. Upon witnessing this, Ning Zhuya wore a satisfied smile. It seemed that dealing with such a stubborn mule required a firmer approach. So, will you be my boyfriend? I will. With a sound of chains loosening, Lin Xin's limbs were finally freed, his teeth clenched as he glared at Ning Zhuya as she retreated towards the bathroom. Just wait. You mad woman. I, Lin Xin, will not rest until this debt is repaid. Chapter 4. How much? 38 million. After donning a flowing white gown, Ning Zhuya cast a cold glance at Lin Xin, who was lagging behind, and remarked, I believe it is imperative to further refine your behavior. What do you think? Lin Xin, feeling the weight of her dangerous gaze, involuntarily shuddered, quickening his pace and hastily taking a seat in the car. Observing his promptness, a satisfied nod replaced the icy demeanor in Ning Zhuya's eyes with a hint of warmth. Drive to Tianhua Shopping Mall. Yes, Mississippi. Tianhua Shopping Mall is the largest commercial hub in the city, boasting an unparalleled selection of products and partnerships with well-known vendors across the nation. It is owned by the Tianmu Group, a part of the Ning family's enterprises in the metropolis. Upon parking at the entrance of the mall, Lin Xin eagerly leaped out of the vehicle, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere created by the woman beside him, feeling as though he might be metaphorically slaughtered at any moment. As it was the weekend, the mall was particularly crowded, filled with groups of people, creating a sense of congestion. Stepping out of the car, Ning Zhuya's striking beauty instantly drew the attention of many, making her the center of focus. Yet, her gaze remained cold as she fixated on Lin Xin's retreating figure, her eyes seemingly poised to kill. A chill ran down Lin Xin's spine, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by something terrifying. He instinctively shivered and turned back, realizing Ning Zhuya had no intention of moving forward. Why aren't you moving? He stammered. What is our current relationship? Ning Zhuya's icy stare bore into him, unwavering. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin hesitated briefly before responding with uncertainty. Are we boyfriend and girlfriend? However, that fleeting hesitation only soured Ning Zhuya's mood further. She coldly commanded, turn your body around. Okay. Though unsure of the reason, Lin Xin complied without question, fearing that refusal could lead to an embarrassing slap in front of the onlookers. As he turned around, Ning Zhuya lifted her petite white shoe and delivered a forceful kick to Lin Xion's rear. Whoa! Caught off guard, Lin Xion was propelled a meter away, his face meeting the cold tile floor with an unforgiving thud. The unexpected kick startled the surrounding crowd, their gazes shifting towards Ning Zhuya, who soon found herself devoid of spectators as they dispersed, unwilling to witness further. Rubbing his backside, Lin Xion rose from the ground, glaring at Ning Zhuya with indignation. "Why did you kick me, you crazy woman?" Ning Zhuya, maintaining her frosty demeanor, crossed her arms and replied in a chilling tone. "That kick was because you do not yet regard me as your girlfriend, which displeases me." Lin Xion retorted, "We've only known each other for 2 days. It would be absurd to consider you my girlfriend." As the crowd continued to thin, Lin Xion's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration, a clever idea taking shape. Indeed, they are not in the villa now. Why does he not seize the opportunity to flee? Although this madwoman possesses considerable strength, she remains a woman, and her speed is certainly not superior to his own. After careful contemplation, Lin Xion deemed this approach to be highly feasible. However, he first needed to ensure that this woman would lower her guard. There were several bodyguards trailing behind, and Lin Xion had little confidence in outrunning them. With this thought, the anger on Lin Xion's face dissipated, replaced by a sincere smile. He approached and took Ning Zhuya's hand, saying, "I was being foolish earlier. Our acquaintance is still quite brief. I hope you can forgive me this once." Seeing Lin Xion take her hand, some of Ning Zhuya's displeasure dissipated. With a cold huff, she conceded, "At least you are perceptive. I shall let you off this time." Thus, hand in hand, they entered the shopping mall, appearing to onlookers as a charming young couple, a perfect match with the handsome man and the lovely woman. Lin Xion was just about to suggest getting a drink as an excuse to slip away to the restroom when Ning Zhuya abruptly pulled him into a Rolex store. A woman in black stockings approached, respectfully addressing Ning Zhuya. "Miss Ning, how may I assist you?" As the daughter of the Tianmu Group, and given that this mall is owned by her family, many recognized her. Ning Zhuya released Lin Xion's hand and coldly instructed the manager, "Find him a suitable watch, and ensure it is the finest." Taken aback by her words, Lin Xion scratched his head, feeling uneasy. It seemed inappropriate for him, a poor student, to wear such an expensive watch. After all, this was a Rolex. Even a second-hand one would cost no less than 5 figures. Far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. His monthly living expenses were only 2,000 or 3,000. He had rarely even encountered such luxury items. In response, Ning Zhuya coldly remarked, "You are my boyfriend now, and your entire outfit doesn't even amount to 500 yuan. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am." With her words, Lin Xion felt he could hardly protest, so he merely nodded in acquiescence. The female manager, smiling, moved behind the glass counter and skillfully retrieved 3 models of the latest limited edition Rolex watches. These 3 are new arrivals at our Shanghai branch, all limited editions and exceedingly rare in the country. Each piece is crafted from 18K white gold, including the case, hands, markers, and bracelet. Which one do you prefer? Gazing at the 3 undeniably expensive Rolex watches before him, Lin Xion turned to Ning Zhuya, who coldly stated, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and choose one, or perhaps take them all." "Take them all," Lin Xion thought, then decisively selected the most unassuming black and white Rolex from the center. "This one will do." Upon hearing this, the female manager smiled and put away the other 2. "Very well, it shall be done. The total price of this watch is 38 million, an exceedingly rare find in the domestic market." How astonishing! Upon hearing this figure, Lin Xion nearly dropped the watch he held, his grip faltering. He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. How could a mere timepiece command such an exorbitant price? Nearly 40 million? It felt akin to robbing a bank. Yet, Ning Zhuya remained unperturbed by this staggering amount, not even blinking an eye. She simply produced a black card from her possession and handed it over. Before long, Lin Xion adorned his left wrist with the watch, his worth soaring from 500 to nearly 40 million, an extraordinary transformation. As they exited the Rolex boutique, Ning Zhuya leaned in close to Lin Xion's ear. her voice smooth as silk. Now that you possess this exquisite watch, should you dare to be late for our future dates, I assure you, you will regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 5. Digging a Pit, Delivering Heads for Miles. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's lips twitched. It seemed he had purchased such an expensive watch merely to ensure he would not be late for a date. One cannot help but marvel at the capriciousness of the wealthy. In an effort to make a swift exit, Lin Xin pointed toward the nearby bubble tea shop and suggested, "Shall I treat you to some bubble tea?" Ning Zhuya glanced at the bubble tea shop not far away, though she seldom indulged in such mainstream beverages. Given that was Lin Xin's first invitation, she reluctantly agreed. "All right, it's up to you." Hearing this, Lin Xin joyfully led her toward the shop, with several bodyguards trailing closely behind. The weekend crowd was considerable, and Ning Zhuya took a seat at the entrance while Lin Xin queued to purchase the bubble tea. Seizing this moment, Lin Xin discreetly surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his escape route. After waiting for about 10 minutes, it was soon Lin Xin's turn. He casually ordered 2 cups, which promptly diminished his funds by 40. He handed 1 cup to Ning Zhuya and began sipping from the other. Observing the drink in her hand and then the cup Lin Xin had just taken a sip from, she swiftly snatched it from him. "I'll have this one." Lin Xin. After meandering through the mall for a while, noon approached. Noting the time, Lin Xin casually remarked, "I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here." Ning Zhuya, without suspicion, nodded in agreement. Elated, Lin Xin hurried into the restroom, unable to suppress the smile blooming on his face. "Ha ha ha, I can finally escape from this female tyrant." Upon entering the restroom, Jiang Yin swiftly made his way to the ventilation window, pushing it open to peer below. He was currently on the 2nd floor of the mall, a height manageable for his physical capabilities. Grasping the window ledge, Lin Xin crouched on the windowsill and gazed down at the lawn, then leaped downwards. Before he touched the ground, he burst into laughter. "Freedom, here I come." With a thud, Lin Xin landed perfectly on the lawn. The soft earth cushioned his fall, preventing any inertia from affecting him. Breathing in the vast, magnificent sky, he savored the essence of freedom. Casting a disdainful glance back towards the 2nd floor, he smirked. "You think you can trap me? You might as well continue playing house up there." With that, Lin Xin ran toward the exit of the mall, his pace brisk and youthful, a radiant smile illuminating his face, filled with dreams of the future. Passers-by cast curious glances at the jubilant Lin Xin, wondering if he had lost his mind to be so gleeful. At that moment, a yellow and white taxi approached from a distance and halted before him. Instinctively, he hopped inside, driver, to Modi University as quickly as possible. However, as the door slammed shut, Lin Xin froze, his smile faltering as he beheld the imposing figure of a man in black sitting in the car, alongside the frostily expressioned Ning Zhuya. "You, how could you possibly be here?" Lin Xin felt as though he might weep within. This shouldn't be happening. His meticulously crafted plan was supposed to be foolproof. So how could it have been discovered? There had to be something amiss. Ning Zhuya sat in the car, a cold smirk directed at Lin Xin. "You can run quite well. I wondered why you were so compliant at the mall entrance. Turns out you were plotting your escape." Having reached this point, Lin Xin ceased his pretense. "Yes, that's right. I was indeed thinking that. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." He glared defiantly at the madwoman, his spirit unwavering. Yet he noticed a shadow of darkness passing over Ning Zhuya's face. With a chilling tone, she replied, "Very well. Since you wish to die so much, I shall grant your desire." She commanded the driver, "Drive to a secluded place and bury this man." At her words, Lin Xin's body trembled imperceptibly, but he maintained an expression of forced calmness as he stealthily retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message. Meanwhile, far away at the 312 dormitory of Modi University, Li Liang, engrossed in a game of League of Legends, caught sight of a message notification on his phone. "Lin Xin, hurry, come save my godfather." Crying. Below, there was a real-time location share indicating Lin Xin's current whereabouts, which were on the move towards the outskirts of Modu. Li Liang glanced at the distress message on his phone. Then at the ongoing game, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, before he slapped himself. I'm such a fool, hesitating between my son and a game. With that, Li Liang grabbed his electric bike keys and dashed out of the dormitory. Half an hour later, in a desolate hillside on the outskirts of Modu, 3 security guards and the driver were laboriously digging a pit, while Lin Xin, bound hand and foot, lay nearby, terror flickering in his eyes. He could hardly believe that Ning Zhuya, seated in the car, was truly serious about this. Wait, are you really going to do this? Regret flooded his mind, but was there still time to turn back? As time passed, a 2-meter-deep pit was soon excavated, ready to receive its grim occupant. Seeing this, Ning Zhuya stepped out of the car, her pristine shoes now speckled with dirt. She crouched down and removed the cloth from Lin Xion's mouth. Do you have any last words? Though I shall not fulfill them, I can at least listen. With the cloth removed, Lin Xion finally found his voice. He looked at Ning Zhuya with pleading eyes. Sister, I truly understand my mistakes this time. Please, spare me just once more. Understand your mistakes? Ning Zhuya tilted her head, the coldness in her gaze unmistakable. But I have already given you a chance, and you squandered it. Lin Xion, panic rising, pleaded with a sorrowful face. Please grant me one more chance. I promise I will cherish it. Burying me brings you no benefit. You would be better off giving me another opportunity, wouldn't you? Ning Zhuya's dark pupils scrutinized Lin Xion, as if contemplating whether to grant this man yet another chance. At that moment, a small motorcycle sped toward them, with Li Liang riding one-handed. A gleaming kitchen knife held aloft in his left hand. He called out loudly, Fear not, my son. Your father has come to rescue you. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Li Liang, Lin Xion's expression brightened, and a sense of reassurance washed over him, prompting a smile. I knew my great son would not disappoint me. Hurry and untie me. Ning Zhuya cast a glance at the bodyguard standing nearby, who immediately positioned himself in front of Li Liang, blocking his path. Approximately 2 minutes later, Ning Zhuya, with a stoic expression, crouched before Lin Xion and Li Liang, fiddling with the toy knife in her hand. As she released it, the knife bounced a couple of times. Lin Xion grimaced at the sight of Li Liang, similarly bound, and with veins bulging on his forehead, he exclaimed, I summoned you for assistance. And you arrive wielding a mere toy knife to deliver yourself in peril? Chapter 6. If you dare to ignore the call, prepare to face the consequences. In the serene woods of the suburbs, Lin Xion and Li Liang found themselves bound tightly, with a deep pit nearby, large enough to bury several individuals. Ning Zhuya gazed at Lin Xion with keen interest, remarking, Now your accomplice has come to join you. What tricks do you still have up your sleeve? Lin Xion pressed his lips together, realizing he had no tricks left. Submitting now would mean losing his dignity, yet resisting could very well lead to his demise. Li Liang trembled in fear, acutely aware that he was on the brink of being buried alive. He hastily urged Lin Xion, Xinzi, I think you should just give in. Sister Ning is not only beautiful, but also affluent. Others would envy your chance. Impossible. Lin Xion's anger flared within him, refusing to yield. I am Lin Xion, a man of stature. I refuse to partake in childish games with a woman. Upon hearing this defiant declaration, Ning Zhuya's patience evaporated. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she stood up and commanded her bodyguards, bury them. With that, she turned and strode towards her vehicle without a moment's hesitation. Goodness, Xinzi, are you out of your mind? Li Liang chastised Lin Xion. Could you not at least pretend to submit until we find a way out? As the two bodyguards approached, Lin Xion felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. What to do? Was his illustrious life about to end in this desolate ravine? With the guard drawing nearer, Li Liang urged, Hurry and give in. I'm too young to die. I haven't even deleted my browser history, nor have I accessed my precious resources. As Ning Zhuya reached her car door, Lin Xion could no longer contain himself. He shouted, Sister, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya remained still, quietly facing away from him, as if awaiting something. Lin Xion, seizing a moment of inspiration, called out again, Wife, I was wrong. At the mention of wife, a smile finally graced Ning Zhuya's lips as she turned to her bodyguards and instructed, Untie them and bring them to the car. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xin and Li Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they would not be buried alive after all. Within moments, Lin Xin was unceremoniously tossed into the car, while Li Liang, in a dismal state, rode his little scooter back. As the vehicle slowly started, the doors were forcefully locked. Lin Xin found himself cornered by Ning Zhuya at the edge of the bed, stammering, "What? What do you intend to do?" Ning Zhuya wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's neck, sitting atop him, and softly whispered in his ear, "Kiss me." "No." Lin Xin shook his head resolutely, showing no hesitation. Though he had never had a girlfriend, he understood that kissing was not something to be taken lightly. A man must protect his virtue. Having preserved his chastity for 20 years, he could not afford to lose it so easily. Ning Zhuya's expression darkened as she extended her hand and grasped Lin Xin's neck, coldly asserting, "Have you misunderstood something? I am commanding you, not negotiating." Lin Xin's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly replied, "My dear, is that not enough?" Only then did Ning Zhuya release him. Leaning her body against Lin Xin once more, her tones softening as she murmured, "Embrace my waist and kiss me." With no alternative, Lin Xin nervously extended his arms, gradually encircling Ning Zhuya's delicate waist, lowering his head to press his lips against her crimson ones. The faint scent of orchids wafted from her, and Lin Xin awkwardly brushed his lips against hers, immediately yearning to withdraw. Yet, two hands suddenly seized his head. Anticipating this, Ning Zhuya clutched Lin Xin's collar and swiftly initiated a fervent kiss. Lin Xin's eyes widened as he attempted to push her away, but no amount of exertion proved effective. Resignedly, he clenched his teeth, resisting the intrusion of her tone. After several fruitless attempts, Ning Zhuya delivered a punch to Lin Xin's abdomen. The sudden pain made him instinctively gasp, and she seized this opportunity to invade, her grip tightening. After what felt like an eternity, as the vehicle re-entered the city, Ning Zhuya pressed her cheek against Lin Xin's heaving chest, her body snug against his. "I hope you learned your lesson this time. From now on, you will do as I say without defiance, understood?" Lin Xin remained silent, allowing Ning Zhuya to sit on his lap, her arms wrapped around his waist. He felt tainted. The car finally halted at the entrance of Magic City University, where few souls lingered in the afternoon. "Hand me your phone," Ning Zhuya commanded, extending her hand. "What do you need my phone for?" Lin Xin reluctantly retrieved his phone and handed it over. Moments later, she returned it, the screen lingering on the contacts page, a new number labeled wife. Crossing her arms, Ning Zhuya warned, "If you dare to ignore my calls in the future, prepare for the consequences." With that, she turned and re-entered the car, casting a threatening glance at Lin Xin as she departed, making it clear she was serious. What is happening? Lin Xin felt a wave of despondency as he trudged toward the dormitory, sensing a bleak future ahead. Slowly returning to his dorm, just as he lay down and closed his eyes to rest, his phone rang. Damn, has it only been a few minutes, and she's already calling me? He quickly retrieved his phone, only to find it was not the venomous Ning Zhuya. Seeing the caller ID, he answered, "Lin Xin, where are you?" Qianjin's voice resonated from the other end, prompting Lin Xin to respond lazily, "In my dorm, just about to sleep. Is there something you need?" Qianjin was a close companion of Lin Xin during their high school years, and their bond flourished further as they attended the same university, leading to frequent interactions. Additionally, on weekends, Li Liang, this ungrateful son, often dragged Lin Xin out in pursuit of Qianjin's best friend. While in the club, Qianjin propped her chin on her hand and cheerfully suggested, "Didn't we previously agree to go hiking together? I just received news that our sophomore classrooms will be undergoing repairs soon. Therefore, I thought it would be a perfect opportunity for us to embark on a hiking trip the day after tomorrow, given that you have taken a leave of absence from your studies. I assume you have ample free time now." Her words carried an undertone of subtle coercion. Lin Xin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are women nowadays really this domineering? With one like this and another like that, is there any room left for one to breathe? All right, do as you wish. Chapter 7. A dark and windy night. Lin Xin is kidnapped. On a weekend afternoon, Lin Xin lay in bed, famished. Li Liang had returned to the dormitory, and after a long day of leisure, he had not eaten breakfast or lunch. Now, it seemed prudent to prepare for dinner, treating the day as solitary meal as a means of dieting. I say, Liangzi, we cannot let this grievance slide. Let us find an opportunity for retribution. Lin Xin suddenly declared from his bed. Li Liang, seated cross-legged in front of his computer, was engrossed in a film. Without turning his head, he scoffed. Retribution? You certainly have the audacity. She is the young lady of the Ning family. It's remarkable that she hasn't come seeking trouble with you. You think you can provoke her? How foolish. It's like searching for excrement with a lit lamp in a restroom. Despite the jest, Lin Xin could not swallow his indignation. He had narrowly escaped being buried alive. To leave this vendetta unavenged would be unmanly. He turned to Li Liang, urging, if you assist me, I will share my collection with you. What do you say? Your collection? Li Liang's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he turned to Lin Xin. Are you serious? I've asked you for it numerous times, and you never offered. Now you're willing to give it so readily? A smile crept onto Lin Xion's face. Enough chatter. Just tell me, are you in or not? Of course. Li Liang, abandoning his film, eagerly moved to sit beside Lin Xion's bed, his curiosity piqued. What is your plan? He too harbored a desire for vengeance. Yet the influence of Ning Zhuya was formidable, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Xion sat up, a mysterious gleam in his eyes as he rummaged beneath the bed, finally producing a yellow urea bag, a sly smile spreading across his face. Where on earth did you acquire that urea bag? And you hid it under the bed? Li Liang exclaimed in astonishment. That's none of your concern. Lin Xin replied with a mischievous grin. I refuse to believe those bodyguards will always be by her side. She's merely strong. With the two of us together, we can easily subdue her. Li Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his hand decisively. Done. When do we strike? Lin Xin glanced outside at the encroaching darkness, a resolution forming in his mind. Tonight, I'll lure her out, and if she comes without bodyguards, she'll be at our mercy. Imagining Ning Zhuya's domineering demeanor trapped within a urea bag made Lin Xin chuckle with wicked delight. Without further delay, the two forsook their meal, rising to prepare for the abduction, selecting a secluded location devoid of surveillance, and gathering gloves to avoid leaving behind fingerprints. In the dead of night, Ning Zhuya, luxuriating in a bath within her villa, received a phone call from Lin Xin. She stared at her phone in surprise. It was indeed a rarity for that fellow to initiate contact. In the misty embrace of a steaming bathtub, a curvaceous figure reclined within, revealing glimpses of spring's allure that ignited the imagination. Ning Zhuya turned within the tub, propping herself up, her delicate fingers gracefully tapping to answer a call. Bringing her phone to her ear, instantly Lin Xion's somewhat bashful voice emerged from the other end. I wish to discuss something with you. Could we meet? A spark of intrigue flickered in Ning Zhuya's eyes as she chuckled softly. Oh, are we to discuss our future? Lin Xin refrained from contesting her words, opting instead for directness to conceal his intentions. I will be waiting by Qingxin Lake. Come alone. With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. How charmingly shy, Ning Zhuya mused, saving the call record with a smile before rising and stepping out of the bath. Droplets cascading from her form, reflecting her exquisite physique. Before long, Ning Zhuya drove solo towards the villa, her face alight with anticipation. Half an hour later, it was now 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky completely enveloped in darkness, twinkling stars scattered across the misty night, with a luminous moon overhead. By the banks of Qingxin Lake, two figures conspired furtively. Beside a wooden cabin designated for rest, Li Liang donned a black hood and gloves, a yellow urea bag resting nearby. I say, Xinzi, is this plan truly viable? If anything goes awry, we could be in serious trouble. Lin Xin confidently patted his friend's shoulder under the glow of the streetlight, assuring him, fear not. That woman is so infatuated with me, she will undoubtedly come. Just then, a vehicle approached from a distance, its glaring headlights piercing the night. Wow, she is here already, Li Liang exclaimed, hastily slipping into the nearby cabin, holding his breath to avoid detection. The The red Maybach executed a stylish drift right in front of Lin Xin, coming to a halt. As the doors swung open, Ning Zhuya emerged, clad in a black camisole nightdress, a white coat draped over her to modestly conceal her allure. The moment she stepped out, she eagerly embraced Lin Xin with her warm figure, her curves pressed against his solid chest as she whispered playfully in his ear, "Darling, did you miss me so soon?" Caught off guard by her intimate approach, Lin Xin felt a flush creep onto his cheeks, yet he managed to suppress his discomfort and replied, "Yes, I missed you." Simultaneously, he signaled to Li Liang, who remained hidden within the cabin, before taking Ning Zhuya's hand and guiding her to a seat. "I simply wish to understand what it is about me that has captured your attention." Ning Zhuya, with her back turned to the cabin, smiled at Lin Xin. "It's simply everything about you that enchants me." Unbeknownst to them, a shadow stealthily emerged from the cabin, moving silently, a urea bag held aloft. In an effort to capture Ning Zhuya's attention, Lin Xion's expression suddenly shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he declared, "I like you." Hearing these words, Ning Zhuya was momentarily taken aback. Concealed in the shadows, Li Liang seized the opportunity, brandishing a bag of urea and aiming it at Ning Zhuya's head. With his profile tilted, Lin Xin revealed a cunning smile, his mind already concocting plans for retribution against those who had wronged him previously. However, as if anticipating the move, Ning Zhuya stood and stepped forward, leaving Li Liang to miss his target entirely. Her demeanor grew cold as she fixed Lin Xin with a dark smile, stating, "So, this sudden invitation was merely for revenge." Exchanging glances, Lin Xin and Li Liang charged forward. Retreat was no longer an option, and they were determined to subdue this woman that night. Ning Zhuya regarded the approaching duo with a scornful laugh. Minutes later, Lin Xin and Li Liang, bruised and battered, sat on the ground, their clothing in tatters with numerous rips, pleading for mercy. "Sister, we were wrong. Please spare us. This scheme was all Lin Xion's idea. I had nothing to do with it." Li Liang, sporting a black eye, pointed accusingly at Lin Xin, readily betraying his so-called friend. Lin Xin, faring no better, bore several swollen spots on his body, grimacing in pain as he too began to plead. "Wife, I truly erred. Please just let me go." Ning Zhuya calmly picked up the bag of urea from the ground and tossed it in front of Lin Xin, her voice steady. "You should crawl into it yourself." Faced with the bag now at his feet, Lin Xin hesitated. It had originally been intended for Ning Zhuya, and now he found himself digging his own grave. Sitting on the ground, he managed an awkward chuckle. Is it possible not to? Without a word, Ning Zhuya returned to her car to retrieve a small knife, which she tossed on the ground with a clang, stating coolly, "You can either tie yourself up or crawl into the urea bag. The choice is yours." "Then, I shall opt for the urea bag," Lin Xin replied, picking it up and preparing to crawl inside. Observing this, Li Liang, ever the supportive friend, eagerly offered a length of rope, grinning, "Sister, use this to tie it up. It will hold firmly." As Lin Xin entered the bag, he muttered a curse under his breath. Once the opening was securely sealed, Ning Zhuya effortlessly lifted the bag and made her way to the car, opening the passenger door and tossing the urea bag inside. Li Liang could not help but give a thumbs up, impressed by her strength. Thus concluded a bizarre tale of a kidnapper being captured, with the crimson Maybach speeding away from the lakeside. Li Liang stood up, dusting himself off, feeling remarkably refreshed, silently wishing his friend well on his journey. "As for your prized possessions, my brother, I shall safeguard them for you." Chapter 8. The odious man in the Tianjin Villa district. A crimson Maybach sped through the streets, ultimately coming to a gentle halt before a villa's courtyard. Two guards, stationed at the entrance, promptly approached as the young lady returned, respectfully opening the car door. "Miss, you're back," they greeted. Ning Zhuya, her expression icy, descended from the driver's seat and, with a terse command, proceeded upstairs. "Clean him up and bring him to my room." "Understood," the guards replied, their curiosity piqued as they opened the passenger door to reveal a struggling package of urea, emitting a pungent odor that even the seasoned guards found overwhelming. The scent was unmistakable, leaving no doubt that this was the product of a reputable establishment. With a sense of duty, The guards hoisted Lin Xin over their shoulders and made their way to the shower room, intent on cleansing him thoroughly. 20 minutes later, in the dimly lit bedroom on the second floor of the villa, the absence of light rendered the room almost shadowy, with soft moonlight filtering through the glass window, casting gentle reflections upon the floor. On the bed, Ning Zhuya had discarded her white coat, carelessly tossing it aside, leaving her clad only in a delicate camisole. She rested her chin upon her knees, gazing down at her exposed, pale pink toes, lost in thought. The scene appeared rather desolate, a solitary figure seated on the bed, reminiscent of the past 20 years of her life. She had been living aimlessly, devoid of excitement, yet she excelled in every endeavor, gaining admission to the prestigious Magic City University through her own merit rather than familial connections. This achievement alone set her apart from numerous affluent young ladies, embodying both talent and beauty. However, these accomplishments did not fulfill her desires. A life that stretched monotonously before her, devoid of intrigue, felt like an endless drudgery. It was only when Lin Xin effortlessly surpassed her academically that a flicker of discontent ignited within her. As Ning Zhuya reminisced, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, followed by Lin Xin's animated voice. "Let me go. I warn you, I have trained in Wing Chun. Beware of my deadly moves." The door swung open, revealing the two guards, who unceremoniously carried Lin Xin into the room, his form draped only in a towel, still writhing in resistance. "Throw him on the bed," Ning Zhuya instructed softly, returning to the present. The guards nodded, moving closer to unceremoniously deposit Lin Xin onto the bed before silently exiting the room. As the door slammed shut, Lin Xin found himself liberated yet restrained by the presence of Ning Zhuya, who he dared not provoke. He had already experienced her formidable nature, and the lingering pain from their previous encounter served as a stern reminder. To further antagonize her would be sheer folly. Bathed in moonlight, Ning Zhuya curled her legs, her gaze steady upon Lin Xin, and spoke softly. "I am in a rather foul mood this evening. It would be wise for you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the severity of my actions." With that, she nonchalantly lifted the covers and reclined on the bed, turning onto her side as if drifting into slumber. Seated at the foot of the bed, Lin Xin's eyes darted around as he stealthily slipped off the bed after waiting for a full half-hour, intending to seize the opportunity to escape. However, just as he grasped the doorknob, he heard the calm voice of Ning Zhuya, lying on the bed with her back to him, say, "You have 5 minutes. If you do not return to the bed, I will show you what true cruelty is." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's hand trembled, and despite the door being within reach, he sighed and obediently walked back, hesitating for a moment before lifting the corner of the blanket and burrowing in. "Fine, the bed is large enough. I might as well make do and sleep." Little did he know, as soon as he closed his eyes, he sensed movement beside him, and moments later, a soft, warm body enveloped him, a foot entwined around him as if cradling a doll. This cannot be right. Lin Xin lay still, his heart heavy with despair. "I have preserved my chastity for 20 years. Ning Zhuya, with her eyes closed, clung to Lin Xin, her body pressed tightly against his back, savoring the fresh scent of lemon that emanated from him. With her eyes still shut, she whispered, "Don't move." Lin Xin dared not disobey. He maintained his side position for what felt like an eternity while steady breaths emanated from behind him. Unconsciously, he too closed his eyes, unaware of when he drifted off to sleep, only to awaken to the morning light. It was summer, and even in such an upscale villa, the sound of cicadas could not be avoided, while sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lin Xin's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes and turned over, discovering that the space beside him was empty yet still warm, clearly indicating that someone had just risen. At the bedside lay a set of men's clothing, a long-sleeve shirt with black and gold trim, paired with black casual pants, the fabric's quality suggesting a considerable price. Lin Xin's own clothes had been torn to shreds by Ning Zhuya, hence they were discarded by the bodyguard. Downstairs, Ning Zhuya was enjoying breakfast, clad in a white sweatshirt and a black flared skirt, exuding elegance even while eating. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. And that lazy man still had not risen. Just as she prepared to ascend and teach him a lesson, Lin Xin yawned and descended from upstairs. "Young Master Lin, please prepare to dine," the maid said, pulling out a chair for him. Thank you," Lin Xin replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he sat down before Ning Zhuya, experiencing such high-level treatment for the first time. Soon, the maid presented a medium-rare steak adorned with 2 cherry tomatoes, accompanied by a glass of milk. Ning Zhuya set her knife and fork aside, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and rested her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Lin Xin. After the events of the previous night, Lin Xin was no longer as intimidated by Ning Zhuya. After all, he had already shared her bed. What was there to fear? Observing the substantial portion of steak remaining on Ning Zhuya's plate, he curiously inquired, "Do you have such a small appetite?" "I'm just not hungry," Ning Zhuya replied coolly, her enchanting phoenix eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Xin. Seated across from him, Lin Xin clumsily grasped his knife and fork, slicing a piece of steak and placing it in his mouth. It is worth noting that he had not eaten for an entire day, and his hunger was unbearable. However, after taking a bite of the steak, Lin Xin chewed a couple of times and found it rather unpalatable. He turned to Ning Zhuya and asked, "I am not accustomed to this steak. May I prepare it to my liking?" Upon hearing that Lin Xin could cook, Ning Zhuya's interest was piqued. She shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Of course." After inquiring about the location of the kitchen, Lin Xin confidently carried the steak toward it. Inside the kitchen, under the astonished gaze of the chef, Lin Xin skillfully cut the steak into strips and then procured several pieces of raw meat and scallions. Once the ingredients were ready, he cranked the heat to maximum and began to stir-fry vigorously. In no time, a delightful aroma wafted from the pan. 10 minutes later, Lin Xin returned to the dining table, beaming with satisfaction as he savored his scallion beef, taking one bite after another, each looking especially appetizing. Truly, the quality of the beef was exquisite, a veritable delight for a foodie like Lin Xin. Across from him, Ning Zhuya, enticed by the enticing aroma, felt her throat involuntarily constrict. She abruptly stood up and snatched the plate from Lin Xin's hands. Lin Xin watched in disbelief as his scallion beef was taken away, exclaiming in protest, "What are you doing? Aren't you already full?" After enduring an entire day of hunger, this crazy woman had the audacity to steal his food. Utterly disregarding him, Ning Zhuya paid no heed to his disgruntled expression and directly speared a piece of beef with his fork, popping it into her mouth. After chewing a few times, her eyebrows lifted in surprise. The taste was unexpectedly delightful. To her astonishment, this insufferable man possessed such culinary skills. Then, amidst Lin Xin's clenched teeth and vexed demeanor, Ning Zhuya devoured the entire plate of scallion beef, returning the empty dish to Lin Xin with a satisfied smile. Gazing at the empty plate in his hands, Lin Xin could no longer contain his frustration. "You're being too much. Just as he began to voice his indignation, Ning Zhuya shot him a threatening glance, silencing him instantly. He bit back his words and trudged back to the kitchen to prepare another portion. Ning Zhuya chuckled softly as she watched his retreating figure, thinking, this insufferable man thinks he can compete with me. Chapter 9. Lin Xin, you're doomed. After the weekend, many students returned to school looking listless, seemingly still lost in the excitement and joy of the previous day. In the parking lot of Magic City University, Ning Zhuya held Lin Xin's hand as they walked towards the classroom building, attracting envious glances from countless onlookers. Although they indeed feared Ning Zhuya's background, it did not hinder their admiration for her beauty, and the male students regarded Lin Xin with envious eyes. As they strolled along, Lin Xin scratched his head and remarked, "I've already applied for self-study, so why don't you head to the classroom by yourself?" Ning Zhuya paused, a realization dawning upon her as she turned to him. Her voice calm. "So that's why you ranked first in the last monthly exam to apply for self-study?" When Lin Xin's grades surpassed hers, Ning Zhuya had never heard of him, even going so far as to investigate the freshman rankings, yet found no trace of him. Sort of. Lin Xin chuckled as they walked. He had already mastered the university courses. The daily classes were just too tedious, prompting him to apply for self-study directly with the dean. Ning Zhuya glanced at him again, then released his hand, leaning her head on his shoulder and whispering in his ear, "Then you should go back to your dorm and prepare, pack your things, and move in with me this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin felt a wave of panic. He had been contemplating self-improvement daily, and moving in together would undoubtedly lead to much hardship. No, absolutely not. I mean, we've only just met. Living together is moving too fast. Let us wait for a while, he tactfully declined, feeling somewhat anxious. Ning Zhuya studied his profile for a moment, but did not press him. She understood that Lin Xin likely had not yet accepted her feelings, and their acquaintance was indeed too brief. Though she had developed a fondness for him, being the first boy to pique her interest in many years, she possessed ample patience. Moreover, she was confident that Lin Xin belonged to her. Anyone attempting to take him away would be her adversary. Thus, she wished for Lin Xin to willingly remain by her side, rather than feeling coerced, as one must be present in both heart and mind. "Very well, I'll call you after class. If you dare not answer, you'll be in serious trouble," she warned before striding towards the classroom, contemplating whether she should also apply for self-study, which would afford her more time with Lin Xin. With Ning Zhuya attending her class, Lin Xin returned to his dormitory, where Li Liang had also gone to class, leaving the room empty. "Ah, it's truly comfortable being alone," Lin Xin mused, squatting down to pull out a suitcase from under his bed. He had made plans with Qin to go hiking the next day, and naturally, he needed to prepare in advance. The thought of 3 whole days without Ning Zhuya's frosty demeanor brought a smile to his face. Mountaineering is delightful, a splendid endeavor. Once you embark on it, you can evade Ning Zhuya. The mere thought of this quickened Lin Xin's movements as he packed his belongings. His mind consumed with the prospect of climbing, relieved at the notion of avoiding that crazy woman. He and Qin, she were both members of the camping society, alongside Li Liang, and 2 others who were merely acquaintances of Qin Shi. Due to the considerable expenses involved, opportunities for camping were scarce throughout the semester. As they were all still students with limited financial resources, time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, Lin Xin found himself napping in a corner of the library, his phone vibrating gently yet persistently, unnoticed by him. Suddenly, a hand seized his ear, yanking him upright. Startled, Lin Xin opened his eyes to behold a face etched with frost. Cold eyes bore into him, as if scrutinizing a lifeless corpse. With a single hand, Ning Zhuya hoisted Lin Xin, sneering, "I believe I instructed you to answer my call. Yet here you are, sleeping peacefully?" As Lin Xin felt the incessant vibration of his phone, his expression froze, and he lamented, I didn't sleep well last night, so I dozed off quite deeply." Ning Zhuya scrutinized his eyes for a moment, and, convinced he was not deceiving her, she circumvented him, her voice icy. "You can't even sleep properly with me around. Do you harbor some discontent towards me?" No. Lin Xin vehemently shook his head, unwilling to admit otherwise, knowing it would surely invite a beating. Observing his reaction, Ning Zhuya let out a cold huff and turned to exit the library. "Cool, accompany me for a stroll to clear my mind." Lin Xin dared not refuse. After wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he hurriedly jogged to catch up with her. They meandered through the streets until dusk, and only after thoroughly exploring the nearby attractions did Ning Zhuya finally release Lin Xin. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Liang was busy organizing his belongings, certainly not intending to miss out on the mountaineering trip. Lin Xin shut the dorm door and flopped on his bed, casually inquiring, "What time is the ticket for tomorrow morning?" "Didn't Qin Shi inform you?" Li Liang replied, glancing at him with confusion while continuing to pack. "It's not a morning ticket. It's for the train at midnight tonight, arriving at the destination just in time for tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin felt profoundly relieved that he had napped all afternoon. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered from insomnia. The next morning, at Tianyun Villa District, Ning Zhuya regarded the steak before her with disinterest, finding it utterly lacking compared to Lin Xin's stir-fried beef with scallions, and dining alone felt stifling. It reminded her of the past. No, she must retrieve that fellow. Otherwise, a sense of unease would persist within her. With this thought, Ning Zhuya promptly took out her phone and dialed Lin Xin. But her expression darkened in an instant. "Hello, The user you're trying to reach is currently on another call. Please try again later. The call was abruptly disconnected, without even a ring, indicating something ominous. Bang! Ning Zhuya slammed her fist onto the dining table, her expression darkening visibly. How audacious of you, Lin Xin, to dare place me on your blacklist. Indeed, it seems that men require proper training. In an instant, her appetite vanished entirely. She swiftly donned her coat and exited the villa, her face clouded with a stormy demeanor. Lin Xin, prepare to face the consequences. At the entrance of a mountain scenic area's ticket booth, Lin Xin held his ticket firmly, taking a deep breath as he gazed into the depths of the forest. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, "Freedom! I have arrived." Chapter 10. Ning Zhuya arrives. You're doomed amidst the frantic cries of Lin Xin. Qianjin, adorned in a cream-colored knee-length skirt, approached with a hint of disdain. What are you yelling about? How embarrassing. The surrounding tourists, all there to hike, regarded Lin Xin with curious glances. It's just a mountain climb. Look at how excited this kid is. All right, let us move on. At that moment, Li Liang, burdened with a backpack, finally completed his ticket inspection and joined the two as they ventured along the mountain path. They had embarked on a 3-hour train journey, traversing several cities to reach Yushan, and it was imperative they unwind and indulge their senses. After all, as students of the same prestigious university, not everyone possessed Lin Xin's extraordinary capabilities. While he had effortlessly mastered all his courses through self-study, they, the ordinary students, required considerable time and effort to learn. As they ascended, casual chatter filled the air. Qianjin, with her charming appearance and small backpack, attracted the attention of many passers-by. Although not as breathtaking as Ning Zhuya, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty in her own right. Lin Xin, I've come across numerous rumors about you on the campus forum these past few days. Is it true that you're involved with a young lady from Tianmu Group? Qianji's gaze bore into Lin Xin, seeking some revelation from his expression. However, Li Liang interjected dismissively. He not pursuing Miss Ning. It's clearly her who's after him. He even tried to extract a urea bag from her, which got me a severe beating. Urea bag? Surprised, Qianji glanced at the composed Lin Xin, astonished that his peculiarities had persisted into university. Li Liang, taken aback, queried, "Peculiarities? Does he have any unusual habits? Do enlighten me." "Well, it's not much." Qianji recounted a peculiar incident from their high school days. A wealthy heir had provoked Lin Xin, who, in retaliation, had abducted the lad and tossed him into a seldom traversed, foul-smelling ditch, where he remained undiscovered for 2 days. This incident was known only to Qianji, as she had been particularly close to Lin Xin, and he seldom concealed anything from her. As the group continued their ascent, an hour had elapsed, and the number of hikers trailing behind them diminished, many opting to abandon their efforts. Perhaps due to the elevation, a veil of white mist began to envelop the surroundings, and the towering trees of Yushan rendered the scene reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. On the highway, a crimson Maybach sped past other vehicles, racing towards the end of the road with impressive velocity. Inside, a bodyguard possessing a racing license adeptly maneuvered the car. The accelerator pressed firmly to the floor, propelling them forward at breakneck speed. In the back seat, Ning Zhuya wore a grim expression, her eyes shadowed with a hint of darkness. Her long, delicate legs crossed, fingers clenched tightly. "Lin Xin, how could you be so reckless? You already have a girlfriend. Yet you dare to venture into the mountains with another woman, and worse, you haven't even informed her." Ning Zhuya's heart felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. All she wanted was to find Lin Xin swiftly and make him face the consequences of his actions. As noon approached, Lin Xin and his companions, after a prolonged descent, finally reached the summit of Yushan, where they unexpectedly discovered a Taoist temple. However, the number of people present was scant, as reaching the top was no small feat. Most had given up along the way. Gazing at the mist-shrouded scenery below, Qianji stretched her arms wide and inhaled deeply, reveling in the freshness of the air. Li Liang, who was accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle, was now panting and huddled in a corner. For someone of his physical condition, making it to the summit was already quite an accomplishment. After all, he often rewarded himself with indulgences, cloaking them as stress relief, while his physical health lagged behind. Thus, it became a moment of solitude for Qin Shi and Lin Xin, sitting together on a stone bench at the peak, their spirits inexplicably lifted by the ethereal landscape below. Lin Xin, we've known each other for nearly 5 years. Haven't we? Qin Shi suddenly remarked. About that, yes. Why do you ask? Lin Xin, captivated by the majestic mountains, turned his head in curiosity to look at her. Qin Shi also turned to face him, their gazes locking in a rare moment of connection. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and upon opening them, she focused intently on Lin Xin, summoning her courage to speak. Lin Xin, actually I. Just as the final 3 words were about to escape her lips, a deafening roar of helicopter blades erupted, the noise reverberating painfully in their ears, prompting everyone to cover them. Even Qin Shi's words were halted, her attention drawn to the source of the commotion. Atop Yushan, a state-of-the-art helicopter ascended, eventually hovering right before Lin Xin and Qin Shi. Fortunately, the summit had been refurbished and, given the sparse crowd, landing a helicopter was not particularly challenging. Upon seeing the helicopter, Lin Xin suddenly realized something, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, this is bad. True to his fears, the next moment the helicopter door swung open, and Ning Zhuya, with a stern visage, leapt down, her gaze swiftly locking onto Lin Xin and the woman beside him, Qin Shi. Well, it seems you've come out here to find wild women. Just wait until I deal with you properly. While Qin Shi was taken aback, wondering how Ning Zhuya had arrived at this location, Lin Xin had already reacted, bolting down the mountain with remarkable speed, disappearing in an instant. When ascending, he ambled leisurely, but descending, he wished for extra legs to sprint faster. Lin Xin exerted every ounce of strength, his legs propelling him like a blur. This was no jest. He had planned for a peaceful mountain retreat, having even blocked this crazy woman's number. If she caught up with him, he would undoubtedly be in deep trouble. You dare to run? Ning Zhuya, with a fierce glare, pursued relentlessly, her speed rivaling that of Lin Xin, who was sprinting for his life, if not surpassing it. Soon, a number of onlookers noticed this comical scene. While others exerted themselves to ascend the mountain, these 2 peculiar individuals rushed down with unparalleled swiftness, as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. However, Lin Xin dismissed the notion of a ghost as trivial, for nothing could compare to the terror of the relentless figure chasing him, the formidable Ning Zhuya. Lin Xin, you better stop, she shouted from behind. As he ran ahead, Lin Xin felt the strain of his exertion, gasping slightly, and retorted over his shoulder, only a fool wouldn't run. If you're so capable, why don't you just stop chasing me? Chapter 11. After spending the entire morning toiling up the mountain, Lin Xin descended in a mere hour and a half. Nearly sprinting down, he exhaled heavily, glancing at the ticket booth just a few hundred meters away, then turned to look behind him, finding no trace of the woman who had pursued him. Finally, after such a long chase, I've managed to shake you off, he thought, his pace quickening with a triumphant smile gracing his face. In no time, he reached the ticket booth. Just as he was about to leave Yushan, several black-clad bodyguards suddenly emerged from within. There they are. Having just exited the booth, Lin Xin heard the commotion and instinctively turned his head, only to curse in dismay. What the hell? So dishonorable. Seeing the bodyguards rapidly closing in on him, Lin Xin didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, disregarding his fatigue. He sprinted once more with all his might. However, 5 minutes later, in a state of utter despair, he was hoisted back by one of the bodyguards and unceremoniously confined in the back of a black Bentley, surrounded by several patrolling guards. Having already exhausted much of his energy climbing to the summit of Yushan, compounded by being relentlessly pursued by that crazy woman, Lin Xin's body had reached its limits. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ning Zhuya descended from the mountain with a grim expression. A bodyguard promptly handed her a bottle of water, respectfully stating, "Miss, young Master Lin has been brought back to the vehicle." Ning Zhuya took a sip of water and walked towards the car, abruptly yanking the door open just as Lin Xin was attempting to discreetly pull it ajar. The sudden opening startled Lin Xin, who stiffened and turned his head, only to meet Ning Zhuya's darkened gaze, awkwardly scratching his head. What a coincidence. You're here to hike as well. Ning Zhuya was infuriated by his words, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she entered the vehicle and forcefully slammed the door shut. Before long, Lin Xin's pitiful wails echoed from within, accompanied by his pleas for mercy. Sis, don't slap my face. I merely wanted to take a break during my holiday and accidentally blocked you. The car parked by the roadside began to shake, drawing peculiar glances from passersby. To be honest, if it weren't for the cries emanating from inside, they might have thought someone was engaging in illicit activities beneath the sun. The youth of today truly indulge in extravagant play. The beating continued for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Inside the vehicle, Ning Zhuya fixed her cold gaze upon the cornered Lin Xin, her shoes tossed aside, her bare foot pressing firmly against his chest, pinning him down. In a chilling tone, she demanded, "Now tell me, who was the woman you were just sitting with?" Lin Xin trembled, several bite marks evident on his arms, and he stammered, "She's just a friend. It's not what you think." Lin Xin let out a cry, feeling the pressure of a foot on his chest intensifying, making it difficult for him to breathe. Ning Zhuya stood on one foot atop him, her voice icy as she inquired, "Are you certain? If you dare deceive me, I shall cast you into the sea to feed the fish." "It's all true. How could I possibly lie to you?" Lin Xin hastily nodded, fearing that any delay would result in another kick. After scrutinizing Lin Xin's eyes for a moment, Ning Zhuya finally released her foot, reclined at her seat, and rolled down the car window to address the bodyguard outside, her tone unyielding. "Drive back to the capital." "Yes, Mississippi." Soon, several cars departed in succession, just as Qin Shi and Li Liang arrived, only catching a glimpse of a taillight. On the fast-moving highway, Lin Xin was applying a Band-Aid to his wound. Her words had indeed been sharp, leaving no room for mercy. At that moment, Ning Zhuya leaned closer to him, then seated herself directly on his lap. Nestling into his embrace and inhaling the citrus fragrance emanating from him, which instantly calmed her heart. Resting her face against Lin Xin's chest, Ning Zhuya whispered, "Hold me." With no other choice, Lin Xin put down the Band-Aid and gently enveloped the reclining Ning Zhuya in his arms, the delicate scent she exuded making him feel slightly parched. His eyes darted to the half-full bottle of mineral water that Ning Zhuya had carelessly tossed aside upon entering. He reached for it and unscrewed the cap. Just as he was about to tilt his head back for a sip, Ning Zhuya swiftly snatched it from his grasp. Raising her chin, she asked, "Thirsty?" Lin Xin could only nod, utterly at a loss against this enchantress. Chapter 12. The wind tonight is tumultuous. As dinner time approaches, the crimson Maybach finally returns to the metropolis. Inside the car, Ning Zhuya, with a flushed complexion, languidly reclines in Lin Xin's embrace, her arms wrapped around his waist. Resting her eyes after their recent intimacy, Lin Xin leans partially against the car window, his arm around Ning Zhuya to prevent her from slipping away. His gaze fixed upon her with a complex expression, subconsciously replaying the earlier moments in his mind. Having shared such closeness, it seems implausible that he could ignore this woman in the future. Lin Xin is not the type to indulge and then abandon. Although Ning Zhuya had indeed played a part in tempting him, he can only blame himself for his lack of resistance. Sighing involuntarily at this thought, Lin Xin inadvertently stirs discontent within Ning Zhuya, who lifts her head to glare at him, her voice cold. "What? Are you dissatisfied with me?" A slight tremor runs through Lin Xin's body as he quickly shakes his head. No, please don't misunderstand. I merely feel it's a pity. We've climbed to the peak, yet I haven't had the chance to truly appreciate the view before we left." Ning Zhuya, nestled against him, scrutinizes him for a moment before huffing. "Tonight, don't even think about returning to your dormitory. You'll be moving in with me. If you're missing anything, I'll take you shopping tomorrow to prevent you from running off again." Though Lin Xin feels some resistance to her words, he hides it as Ning Zhuya pulls him closer, instinctively lowering his head as their lips meet once more. After a brief moment, her grip around his neck loosens, and she licks her crimson lips, locking eyes with him as she proclaims with authority, You belong to me until I grow tired of you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back. Lin Xin offers a bitter smile, replying, then you'd better grow tired of me quickly, so I might find a path to freedom. In response, Ning Zhuya leans in, planting a teasing kiss on his neck, whispering with a cold smirk in his ear, you do well to abandon such thoughts. I am quite persistent when it comes to what I desire. Perhaps I may never tire of you. Rather than fantasizing about how to escape my grasp, you should consider how to serve me better. Ning Zhuya tilts her body slightly, playfully licking his lips, her alluring smile promising, perhaps if I am pleased, I might bestow upon you many rewards. Just as the flames of desire between them threaten to reignite, the car comes to a halt. They have arrived home. Miss, we have arrived, the driver announces, stepping out with a hint of discretion. Within the car, only Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya remain, the atmosphere turning quiet, punctuated only by their breaths. Still seated on Lin Xin's lap, Ning Zhuya wraps her arms around his neck, her lips slightly parted as she softly requests, darling, carry me down. Lin Xin wishes to retort, don't you have legs of your own? Yet, he endured and reluctantly pushed open the car door, cradling Princess Ning Zhuya in his arms as he made his way towards the villa. Ascending straight to the master bedroom on the second floor, Lin Xin gently placed Ning Zhuya upon the bed, only to turn and leave, but was halted by her voice. Stop! Ning Zhuya's expression turned frigid upon seeing Lin Xin's unhesitating retreat. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, Lin Xin had reached the doorway, awkwardly turning back, scratching his head as he replied, I'm going to sleep in the side room. What's wrong? Given the late hour, even if Lin Xin wished to return to his dormitory, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for a night in Ning Zhuya's luxurious mansion. Upon hearing this, an icy aura emanated from Ning Zhuya. Rising from the bed, she approached Lin Xin barefoot, her delicate feet gliding across the floor. She grasped his collar and, with a darkened expression, demanded, What did you just say? Repeat it. Cornered against the wall, Lin Xin fell to the ground, gazing up at her somber face, his heart racing as he hastily corrected himself. I meant to say I'm hungry and want to cook something to eat. Hungry? At this, Ning Zhuya realized she too felt a pang of hunger, having spent the entire day capturing someone without having eaten much. Reflecting on this, she released her grip and wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's waist, smiling as she said, That's good. I thought you were trying to escape. Go on, and make me a portion as well. Seeing her expression soften, Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the door and dashed towards the kitchen. Ning Zhuya stood at the bedroom door, watching his flustered descent down the stairs, when a mischievous smile crept across her face. She turned and walked to the wardrobe, opening a small drawer at the bottom. As she pulled it open, a neat array of stockings was revealed, white, black, and fishnet, all perfectly organized. Glancing at her long, elegant legs, she ultimately selected a pair and slipped them on. In the kitchen below, Lin Xin surveyed the ingredients and swiftly prepared 2 fragrant servings of fried rice. His flamboyant tossing skills left even seasoned chefs speechless. If all went according to plan, they might soon find themselves out of work. Minutes later, Lin Xin returned to the second floor, carrying the 2 steaming plates of fried rice, the enticing aroma wafting through the air long before he reached the room. As he entered, the lights illuminated the space, and he placed the hot dishes on a small table by the window, calling out to Ning Zhuya, who lay nestled in the blankets, dinner-s ready. But before Lin Xin could take a seat, a pair of arms encircled his waist from behind, something soft leaning against him. He heard Ning Zhuya's gentle voice whisper, Could you feed me? With a resigned sigh, Lin Xin acquiesced, All right, but could you please let go of me? This could easily lead to complications. Moments later, Ning Zhuya settled back onto Lin Xin's lap, her flesh-toned stockings strikingly prominent. Lin Xin exerted great effort to divert his gaze, striving to avoid looking, yet the silky sensation against his leg incessantly stirred his heartstrings. Ning Zhuya tilted her head with a smile, looking at Lin Xin. So what do you think? Is it beautiful? It's just mediocre. Lin Xin replied bluntly as he picked up a bowl and began feeding himself spoonful by spoonful. Ning Zhuya, unfazed by the moment, sat obediently on his lap, enjoying her meal, occasionally swaying her long, delicate legs, seemingly teasing him. Fortunately, with remarkable willpower, Lin Xin managed to endure, suppressing the fiery emotions within as he finished his meal. "I'll go wash the dishes. You can rest for now." Lin Xin intended to find an excuse to escape this den of temptation, but before he could rise, Ning Zhuya's crimson lips silenced him. The night was unusually boisterous. Chapter 13. Indeed, not at all. In the stillness of the night, Ning Zhuya pressed her lips against Lin Xin's, and after a brief moment, they parted. With a playful smile, she asked, "When can the bowl be washed? What do you think you ought to be doing right now?" However, no sooner had she uttered these words than she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The next instant, her eyes fluttered shut and she collapsed. Lin Xin swiftly caught her in his arms, relieved as he gazed upon her peacefully sleeping visage. A smug smile crept across his face as he thought, "I didn't expect the effects to manifest so quickly. Li Liang truly didn't deceive me." Carefully, he lifted the slumbering Ning Zhuya and placed her on the bed after pulling back a corner of the blanket. Once he had tucked her in, he exited the room. Ever since the last incident when this wild woman bound him to the bed, Li Liang had provided him with a bottle of potent sleeping pills, assuring him that one would ensure a full day's slumber. Lin Xin had kept the medication close at hand, and now it was finally serving its purpose. Ning Zhuya's actions tonight clearly indicated her intentions, but Lin Xin was determined not to oblige. If his mother were to discover his escapades at school, she would undoubtedly storm over with a frying pan in hand. Stepping out of the bedroom, Lin Xin stood in the second-floor living room and gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the shimmering stars in the night sky. It had been ages since he experienced such chaos. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to make a hasty exit. If this woman were to awaken tomorrow and discover that he had drugged her, she would likely come after him with a cleaver. Under the cover of darkness, Lin Xin stealthily descended from the side window. Upon reaching the ground, he surveyed the surrounding area where security guards were patrolling. Assuming a nonchalant demeanor, he strolled towards the exit. Before long, a team of patrolling guards spotted him and halted his progress. The lead guard happened to be one of those who had apprehended Lin Xin earlier that day, and he recognized him. With a smile, he remarked, "Mr. Lin, returning home at such a late hour?" Aware of his young mistress's regard for Lin Xin, he spoke with a tone of deference. Beneath the glow of the streetlights, Lin Xin offered a wry smile and feigned exasperation, saying, "I've upset your young mistress, so she sent me home to sleep tonight." The captain of the guards wore an expression of understanding, chuckling knowingly. "I see. Then please take care," he replied, stepping aside and harboring no doubts about Lin Xin's words. Having witnessed firsthand the unpredictable temperament of his mistress, seeing that they did not suspect him, Lin Xin sighed in relief and proceeded towards the villa's exit, his pace steady and unhurried. The following morning, the blinding sunlight streamed onto Ning Zhuya's face, stirring her from her slumber. Instinctively, she turned over, reaching out for something only to grasp at emptiness. Her beautifully delicate eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes, confusion evident as she glanced at the vacant space beside her. Memories of the previous night flooded back. In an instant, she deduced that Lin Xin had undoubtedly tampered with the fried rice. How infuriating! How dare he drug her? As the heiress of the Tianmu group, it was outrageous that someone would have the audacity to administer drugs to her. Lin Xin, you're truly finished this time. After a brief and simple morning routine, Ning Zhuya descended the stairs with a cold expression, driving her crimson Maybach towards Magic City University. Although several bodyguards were perplexed by their mistress's evident fury so early in the day, they dutifully followed her in their vehicles. What would typically be a 30-minute journey was reduced to a mere 10 minutes under Ning Zhuya's reckless acceleration as she arrived at the boys' dormitory of Magic City University. Students exiting the dorm were startled by the sight of Ning Zhuya's grim face approaching, causing them to hastily step aside, refraining from speaking out of fear. Consumed by intense anger, Ning Zhuya ascended the stairs, her bodyguards closely trailing her, reaching the third floor. Inside dormitory 312, Li Liang was peacefully asleep, wrapped in his blanket, occasionally emitting lewd chuckles. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. Who the hell dares to kick? Li Liang was jolted awake, his eyes narrowing in anger as he glanced towards the entrance, ready to express his indignation. However, his words were swiftly stifled by the sight of several imposing bodyguards rushing in, prompting him to curl back under the blanket, trembling in fear. The bodyguards cleared a path, allowing Ning Zhuya to enter, her piercing gaze scanning the room for Lin Xin, but he was nowhere to be found. She approached Li Liang's bed and coldly inquired, "Where's that guy?" Lin Xin, Li Liang, trembling, cautiously revealed his head, nearly on the verge of tears. "Sister, I have no idea. Didn't you take him away? He hasn't returned yet." Ning Zhuya moved to Lin Xin's bed, feeling the cold sheets, confirming that he indeed had not returned. Where could that guy have gone? Did he sprout wings and fly away? Ning Zhuya commanded Li Liang, "Call Lin Xin and ask him where he is." Li Liang, huddled in bed, dared not hesitate. He quickly retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow and dialed Lin Xin's number. After 2 rings, it was answered. "Hello, Liangzi, what is up?" Standing nearby, Ning Zhuya refrained from snatching the phone, instead gesturing for Li Liang to inquire about Lin Xin's whereabouts. Understanding her silent cue, Li Liang spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "Where have you run off to, Xinzi? You didn't come back all night." Meanwhile, in a small hotel in the outskirts of Magic City, Lin Xin lay on the bed, sensing something amiss in his best friend's tone, furrowing his brow. He tentatively asked, "Liangzi, is there someone else there with you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya picked up a fruit knife from the nearby table, her gaze threatening as she fixed it on Li Liang. Li Liang, shaking with fear while on the phone, quickly replied to Lin Xin, "No, you're just overthinking it." At this moment, Lin Xin was certain that there was indeed someone else present, deducing that Ning Zhuya had come looking for him, and was relieved he had not returned to the dorm. The urgency in the conversation was clear enough for anyone not foolish to conclude. As a thought crossed his mind, Lin Xin's eyes darted, and he chuckled, "Well, Liangzi, it seems you've learned to speak in sarcasm. Tell me, has that madwoman come knocking?" Inside dormitory 312, a sharp blade was pressed against Li Liang's throat, poised to pierce his flesh with just a little more force from Ning Zhuya. Li Liang, at that moment, was cursing Lin Xin vehemently. "Damn it. What do you mean by sarcasm? Do you wish for me to meet a tragic end, so you can inherit my fortune?" He gritted his teeth and insisted, "There is truly nothing going on. Please refrain from making wild guesses." Lin Xin feigned astonishment, as did the bodyguard surrounding him. After uttering his last words, Lin Xin abruptly hung up the phone and blissfully settled back in a bed for a nap. Meanwhile, in dormitory 312, Ning Zhuya had completely lost her patience. She stepped out, waved her hand to the bodyguards, and made her way downstairs. Moments later, agonizing screams echoed from within the dormitory, a sound filled with despair. Chapter 14. It's best to be honest. Beneath the dormitory, a crimson Maybach glided out of the prestigious Magic City University. Inside the car, Ning Zhuya spoke coldly into her phone. "Have you found anything?" A respectful voice responded from the other end. "Yes, Mississippi. We hacked into Mr. Lin's account and discovered that his last expenditure was at a hotel in the suburbs yesterday. Send me the location," Ning Zhuya commanded before abruptly hanging up, her mind already devising a fitting punishment for the man. She had patiently endeavored to show him respect, yet he had only grown more audacious. It seemed imperative to properly discipline him this time. Meanwhile, Lin Xin, blissfully unaware of the impending turning point in his life, remained soundly asleep. In the upper echelons of the Magic City, within the chairman's office of the Tianmu Group, a woman of exquisite elegance meticulously attended to her documents. Her demeanor was stern and meticulous, bearing a striking resemblance to Ning Zhuya. She was Ning Yu, Ning Zhuya's mother and the esteemed chairman of the Tianmu Group, who had been crowned the wealthiest individual in Huagua for 3 consecutive terms. In the tranquil office, the only sound was the rhythmic scratching of a pen against paper, a melody that was abruptly interrupted by a ringing phone. Upon seeing her phone light up, Ning Yu furrowed her brow, setting down her pen to answer with an icy tone, "Hello." The voice of a steward relayed some information, and although her expression shifted slightly, she maintained her frosty demeanor. After listening to the report, She coldly replied, "If she wishes to play, let her. It's merely a matter of less than 2 years. Such trifles need not be reported to me in the future." With that, Ning Yu hung up, redirecting her focus entirely to the documents before her. In a hotel nestled in the suburbs of Magic City, the proprietor found himself bound with tape, crouched obediently in a corner. Upon learning the room number, Ning Zhuya ascended the stairs with purpose. The chill emanating from her was unnerving, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. 3 minutes later, she stood before the door of the designated room, turning to her bodyguards with a stern command. "No one is to approach this room without my permission. Regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not enter." The bodyguards nodded in understanding, swiftly securing the entire establishment while discreetly compensating the hotel owner. As she entered the room, it was midday, yet Lin Xin remained sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber, a smile occasionally gracing his lips as if he were dreaming of delightful escapades. The room, a simple yet solitary space, held only a large bed. Ning Zhuya did not rush to take action. Instead, she locked the door, seated herself at the edge of the bed, removed her shoes, revealing her pristine, delicate feet, and leisurely began to shed her outerwear. After accomplishing all of this, Ning Zhuya directly approached the bed. Perhaps due to its antiquated condition, each step she took elicited a creaking sound. Ah, how blissfully she slept. From her elevated position, Ning Zhuya gazed down upon Lin Xin, then raised her foot and mercilessly stomped on his abdomen. In the next moment, the room was filled with Lin Xin's piercing scream, evoking a wave of pity from the guard stationed outside the door. On the large bed within the room, feeling the throbbing pain radiating from his stomach, Lin Xin curled up in agony, clutching his belly tightly. He stared in disbelief at the cold-faced Ning Zhuya, stammering, "How could you be here?" Ning Zhuya let out a chilling laugh, her smile imbued with frost. "In this entire magical city, there's nothing I do not know should I wish to." As she spoke, Ning Zhuya slightly crouched down, effortlessly lifting Lin Xin by his collar with one hand, her eyes glinting with an unsettling chill. In a cold tone, she remarked, "Have I not treated you well enough? I even allowed you to touch me, and yet you dare to contemplate escape? Am I truly so detestable to you?" Just as Lin Xin attempted to explain, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, and the next moment, a sharp slap resounded throughout the room, leaving a visible red mark on his right cheek. Shocked, Lin Xin clutched his inflamed face, a surge of anger erupting within him as he shouted at Ning Zhuya, "You've lost your mind, Mel?" Ning Zhuya's gaze turned icy, and she coldly replied, "Today, it is not just I who will lose my mind. You shall too. However, you will be driven to madness by me, and we shall see if you dare to run again." With that, the previously silent room echoed with Lin Xin's wails, the sharp sound of slaps relentless, and his cries never ceased. A delicate foot pressed against Lin Xin's face, mercilessly tormenting him, while Ning Zhuya sat atop him, her expression frenzied as she rained blows upon him. "I will make you run. I will make you disobey. I will make you flirt with wild women." Lin Xin initially sought to resist, but after several futile attempts, he realized that he was utterly outmatched by this woman. Not only did he fail, but his struggles only incited Ning Zhuya's fury further. After a relentless barrage lasting over 10 minutes, Ning Zhuya appeared somewhat fatigued, pausing to catch her breath as she gazed at the sprawled Lin Xin. At that moment, Lin Xin was gasping for air, his skin swollen and red in multiple places, with several distinct slap marks adorning his face. Even then, he remained defiant, gritting his teeth as he addressed the woman seated atop him. You insane woman. Just wait." Seeing Lin Xin's obstinate response, Ning Zhuya smiled, a smile laced with madness and a hint of pathology, as she reached out once more. Lin Xin instinctively shut his eyes as her hand approached his face, only to feel a surprisingly gentle touch. Ning Zhuya's gaze suddenly softened as she tenderly caressed his cheek, as if entranced, without allowing Lin Xin a moment to react. The passionate and fervent red lips pressed against his. His hands were firmly grasped by Ning Zhuya's left hand, rendering him utterly unable to break free. MMM. Lin Xin's eyes widened in shock, his lips ensnared and deprived of air, his body began to thrash violently in an attempt to dislodge Ning Zhuya, who was seated upon him. Ning Zhuya leaned in, lost in her fervent kiss, while her other hand was not idle either, tightening around Lin Xion's neck. With her lips momentarily parting to taste the corner of her mouth, she coldly remarked, "If you wish to avoid further suffering, it would be wise not to struggle. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to restrain myself." Chapter 15. Today I shall treat you. The session of training and education lingered for over an hour, leaving Ning Zhuya breathless as she lay beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, appeared utterly defeated, devoid of any desire for life, resembling a shadow of his former self. Yet, Ning Zhuya seemed quite pleased with his condition, reaching out to caress his cheek with a smile. "What is it about me that you do not like? I treat you so well. If it were anyone else, they would never have the privilege of experiencing my level of care." Lin Xian lay at the bedside, his expression blank as he stared at the ceiling, his voice eerily calm. "If you are referring to the fact that we have known each other for 3 days and you have struck me thrice, I believe I could never come to like you. If this is how you are before we are even together, I shudder to think of the torment I would endure were we to be in a relationship." Ning Zhuya pinched Lin Xion's cheek, her brow furrowing in displeasure as she retorted, "Did I not reward you then? Man, do not presume that just because I am weary, you may speak freely. You would do well to mind your words. This is but a lesson. I have stated that until I tire of you, I will find you no matter where you flee. Do not doubt the truth of my words." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her, and once again, a sharp sound of a slap echoed in the room. Ning Zhuya retracted her hand, her tone icy. "Mind your attitude, man." Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to lie silently in bed, hoping to endure less physical punishment. After a while, Ning Zhuya's delicate foot nudged Lin Xian lightly, and she commanded coolly, "Get up. I will take you to buy some necessities. Given that you have been somewhat agreeable just now, I shall overlook yesterday's incident. However, tonight, you must accompany me home." As she spoke, her gaze grew colder, her voice laced with a fierce threat. "Should you dare to drug me again, I assure you, I will not hesitate to sever your hand." Lin Xian harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of her threat and reluctantly sat up in bed. Moving only exacerbated the pain from his injuries, causing him to catch his breath sharply. This woman had no inclination to temper her strength. It felt as though she intended to beat him to death. After a brief wash in the bathroom, Ning Zhuya took Lin Xian's hand and led him out of the hotel, entering a crimson Maybach that whisked them towards the city. Several bodyguards drove closely behind, while the hotel owner emerged, beaming as he waved goodbye, his face alight with excitement. "Do come again. What a stroke of luck. A mere moment spent hiding could yield a windfall of 100,000 yuan, equivalent to a year's worth of income." On the sparsely populated streets, within the swiftly moving vehicle, Lin Xian bitterly regarded Ning Zhuya, who sat upon his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, her enchanting fragrance enveloping him. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Ning Zhuya cast a sidelong glance at him, her voice devoid of any hint of menace. However, Lin Xian understood that once he nodded, he would likely receive 2 slaps the very next moment. He pursed his lips, remaining silent. Ning Zhuya, noticing his hesitation, let out a cold snort and pressed her face against Lin Xian's chest, resembling a well-behaved girl, devoid of any indication of her violent tendencies. To be honest, Lin Xian thought that if this woman were not so aggressive, he might actually find himself attracted to her. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the memory of her daily beatings lingered vividly in his mind. On their way to the shopping mall, the two exchanged few words, and the atmosphere felt exceptionally quiet. Ning Zhuya lay motionless in Lin Xian's embrace, her eyes closed as if resting, seemingly deriving a sense of security from his arms. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on the bustling street scenery, rushing past the car window, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to deal with this woman. Given the current situation, it appeared that Ning Zhuya had completely attached herself to him, and more worryingly, he found it impossible to shake her off. Even if he fled to the suburbs, she would surely track him down. However, the idea of accepting her made Lin Xian shudder at the thought of her violent training methods. He couldn't fathom why a refined young lady like her would exhibit such severe tendencies towards aggression. Not far ahead, a red light illuminated, and the red Maybach gradually came to a halt, followed by a procession of a dozen cars that also came to a stop behind the solid line. Neither Ning Zhuya nor the bodyguards trailing behind had noticed that 3 men in a black car to their right had been observing them intently. The slender man in the front passenger seat cast a glance at the conspicuous red Maybach and, picking up his phone, spoke casually. "We've located her. Now seems to be an opportune moment. The young lady from the Ning family is only accompanied by 3 or 4 bodyguards, and there's a young man beside her. Their close demeanor suggests they are in a romantic relationship. What do you think, boss? Shall we take action?" As the seconds ticked by at the red light, silence enveloped the other end of the line until, at last, a decision was reached. "Hold off for now. I will bring people over immediately. You must keep eyes on the target." The slender man's face lit up with delight at the response. Understood. If this job succeeded, he and his comrades could perhaps spend the rest of their lives enjoying luxury abroad. With the call ended and the countdown at the red light finished, the green light flickered on. The leading vehicles gradually began to move, with the red Maybach speeding ahead towards the Tianjin shopping mall, while the black car trailed closely behind, unnoticed by anyone. Approximately half an hour later, the red Maybach halted at the entrance of the mall. Ning Zhuya was the first to open the door and step out, extending her hand to Lin Xin, who had been seated long enough for his legs to fall asleep. Aware that she intended to prevent him from fleeing, Lin Xin had no choice but to grasp her delicate white hand, and together they walked towards the mall with their hands intertwined. As they approached, Ning Zhuya turned her head and flashed a generous smile at Lin Xin, saying, "Feel free to buy whatever you wish today. I shall cover the expenses." Lin Xin thought to himself, "Who would want such a wealthy young lady? Someone, please, come and take her away. Thank you all for your generous support. The author will continue to strive diligently. Much love to you all." Chapter 16. Watching you change clothes within the bustling confines of a vibrant shopping mall. Ning Zhuya firmly grasped Lin Xin's hand and led him into a renowned international brand clothing store. With a resigned expression, Lin Xin entered the shop, inwardly protesting. "I already have clothes. You needn't buy me anything." "No," Ning Zhuya replied assertively, striding ahead. "As my man, you cannot dress so poorly. Do you wish to embarrass me?" Given the store's high-end reputation, the prices were quite steep, and only one female sales associate was present, as the garments were not within reach of the average consumer. Upon noticing customers entering, the saleswoman promptly approached with a welcoming smile. "Welcome, Miss Ning. How may I assist you today?" Releasing Lin Xin's hand, Ning Zhuya surveyed the array of exquisite clothing without the inclination to select each piece individually. She directed the saleswoman, "Bring out all the latest men's apparel you have. As for the size, just go with what fits my man," indicating Lin Xin, who followed closely behind her. The saleswoman's eyes widened in surprise as she took in Lin Xin's presence. To reach such heights at such a young age is truly enviable. After taking a rough measure of Lin Xin's dimensions, the saleswoman gestured towards the luxurious soft sofas in the store. "Very well, Miss Ning. Please take a seat and rest while I fetch the clothes." Ning Zhuya nodded, her cool hand once again entwining with Lin Xin's as they settled onto the sofa, their bodies pressed closely together without a hint of space. Relishing the warmth radiating from Lin Xin, Ning Zhuya tilted her head and teased, "How does it feel to be pampered by a wealthy woman?" Lin Xin's gaze remained fixed on the throngs of people passing by outside, and upon hearing Ning Zhuya's words, the corners of his mouth twitched in indifference. "It's just average, I suppose." However, Ning Zhuya found his reticence particularly amusing, playfully prodding, "You merely feign indifference. Deep down, you must be elated. After all, a rich woman like me, possessing both beauty and wealth, is nearly impossible to find." Lin Xin could not dispute this statement. As Ning Zhuya spoke a truth that few could contest, such affluent women were indeed rare. If only your tendency towards aggression were not so pronounced. "It would be quite delightful," he remarked, retracting his gaze. Ning Zhuya huffed in response. "That's because you're disobedient and constantly think of escaping. It took me considerable effort to find a man like you. If you were to leave, how would I manage my standing in Shanghai's elite circles?" Curiosity piqued. Lin Xin turned to Ning Zhuya and inquired, "So, does that imply you have not had many boyfriends in the past?" Ning Zhuya turned her head, her smile fading to a serene expression as she met Lin Xion's gaze. Do you wish for me to have had? Being the recipient of Ning Zhuya's calm scrutiny for the first time, Lin Xion, almost instinctively, replied, of course, I would not wish for that. Once the words escaped her lips, it was too late for Lin Xion to react. A mischievous smile adorned Ning Zhuya's face as she intimately wrapped her arm around his, whispering with a light laugh, rest assured, you're my first boyfriend and shall be my last. Therefore, you must not disappoint me. Otherwise, you will witness the lengths a madwoman may go to. Upon hearing this, Lin Xion smirked. Since when have I become your boyfriend? You've always been the one forcing me. Ning Zhuya's smile vanished in an instant, an unsettling chill emanating from her, causing Lin Xion to hastily retract his words. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he forced a smile. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I merely wished to lighten the mood. With an expression devoid of emotion, Ning Zhuya released her hold on Lin Xion's arm, instead stroking his head, a cold smile gracing her lips. You would do well to refrain from such jokes in the future, lest I lose control and teach you a lesson. Lin Xion, feeling a sudden stiffness, nodded obediently, choosing silence. The atmosphere fell into a heavy quiet, the only sound being the bustling noise from the mall around them. Fortunately, at that moment, a saleswoman emerged from the storeroom, pushing a rolling rack adorned with a splendid array of men's clothing, clearly the work of a master designer. Pointing to the garments, the saleswoman cheerfully remarked, Miss Ning, these are our new summer collection. Feel free to choose as you please. Rising from the sofa, Ning Zhuya scanned the rack with sharp eyes, then beckoned Lin Xion over with a gesture. Complying, Lin Xion stood and approached her. Ning Zhuya selected a black short-sleeved shirt with golden trim and held it against him for comparison, followed by a casual panda-colored jacket. With Lin Xion's tall, statuesque frame standing at a perfect height of 1.8 meters, he appeared effortlessly suited for any attire, his sun-kissed, handsome visage exuding a hint of languor. Ning Zhuya continued to select several outfits, her face adorned with a gentle smile, seemingly relishing the task of choosing clothes for Lin Xion. It was reminiscent of a young girl dressing her beloved doll, immersed in delight without any hint of impatience, regardless of the time spent. Subsequently, Lin Xion took several outfits into the fitting room, and just as he attempted to close the door, Ning Zhuya followed him inside, causing his expression to shift in surprise. What are you doing in here? Ning Zhuya calmly closed the fitting room door, settling into a chair inside and crossing her arms, eyeing Lin Xion with a slight smile. Of course, I am here to ensure you do not escape. Lin Xion's lips twitched. This fitting room lacked even a window. Was her pretense any more transparent? It was evident she wished to watch him change. Ning Zhuya shot him a sidelong glance, her long, slender legs playfully nudging him. What are you staring at? Hurry and change. I want to see if the clothes fit. At that moment, Lin Xion felt an immense relief that there were no undergarments among the garments, for otherwise, he feared his innocence would be lost today. With a deliberate grace, Lin Xion slowly removed his shirt, revealing a well-defined physique that elicited an involuntary lick of the lips from Ning Zhuya. She had not anticipated that this man possessed such an admirable form. His usual drab attire had concealed his physical allure, truly a gem hidden within the mundane. Lin Xion, feeling the intensity of her gaze, became somewhat uneasy and hastily donned his clothing, fearing that this woman might succumb to her desires and consume him right then and there. Seated nearby, a hint of disappointment flickered across Ning Zhuya's face. She had not yet feasted her eyes upon him enough, and now it seemed to be over. However, the thought of returning home that evening, where she could admire him at leisure and perhaps even touch him, filled her heart with joy. Her gaze then widened in astonishment as she beheld Lin Xion, now fully dressed. It must be said, the adage holds true. Attire greatly influences perception. Clad in his new outfit, Lin Xion transformed entirely. He no longer resembled the languid youth, but rather exuded the charm of an elegant and sunlit scion of wealth. With a dash of roguish handsomeness, unable to contain herself, Ning Zhuya set aside her legs and pulled Lin Xion's collar towards her, pressing her crimson lips against his. Lin Xion's eyes widened in surprise, and he emitted muffled sounds of astonishment. Chapter 17. Run. Within an upscale restaurant in the mall, Ning Zhuya sat with her crimson lips slightly parted, awaiting her sustenance. Lin Xin, feeling somewhat exasperated, sliced off a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth, akin to attending to an oversized infant, albeit one with a propensity for aggression. Ning Zhuya appeared to revel in this treatment, using the cutlery on the table to offer Lin Xin a morsel, which he reluctantly accepted. He chewed thoughtfully, realizing that he still found Western cuisine somewhat unpalatable. Chinese food was undeniably more suited to his palate. As dusk approached, the mall grew increasingly desolate. Their meal stretched on for a full hour, and by the time they exited the establishment, night had enveloped the sky. Gazing at the luminous moon hanging in the dim sky, Lin Xin suddenly felt an unusual sense of contentment from the afternoon spent together. Had it been in the past, he would likely have been preparing for sleep in his dormitory. Yet, time seemed to accelerate in the presence of Ning Zhuya, passing in a blur. Noticing Lin Xin's momentary stillness as he admired the moonlit sky, Ning Zhuya teased, "What is the matter? Is your heart not filled with joy from being with me?" At her words, Lin Xin averted his gaze and approached the car, opening the door with a nonchalant, "Yes, being with you is quite the torment for my heart." Such a hard mouth, Ning Zhuya huffed, sliding into the car. Once inside, she adeptly settled onto Lin Xin's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Under the moonlight, the red Maybach glided into the distance, with bodyguards trailing closely behind, oblivious to the two figures lurking in the shadows of the mall. The target had commenced its journey, primed for action. Ning Zhuya rested her face against Lin Xin's chest, listening to his steady breathing, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted off to sleep before reaching home, a true sloth. This was not entirely Lin Xin's fault. He struggled to find slumber in unfamiliar surroundings, and the sterile scent of the previous night's lodging had further hindered his rest. After a long afternoon of shopping, he succumbed to sleep as soon as he settled into the car. Ning Zhuya gently shifted from his lap to sit beside him, carefully maneuvering Lin Xin's head onto her lap to ensure his comfort. As her fingers caressed his hair, she savored this moment. Having departed the mall for over 10 minutes, they had now entered a wealthy district where few vehicles graced the roads. Suddenly, the driver, fixated on the road ahead, noticed something amiss, his expression shifting as he hurriedly brought the car to a halt. Both Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin lurched forward uncontrollably in the back seat. The driver, his voice trembling, exclaimed, "Miss, their SA situation." Meanwhile, the bodyguard in the rear sensed the change in atmosphere, hastily exiting the vehicle to encircle the red Maybach, adopting a defensive stance. Not far off, glaring headlights approached as 3 vans rolled in, the shrill sound of screeching tires echoing, enclosing Ning Zhuya and her companions. A dozen masked men descended from 3 vans, brandishing sharp knives, their intentions unmistakably malevolent. One man, marked by a fine scar between his brows, stepped forward and coldly taunted, "Miss Ning, do not hide. Come out and play with us." Inside the vehicle, Lin Xin was abruptly roused from his slumber by the sudden halt. And before he could grasp the unfolding chaos, Ning Zhuya cradled his face in her hands, her expression grave and resolute. "Wait a moment. I will create an opening for you to escape. When the time comes, run without looking back. Remember, do not turn around, understood?" At that moment, Lin Xin noticed the assailants surrounding the vehicle, each wielding a knife, making it impossible to ignore their presence. He was no fool. It was evident these thugs were after Ning Zhuya, reminiscent of the dramatic plots often portrayed on television involving the abduction of heiresses. After issuing a directive to Lin Xin, Ning Zhuya boldly flung open the car door, her countenance shrouded in frost as she cast a steely gaze upon the kidnappers. There were 14 of them, each armed with a knife, and the absence of surveillance on this street suggested a premeditated ambush. This was not the first time Ning Zhuya had encountered such a predicament. Her mind was sharp and focused as she fixated on the scarred leader. "How much do you want?" The masked man sneered, impressed by Ning's composure even in dire circumstances. "We require Miss Ning to accompany us. Rest assured, once the money is secured, we will release you." Ning Zhuya seized a dagger from one of her bodyguards, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in her eyes, signaling that negotiation was futile. 3 bodyguards and the driver stepped forward, resolutely shielding their mistress as they eyed the intruders warily. The scarred man's expression hardened, and with a fierce gesture, he commanded his 13 subordinates to advance. Lin Xin, hidden within the vehicle, soon heard the cacophony of battle erupting outside. Overwhelmed by the brutality of the scene, he crouched by the window, his heart racing, only to pale at the sight before him. Amidst the chaos, one bodyguard swiftly snapped the neck of a thug, but was immediately met with a blade thrust into his side, blood gushing forth. He stifled a groan, refusing to look back as he grasped the knife embedded in his waist, yanking it free to retaliate against his assailant. Outside, Ning Zhuya single-handedly engaged 2 kidnappers, showing no signs of faltering. Lin Xin, unaccustomed to such visceral violence, felt his legs weaken, paralyzed by fear as he awaited Ning Zhuya's signal. Meanwhile, the scarred leader joined the fray, while Ning Zhuya valiantly held off 2 assailants, leaving the remaining 4 to contend with the overwhelming odds of facing 4 attackers each. The captors did not hastily rush forward. Instead, they encircled the 4 individuals, intermittently inflicting wounds with their knives. This strategy, with the passage of time, would facilitate the abduction of Ning Zhuya, the affluent heiress. The situation momentarily reached a stalemate. After Ning Zhuya swiftly stabbed one of the captors, she urgently called out to Lin Xin, who was waiting in the car. "Now's the time, make haste." Without hesitation, Lin Xin flung open the car door and dashed out, phone in hand, having already alerted the authorities. The scarred man, upon witnessing this, darkened in countenance and bellowed at his henchmen. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eliminate these people. If the police arrive, we won't be able to escape." In an instant, the remaining 10 henchmen surged forward, engaging in a desperate fight for their lives. Soon, the 3 bodyguards and the driver could no longer withstand the onslaught. Particularly, one bodyguard, who had been stabbed in the waist, collapsed helplessly to the ground after dispatching an assailant. Ning Zhuya, observing this scene, felt a heavy gloom settle over her. She understood that today might truly be her end, yet the thought that Lin Xin had managed to escape brought her a flicker of solace. At least that fool was safe. Chapter 18. Am I about to perish? On a certain street in the magical city, Lin Xin sprinted desperately, his eyes darting about in search of assistance to return and help. Yet, despite his frantic run, he encountered not a single soul. This was exceedingly peculiar. Even in the affluent district, it was implausible to find no one at all. Just then, Lin Xion's gaze fell upon a construction sign standing at a distant intersection, guarded by a masked man. A tremor coursed through Lin Xion's heart, prompting him to halt abruptly and conceal himself behind a lamppost. After observing the scene furtively for a moment, he became certain that this man was undoubtedly affiliated with the kidnappers and thugs. In the dead of night, one could hardly fathom why he would linger by a mere sign, donning a mask. Surely, he was not merely a bystander. Gasping for breath after his relentless running, Lin Xion's mind raced with strategies. What to do? He was undeniably no match for that man, but to take a detour would squander precious time. Who knew what might transpire by the time he found help and returned? Shaking his head, he dared not dwell on such thoughts. Yet the bloody scene from moments ago lingered in his mind. He feared that the next to fall in a pool of blood would be Ning Zhuya. She, like him, was still a university student. In that moment, Lin Xin suddenly slapped himself hard, the sharp sound resonating in the stillness. Lin Xin, you're such a fool. He berated himself. How could he abandon a woman and flee? Even if she wasn't his girlfriend, their connection ran deeper than mere acquaintance. Under the cloak of night, Lin Xin gritted his teeth, resolutely turning back toward the path he had come, his eyes alight with a fervor that bordered on madness. As he raced down the desolate street, a laugh escaped his lips. Surely he had been influenced by that deranged woman to entertain such reckless thoughts of courting death. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side was dire. Beneath the glaring streetlights, only the last bodyguard remained to shield Ning Zhuya, yet he was at his limits, blood oozing from wounds on his arms. With such overwhelming numbers, the scar-faced man and his cohorts were virtually invincible. Bloodstains marred the ground. 2 bodyguards and the driver lay grievously injured, while 11 wounded kidnappers feigned death, not out of valor, but rather due to their lack of training and resolve. Despite their efforts, the The scar-faced man's side boasted at least 3 intact members, hardly harmed, merely winded. Ning Zhuya, protected by the injured bodyguard, also found herself in a precarious state. Multiple lacerations adorned her body, and though they were minor, the sheer number could prove fatal. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since the confrontation began, and the prospect of awaiting police reinforcements seemed a mere fantasy. Due to Lin Xin's escape, the scar-faced man was evidently unwilling to waste any further time. Though he had stationed men at the intersection, any unforeseen circumstances could lead to disastrous consequences. He exchanged glances with the remaining 2 henchmen, and together they charged forward. Upon witnessing the scene, the injured bodyguard felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and turned to declare, "Miss, I will hold them off. You must flee." However, Ning Zhuya stubbornly shook her head, clenching her fists, unwilling to abandon the fight. If she were to escape, she could not guarantee that the Scar Man would show mercy to the severely wounded bodyguards. It was too late to contemplate such matters now. The Scarred Man let out a cold laugh, easily maneuvering around the bodyguard and charging toward Ning Zhuya. The bodyguard attempted to intervene, but was firmly restrained by 2 of the man's lackeys, unable to break free to assist. The Scarred Man was upon her in an instant, delivering a vicious punch aimed directly at Ning Zhuya's face, devoid of any intention to show her compassion. As long as she did not die, it mattered not to him if she were disfigured. Money was all that mattered. Yet, Ning Zhuya possessed considerable combat experience. She crouched slightly to evade the blow, then swiftly aimed a kick at the man's groin. "Miss Ning truly wishes to render me impotent," he sneered, effortlessly grasping her leg and, with a show of strength, hurled her against the wall. With a resounding crash, Ning Zhuya collided against the wall and collapsed to the ground, her gaze icy and filled with murderous intent as she stared at the advancing Scarred Man. He approached with an air of confidence, sneering, "Miss Ning, if you wish to preserve that lovely face of yours, I advise you to cease your struggles. Should my hand slip and mar your visage, that coward who fled may find you repulsive, and who would want to marry a hideous creature." As the distance between them diminished, the Scarred Man produced a length of rope from his person, intent on binding her hands. Suddenly, a flash of silver pierced through his palm. "You filthy whore," he roared, clutching his injured left hand, blood gushing forth, his fury escalating as it became evident he had been provoked. "Fine, if you seek death so desperately, I shall oblige." He picked up a bloody dagger from the ground and lunged toward Ning Zhuya's abdomen, deliberately avoiding vital areas. With her back against the wall, Ning Zhuya felt blood trickle from her mouth, her body utterly drained of strength, leaving her to helplessly watch as the blade approached. Fear finally flickered in her eyes, and she instinctively closed them. With a sickening sound, a warm liquid splattered onto her face, thick with the scent of blood. Ning Zhuya opened her eyes instinctively, her pupils constricting in shock as she beheld a figure standing before her, bracing against the wall to block the knife with a single hand. In disbelief, she gazed at Lin Xin, who had returned against all odds, her voice trembling. You came back." At this critical juncture, she could hardly comprehend that Lin Xin, who had barely escaped, had returned. Yet, Lin Xin bore a wound to his abdomen, crimson blood seeping from the injury. Pulling on the ground, with his right hand he grasped a small knife he had retrieved from the floor and, gritting his teeth against the pain, turned to slash at the Scarred Man's throat. However, they were not mere lackeys. The Scarred Man quickly stepped back, evading the blade while venomously remarking, "I never imagined you, pretty boy, would dare to return. It seems you have quite the fondness for this wretched woman." Yet, in the next instant his foot slipped and he lost his balance. Collapsing to the ground, having unknowingly stepped on a banana peel, Lin Xin seized this opportunity, suppressing his urge to vomit as he lunged at the Scarred Man. With a sickening sound, the blade plunged into the man's heart with unerring precision, rendering him instantly unresponsive. Vivid, warm blood erupted forth, drenching Lin Xin in a crimson cascade, staining the new clothes he had just purchased. The man, mortally wounded, lay helplessly on the ground, while Lin Xin gazed vacantly at the pitch-black sky above, a sudden smile breaking across his face. He likely never fathomed that there would come a day when he would fight fiercely for another. Such a notion had once seemed utterly fantastical. Lying in a pool of blood, he murmured weakly, Am I to die?" Chapter 19. Calling her wife as dawn broke, a gentle beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hospital room. while a soft breeze stirred the pristine white curtains, producing a delicate rustling sound. In the opulent ward, Ning Zhuya, clad in a thin dress, lay nestled against the bedside, still lost in slumber. On the bed, Lin Xin, wearing a patient-esque gown, appeared somewhat improved, and as a cool breeze swept through, he groggily opened his eyes, gazing in puzzlement at the immaculate ceiling above. A twinge of pain coursed through his abdomen, prompting him to awaken slightly, and memories of the event preceding his unconsciousness flickered in his mind, accompanied by a fleeting expression of fear and apprehension. Tilting his head to survey his surroundings, it became evident that he had been brought to the hospital. His gaze fell upon Ning Zhuya, who was sound asleep by his side, and with a sense of resignation, he gently nudged her. How could she sleep there on the chair without fear of catching a cold? Ning Zhuya stirred awake, rubbing her eyes, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in her gaze as she exclaimed, "You're awake." Lying on the bed, Lin Xin, with a somewhat complicated mood, nodded slightly and replied, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Just a full day," Ning Zhuya responded, her spirits visibly lifted upon seeing him awake. Propping herself up, she regarded Lin Xin with an intense gaze and suddenly asked, "Why did you come back?" "Kidnapping is no trivial matter. If that knife had been a tad off, you could have truly met your end." In response, Lin Xin replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps I was out of my mind, crazed to the point of losing my clarity." Despite his words, he could confidently assert that his interaction with this woman over the past few days had subtly influenced him to the point of recklessness. "What happened to the kidnappers?" he inquired. "Don't worry. The police arrived shortly after and apprehended them all. As for the scar man, he died on the spot," Ning Zhuya replied. Seemingly concerned that Lin Xin might feel guilt over the act of killing, she quickly added, "But don't dwell on it. That scum is better off dead. Besides, he was a wanted criminal with countless lives on his hands. You are now a hero." "A wanted criminal?" Lin Xion's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to her excitedly, exclaiming, "I'm the one who took him down. Surely, I should receive the bounty." Ning Zhuya replied, "I was trying to console you, and here you are, fixated on the bounty." Faced with Lin Xion's eager gaze, she reluctantly nodded and said, "That individual had a bounty of 100,000. Are you satisfied now?" "Only 100,000? That is hardly enough for my daily expenses," Lin Xian retorted. Yet he was unusually exhilarated, murmuring to himself on the hospital bed, 100,000? How many years of struggle could that save me?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya frowned and playfully tugged at Lin Xion's ear, expressing her dissatisfaction. "As my boyfriend, what more do you need? Is there anything you desire that I wouldn't buy for you? As long as you marry me, half of my family's fortune will be yours." Lin Xian glanced at her, yet his thoughts remained fixated on that bounty of 100,000, seemingly indifferent to Ning Zhuya's words. "Enough. Only a fool would marry you. Sacrificing their life for inheritance, such a transaction is hardly worthwhile." Ning Zhuya's gaze instantly turned icy. She rose to her feet, swiftly pulled back Lin Xion's covers, and, after removing her shoes, dove into the bed, enveloping Lin Xion in her embrace. "Let me make this clear. In life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost. Forget about that 100,000. It will be confiscated." With that, Ning Zhuya leaned in and pressed her lips against Lin Xion's, attempting to pry open his mouth with her tongue. But this time, Lin Xion resolutely refused to relent. I must tell you, not a chance." After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Ning Zhuya resorted to her old tactic, wrapping her arm around Lin Xion's neck, her tone tinged with displeasure. "If you wish to avoid the intensive care unit, it would be wise to cooperate with me. Understood?" With his neck in her grasp, Lin Xion could only nod in acquiescence. Ning Zhuya's crimson lips descended once more, but this time, before she could even kiss him, Lin Xion evaded her, a sheepish smile gracing his face. I think it would be best for us to maintain a certain distance. Just look at me. A poor fellow. What's there to be attracted to?" A moment later, the hospital room echoed with Lin Xion's anguished cries, accompanied by Ning Zhuya's dissatisfied reprimands. "I'll strangle you." "No. Wait, that's not right." After a brief commotion, Ning Zhuya's face rested against Lin Xion's chest, a look of satisfaction adorning her features as she languidly licked her lips. "You insolent man, how dare you defy my words? You didn't come back the night before last, but now that you have, you shall never escape. Lin Xin found himself compelled to wrap his arms around Ning Zhuya's soft waist, his face bearing the marks of 2 slaps, and his neck displaying red imprints, making him appear rather pitiful. Suddenly, he asked, "Aren't you supposed to return to class?" Ning Zhuya smirked, lying beside him and caressing his face with a charming smile. "Of course I am, but not just me. You shall accompany me as well." Lin Xin, perplexed, responded, "But I applied for self-study. I don't have to go back to school." "No." Ning Zhuya placed her finger on Lin Xin's lips, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. "I used my connections to cancel your self-study. So once you recover, you will obediently accompany me to school." Lin Xin was taken aback, raising his voice slightly. "What? You've canceled the self-study opportunity one worked so hard to obtain? What? Are you dissatisfied?" Ning Zhuya shot a glance at the indignant Lin Xin, her hand hidden beneath the covers grasping. Lin Xin felt his entire body go limp, lying on the bed with a heart full of despair. Inadvertently, he glanced down and swallowed hard. Ning Zhuya, lying beside him, sensed something amiss. She lifted her head just in time to catch Lin Xin's heated gaze, then looked down and revealed a captivating smile. He swallowed again, directing his gaze elsewhere, struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. Who could endure such a morning? Ning Zhuya forcefully turned Lin Xin's head to face her, leaning in closely to gaze into his eyes with a teasing tone. "Man, it seems your thoughts are rather impure. If you call me wife, I shall lend you my assistance." "No." "There's no need," Lin Xin replied, held by the face, his gaze locked on Ning Zhuya's enchanting eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt within. "Is that so?" A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Ning Zhuya's eyes as she continued her physical allure. Releasing her grip on Lin Xin's face, she seized his wrist instead. With her crimson lips brushing against his ear, she spoke in a soft, sultry voice. "For the last time, will you call me?" As she spoke, she guided Lin Xin's hand to rest upon her thigh, her lips whispering breathily by his ear. "Will you?" "Wife. Such a good boy. Then allow me to grant you a little reward." Chapter 20. He is not suitable for you. Just break up. The tumultuous interaction lingered for a full hour before it subsided. Ning Zhuya tossed the crumpled tissue into the trash bin. After tidying her clothes, she reclined beside Lin Xin, her smile enchanting and captivating. "You've been rewarded. From this day forth, you belong to me, understood?" Having survived a life-threatening crisis, Lin Xin had gained a new perspective. "I've gone mad. I fear not even death. So why should I fear you, a crazy woman? If we are to be in a relationship, let it be so. Who is afraid of whom?" Upon noticing the absence of resistance in Lin Xin's eyes, Ning Zhuya felt a surge of delight. She could discern that he was beginning to accept her. "After pursuing you for so long, my efforts have finally borne fruit." Suddenly, Ning Zhuya sat up, her expression serious as she gazed intently at Lin Xin. "Promise me, if such a dangerous situation arises again, you'll heed my words." Lin Xin responded dismissively with a nod, yet Ning Zhuya recognized that he likely did not take her words to heart, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. However, she was aware that her defenses had indeed been lax lately, allowing a group of mediocre kidnappers to pose a threat, which was utterly disgraceful. Lin Xin, meanwhile, stared at the pristine ceiling, contemplating, "So, I now have a girlfriend and a wealthy heiress at that. Life is truly unpredictable. Major changes can stem from minor ones." Just a few days prior, his aspirations were limited to earning scholarships and opening a shop post-graduation for a peaceful retirement. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself entangled with a wealthy woman. The only slight drawback was her rather tempestuous temperament. It seemed inevitable that he would face considerable challenges in the days to come. In the tranquil hospital room, after a moment of shared silence, Ning Zhuya's newly assigned bodyguards arrived, bringing lunch. Ning Zhuya swiftly took a spoon and began to feed Lin Xin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xin protested, insisting that his injury was to his waist, not his hands. Then, someone delivered a sharp slap to his rear. Though the method was somewhat forceful, it undeniably proved effective. Lin Xin sat up, leaning against the upright pillow, while Ning Zhuya tenderly fed him spoonful by spoonful, even blowing gently on the food, her face adorned with a constant smile. Reluctantly, Lin Xin complied, opening his mouth to finish the meal, which only served to amplify Ning Zhuya's joy. At times, Lin Xin felt that this woman treated him not as a boyfriend, but rather as a pet to be meticulously cared for, and she relished every moment of it. At Modi University, within the camping club's activity classroom, typically a small club like the camping club, consisting of merely 5 members, would not warrant a dedicated classroom. However, one member's significant background ensured that the school provided a separate space for their activities. Liliang, do you know when Lin Xin started dating that Ning family heiress? At the long table in the classroom, Qianjin lay dejectedly with her head resting on the surface, gazing out at the sky, evidently lost in thought. Perhaps. Liliang sat on the chair opposite, leaning back and gazing at the ceiling, with a band-aid adorning his left cheek, giving him a rather comical appearance. He replied weakly, "It should have been 2 or 3 days ago. I heard it from Qianjin. He was sleeping in the library when Ning Zhuya picked a quarrel with him and even forced a kiss." The moment she heard those 2 words, her previously distracted demeanor transformed into one of disbelief as she shot up from her seat, incredulously staring at Liliang. "Is that true? You can't be joking with me, can you?" Her astonishment was understandable. Liliang had felt a significant shock upon learning of the incident himself. "Why would I lie to you?" Liliang chuckled softly, his mind racing with thoughts of how to exact revenge on his best friend for the beating he had received. Although he couldn't match Ning Zhuya in strength, dealing with his good friend was surely within his grasp. Surely, when Ning Zhuya witnessed Lin Xin injured, she would be displeased, and her displeasure would bring him joy. Lost in thought, Liliang gazed at the pristine ceiling, chuckling to himself, "I am indeed a genius." Upon hearing Liliang's response, a multitude of thoughts blossomed in Qianjin's mind. Since Lin Xin was coerced, it implied that she still had a chance. Moreover, Lin Xin had only known Ning Zhuya for a few days, while she had been acquainted with him for several years, ensuring she would not be outdone by that woman. With this realization, Qianjin felt a surge of motivation and encouraged herself internally. "Come on, Qianjin, you can do this." Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya had just assisted Lin Xin back to the villa, where a middle-aged man in a tailored suit had been waiting for some time. Supporting Lin Xin at the entrance, Ning Zhuya regarded the man seated on the sofa with an expressionless face and coldly remarked, "Dad, what brings you here?" Ning Donghong rose from the sofa, exuding an intimidating presence, and observed Lin Xin for a few seconds before turning his gaze to his daughter. His indifferent words revealed a hint of concern. "I heard you encountered a kidnapper, so I came to check on you. Are you injured?" Lin Xin, witnessing Ning Zhuya's swift change in demeanor, found it peculiar. She had just been smiling, yet her expression shifted as quickly as turning a page in a book. "I'm fine." In response to her father's concern, Ning Zhuya merely uttered those 2 words coldly before assisting Lin Xin upstairs. Ning Donghong did not intervene, but silently watched as his daughter helped a stranger ascend to the second-floor bedroom. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and returned to his seat on the sofa. In the upstairs bedroom, Ning Zhuya maintained a frosty expression as she helped Lin Xin to sit at the edge of the bed. After issuing him a warning, she turned and headed downstairs. "Stay here quietly. I'll be back shortly. It's best not to let me catch you eavesdropping, or else you'll be in trouble." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Xin observed Ning Zhuya's retreating figure, intrigued by the dynamics of the father-daughter relationship. However, as he contemplated eavesdropping at the door, he heard the unmistakable sound of the bedroom door being locked. In response, Lin Xin could only think, "You've locked the door. What is the point of warning me?" Outside, Ning Zhuya descended the stairs with a key in hand, her demeanor evidently awry, a palpable indifference emanating from her. "What do you want?" Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, she stood before her father, her expression devoid of warmth, as if the man before her were a mere stranger rather than a family member. Leaning against the sofa, Ning Donghong was not taken aback by his daughter's attitude. He had long since grown accustomed to it. He calmly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and remarked, "That lad, Linux, is it? I have looked into him. His family runs a restaurant, which barely places them in the realm of middle class. Though I am uncertain as to why you have taken a liking to him, allow me to offer a piece of advice. He is not suited for you. You two inhabit different worlds. It would be best to part ways. This is for his benefit, as well as for yours." Chapter 21. A subtle progress. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room grew noticeably colder. Ning Zhuya's expression remained unchanged, though her voice carried a hint of impatience. Did you come here just to spout this nonsense? Nonsense? Ning Donghong rose from the sofa, locking eyes with his daughter, and calmly replied, I am doing this for your own good. Your destination is not on the same level as his. Your true stage is the world, not confined to playing house in Magic City. Enough! Ning Zhuya interjected, her cold gaze laced with anger as she pointed toward the door. Leave. You're not welcome here. Ning Donghong regarded his daughter for a moment before shaking his head and walking toward the villa's exit. One day you will understand. Your mother and I are only looking out for your best interests. With that, the villa's door closed slowly, leaving Ning Zhuya alone in the living room, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing her face. After standing in silence for a moment, she turned and ascended the stairs to her bedroom. Outside the villa, once seated in his car, Ning Donghong answered the phone, his wife's calm voice resonating from the other end. I told you long ago, with that child's temperament, trying to persuade her will only backfire. Ning Donghong lifted his gaze through the car window at the distant blue sky and white clouds, a look of sorrow crossing his features as he sighed. We have wronged her. This child has suffered. In the second-floor bedroom, Lin Xin lay on the soft bed, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the sound of a door unlocking broke the stillness, and a graceful figure rushed toward him. Startled as he attempted to sit up, Lin Xin looked down to find Ning Zhuya pouncing onto him, his face revealing a hint of surprise. What is wrong with her? Ning Zhuya wrapped her arms around Lin Xin, her voice trembling as she implored, Don't move, just let me hold you for a moment. Despite his confusion over the situation, Lin Xin, feeling the dampness of her tear-soaked clothes, hesitated briefly before choosing to embrace her. They remained in this embrace for over half an hour, until Lin Xion's movements grew stiff and he heard the steady rhythm of her breathing emanating from his chest. She actually fell asleep on me, Lin Xian murmured, gently shifting Ning Zhuya onto the bed and covering her with a blanket. Ning Zhuya lay with her eyes closed, traces of tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, evidence of her recent sorrow. Reaching out, Lin Xian wiped away the remnants of her tears. Gazing at her peaceful, slumbering form, perplexed as to what could have caused such a person to weep, he softly encouraged, Sleep now. When you awaken, may all your heartaches be forgotten. Yes, I hope that when you realize how much I care for you, you will treat me with greater gentleness in the future. The day passed swiftly, and perhaps due to the fatigue from caring for Lin Xian the previous day, Ning Zhuya slept soundly until the following morning. At 5 o'clock in the morning, as the sky began to brighten, the entire city was enveloped in a tranquil and serene atmosphere. Yet, many individuals, striving for their livelihoods, were already preparing for work. Ning Zhuya, still in a daze, opened her eyes to find herself alone in bed. The morning air was somewhat chilly, prompting her to instinctively wrap herself tighter in the covers. Her dark eyes fell upon the empty space beside her, revealing a hint of melancholy, while a self-deceptive smile graced her lips. Was Lin Xin still unwilling to accept her? Was she truly that bothersome? Just as Ning Zhuya lay in bed, lost in her thoughts, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the bedroom door. Oh, I'm so starving. Lin Xin appeared, clad in the pajamas Ning Zhuya had bought for him, carrying a bowl of fragrant noodles that emanated an enticing aroma. With a soft thud, he gently closed the door and turned to find Ning Zhuya's gaze fixed intently upon him. Instinctively, he shrank back, clutching the bowl, reminding himself that he was the one supposed to be eating and he was currently unwell. Ning Zhuya sat up in bed, and upon seeing Lin Xion's protective demeanor, she burst into a joyful laugh. She beckoned him closer, patting the space beside her, commanding in an unmistakable tone, Come here. Despite his hesitation, Lin Xian limped over, discomfort evident in his movements due to a lingering pain in his waist. I'll hold it for you, Ning Zhuya said calmly as she took the aromatic noodles from Lin Xion's hands. Just don't eat it, he replied, eyeing her suspiciously before awkwardly climbing onto the bed. No sooner had he settled than a slurping sound emerged, accompanied by Ning Zhuya's praise, delicious. You truly have a talent, my man. As Ning Zhuya enjoyed the noodles, she noticed Lin Xion's forlorn expression and playfully offered him a bite. However, He instinctively recoiled. Forget it. I'll just make another bowl. She sighed, observing the flicker of disdain in his eyes. Grabbing his face, she lowered her voice. I'm in a rather good mood right now, so provoking me would not be wise. With that, she brought the noodles closer to his mouth, commanding coldly, eat. Lin Xin hesitated, feeling the warmth wafting from the bowl, reluctant to open his mouth. He had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. He wasn't keen on eating something someone else had already tasted, let alone touched. Yet, seeing the growing frostiness in Ning Zhuya's gaze, hinting an impending eruption, he resigned himself to comply. Fine, I'll endure this moment of discomfort. Perhaps it will lead to a peaceful resolution. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, not because he cannot. With each sharing of the noodles, the bowl soon neared emptiness. While Ning Zhuya, with her modest appetite, felt satisfied, Lin Xin, on the other hand, was left yearning, barely able to quell his hunger. Ning Zhuya glanced at the sky outside. It was still early. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she nestled back into her warm bed, closed her eyes, and softly said to Lin Xin, let's sleep a little longer. I need to visit the school in the morning, and you should accompany me then. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin, who had just settled down, expressed his discontent, complaining, what does your school visit have to do with me? I am currently an invalid. With her eyes closed, Ning Zhuya's hand gently found its way to Lin Xion's waist under the covers, softly patting him as she said, be good. If you wish to avoid hardship, you should obediently listen. Lin Xion retorted internally, what a heartless woman. I went through the trouble of helping you to bed, and I should have kicked you under the bed instead. Chapter 22. Lin Xion, I thank you. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xion, who had finally managed to drift off to sleep, was unceremoniously roused by Ning Zhuya as they set off towards Magic City University. True to form, Ning Zhuya donned a black sailor suit and perched herself on Lin Xion's lap, showing no regard for his current injuries, as his mind incessantly issued commands for slumber. Lin Xion weakly wrapped his arms around Ning Zhuya's waist, his eyelids heavy with fatigue, and grumbled in discontent. What compels you to go to school? Don't tell me it's for studying. Neither Ning Zhuya nor Lin Xion needed to worry about falling behind, even after a brief hiatus from classes. This was one of the very reasons Lin Xion had opted for self-study, rather than sitting in a classroom. He would prefer to seek out odd jobs to earn some money. Yet, fate has a penchant for playing tricks. Just as Lin Xion had submitted his self-study application, envisioning a promising future, this erratic woman, Ning Zhuya, burst into his life. Leaning against Lin Xion, Ning Zhuya smiled brightly and remarked, are you familiar with the student council? I intend to have you join. The student council wields considerable power in every school, and this was particularly evident at Magic City University. Lin Xion felt that the term student council was more befitting of the historical Jinui, the imperial secret police. However, with great power comes immense responsibility. And while Lin Xion was not well versed in the details, he had heard from Li Liang that it could be utterly exhausting. It was then that Lin Xion understood that the student council was not meant for him. The sheer workload was enough to deter him. I won't go. Lin Xion shook his head, resolutely deciding that he would not be coerced into acquiescence this time, as it pertained to his 2-year university journey. Well, it should be a year, considering that by the 3rd year, he'll have to begin internships and can only return to campus sporadically. Before Ning Zhuya could speak, Lin Xion continued with unwavering determination. Forget it. Even if you beat me, there is no way I will join the student council. Ning Zhuya adjusted her position slightly, raising 2 fingers. Lin Xion looked at her raised fingers, perplexed, wondering what she meant. 20,000, Ning Zhuya stated calmly, locking her gaze on Lin Xion's eyes, and continued. If you join the student council, I will grant you a monthly allowance of 20,000. Additionally, I can secure you a job during your 3rd year that allows for ample leisure. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Xion felt insulted. His expression shifted to one of indignation, and his voice rose slightly. Do I look like someone who would yield for a mere 20,000? I said it's impossible, and it remains impossible. Don't even think about it. Ning Zhuya's expression turned somewhat regretful as she replied, very well. A monthly allowance of 20,000 is the utmost I can offer you. She understood that wealth could corrupt a man, and given Lin Xion's modest background, bestowing upon him more than he deserved would not bode well. What? Upon hearing that the monthly stipend amounted to 20,000, Lin Xin's previously drowsy mind was instantly invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The prospect of earning such a sum simply by joining the student council was undeniably enticing. "Sister, I want to join, Lin Xin exclaimed, seizing Ning Zhuya's hand with a broad grin, his earlier resolute demeanor transformed entirely. "You say east, and I shall not venture west. I assure you I will fulfill your directives." Observing Lin Xin's avaricious demeanor, a playful smile crept upon Ning Zhuya's lips as she realized she had discerned this man's Achilles heel. He might not relish being supported by her, yet if he exerted a modicum of effort, he would remain steadfastly loyal once the remuneration was satisfactory. Reflecting on her previous attempts to retain Lin Xin, a wave of regret washed over Ning Zhuya. Had she known, she could have merely tossed a couple of stacks of cash in his direction, sparing herself the trouble of trying to win his acceptance. "Hold me tight. All right. Kiss me." Smack. As it was Monday, the streets were relatively empty. After half an hour, the two finally arrived at the entrance of Modi University. Surrounding students ambled toward the confines of academia, their faces etched with worries as they discussed the upcoming assignment. As the door of the red Maybach swung open, Ning Zhuya emerged first, instantly captivating numerous onlookers who turned their gazes toward her. "Hey, look over there. It's Ning Zhuya. The senior is truly beautiful. I wish you would be my girlfriend and treat me coldly every day." Upon hearing this, those nearby instinctively distanced themselves from the peculiar individual, their eyes reflecting disdain. At that moment, another figure stepped out of the crimson Maybach, a young man clad in a white shirt. While his looks were commendable, they paled in comparison to the striking beauty of the readers. "Let us go," Ning Zhuya said, raising her hand, a soft smile gracing her fair, slightly rosy face. As the crowd marveled at Lin Xin's unexpected association with her, he naturally took her small hand, and together they strolled toward the gates of the university. Once the pair had departed, the lingering students exchanged incredulous glances and began to murmur, "What the hell? Who is that brave soul? How dare he act so intimately with the young lady of the Ning family? Doesn't he fear retribution from Xiao Jie? That guy is definitely doomed. With Xiao Jie's temperament, he won't let this slide easily. Good luck, brave one." Modi University, with its ample resources, had constructed a dedicated building for student organizations, with the student council residing on the top floor, the fourth floor. With a creak, Ning Zhuya casually pushed open the door to the student council room at the end of the quiet corridor, leading Lin Xin inside. Within the office, only a bespectacled girl with braided hair was present. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Ting looked up and, with a slight smile tinged with shyness, greeted Ning Zhuya, "President." "What brings you here today, President?" Lin Xin, taken aback by her words, turned to his side to glance at Ning Zhuya, his face betraying his astonishment. Was it necessary for him to join the student council, only to discover that she was the president all along? Conversely, Ning Zhuya regarded Lin Xin with a hint of curiosity. "What did you expect? Did you not attend the freshman ceremony?" From her first year, Ning Zhuya had ascended to the position of student council president through her undeniable prowess, bolstered by familial connections, yet her capabilities were indisputable. This, indeed, was one of the reasons many students feared her. On her very first day as president, she dismissed all members of the student council, nearly inciting widespread outrage. In that moment, she had succinctly rebuffed their pleas to return with a single, commanding statement. "I do not require useless individuals beneath my command. If you possess the ability, then prove your worth." This declaration sparked fervent discussions throughout the school, and thus, Ning Zhuya gained notoriety, her reputation becoming increasingly embellished. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin scratched his head awkwardly, recalling that he had taken a sick leave that day, spending it gaming in his dormitory. Moreover, his social circle was rather limited, so it was hardly surprising that he was unaware of such news. Ning Zhuya cast him a bemused glance and introduced. "This is Xiao Ting, currently one of the two remaining members of the student council. Although her personality is somewhat intricate, her abilities are exceptionally remarkable." At that moment, Xiao Ting approached. Rarely engaging with boys, she bashfully extended her hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Xiao Ting, a sophomore like you and the president." As Lin Xin reached out to shake her hand, Xiao Ting, seemingly eager to enhance her impression, proudly remarked, "Yes. And I was the one who hacked into your phone during your last mountain climbing trip to inform the president." Lin Xin's smile instantly froze, his lips twitching as he comprehended the true nature of Ning Zhuya's description of Xiao Ting's complex personality. "You troublemaker. You caused me to be mercilessly beaten, and now you're grinning at me, revealing yourself as the true culprit. I appreciate it, but don't leave after school." Chapter 23. My girlfriend is more than just domineering. What about the others in the student council? Lin Xin sat on the sofa, surveying the decor of the student council office. While not particularly extravagant, it exuded an artistic charm. Noticing that only Xiao Ting was working, he turned to Ning Zhuya beside him with a hint of confusion. "None," Ning Zhuya replied calmly, reclining on the sofa, her shoes off, her delicate, fair feet resting on Lin Xin's lap. "Including you, there are only 3 people in the entire student council, so there's quite a bit to handle." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's lips twitched. "A student council with merely 3 members. How did you manage to keep this organization running?" Just then, Xiao Ting approached with a blank application form, placing it on the table with a nervous smile. "This is the student council application form. Welcome to your role as vice president, Lin Xin." Lin Xin took the application form and a pen from the table, turning to Ning Zhuya. "Am I really the vice president now?" Ning Zhuya replied with a gentle affirmation, casually lying on the sofa. "Hurry up and fill out the application. Then get to work." As she spoke, she opened her eyes slightly, her beautiful gaze narrowing as she teased, "If your performance doesn't meet my expectations, be wary of a pay cut." Seeing the playful smile on her face, Lin Xin couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret about joining the student council. Was this perhaps a trap? Soon, under Xiao Ting's somewhat shy introduction, Lin Xin gained a basic understanding of the student council. Xiao Ting pointed to a position next to Ning Zhuya's workspace, saying, "This will be your spot. I'm quite busy these days because there's a fireworks festival coming up in a couple of days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me later." "All right, thank you," Lin Xin nodded. He was aware of the fireworks festival, an annual event at Magic City University held to welcome new students. With a month having passed since the start of school, preparations for this year's festival were indeed underway. At this moment, Ning Zhuya approached from the sofa, her face beaming with a smile. "Are you all set? Let's go. It's so hot outside, and I'd like to take a bath." A bath? The thought of Ning Zhuya's perfect figure involuntarily conjured certain indescribable images in Lin Xin's mind, causing him to feel a sudden shyness. Just then, Ning Zhuya wrapped her arms around his, her arms snugly fitting against her ample curves. Feeling the softness against him, Lin Xin instinctively swallowed hard, his body feeling somewhat weak. As they left, Xiao Ting, who had been working, glanced up inadvertently and with a hint of envy in her voice remarked, "How wonderful. When will I ever find someone who likes me?" 10 minutes later, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya returned to the car, where the driver turned the key to start the engine, heading toward a private bathhouse in Magic City. Inside the vehicle, Ning Zhuya lay comfortably on Lin Xin's lap, her porcelain-like fingertips tracing circles on his chest, her hands mischievously slipping into his shirt, her lips curling into an enchanting smile. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it?" Lin Xin felt the cool, restless little hand on his body and shivered. Could this woman be about to succumb to her desires here? However, Ning Zhuya's tone was somewhat indifferent as she slowly remarked, "You just shook hands with Xiao Ting, didn't you? When did I ever permit you to engage in such gestures with other women? Not even if that person is my friend." As she spoke, Ning Zhuya's hand, which was inside Lin Xin's clothing, forcefully struck the wound on his waist, her eyes reflecting displeasure and anger. Lin Xin's pupils contracted, and he instinctively inhaled sharply, nearly crying out in pain. His voice trembled slightly. It was merely a handshake, yet she felt jealousy over that. Merely? Ning Zhuya's voice rose a few decibels as she sat up, withdrawing her hand from his garment, her tone suddenly turning frigid. With a cold gaze fixed on Lin Xin, she declared, "You are my boyfriend now. Without my permission, you shall not engage in any intimate contact with other women." Her words were clear and unequivocal, imbued with an undeniable authority. Following this, Ning Zhuya reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's neck, greedily kissing him, fervently expressing her dissatisfaction and the surging fury within her. Lin Xin found himself momentarily bewildered by this sudden kiss. He attempted to push her away, but she firmly held him in place with one hand. Ning Zhuya paused her assault, her eyes locking onto Lin Xin's with an intensity that instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Her gaze was akin to that of a predator, and her voice, now hoarse and laden with suppressed tension, conveyed a sense of control. Lin Xin, I hope this is the last time I warn you. Do not cultivate any closeness with women other than myself, or I shall make you understand the helplessness of a caged canary. The threatening words echoed in Lin Xin's ears, and before he could react, Ning Zhuya kissed him once again, even going so far as to slip her hand beneath his clothing, clinging tightly to him. At that moment, Lin Xin comprehended that his girlfriend was perhaps not merely a little domineering, she might possess a hint of the Yandera. Chapter 24. The bold Ning Zhuya within the serene confines of the car. The driver's gaze remained firmly fixed on the road ahead, daring not to glance into the rearview mirror. The persistent sound of muffled whimpering echoed, a testament to Ning Zhuya's unabated outburst. While Lin Xin found himself powerless against her whims, subjected to her relentless advances. Saliva intertwined in a sensual dance, and after what felt like an eternity, Ning Zhuya finally ceased her actions, her eyes glazed with satisfaction. With a flick of her tongue upon Lin Xin's neck, she coldly remarked, "Considering we have only just begun our journey together, I shall spare you this time. Do remember this lesson. I hope there will not be a next time." Her words reverberated in Lin Xin's ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily, secretly pondering if she might indeed resort to extreme measures should there be a repeat performance. Ning Zhuya then dismounted from him, unusually taking a seat beside him. Upon noticing the remnants of saliva at the corner of her mouth, she pointedly instructed Lin Xin, "Wipe my mouth," adding with a smirk, "with your lips." Lin Xin, who had just intended to take a moment's respite, retorted, "You force a kiss upon me, and then demand I wipe your mouth with my lips? Truly, you are quite the clever one." Observing Lin Xin's hesitance to comply, Ning Zhuya raised an eyebrow, her gaze growing icy. Sensing the shift, he promptly moved closer, eyes shut, pressing his lips to hers. After this exchange, Ning Zhuya released him with a satisfied sigh and laid his head upon her fair, slender thighs. "Rest now. This is your reward," she said with a hint of mock gratitude. Lin Xin reclined, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. "No need to mention it," Ning Zhuya generously replied, then leaned down to playfully tease his lips once more, before finally relinquishing her hold. As Lin Xin lay on her lap, he indignantly wiped the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, "What a brazen woman!" Ning Zhuya, unfazed, caressed his face, her gaze meeting his with a smile. "As long as I can have you, a rogue I shall be." Meanwhile, in a dormitory room within the girls' quarters, Qianjin sat at her pink desk, contemplating 2 tickets to an art exhibition. She mentally prepared herself while clutching her phone, which bore Lin Xin's contact information, her face momentarily clouded with hesitation. Her roommate, unable to bear the sight any longer, called out from the upper bunk, "Qianjin, have you heard the saying? Hesitation leads to defeat. If you continue like this, you will truly miss your chance with Lin Xin. If you like him, you must boldly express it. Standing still will only widen the gap between you two." Upon hearing this, Qianjin reflected on her long-standing crush on Lin Xin, realizing how regrettable it would be to remain silent about her feelings. With newfound determination, the uncertainty in her eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute gaze. She picked up her phone and sent Lin Xin a message. After dispatching it, a wave of relief washed over her, and she leaned on the desk, eagerly awaiting a response. Would he agree? After a few minutes, the phone vibrated slightly. Lin Xin had replied. Qianjin, filled with both anxiety and anticipation, opened her phone to find an OK sticker sent by Lin Xin, featuring a little pig making a peace sign. A chuckle escaped her lips as joy radiated from her face, while her friend, lying on the bed, also breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in an upscale bathhouse in the bustling metropolis, Lin Xin placed his phone into the wooden cabinet before him, wrapped only in a towel as he made his way toward the entrance. This particular bathhouse belonged to Ning Zhuya, equipped with the finest amenities. Even the water infused with expensive medicinal herbs. Within the enclosed space of the bathhouse, the high temperature of the medicinal bath caused steam to rise continuously, enveloping the atmosphere in a hazy mist. A figure, a paragon of beauty, soaked in the medicinal bath, her supple skin glistening in the warm water. Ning Zhuya reclined in the bath with her eyes closed, raising her delicate hand as droplets cascaded from her palm, creating ripples in the water. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Lin Xin slowly entered from the entrance, his cheeks slightly flushed, unsure whether it was due to the heat or something else. He walked to the edge of the bath, and upon seeing something, his face turned crimson, prompting him to quickly turn his back to Ning Zhuya. Why, you're completely naked. What on earth? Has this woman lost her mind to be so bold? Ning Zhuya, lying in the bath, turned her head to look at Lin Xin. Squinting her eyes as she softly replied, "What's the big deal? We are in a relationship, so it's perfectly fine to look." For Lin Xin, who was usually innocent in matters of romance, this tantalizing scene was overwhelmingly stimulating. The sound of splashing water reached his ears, followed by a pair of wet hands encircling his waist, dripping with water. In an instant, Lin Xin stiffened, feeling something soft press against his back. "Oh no, please don't, sister." Lin Xin felt as if he might cry. Was there really such temptation? In the misty bathhouse, Ning Zhuya, completely unclad, embraced Lin Xin from behind, her red lips whispering in his ear, "What's wrong? Are you shy now? Wasn't it enjoyable when I helped you before?" As she spoke, Ning Zhuya's hand slid downward, causing Lin Xin to wear an expression of helplessness, realizing that this woman was deliberately trying to tease him. "Do you need my help?" Ning Zhuya's voice echoed in Lin Xion's ear like a devil's whisper. He quickly shook his head. It was a joke, but if they were to proceed here, he could not promise he could control himself. If such an encounter were to occur, he would be at her mercy for life. "Are you certain?" Ning Zhuya's lips curled into a captivating smile as she held Lin Xin tightly, rubbing against him. In that moment, Lin Xin felt as if he had been shocked, his body tensing as a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind. With a pained expression, he pleaded, "Sister, I beg you, we're still in university. We really can't do that." Amidst the swirling mist, Ning Zhuya's dissatisfaction erupted upon hearing her siblings' call. Once was forgivable, but a second time felt like courting disaster. In the next moment, she forcefully pulled Lin Xin towards her, turning his face to meet hers, and then coldly shoved him into the bathing pool. With a splash, Lin Xin, about to speak, inadvertently gulped down a mouthful of Ning Zhuya's bathwater, his eyes watering from the sudden shock. The towel that had wrapped around him slipped from his grasp and fell into Ning Zhuya's hand. She cast a fleeting glance at it before carelessly tossing it aside, then leapt into the pool herself. "Wait." Lin Xin stared wide-eyed at the sight of Ning Zhuya unclad, standing before him, revealing an expanse of pristine beauty. Chapter 25, an important matter time, seemed to slip away in the steam-filled bath, as Ning Zhuya, her cheeks flushed, nestled in Lin Xion's embrace, whispered softly with her eyes closed, "Men's words are all deceitful. Did you not just say it was unnecessary?" Her body felt somewhat limp, rendered powerless in Lin Xion's strong arms. Lin Xin, his own complexion slightly reddened, found himself unable to refute Ning Zhuya's words and tightened his hold on her. Their bare bodies were pressed closely together, each attuned to the sound of the other's breath. After a while in the warm water, Ning Zhuya felt her fatigue overwhelming her. She turned in the medicinal bath, wrapping her arms around Lin Xion's waist, and softly said, "I'm tired. Carry me to change clothes." "All right," Lin Xin nodded. Having grown accustomed to the sight of her exposed, porcelain skin, particularly after having crossed boundaries not long ago. Although he had managed to suppress his primal urges during the most critical moment, he had still indulged his eyes and hands in the experience. Lin Xin lifted Ning Zhuya effortlessly, stepping carefully out of the bath, droplets of steaming water cascading from their bodies. Cradled in his warm embrace, Ning Zhuya cast a sly glance at Lin Xin, feeling a sense of triumph within. She realized that after such an intimate encounter, Lin Xin could never truly escape her grasp, unless he were a scoundrel, which was highly improbable. "Man, you can no longer evade my clutches." On the playground of Magic City University, amidst the excited screams of numerous female students, Xiao Jie dribbled a basketball, facing 5 individuals who obstructed his path. Undeterred, he took a few steps back, then leaped into a shooting motion. With a resounding thud, the basketball swished through the hoop, eliciting a chorus of exhilarated cheers from the girls gathered beyond the protective railing, as if the accomplishment were their own. Xiao Jie exhaled, addressing the 5 opponents with a calm smile. Since I've won, as per our wager, the basketball club will be under my management. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he picked up his bag amidst the crowd's jubilant applause and strolled towards the distant school gate. He retrieved his phone, scanning the screen filled with unread messages. After unlocking it, a knowing smile played at the corners of Xiao Jie's lips. He gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky, murmuring, Lin Xin? How intriguing. This could lead to complications. My fiancé, he has been claimed by another. What is a fiancé to do? Yet, despite the situation, there was no trace of anger on Xiao Jie's face. His future bride was engaging in intimate gestures with another man, but he seemed utterly unperturbed. The following morning, under the pretense of needing to change his bandages at the hospital, Lin Xin slipped out alone, while Ning Zhuya leisurely remained at home, pampering herself with a facial mask. Upon the side, a mobile phone lay with an unread message from Xiao Ting, sent just a few minutes prior. In the vibrant metropolis, before the Chuanshu Exhibition Hall, a renowned venue, the architecture loomed grandly. Although it occupied merely 1,000 square meters, it soared to a height of 4 stories. Qianjin stood at the foot of the hall, impeccably dressed. Her pristine white short shirt accentuated her alluring figure, while a black pleated skirt did little to conceal her long, elegant legs. Such a stunning beauty at the entrance naturally attracted numerous gazes, though most visitors were couples, igniting discontent among many passing women. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, for Lin Xin jogged over from a distance. Aware of the risk of being discovered by Ning Zhuya for sneaking out, his attire was rather casual. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long, he chuckled, glancing at the time and realizing he was over 10 minutes late. Oh, by the way, where's Li Liang? Didn't he say he would come as well? Lin Xin looked around in confusion. When Qianjin had messaged him, she mentioned that Li Liang would join, which was why he had readily agreed. Being alone with Qianjin, she felt slightly awkward, especially if Ning Zhuya found out. He would likely have to face severe consequences. With a small leather bag slung over her shoulder, she smiled nonchalantly. He just received an urgent call and had to leave. Oh, I see, Lin Xin nodded, not suspecting anything. Then let us head inside. She nodded, and the two entered the exhibition hall side by side, unknowingly evoking envy from many who mistook them for a pair of celestial lovers. This art exhibition bore little difference from previous ones, showcasing paintings valued from several 100,000 to a few million, with very few pieces exceeding the million mark. It wasn't that the venue could not afford them. Rather, paintings of such caliber were exceptional works, displayed only on special occasions for public viewing. Inside, as Lin Xin and she stepped further in, they were greeted by a dazzling array of artworks, sparking an immediate sense of wonder, and they began to wander freely. I recall that tickets to the Chuanshu Exhibition Hall are quite expensive. How did you manage to acquire 3? Lin Xin inquired, curiosity piqued as he admired the surroundings. If memory served him correctly, Qianji's family was as unremarkable as his own, and tickets to the exhibition were a luxury, costing several hundred each. Casting an almost casual glance at Lin Xin's profile, she concocted a fib. I won them in a draw while out with friends. In truth, she had scrimped and saved for an entire month to afford these tickets, all for the purpose of today, as she had something of great significance to accomplish. As they continued to admire the artworks, their quiet conversation did not disturb others, and soon, they made their way to the second floor. Qianjin, however, remained unhurried, intending to deliberate further upon reaching the 4th floor. Although she had already made her decision, she felt the need to adequately prepare herself mentally, lest she falter at the crucial moment. All her efforts would be rendered futile if she did not summon the courage, and the next opportunity might be an indeterminate time away. Chapter 26. Let's date. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Xin suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Turning to his companion, Qianjin, He quickly made his way toward the restroom. You can browse around. I need to use the bathroom for a moment. I will find you shortly. Watching him hurry away, Qianjin redirected her gaze to the surroundings. In truth, she held little interest in the artwork displayed. However, the tranquil and serene atmosphere of the exhibition hall provided her with a sense of solace, prompting her to remain there. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a sunflower painting framed in a soft yellow border. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet the sunflowers conveyed an inexplicable feeling that stirred within her. Instinctively, she approached the painting, noticing an elderly woman beside her, hunched with age, her hair completely silvered by time. The old woman, hands clasped behind her back, recognized Qianjin's contemplative gaze directed at the sunflower painting and smiled warmly. Isn't this painting lovely? Startled, Qianjin turned her attention to the elder, realizing she had been engrossed in her observation. Nodding, she replied, yes, but I can't quite explain why it evokes such a peculiar sensation within me. The elderly woman's gaze returned to the painting, her voice imbued with a wealth of stories. This painting was created by me many years ago. Although time has passed, I visit it annually. Every year? Qianjin inquired, slightly astonished. Why? Standing quietly before the sunflower painting, the elder's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as she spoke slowly. This painting signifies something profoundly significant to me, a matter of great regret. Turning her head, the elder smiled at Qianjin and remarked, that young man you were with. He cannot possibly be your boyfriend, can he? To the casual observer, Qianjin and Lin Xin appeared to be a perfect match. However, the seasoned woman could readily discern the true nature of their relationship. How'd you know? Qianjin nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps everyone present assumed she and Lin Xin were a couple, but the reality of their connection was known only to her. Ah, that's simply a woman's intuition, the old lady chuckled, gazing meaningfully at the sunflower painting. The language of sunflowers is you are the only one in my eyes. The way that young man looks at you mirrors how I was 50 years ago. In my youth, I too cherished someone deeply, but never expressed my feelings until he perished on a battlefield. As she spoke, a trace of sorrow crossed the elder's face. Her eyes seemed fixed on the sunflower painting, yet her thoughts wandered far beyond the confines of the small exhibition hall. After he left, I endured daily anguish, gradually realizing a profound truth. Merely gazing without taking action will inevitably lead to regret, just as it has for me. Human beings often realize the significance of what they have only after it is lost. Yet, time once past cannot be reversed, nor can those who have departed return. In a moment of clarity, Qianjin seemed to comprehend something profound as she gazed at the sunflower painting before her. The confusion that once clouded her mind dissipated, replaced by a newfound lucidity. After listening to the elderly woman's words, her previously restless heart settled instantly, and her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. In the next moment, she strode purposefully towards the restroom, pausing only to express her gratitude to the old lady, saying, "Thank you. You have been a tremendous help to me." Moments later, Lin Xin emerged from the restroom, having just washed his hands and spotted Qianjin approaching him briskly. She came to a halt in front of him. "What are you?" "Don't say anything." He attempted to inquire, but was abruptly interrupted by Qianjin. Her gaze was resolute, even in the face of rejection. She was determined to speak her truth, unwilling to leave any room for regret. In the seemingly tranquil exhibition hall on the second floor, a man and a woman stood facing each other. Qianjin slowly began to speak. "Lin Xin, I have secretly harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Would you consider being in a relationship with me? I am aware of your close bond with Ning Zhuya, but I have liked you since high school. I understand your preferences and personality far better than she does. My affection for you is no less than hers, and I value you even more." After uttering these words, a flush of unnatural crimson washed over Qianjin's cheeks, yet her gaze remained unwavering as she awaited Lin Xin's response. Initially, surprise flickered in Lin Xin's eyes, but he soon regained his composure, his expression equally solemn as he replied, "To be honest, I have fantasized about such a scenario before. I hold you in high regard, and you understand me far better than that woman does." Chapter 27. Allow me to explain. Lin Xin gazed earnestly at Qianjin and said, "I am truly sorry. but I cannot agree to your request." Upon hearing the words, "I am sorry," tears welled uncontrollably in the corners of Qianjin's eyes, and she sorrowfully inquired, "Is it because of Ning Zhuya?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xin nodded. Perhaps being forthright would offer both of them a form of release. His refusal indeed stemmed from his feelings for Ning Zhuya. The commotion soon attracted the attention of several onlookers on the second floor, their varying expressions fixed upon the scene. Aware that this was not the appropriate setting for such a conversation, Lin Xin took Qianjin's hand and led her downstairs, her tears cascading uncontrollably as they walked. Upon exiting the exhibition hall, a crimson Maybach awaited them by the roadside. The rear window slid down, revealing Ning Zhuya's exquisite visage, seemingly dressed in nothing but a sheer nightgown, as if she had rushed out in haste. As Lin Xin guided the tear-streaked Qianjin out of the venue, Ning Zhuya happened to glance over, her expression unexpectedly tranquil. In her hand, she held a mobile phone, from which a cacophony of sounds emanated. Once outside, Lin Xin noticed the red Maybach parked at the roadside, and in that moment, he realized the gravity of his predicament. Instinctively, he reached for Qianjin's hand, intending to offer an explanation, but as he drew near, Ning Zhuya's icy voice pierced the air. "I know what you wish to say. Get in the car, and we shall discuss this properly on the way back." Lin Xin cast a glance at Qianjin beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly released her hand, softly reassuring her, "I will call Li Liang to come and pick you up soon. Please do not cry. You look so beautiful today. If you continue, you will resemble a little raccoon." With that, Lin Xin moved to the opposite side of the red Maybach, opening the door and sliding into the seat. He lifted his gaze to meet Ning Zhuya's frosty countenance. As the engine of the vehicle purred to life, Qianjin regarded Ning Zhuya with unwavering determination, her resolve unshaken by Lin Xin's rejection. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice rising in intensity as she addressed Ning Zhuya. "Do not presume you have triumphed. I hope you cherish Xin. Do not let me witness you seizing the opportunity to take him away, for I will not hesitate to reclaim him." Inside the car, Ning Zhuya's expression grew even colder as she turned her head toward Qianjin, a derisive smile gracing her lips. "If you possess the capability, then go ahead and try to steal him from my side," she retorted. With that, the red Maybach sped away, leaving behind only the flickering taillights for the heartbroken Qianjin to contemplate. As she crouched down and murmured to herself, "Is this what heartbreak feels like? It hurts more than any pain I have ever known. Yet I have no regrets about confessing my feelings to Lin Xin, for I refuse to leave any regrets unspoken." Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Observing the silent and sullen Ning Zhuya beside him, Lin Xin forced a somewhat strained smile. "What brings you here?" Originally, Li Liang was supposed to come as well, but he had to leave due to an urgent matter, which is why it was only Qianjin and me. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you." "Deceiving me?" Ning Zhuya turned her head to gaze into Lin Xin's eyes, her expression swiftly darkening, a calm voice betraying an uncontainable fury. "Do you believe I would trust your words? What do you expect me to rely on? Have you, in the midst of changing your medication, run off to the gallery with another girl to indulge in a romantic escapade?" Faced with Ning Zhuya's accusatory inquiry, Lin Xin opened his mouth yet found himself utterly incapable of refuting her. This very silence only fueled Ning Zhuya's ire further. She coldly declared, "I have already granted you one chance. Prepare yourself for the consequences. This time, I shall not let you off so easily. I will not rest until you have learned a profound lesson." At her words, Lin Xin involuntarily shivered, as if he could already foresee the grim fate that awaited him. In the office of the general manager of Tianmu Group, Ning Donghong was engrossed in paperwork when his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he instinctively furrowed his brow. He set aside his tasks momentarily and answered the call, where a calm voice greeted him, "Uncle Ning." After exchanging a few words, Ning Donghong's frown deepened, and he sighed before responding, "This is entirely Xiaoya's decision. Everything will revert to its original state after graduation. Besides, you don't truly care about this, do you?" On the other end, Xiao Jie chuckled softly. "Of course, I am indifferent to such matters, but Ning Zhuya is, after all, my fiancé." Before he could elaborate, Ning Donghong interjected, Rest assured, I understand your desires. It is indeed true that Xiaoya has erred. It is only right to offer you some form of compensation. Half an hour later, within the Tianyun Villa district, in the dimly lit bedroom on the second floor, Ning Zhuya coldly drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. She approached the door, locked it firmly, and tossed the key into the bathroom before turning her gaze towards Lin Xin, who sat on the edge of the bed. He still attempted to explain. You've truly misunderstood. Yet, before he could finish, the pent-up rage within Ning Zhuya erupted, and she advanced barefoot, delivering a swift kick to Lin Xin's abdomen. Chapter 28. Never let me see you again. In the dimly lit bedroom, Lin Xin sat on the floor. A look of fear etched upon his face as he continuously retreated until he found himself cornered against the wall. He watched as Ning Zhuya approached him from the shadows. Tremblingly stammering, "No, it's not what you think between Qianjin and me. It's all a misunderstanding, Ning Zhuya's expression darkened as she advanced towards Lin Xin, her bare feet gliding over the cold floor. Yet, at that moment, her heart felt even colder. With a sneer, she remarked, I certainly know that you and that woman share no genuine connection. What infuriates me is not merely that you deceive me by spending time with another woman, but that you had the audacity to hold her hand." As she spoke, Ning Zhuya reached Lin Xin and, with her delicate white arm, seized him by the neck. Crouching down in the dark, silent room, she locked eyes with him, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in her gaze. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Previously, I was too lenient with you, allowing you to provoke my ire time and again. You have been exceedingly disobedient." With that, Lin Xin saw a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision, followed by a cry of anguish escaping his lips as he clutched his eyes in pain. Enduring the agony radiating from his right eye, Lin Xin felt a surge of resentment. The fondness he had painstakingly developed for Ning Zhuya over the past few days evaporated in an instant. He realized he was mistaken. This woman was utterly deranged. If this continued, he would surely be destroyed. Lin Xin raised his gaze, staring fiercely at Ning Zhuya, his eyes betraying his suppressed anger and resentment. Observing his defiance, she released her grip on his neck, instead caressing his face with her delicate, warm hand, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "What is this? You seem quite unwilling to accept your fate. This world operates under its own rules. You are far too weak to contend with me, and thus you must endure. But what is the use of endurance when you will never be my equal, nor escape my grasp?" After imparting this harsh truth, Ning Zhuya leaned down, her enticing red lips descending upon Lin Xin's, indulging in reckless abandon as she locked eyes with him, a challenge dancing in her gaze. With a rip, Lin Xin's clothing was torn into tatters and carelessly discarded onto the floor, his expression marred by resentment. As her lips parted in the stillness of the darkened room, Ning Zhuya positioned herself upon Lin Xin, her interest only intensifying as she observed his defiance. "Since you enjoy staring at me so much, I shall give you an ample view." While speaking, she methodically removed her thin nightgown, revealing her flawless form in its entirety. Lin Xin glared at her, his eyes brimming with defiance as he gritted his teeth. "You insane woman. No matter how you torment me, it is futile. I shall never accept you. I curse you to an ill fate." This marked the first time Lin Xin had uttered such venomous words since his arrival in this world, illustrating the depth of his disdain for Ning Zhuya. However, the impact of her words appeared to surpass his expectations. The unabashed expressions of disdain struck, like a piercing arrow into Ning Zhuya's heart. Just as she contemplated her next move, Lin Xin's words left her momentarily frozen in place. Gazing into the depths of Lin Xin's eyes, filled with contempt and resentment, Ning Zhuya seemed to perceive something profound within him, her previously stormy countenance gradually settling into a tranquil calm. After a brief silence while seated upon Lin Xin, she rose, her serene gaze now fixed upon him, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word: "Leave." At these words, Lin Xin, lying on the ground, was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as he regarded Ning Zhuya. What did this mean? Was she truly considering sparing him? In the dimly lit bedroom, Ning Zhuya lowered her gaze to meet Lin Xin's eyes, her voice tinged with a hint of disdain, not directed at him, but rather at herself. "Disappearing from my sight, go as far away as you can. It would be best if I never laid eyes on you again. With that, she turned and strode out of the bedroom, unadorned and resolute. Observing this peculiar scene, Lin Xin, perplexed, rose from the floor, bewildered by the sudden change in her demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been poised to torment him further. Yet now she had merely uttered a curse and departed. He decided to let her be and thought it prudent to make his escape while he could. Without hesitation, Lin Xin stood and surveyed the shredded remnants of his clothing on the floor, ultimately retrieving the attire Ning Zhuya had procured for him from the wardrobe. It was still daylight. Should he venture out in his current state, he would likely not make it past the gates of the villa area. He could always repay this madwoman later. After hastily donning the garments, Lin Xin bolted from the villa, anxious that Ning Zhuya might reconsider and drag him back. Little did he know, for behind the side window on the second floor of the villa, Ning Zhuya stood barefoot, coldly observing Lin Xin's retreating figure. A solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. When had she begun to transform into this version of herself? Beneath her exterior lay a profound self-loathing, not directed at another, but rather an internal struggle with her own essence. Redirecting her gaze, Ning Zhuya's expression returned to one of composed tranquility, mirroring the indifference she had exhibited before encountering Lin Xin, as if she were a celestial being seated high above, untouched by the grime of the world, solitary in her predetermined path. 10 minutes later, Lin Xin beheld the gates of the villa area behind him, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. His face radiant with joy. He had finally escaped this woman. No time to waste. He needed to hurry back, gather his belongings, and seek refuge at home. Who could predict when she might change her mind? After narrowly liberating himself from this den of torment, Lin Xin had no desire to be ensnared by the witch again. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, a black Porsche suddenly approached from the distant end of the road, its engine's roar echoing even from afar. Initially, Lin Xin paid it little mind, continuing along the roadside, for this was indeed the most upscale villa area in the city, and luxury vehicles like Porsches were far from uncommon. However, before long, the abrupt and piercing sound of brakes echoed, as a majestic black Porsche came to an immediate halt beside Lin Xin. Observing the vehicle parked adjacent to him, Lin Xin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intentions of its owner. The window of the driver's seat slowly descended, revealing a familiar face to Lin Xin. Ning Dongkong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xin and stated nonchalantly, "Get in the car. I wish to have a serious conversation with you. Should you refuse, I will ensure your expulsion from Magic City University." Upon hearing such an unabashed threat, the joy Lin Xin had felt from evading Ning Zhuya evaporated instantly. Do affluent individuals take pleasure in intimidating others? Inside the car, Ning Donghong observed the dissatisfaction in Lin Xin's eyes. Carelessly discarding his cigarette and waving his hand with a smile, "Do not wear such a fearsome expression. I genuinely only wish to converse with you and harbor no ill intentions." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xin, with a sense of resignation, opened the rear door of the Porsche and took a seat inside. What choice did he have? After all, his fists were no match for theirs. The thought of being expelled from Magic City University was daunting, as it would likely mean returning home to inherit the family cooking utensils, a prospect that sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 29. Secrets of a Ning family within a bustling CAF in the magical city. Lin Xin and Ning Donghong sat by the window. The establishment boasted a Western-style decor, with a grand piano positioned at its center, the pianist's fingers dancing over the keys, filling the air with a symphonic melody. Observing the incessant flow of traffic outside, Lin Xin took a sip of his coffee. It was bitter, yet tolerable. Opposite him, Ning Donghong sat with his hands clasped upon his lap, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Xin as he spoke in a calm tone. "I have summoned you today to discuss some matters, but first, I wish to pose a question. According to my research, your parents relocated to Sichuan province 2 decades ago. Do you know where your family resided prior to that? Sichuan province lies in close proximity to the magical city, separated only by a small province, and ranks among the mid-tier provinces in the country." Upon hearing this peculiar inquiry, Lin Xin set down his coffee and, though uncertain of the reason behind the question, shook his head in honest denial. Ning Donghong regarded him a moment longer, then sighed, continuing, "My wife, who is also Xiaoya's mother, suffered complications during Xiaoya's birth, resulting in the loss of her ability to bear children. This signifies that Xiaoya is my sole daughter and the only heir to Tianmu Group. As he recounted this sorrowful tale, a flicker of anguish crossed Ning Donghong's eyes. Yet he pressed on. Xiaoya once possessed a vibrant and cheerful disposition, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. Although she will eventually shoulder the weight of the Ning family legacy, my wife and I had intended to postpone her involvement until after her university graduation. However, circumstances compelled us to introduce her to the affairs of the group prematurely, even pushing her to mature at an accelerated pace. Lin Xin listened intently, his curiosity piqued. According to Ning Donghong, the former Ning Zhuya had transformed into a completely different person. How had she come to embody this new identity? Cheerful? Vivacious? Lin Xin doubted that such traits would ever be associated with the tempestuous woman Ning Zhuya had become. Ning Donghong, perceptive to the intrigue in Lin Xin's eyes, turned his gaze toward the window, a hint of sorrow etched upon his brow. "Are you familiar with the Qin family in the magical city?" he inquired. "The Qin family?" Lin Xin pondered deeply before shaking his head, the name sounding somewhat familiar. "The eldest son, Qin Jie, is currently studying at the University of Magic City. It is not uncommon for you to have heard of him." A dangerous glint of hatred and a palpable aura of menace flickered in Ning Donghong's eyes as he continued to elaborate on the origins of the Qin family. His voice took on a weighty tone. The Qin family stands as the second most prominent family in the magical city, with their influence pervasive throughout many governmental sectors. From the humble town mayor to the highest echelons of national departments, the influence wielded by the Qin family is truly beyond imagination. However, should they wish to ascend further, they must confront a formidable challenge. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's astute mind began to piece together certain truths. In Huahua, there exists a clear stipulation. Public officials are prohibited from engaging in commercial endeavors, and conversely, those in business are barred from entering governmental roles. Lin Xin had chanced upon this regulation during a university lecture, purportedly instituted to curb corruption and embezzlement. Listening to Ning Donghong's portrayal of the Qin family, it was evident that they had ascended to remarkable heights within the political arena. If one were to cite their flaws and ambitions, it could only pertain to their aspirations in business. As if confirming his thoughts, Lin Xin heard Ning Donghong continue. The Qin family has long coveted a foothold in the commercial sphere. For them, the combination of power and vast financial resources would undoubtedly be a boon, and my family, the Ning family, has become their target. When Xiaoya was merely 8 years old, a marriage contract was forged between the Qin family and the Ning family, aimed at gaining control over our Tianmu group without any investment. And then what? After absorbing Ning Donghong's revelations, Lin Xin felt no stirrings of emotion. After all, the affairs of the Ning family bore no consequence for him. However, the intricate web of deception among these prominent families was truly formidable. Lin Xin had never envisioned that such plots, typically confined to the pages of novels, would manifest in reality. Ning Donghong was not surprised by Lin Xin's indifference. Given his daughter's current temperament, it was likely that this young man harbored considerable resentment. He produced a golden bank card from his pocket and placed it upon the table, his expression earnest as he addressed Lin Xin. "I have come here without my wife's knowledge. While I acknowledge that it would be best for my daughter to become independent as soon as possible, I still wish for her to enjoy her time in university over the next 2 years. This card contains 30 million as a token of gratitude. All I ask is that you accompany Xiaoya during her time at university. It is the only thing I, as a father, can do." As he spoke, Ning Donghong stood, his gaze almost pleading as he looked at Lin Xin, gradually bowing his head, the act of reopening old wounds weighing heavily on his heart. His daughter's current disposition could be attributed to both him and his wife, a relentless cycle of nurturing and pressure and necessary cruelty. Should the Qin family successfully engulf the Ning family, Xiaoya, as the heir to the Tianmu group, would likely not survive the year. To fully seize control, the Qin family would undoubtedly resort to the most clandestine measures to eliminate their rival's offspring. Yet, if his daughter could mature, perhaps a glimmer of hope might remain. Upon hearing these secrets, Lin Xin suddenly found a semblance of understanding for Ning Zhuya's obsessive nature. While he was reveling in carefree pursuits with friends, she had been compelled to delve into the complexities of business knowledge, a journey that must have been unbearable for an ordinary person. It can be said that the trials endured over the past decade have shaped Ning Zhuya into the person she is today. However, Lin Xin himself is an unexpected variable, which is precisely why Ning Donghong took the initiative to approach him. As a father, he is determined to compensate for the shortcomings now that his daughter has finally developed an interest in someone. He would go to great lengths, even to the point of kneeling, should Lin Xin agree to it, without a moment's hesitation. In the tranquil CAF, the delicate melody of the piano resonated softly, creating a serene atmosphere. Yet, in the corner by the window, there lingered an air of dissonance, heavy and oppressive. Lin Xin rose from his seat, casting not a glance at the bank card before him. He pursed his lips and murmured, "I am sorry." Chapter 30. Worship. Lin Xin rose from his seat, his inky eyes cast downward. "I'm sorry." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xin outright declined Ning Donghong's request. He could never bring himself to cater to others for the sake of money. Such a thing was beyond him. Ning Donghong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Xin to refuse him. After all, this was a staggering 30 million. Merely accompanying his daughter for 2 years could yield such a fortune, a prospect that should have seemed unfathomable to someone from an ordinary family like Lin Xin's. He instinctively asked why. Ning Donghong believed he knew Lin Xin well enough. According to his investigations, Lin Xin had been striving to secure scholarships throughout his 3 years in high school and during his first year in university. Now, after presenting such a generous offer, Lin Xin had dismissed it without a second thought. Just as Lin Xin intended to reveal that he and Ning Zhuya had fallen out, the CAF glass door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. The door shattered, its fragments raining down with a crisp sound. The commotion startled everyone in the CAF, their gazes filled with trepidation as they turned toward the entrance. At the threshold stood a black-clad bodyguard who had smashed the glass door, clearing the way for Ning Zhuya, who entered with a frosty expression. Clad in a white floral dress, her gaze rapidly swept across the CAF and quickly zeroed in on Lin Xin, her countenance darkening further upon spotting her father. Casually, she produced a bank card and placed it on the counter, her voice devoid of warmth as she declared, "I'm clearing this place today. All losses will be deducted from this." With that, Ning Zhuya strode toward Lin Xin in the corner, prompting the other patrons to hastily vacate the premises. Most of those who frequented this CAF were affluent, and the one thing they feared most was the wrath of the wealthy. In the CAF's corner, Lin Xin felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld Ning Zhuya advancing with an icy demeanor. What was she doing here? Surely she wasn't. He, having second thoughts, Ning Donghong, upon seeing his daughter approach, opened his mouth to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Ning Zhuya. Standing before the table, she fixed her cold gaze upon her father. There was no hatred or resentment in her eyes, only indifference as she said, "I do not require anyone's pity." After speaking, Ning Zhuya reached for Lin Xin's hand and led him toward the exit, leaving Ning Donghong with only her retreating figure. Lin Xin found himself passively following her, his wrist firmly grasped by her, leaving no room for escape. Outside the CAF, a red Maybach awaited them. Ning Zhuya released Lin Xin's hand, opened the car door, and took the driver's seat. She turned her head, her cold eyes scrutinizing Lin Xin. "What are you dawdling for? Get in." Oh, perhaps having learned of Ning Zhuya's circumstances softened Lin Xin's animosity toward her, and thus he made no attempt to refuse. After all, if Ning Zhuya did not wish to let him go, there was no way he could escape her grasp. With a roar, as the accelerator was pressed down, the red Maybach surged forward like a crimson blur, speeding into the distance. The atmosphere inside the car exuded a sense of oppressive tranquility. Ning Zhuya cast a cold gaze ahead and spoke indifferently. "What did my father tell you?" Lin Xin, seated in the passenger's seat, leaned against the car door, his eyes cast outside the window as he replied in a flat tone. What else could he have said? Surely you have already guessed. Given Ning Zhuya's intellect, Lin Xin found it hard to believe she could remain oblivious to Ning Donghong's intentions in seeking him out. Ning Zhuya, while driving, maintained her impassive demeanor. Her voice as frigid as a snowy night. What are your thoughts after hearing that? Do you feel pity for me? If Lin Xin truly held such sentiments, Ning Zhuya would not have been surprised, for compassion is a universal trait, albeit varying in degree. However, how could that be? Lin Xin resolutely shook his head, his gaze steady as he observed the swiftly passing scenery outside, uttering a statement that stirred a tremor within Ning Zhuya. As if recalling something, Lin Xin's voice grew somber. To be honest, I do not pity you. Rather, I find a certain admiration for you. The trials you have faced since childhood are beyond what most can imagine. Under the constant threat of a sword hanging over your head, you have persevered until now. If I were in your position, I doubt I could have managed as you have. Sacrificing everything for a cause that does not interest me, I would have crumbled long ago. I encountered a similar situation in my youth, yet I chose to abandon it outright. Hearing Lin Xin's unexpected perspective, the chill in Ning Zhuya's eyes softened slightly, though her tone remained unchanged. Do you realize what you are doing? If you truly wish to be rid of me, you should refrain from uttering such words. Simply expressing pity for me would compel me to unhesitatingly cast you from the car, and then you would be free. Lin Xin, with a resigned gesture, responded, I cannot help it. To do what I desire and to speak my mind is my life's creed. He was a man who could not be coerced into submission, even by the mightiest of forces when his boundaries were crossed. After approximately 10 minutes, Ning Zhuya gradually brought the car to a halt at the entrance of Moda University, stating coldly, get out. At her words, Lin Xin did not exhibit much joy. He simply opened the car door and began walking towards the dormitory. Just then, he heard Ning Zhuya's voice from behind. Make sure to rest well. Starting tomorrow, you will begin working for me in the student council. As we agreed, 2,000 a month. Lin Xin, taken aback and halfway through the school gate, exclaimed, What? I thought it was 20,000. How did it become 2,000? Besides, weren't you going to let me go? Ning Zhuya, observing his reaction from inside the car, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she gently replied, Remember to arrive on time. If you are late, I will deduct from your wages. Do not even think about escaping, or I shall be displeased. With that, the window was rolled up completely, and the red Maybach roared to life, departing from the school gate, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes in its wake. Lin Xin let out a sigh upon witnessing the scene, turning to make his way back to the dormitory building, mistakenly believing that Ning Zhuya had finally grown weary of him, only to discover that she was merely toying with him. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Zhuya had indeed been serious at that moment. However, after hearing Lin Xin's reflections on his own experiences in the car, her suppressed curiosity surged forth once more. If her initial interest in him had been sparked by his uniqueness, it had now evolved into a profound fascination with Lin Xin as a whole. It was akin to an addiction. Once the initial taste was savored, there was no turning back. Chapter 31. Imported mineral water in the afternoon. At the prestigious Magic City University, Lin Xin found himself halted at the entrance of his dormitory. Xiao Jie, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stood before him, observing with keen interest. You must be Lin Xin? Looking up from his phone, Lin Xin regarded the young man before him with curiosity. Judging by age, they seemed to be peers with a similar level of attractiveness. And you are? Xiao Jie extended his hand, maintaining a warm smile. Let us get acquainted. I am Xiao Jie. However, you might find my other identity more intriguing. I'm also known as Qin Jie, the fiancé of the eldest daughter of the Ning family. At this revelation, surprise flickered across Lin Xin's face, his gaze towards Xiao Jie becoming more earnest. He had just heard Ning Zhuya discuss the Qin family's engagement, and, unexpectedly, the principal figure appeared before him shortly thereafter. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Beneath the dormitory, Lin Xin extended his hand for a brief shake with Xiao Jie, stating casually, Lin Xin, a sophomore. Yes, I am aware, Xiao Jie nodded. It seems you have heard of the affair between the Ning and Qin families. Lin Xin's expression remained composed as he regarded Xiao Jie steadily. Are you here to ask me to keep my distance from your fiancé? That is understandable. After all, no one wishes to see their future wife overly familiar with another man. However, Xiao Jie shook his head, returning his hands to his pockets, and smiled lightly at Lin Xin. You are overthinking it. My curiosity about you is purely innocent. While I hold a slight interest in that woman, it is not of an emotional nature, and she does not align with my preferences. Among my contemporaries in Magic City, Ning Zhuya is the only one I hold in high regard, which makes me curious about what makes you so special that she chose you. In response, Lin Xin shrugged and offered a nonchalant smile. You may be disappointed. I am merely an ordinary university student, lacking any extraordinary traits. I beg to differ, Xiao Jie replied, stepping toward the playground. He paused momentarily as he passed Lin Xin, giving his shoulder a light pat, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. One's gaze cannot be deceived. The fact that you remain composed upon learning of my identity as the scion of the Qin family is, in itself, a rarity. Moreover, your eyes reveal that you and I belong to the same ilk. If there exists a hierarchy in this world, you stand on the same rung as I do. With that, Xiao Jie ambled toward the bustling playground, a smile ever present on his face, seemingly able to mingle with anyone. Yet, as Lin Xin watched Xiao Jie's retreating figure, he furrowed his brow, sensing an innate complexity about him that was difficult to decipher. Encounters with individuals who elude his understanding were rare. Initially, Ning Zhuya had been one such person, and now, even after Xiao Jie revealed his identity, a veil of inscrutability lingered around him. Today's occurrences were indeed far from ordinary. After a few days away, Lin Xin returned to the dormitory, only to find Li Liang hiding under the covers engaged in inappropriate activities. The sudden sound of the door startled Li Liang, who was caught off guard, unable to pull up his pants in time. Upon recognizing Lin Xin, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xin cast a disdainful glance at his close friend, saying, "You ought to exercise some restraint, my good buddy. Hiding under the covers in broad daylight. Be careful. One day you might exhaust yourself, and I'll have to deal with your remains." "Get lost," Li Liang retorted with a laugh, climbing out of bed and eyeing Lin Xin curiously. "What brings you back so suddenly? Did the young lady from the Ning family tire of you and kick you to the curb?" Lin Xin reclined on the bed, sighed heavily, and replied, "If only that were the case. By the way, how is Qianjin doing?" "Well, she seems fine, I suppose," Li Liang responded, returning to his computer desk. "For what I've seen, everything appears normal. She shouldn't have any issues." Lin Xin murmured in acknowledgement, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. On Thursday morning at 8, the summer sun blazed brightly, making anyone walking along the roadside sweat profusely. In the student council office, Ning Zhuya, legs crossed, impatiently checked her phone, while Xiao Ting continued to enjoy her breakfast. 10 minutes had passed since the designated clock-in time, and just as Ning Zhuya's patience began to wear thin, the office door finally swung open. In walked Lin Xin, yawning and holding half-eaten steamed bun. "You're late," Ning Zhuya remarked coolly from the couch, casting a frosty gaze at him. Lin Xin strolled in leisurely, chose a seat, took a bite of his bun, and nonchalantly replied, "According to Article 16 of the Student Council Regulations, as long as one clocks in within 15 minutes of the standard time, it is not considered late." "Huh." Ning Zhuya stood up and approached Lin Xin, smirking. "You seem well-versed in the Student Council's regulations." With that, she snatched the remaining half of Lin Xin's bun and devoured it in a few swift bites, licking her fingers and casually stating, "Rules are made by people. If I say you're late, then you're late." Sitting quietly, Xiao Ting took her breakfast and discreetly exited, closing the office door behind her. Now, the office was left with just Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya. The latter seized Lin Xin by the collar and, with a domineering kiss, pulled him closer. After approximately 10 minutes, when Xiao Ting re-entered the office, the once vibrant Lin Xin lay lifelessly on the couch. Ning Zhuya sat beside him, playing with his short black hair and occasionally pinching his cheeks as if toying with a cherished plaything. She softly inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Xin pressed his lips together and replied, "Not too bad." Ning Zhuya then said, "But I didn't sleep well last night." Lin Xin remarked, "That is truly unfortunate. Staying up late will give you dark circles under your eyes." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's expression darkened, although she understood that Lin Xin was deliberately provoking her. She couldn't suppress the irritation brewing within her. "Pour me a glass of water," she commanded, giving Lin Xin a light slap on the backside. Lin Xin responded with a casual acknowledgement, picking up the pale pink cup from Ning Zhuya's desk and making his way to the water dispenser to fill it with hot water. "Here you go," he said, placing the filled cup in front of Ning Zhuya, who did not accept it. "I prefer imported water," she stated coolly. "Imported?" Lin Xin's mind momentarily faltered as he scratched his head. "Where am I supposed to get imported water for you right now? Besides, doesn't tea water taste the same?" Seeing that this fool failed to grasp her meaning, Ning Zhuya pointed to her lips and reiterated, "Imported. Do you understand?" Only then did Lin Xin comprehend, albeit reluctantly taking a sip of the water before directing it towards Ning Zhuya's red lips. After all, they had kissed before. What difference did it make if it was imported? It wasn't as if he was at a disadvantage. Chapter 32. Calling wife within the student council office. Ning Zhuya wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's neck, seizing the water from his mouth entirely, and finally, with satisfaction, licked the corner of her lips. She observed the faint blush on Lin Xin's face and teased, "What's this? We are already an old married couple, and you still feel shy?" Caught off guard, Lin Xin huffed in displeasure, wiping the moisture from his lips. "Who is an old married couple with you? I'm just a bit hot, you know?" He couldn't help it. Unlike Ning Zhuya, who was carefree, he had been single for 20 years and was still adjusting to having a girlfriend, even if it was somewhat forced. Suddenly struck by a thought, he sat beside Ning Zhuya and inquired, "Do you know that Xiao Jie?" Ning Zhuya narrowed her eyes. "Have you met him?" Lin Xin nodded, curiosity piqued. "I saw him once yesterday. He seems like a peculiar person. Do you know anything about him?" "Want to know?" Ning Zhuya gestured to her face with a smile. "Kiss me and call me wife, and I shall tell you." Upon hearing this, the curiosity on Lin Xin's face vanished instantly. He turned away, expressionless. "Never mind. I'm suddenly not curious anymore." In an unexpected turn, a small knife appeared in Ning Zhuya's hand, glinting ominously as it caught the light on Lin Xin's profile. She turned to him. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" As she spoke, she casually twirled the knife between her fingers, winking at Lin Xin. Lin Xin thought to himself, "Could you be any more obvious with your threats?" Reluctantly, he leaned in and planted a kiss on Ning Zhuya's fair cheek. "Now, can you tell me, my wife?" "Ah, what a good boy." Ning Zhuya beamed upon hearing him call her wife. Then she beckoned Lin Xin closer and pointed to her thigh, her intent unmistakable. A minute later, Lin Xin found himself resting his head on Ning Zhuya's delicate leg. His face slightly flushed as the sweet fragrance enveloped him. Leaning back against the sofa, Ning Zhuya gently caressed Lin Xin's hair and softly murmured, "Xiao Jie is not an ordinary person. If possible, keep your distance from him. He is not someone to be trifled with." Feeling the softness of her leg, Lin Xin frowned. "How not ordinary?" Ning Zhuya smiled, smoothing out his furrowed brow. "Your balance is insufficient. If you wish to know more, please recharge." Speechless, Lin Xin called out wife once more, prompting Ning Zhuya to continue. "Actually, Xiao Jie was not originally the heir of the Qin family, but rather the illegitimate son of Qin Peng, the head of the Qin family. My original fiancé is not him." As she spoke, Ning Zhuya's expression grew serious. While stroking Lin Xin, she calmly added, "However, shortly after the marriage contract was established, Qin Peng's second and third sons were kidnapped by a group of murderers during an outing. I happened to hear that this group of individuals were, by chance, enemies of the Qin family. After abducting Qin Peng's two sons, they cruelly ended their lives and even recorded a video to send to Qin Peng." Following this revelation, Ning Zhuya fell silent again. Lin Xin, resting on her lap, called out, "Wife?" It was only then that Ning Zhuya continued. "Afterward, all those murderers perished in a ravine, having been poisoned by someone." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin was instantly struck by conjecture. "Are you suggesting they were poisoned by Xiao Jie?" Ning Zhuya shook her head. "I'm not certain. This is merely my speculation. After all, the primary beneficiary of that incident was Xiao Jie, since he assumed the identity of the heir. He has demonstrated remarkable business acumen and an extraordinary depth of character. Even I dare not underestimate him. His ambition is formidable." Lin Xin remarked. "Shouldn't you be pleased to have such a capable fiancé?" Hearing this, Ning Zhuya smiled and playfully pinched Lin Xion's cheek. Are you feeling jealous? Rest assured, I've already spoken with him privately. Once I assist him with a matter after graduation, this engagement can be dissolved. Who is jealous? Knowing what he wished to find out, Lin Xian attempted to sit up, but was gently pushed back down by Ning Zhuya. She softly said, let's stay like this for a while. No one will disturb us. Meanwhile, Xiao Ting, who was playing a game, interjected, President, your words truly sadden me. I'm a person too. Seeing you two display affection makes me uncomfortable. Someone come and be in a relationship with me. In the office of the chairman of Tianmu Group, Ning Donghong, dressed in a suit, entered the office. Ning Yuan, who was handling documents, glanced up at him and then returned her gaze, saying indifferently, have you sought out that young man? What are your impressions? You truly see through everything. Ning Donghong replied with a wry smile as he took a seat on the office sofa, sighing, to be honest, I find him somewhat elusive. This boy named Lin Xin always seems to act unpredictably when you think you have him completely figured out. Something feels off, whether it's him or his background. It all gives me an unreal sensation. Ning Yin paused, her pen in hand, raising an eyebrow. It's rare to see someone you cannot see through. It seems this generation of youth is quite remarkable. Both Xiao Jie and Lin Xin possess extraordinary qualities far beyond their peers. Ning Donghong looked up at the ceiling, his brow furrowed with concern. What do you intend to do about Lin Xin? Our daughter is quite fond of him. Ning Yin resumed her writing, her pen gliding swiftly across the paper, forming elegant characters. She replied mildly, let them be. Xiaoya is no longer a child. She knows the path she must take. Her future is beyond our influence. How has the situation with the individual I asked you to approach unfolded? If we could secure the assistance of that gentleman, the Qin family would undoubtedly proceed with caution, refraining from any actions against us, at least for the immediate future. Ning Donghong exhaled deeply, shaking his head, his tone somewhat somber. It was a failure. I didn't even get to meet him. Without connections or a solid background, how could they possibly consider seeing us? Obtaining the support of that elderly gentleman seems an insurmountable challenge. Upon hearing this, Ning Yin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It appeared that they could only let things take their natural course. Chapter 33. Opening one's mouth as mealtime approached. Students at Magic City University surged forth in droves, eagerly racing toward the dining hall in a bid to secure a prime seat. Within the confines of the student council office in the club building, Lin Xian glanced at the firmly closed bathroom door, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to step outside. After all, one is made of iron, and food is as essential as steel. Earlier, his breakfast had consisted of merely a single bun, half of which had been pilfered by Ning Zhuya, leaving his stomach grumbling in protest. A slight vibration from his phone captured his attention. It was a message from Li Liang. Li, hey, my dear son, shall I have your godfather bring you a meal? I am currently at the front of the line, proud. Lin Xin, since my son is so considerate, I shall graciously accept. Li, exiting the chat interface. A faint smile graced Lin Xian's face as he descended the stairs, feeling quite emboldened by the 2,000 yuan quietly resting in his account. As he reached the ground floor, Ning Zhuya had just emerged from the restroom, watching Lin Xian disappear from sight. She turned questioningly to the corner where Xiao Ting sat. Where's Lin Xian gone? Xiao Ting, savoring a luxurious takeaway meal, replied softly after a bite of lobster. He just went downstairs. He must be heading to the dining hall. Upon hearing that Lin Xian had ventured to the dining hall alone, Ning Zhuya narrowed her eyes and swiftly made her way outside the office. How audacious, Lin Xian. In the brief moment I stepped away, you dare to run off. Is dining more important than my presence? Meanwhile, within the bustling and lively dining hall, nearly every seat was occupied, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Although the cuisine at Magic City University was not particularly extravagant, it offered a commendable variety, with delicious aromas wafting throughout the space. In a corner of the hall, upon Lin Xian's arrival, he found Li Liang and the unperturbed Qin she seated at a table. Noticing that only one meal was present on the table, Lin Xian inquired with puzzlement, where's my food? I barely had enough for breakfast, and now I'm famished. Please don't tell me you forgot. Before Li Liang could respond, she produced a meal box from beneath the table and smiled at Lin Xin. I've been practicing my cooking lately, and today I happened to make an extra portion, so I didn't have Li Liang fetch you anything. As she opened the box, the exquisite dishes inside were clearly of a far superior quality than the cafeteria fare. Lin Xion's mouth watered at the sight of the fragrant, steaming food, yet he hesitated, recalling his complicated relationship with Ning Zhuya. If she were to discover this, a lecture would undoubtedly ensue. However, glancing at the long queue at the dining hall counter and feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach, he found himself torn. Seeing Lin Xion's indecision, she urged him again, stop standing there, sit down and eat. Even if you go to get food now, there will only be scraps left. Besides, Ning Zhuya isn't here right now. So what are you afraid of? Lin Xin seemed to resonate with the sentiment expressed, yet ultimately, the insatiable desire for food overwhelmed his thoughts. He promptly seated himself at the table, and upon gazing at the array of dishes before him, his appetite surged. Grasping his chopsticks, he began to devour the meal voraciously, unable to contain himself due to his overwhelming hunger. Beside him, she rested her chin on her hand, watching the spectacle with a smile, reminding him gently, eat slowly or you might choke. Li Liang, sitting nearby, suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. He glanced at Lin Xin's exquisite lunchbox, then at the contents of his own bowl, and his appetite diminished instantly. Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. Despite my own admirable appearance, why is it that no one seems to favor me? Due to his intense hunger, Lin Xin's eating pace was considerably quicker than usual, leading others to perceive that he was merely eager because the food was exceptionally delectable. Having finished his meal, Li Liang stood up, intending to wash the dishes, when something caught his peripheral vision. His pupils constricted, and he glanced once more at Lin Xin, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded Li Liang's mind, culminating in a sly smile as he returned to his seat, poised to witness an unfolding drama. Throughout this, Qianjin's attention remained steadfastly on Lin Xin, oblivious to the scene developing around her. She simply leaned on her hand, watching Lin Xin eat, with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Just as Lin Xin was about to finish his meal, he suddenly sensed a chill enveloping the atmosphere, a profound silence descending around him. At that moment, a familiar, icy voice pierced through the stillness from behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Seems like you're enjoying your meal. Lin Xin's hand, poised to scoop up more rice, froze mid-motion as he swallowed a piece of braised pork. He awkwardly set down the bowl and turned his head, inadvertently meeting the gaze of those chilling eyes. Ning Zhuya, observing Lin Xin's response, let out a cold laugh. Why have you stopped eating? A ghastly smile appeared on Lin Xin's face, one that was more pitiable than a cry. Do you want some? I can share. The moment the words escaped his lips, Li Liang, who had been spectating, burst into laughter. You really think you'll share? That is a bold move, Xin. Ning Zhuya's expression darkened further, and Lin Xin quickly realized his blunder, hastily backtracking. No, I didn't mean it like that. In response, she stood up and clarified. I made this meal for Lin Xin, hoping he could taste it. You wouldn't want to interfere with that, would you? Lin Xin, nearly in tears, silently pleaded. Please don't say anything more. It feels like a death sentence. Only then did Ning Zhuya notice the stark difference between Lin Xin's meal and the cafeteria offerings, her anger simmering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, after a moment's reflection, she decided to suppress her ire, moving closer to Lin Xin and pushing his lunchbox aside. At that moment, a bodyguard clad in black approached, carrying a multi-layered lunch box from which enticing aromas wafted. Even through the lid, the surrounding students could no longer endure the scene. One by one, they hurriedly carried their bowls away from this place of gossip, their hearts filled with envy towards Lin Xin, who was so envious that he could have bitten his own teeth to pieces. How infuriating! Two goddesses serving food, and this scoundrel was not meeting his demise. As the bodyguard set down the lunch boxes, Ning Zhuya slowly lifted the lid, revealing a spread of sumptuous dishes, the air thick with tantalizing aromas. Ning Zhuya deftly picked up a piece of braised pork knuckle with her chopsticks and brought it to Lin Xion's lips, smiling sweetly. Darling. Open wide, Lin Xin gazed at the delectable and fragrant pork knuckle before him. After a moment's hesitation, he complied and took a bite. As he chewed, his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Being a culinary enthusiast himself, he was particularly discerning about food, yet this pork knuckle was undeniably crafted by a top chef. Its flavor was nothing short of perfection. With a playful smile, Ning Zhuya offered him another piece. Her red lips parting, Lin Xin chuckled, obediently opening his mouth to accept it, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. To onlookers, their interaction seemed exceedingly intimate, undeniably reminiscent of a couple in love. Witnessing this scene, Qianjin felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She didn't even bother to take her lunchbox and quickly exited the cafeteria. Li Liang, sensing it was time for him to withdraw, hastily picked up Lin Xin's unfinished lunch and dashed towards the dishwashing area. Ning Zhuya cast a disdainful glance at Qianjin's retreating figure, scoffing at the absurdity of her attempting to compete for a man. Meanwhile, Lin Xin remained, patiently awaiting his next morsel. Ning Zhuya, however, placed the chopsticks into his hands and said, somewhat impatiently, "What are you waiting for? I'm hungry too. If you don't want to meet a dire fate, hurry and feed me." "Oh, okay." Lin Xin looked at the chopsticks in his hand, feeling a twinge of grievance. Her change of attitude was swifter than turning a page in a book, and he himself had yet to satisfy his own hunger. Chapter 34. Trouble knocks at the door. Unlike the usual vibrant atmosphere, the cafeteria today was unusually tranquil. Despite it being mealtime, few patrons could be seen, save for a man and a woman seated in the far corner. Lin Xin delicately lifted a vibrant green vegetable and fed it to Ning Zhuya, before once again using his chopsticks to savor a delectable piece of meat. With her chin resting on her hand, Ning Zhuya gazed at Lin Xin with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Eating another girl's lunch. How do you think I should punish you?" she teased, pinching Lin Xin's cheek, causing him to break into a nervous sweat. "We are intellectuals. After all, we cannot resort to violence," Lin Xin said, shrinking his neck in mock fear. He genuinely dreaded the prospect of her acting on her threats, fearing he might end up hospitalized again, possibly without coverage for his medical expenses. Ning Zhuya, amused by Lin Xin's expression, contemplated for a moment before pulling him into her embrace, gazing deeply into his eyes. "I've heard that woman is from a camping club, and you are a member too, dear. Surely you would be willing to withdraw from that club for my sake, wouldn't you?" Relieved by the nature of her inquiry, Lin Xin smiled, his tone dripping with affection. "Of course, my dear. For you, I would brave any peril. After all, the camping club had only a handful of activities throughout the year. Resigning would not be a significant loss." He resolved to navigate the immediate challenges first. "That's more like it," Ning Zhuya said, retrieving her utensils from the table and allowing Lin Xin to recline in her embrace as she began to feed him. "As long as you behave, why would I ever dream of hurting you?" The meal, neither overly long nor short, extended for a full hour. Once they finished dining, Ning Zhuya took Lin Xin back to the student council office, ready to commence their work. After all, she was the president of the student council. And with the fireworks festival approaching in 2 days, numerous arrangements needed to be made. Relying solely on shouting would undoubtedly overwhelm her. In the office, Ning Zhuya settled into her chair, observing Lin Xin sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. After a moment's thought, she rummaged through a stack of papers beside her. "Come here," she called out to him. Startled, Lin Xin reluctantly set aside his game, glancing longingly at the imminent victory before walking over to her. "What is it?" Ning Zhuya tossed a document in his direction, speaking plainly. "As the vice president of the student council, you ought to handle this. It's a notification. Please deliver it to each club." With a resigned expression, Lin Xin accepted the hefty stack of papers, turning to exit the office. Thankfully, all the clubs were clustered together. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed running across the sprawling campus of Magic City University. As he stepped out of the office, he heard Ning Zhuya's icy voice behind him. "You would do well to remain honest. If I discover that you have been clandestinely courting other girls during work hours, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Rest assured," Lin Xin replied awkwardly, scratching his head before hastening down the stairs. "How absurd. To be suspected of being a scoundrel. Am I truly that sort of person? How dare anyone question my integrity?" 10 minutes later, in the camping department's classroom on the second floor of the club building, Lin Xion's loud shouts reverberated. Goodness, Liangzi, are you that feeble? You were taken out by that duck in one hit. You should consume more stamina supplements. You're talking nonsense. You, a coward, hid behind me while I was dealing damage. Have you no shame? Qianjin's voice, tinged with exasperation, broke through. Could you two possibly keep it down? It's midday, and I would like to enjoy a peaceful nap. In the cramped classroom, which could barely accommodate a dozen people. Lin Xian and Li Liang were nearly at each other's throats, neither willing to yield. Qianjin, who was lying nearby, was already accustomed to this scene. Her expression one of resignation. As for the notification documents, Lin Xian had handled them all. Placing one in front of each club was all that was required, though it would take some time to go downstairs. At that moment, the classroom door was flung open with force, and 3 tall boys strode in. Their demeanor aggressive and clearly not friendly. Leading them was Qianjin, who cast a disdainful glance at the quarrelsome duo and coldly inquired, "Which of you is Lin Xian?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Li Liang simultaneously released their grip, their expressions turning hostile as they regarded the newcomers. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you want with me?" Qianjin looked at Lin Xian with derision and bluntly belittled him. "It's nothing much. I merely wish to see what sort of man Ning Zhuya, that madwoman, has chosen. I had some expectations, but upon seeing you, I am utterly disappointed. The esteemed daughter of Tianmu Group has chosen a mere pauper like you." At this point, Li Liang seemed to recognize the identity of the person before them and turned to Lin Xian, saying, "This appears to be Qianjin from the Qin family. I heard he pursued Ning Zhuya when we enrolled, but she completely ignored him, turning him into a laughingstock at school." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian feigned realization and regarded Qianjin with pitying eyes. "Ah, so you are the blind one. Are you here to stir up trouble out of jealousy, seeking to satiate your pathetic sense of inferiority?" Li Liang nodded in agreement, sighing, truly pitiful, a child starved of maternal affection. Qianjin's expression darkened instantly. Who dared to speak to him this way at school? These two were truly audacious. He had no intention of lingering any longer and coldly warned Lin Xian, "I have come to warn you. Keep your distance from Ning Zhuya. She is not someone you can approach. Otherwise, should you find yourself caught in an unguarded corner and receive a thorough beating, do not say, 'I did not forewarn you.'" After speaking, Qianjin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xian and let out a cold snort, leading his 2 lackeys out of the classroom and slamming the door shut. Qianjin, who had been watching from the side, shook her head in disbelief. Given her understanding of this duo, she anticipated what was to come. TSK, poor child. As the door closed with a resounding thud, Lin Xian and Li Liang exchanged solemn glances, both comprehending the unspoken message in each other's eyes. The hunt was about to begin. It had been far too long since I had ventured into the world, and some had nearly forgotten my existence. How dare these insignificant characters approach me? Meanwhile, just outside the club building, Qianjin and his entourage fortuitously crossed paths with Xiao Jie, who had just finished a basketball game. Observing his cousin's gloomy demeanor, Xiao Jie squinted with a smile, noting, "It seems you've already confronted him. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. You're no match for him." Qianjin glared at Xiao Jie, who appeared harmless, and gritted his teeth in response. "Do not interfere with me. Just wait and see. I will ensure you witness the person you have chosen being utterly crushed beneath my feet." With that, Qianjin turned on his heel and stormed off, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. Xiao Jie watched him leave with an amused expression, shaking his head in disbelief at the foolishness displayed. Chapter 35. Lin Xian, twinkling, twinkling, shining brightly. After Qianjin departed, Lin Xian and Li Liang resumed their mobile game, determined to eliminate that obstinate duck today. Observing Li Liang's indecisiveness as he switched weapons, Lin Xian impatiently urged him, "Hurry up. I've even brought out my general. You just need to lie back." Li Liang scoffed, dismissing Lin Xian's urgency. I wonder how many times someone has uttered that phrase, only to exit the game in less than 3 seconds each time. Just as Lin Xian was about to retort, the door to the clubroom was forcefully kicked open again, startling him to the point where he thought Qianjin had returned, his expression turning menacing as he turned around. "Is this never-ending? Believe me, I'll make you search the floor for your—" Just as he was about to finish, Lin Xin quietly turned back, swallowed hard, and lowered his gaze to his phone, his mind now completely elsewhere. A chill crept up his spine as a cool hand ruffled his hair from behind, accompanied by a cold sneer. Who were you just saying you would make search for their teeth? Lin Xin hung his head like a child caught in wrongdoing, his body trembling slightly as he stammered. Why, you must have misheard. I said nothing. Standing behind him was Ning Zhuya, exuding an aura of coldness. Her expression dark as she pinched his cheek firmly and stated icily, I recall warning you, didn't I? You seem to have taken my words lightly, Lin Xin. You truly possess a remarkable talent for disregard. With stiff movements, Lin Xin turned to face her, his expression pained as he explained, Well, I've completed my work. Taking a moment to play a game seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Reasonable? Ning Zhuya continued to squeeze Lin Xin's face, then slapped it lightly twice. I don't recall granting you permission to do so. Observing the suddenly tense atmosphere, Li Liang recoiled in fear, retreating to a corner. Having been haunted by the memory of his last encounter with this fierce woman, she was terrifying. Brother, good luck. Soon. Ning Zhuya brutally twisted Lin Xin's ear as she marched towards the study room, her countenance unyielding, causing passing students to instinctively step aside in trepidation. Hey, take it easy. I truly apologize. I promise I won't do it again. Upon reaching the door of the study room, Ning Zhuya kicked it open, dragging the lamenting Lin Xin inside, then slammed the door shut and locked it. Inside the silent study room, Lin Xin curled up in the corner by the window, fearfully watching as Ning Zhuya approached him. This scene felt oddly familiar. As the stillness enveloped the room, Ning Zhuya halted before Lin Xin, glanced at her little shoes, and, after a moment's thought, casually removed them. The delicate jade-like foot stood upon the cold ground, as Ning Zhuya observed Lin Xin's fearful demeanor. She slightly lifted her rosy little foot and fiercely aimed it towards him. Instinctively, Lin Xin shut his eyes, and a resounding thud echoed in his ears. When he finally opened his eyes again, that dainty foot was merely a hair's breadth away from his head. In the final moment, Ning Zhuya refrained from striking him. Her icy gaze fixed on Lin Xin, seemingly striving to suppress the fury within her. You had better appease me at once. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't miss next time. With a gulp, Lin Xin swallowed hard, aware that this was his last opportunity. He hastily rose from the ground, awkwardly encircling Ning Zhuya's slender waist, and lifted her to a nearby chair. Ning Zhuya, with her bare jade-like foot resting on Lin Xin's lap, regarded him with a hint of curiosity, eager to see how this fellow would attempt to placate her. At this moment, Lin Xin's mind was racing. Having never been in a romantic relationship, he was utterly clueless about how to soothe someone. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind until he finally devised a plan. There was no time to waste. He would go for broke. Lin Xin wrapped his arms around Ning Zhuya's waist, his lips slightly parted as if preparing to say something profound. Seeing this, Ning Zhuya felt her anticipation mounting. Then, in the study room, a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack began to sing. Lin Xin, holding the person in his embrace, closed his eyes, convinced of his own charm, and began to chant, Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. As he sang, his voice gradually faded, and he awkwardly admitted, give me a moment to think. I've forgotten the lyrics. Ning Zhuya was so amused that she nearly laughed, pinching Lin Xin's face with a somewhat dangerous glint in her eyes. Is this how you intend to soothe me? By singing nursery rhymes? Do you take me for a 3-year-old, or do you wish to suffer a bit? Sitting in the chair, Lin Xin felt a pang of grievance. But this is the only song I know. Alternatively, I could sing the national anthem. I'm well versed in that, so I surely won't forget the words. Forget it. Ning Zhuya sighed, sensing his honesty, and after a moment, she leaned into Lin Xin's embrace and softly said, Hold me tightly. Let me rest quietly for a while. With that, she closed her eyes, curling up like a well-behaved kitten in his arms. Having narrowly escaped a crisis, Lin Xin exhaled in relief, embracing her tightly. An enchanting fragrance enveloped his senses, creating a comforting atmosphere that was hard to resist. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting dancing shadows as the two rested with closed eyes, creating an exceptionally heartwarming scene. After a considerable time, Ning Zhuya opened her eyes with satisfaction and softly requested, "Put my shoes on." However, after waiting for a moment, Lin Xin remained unresponsive, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, clearly asleep. Ning Zhuya sat up from Lin Xin's lap, gazing at him in exasperation as he snored peacefully. Suddenly, she recalled their first meeting, wherein he had also been napping. He truly was exceptionally lazy. Moments later, in an unaware slumber, Lin Xin's head found its way onto Ning Zhuya's soft, fair legs. What a great lazy pig he was. Ning Zhu gently caressed Lin Xin's hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 36. A violent confrontation with Qianjin. Lin Xin is kidnapped. As the evening approached, Lin Xin slowly awakened from his reverie, his head resting upon the pristine lap of Ning Zhuya. Unconsciously, he blurted out, "Wow, black lace." A cool voice echoed in his ears, "Is it beautiful?" Ning Zhuya, caressing Lin Xin's head, wore a somewhat perilous smile. With a derisive laugh, she remarked, "I asked you to amuse me, and yet here you are, not only singing nursery rhymes, but also sprawled across my lap for an entire afternoon." Driven by an instinct for survival, Lin Xin quickly sat up, shifting to the side and placing Ning Zhuya's delicate white leg upon his own. He began to gently knead it, grinning. "How's that? Is the pressure suitable?" Upon witnessing this, Ning Zhuya let out a cold snort. "At least you've shown some consideration." After a brief massage, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya exited the study room. The sky outside was painted in the hues of dusk, imbued with a sense of romance and sanctity. Just then, Lin Xin's phone buzzed to life. Glancing at the screen, he was taken aback by the multitude of unread messages. Was the world coming to an end? As they walked down the quiet corridor, his phone vibrated incessantly. He instinctively glanced at Ning Zhuya beside him, but ultimately decided to answer the call on speaker. Observing this scene, Ning Zhuya's lips curled into a satisfied smile. It seemed this man had made some progress after all. As soon as the call connected, Li Liang's disgruntled voice burst forth. "Hey, where are you, Xinzi? If you don't pick up soon, that scoundrel will escape. I've been tailing him all afternoon. Are you coming or not?" Understanding the urgency, Lin Xin chuckled sheepishly, admitting, "I accidentally dozed off. I'm definitely on my way. Just give me a moment." With that, he ended the call and turned to Ning Zhuya, asking, I have something to take care of. Would it be all right if I left work early?" By this time, they had reached the ground floor. Ning Zhuya maintained a tranquil demeanor as she replied, "When will you be home?" Lin Xin tucked away his phone and scratched his head. "I'll see how things go. I'll return once I've sorted everything out." Ning Zhuya nodded silently and walked alone towards the campus parking lot, leaving Lin Xin with a solitary silhouette. Watching her depart, Lin Xin felt an unfamiliar shift in her demeanor. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly dragged him home. Now, she was open to discussion, willing to consider his perspective. Once Ning Zhuya's figure vanished from sight, Lin Xin turned and sprinted towards the school gate, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. "That scoundrel dares to threaten me? If I don't beat him to the point of existential doubt today, I'll take my own life right here." Soon, Lin Xin reached the school gate, where Li Liang awaited, clutching a bulging black bag. Upon seeing his good friend finally arrive, Li Liang urged impatiently, "Hurry up. If they get away, we'll lose our chance." "Where's he now?" Lin Xin inquired, deftly retrieving his mobile phone and skillfully flipping through his contacts. Li Liang glanced at Qianjin, who was reveling in the bubble tea shop across from the university, surrounded by a throng of first-year female students. A twinge of envy flickered within him as he remarked, "Such a scoundrel. It's no wonder Ning Zhuya has no affection for him. He deserves to perish in the embrace of women." Meanwhile, Lin Xin connected a call, engaging in light banter with the person on the other end. "Sister Yi, are you free now? I have a job for you. As for the payment, I'll add an extra 200 on top of the original amount. After all, we're old partners." With 2,000 yuan resting in his account, Lin Xin spoke with unwavering confidence, exuding the demeanor of a newly affluent individual. A mature female voice resonated from the other end, laced with playful flirtation. "Oh, little Xin, you've struck gold. What mischief are you up to now? I wonder which unfortunate soul has caught your eye. All right, send me your location, and I'll head over immediately." "Great." Lin Xin replied with a smile, disconnecting the call and sending his location via a messaging app. On the other side, Ning Zhuya, wearing a minuscule Bluetooth earpiece that glimmered with blue light, was driving. As a dutiful girlfriend, it seemed reasonable to make a few discreet adjustments to her boyfriend's phone while he was asleep. Initially, Ning Zhuya had anticipated a delay before any news would surface, but to her astonishment, Lin Xin was already on the phone with an unfamiliar woman barely 10 minutes after she had left. A job? An extra 200? Old partners? The mood that had previously been buoyant darkened visibly on Ning Zhuya's face as she slammed on the brakes and turned the car back toward the university. That scoundrel. Tomorrow, I'll buy a lock to keep you by my side, lest you wander astray. As dusk descended, Qianjin emerged contentedly from the bubble tea shop, having collected the contact information of more than 10 female students. The streetlights outside had illuminated, and the path near the university was typically deserted at night due to its vast expanse, making it situated in a rather secluded area. Just as Qianjin cheerfully stepped out of the shop, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a girl standing beneath a nearby streetlight. Her long, fair legs were accentuated by an incredibly short skirt, and she wore a pristine white t-shirt, her silhouette unmistakably that of a stunning beauty. Instantly, Qianjin adjusted his appearance, donning a confident smile as he approached her. Bolstered by his identity as a scion of the Qin family, he was convinced he had never faced defeat when pursuing a woman, save for Ning Zhuya. Soon, he reached the woman's side, flashing a gentlemanly smile as he remarked, "Beautiful lady, it's rather unsafe to be out alone at this hour. Are you waiting for someone?" Liamo, waiting for a ride, turned her head to regard the unexpectedly appearing Qianjin and politely responded, "I'm waiting for a bus." Qianjin ran his fingers through his hair, inadvertently revealing his exquisite luxury watch, and with a smile remarked, "It's rather unsafe out here at this hour. Perhaps I should escort you home." As he spoke, he produced a sleek, state-of-the-art Porsche key, pressing a button that caused the black Porsche parked at the curb to flash its lights. The imposing and stylish vehicle instantly conveyed a sense of opulence and elegance, unmistakably a top-tier sports car. "What do you think? I just picked it up today. It's worth over 20 million. A perfect opportunity for a drive while I give you a lift." Upon hearing the staggering price of the car, Li Mo's eyes sparkled. He was undoubtedly a privileged heir. She feigned hesitation, saying, "Is that really appropriate?" Seeing the opening, Qianjin felt a surge of triumph, managing a humble smile. "Not at all. I'm merely offering assistance. You wouldn't deny me this chance, would you?" Ultimately, after a barrage of persuasive charm, he successfully secured her company. A mere 15 minutes later, in a secluded alley, the black Porsche came to a gentle halt. Liamo stepped out of the car with a smile, waving at Qianjin in the driver's seat. "Thank you, Qianjin." Having already obtained her contact information, Qianjin tossed his head with flair, replying, "It's nothing. Let us go out together next time." Before Liamo could utter a word, a deep, ominous voice echoed close to Qianjin's ear. "No need to wait for next time. Let us do it now, Master Qin." Startled, Qianjin turned to see who was speaking, but before he could react, the car door was violently yanked open, plunging him into darkness. "What the hell?" Qianjin exclaimed, struggling frantically as he was roughly shoved into a bag, the pungent scent of urea filling his nostrils. "I am Qianjin of the Qin family. Let me go, and perhaps I can spare your lives." But his protest was met with brutal blows and the gruff voices of his assailants. "You flaunt your wealth daily, but now you've crossed paths with me. Have you not heard of my notorious reputation?" Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, you're so oblivious. I haven't even held a woman's hand. Yet you've managed to charm a dozen in mere moments. If you don't die, who will?" The alley echoed with Qianjin's cries as he endured a merciless beating, his body bruised and battered. Outside, Liamo, donning a black hood that revealed only her eyes, cautioned, "Be mindful. After all, he is from the Qin family. If you go too far, it could end badly." In the darkness of the alley, Lin Xin and Li Liang, also clad in black hoods, were methodically pummeling the unfortunate Qianjin, their strikes perfectly measured. Lin Xin wore plastic gloves, even covering his shoes with black plastic bags, indicating his thorough preparation and evident familiarity with such undertakings. The bag itself had been procured by Lin Xin months earlier, ensuring that their identities would remain concealed. After a brief interval of confrontation, Lin Xin deemed the moment ripe and halted Li Liang, who was eager to continue the altercation. He crouched down, feigning solemnity, and spoke. "If you wish to avoid further punishment, you will comply and answer my questions. Who instigated you to trouble Lin Xin?" Inside the bag of urea, Qianjin, battered and bruised, trembled as he replied, It was my own doing. I have long held a grudge against Lin Xin, and when Xiao Jie said I was inferior to him, I felt compelled to act." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's expression beneath the mask shifted to one of understanding. It was indeed connected to that Xiao Jie, just as Ning Zhuya had suggested, certainly not a benign influence. Having only encountered him once, it was astonishing that he had already sought to create trouble for himself. After inquiring about a few more details, Lin Xin and his companions took their leave, entrusting the subsequent cleanup to the professionals. On the bustling street, Lin Xin and Li Liang had discarded their gear and strolled leisurely along the sidewalk, engaging in casual conversation. "If it weren't for your intervention just now, I would have certainly landed a few more punches on that scoundrel," Li Liang remarked, swinging his fist. Lin Xin patted him on the shoulder. "That's enough. Let us find a barbecue stand for a meal." "Such generosity, my adoptive father." Li Liang's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up. However, at that moment, a gray van unexpectedly pulled up behind them, coming to a halt directly in front of Lin Xin and Li Liang. Before they could react, 3 or 4 masked individuals clad in black emerged from the vehicle. "You." Lin Xin began to speak, but was abruptly struck on the neck, rendering him unconscious as he was seized and thrown into the van. Li Liang, still in shock, watched as the assailants returned to the vehicle, which then sped away into the distance. With an unexpected 200 yuan now in his possession, Li Liang pondered the identity of the kidnappers. He felt a fleeting sympathy for his close friend, then, pocketing the unearned money, made his way to a nearby barbecue stand. What a fortuitous day it was. Not only had he been able to unleash his frustrations on a despicable man, but he was also set to enjoy a free meal, albeit at the cost of his friend's predicament. Chapter 37. The touch of temptation. The night sky, shrouded in layers of gray mist, obscured the view of the stars. Within a villa in the Tianyun Villa district, flickering candlelight illuminated a dimly lit bedroom on the 2nd floor, where a few candles burned slowly in the corner. On the soft bed, Lin Xin groggily opened his eyes to find himself in a somewhat dim room. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a teasing voice pierced the silence. "Finally awake, but it took you long enough." Instinctively, Lin Xin turned his head, feeling his cheeks flush involuntarily as his mind raced back to the moment before he was knocked out. "Were those people you arranged?" he asked uncertainly. Yet, he hadn't provoked Ning Zhuya. She had seemed in good spirits when he left, and it had only been a short while since she had captured him. At that moment, Ning Zhuya, with a mocking smile playing on her lips, was clad in a black camisole nightgown, which was supported by 2 delicate straps on her shoulders, the hem barely covering the most crucial parts. Lin Xin swallowed hard, quickly diverting his gaze, unwilling to look any longer. "My goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Is there truly such temptation?" A cool hand brushed against Lin Xin's face, and Ning Zhuya's tone turned somewhat cold. "Tell me, how should I punish you? I just left, and you already dare to call another woman, offering her an extra 200 yuan? You take my money to indulge in other women?" Due to Lin Xin's abrupt hang-up, Ning Zhuya was unaware of the specifics, but had formed several conjectures in her mind. Feeling the pressure of her hand on his face intensify, Lin Xin hastily recounted everything, daring not to conceal a single detail. "Everything I said is true, and I even recorded it. If you don't believe me, look." As he spoke, Lin Xin reached for his phone to open the album, only for Ning Zhuya to snatch it away and hurl it against the wall, shattering the screen. "I just bought that phone less than 5 months ago. It cost me 3,000 yuan. Lin Xin clutched his chest in despair. "Stop with your antics," Ning Zhuya retorted coldly, positioning herself atop Lin Xin, gazing down into his eyes. "I don't care what you did tonight, but I am very angry. How do you intend to compensate me?" Lin Xin asked weakly, "What kind of compensation do you want? Let us be clear, I have no money, and I'm not giving you my life." "Huh, who would even want your 2 worthless melons?" sitting on Lin Xin's abdomen. Ning Zhuya allowed a charming smile to grace her lips, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Of course, I want flesh in return. Can we negotiate for something else?" Lin Xin lamented, "My flesh isn't even that tasty." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's expression darkened, and in the next moment, she swiftly reached out, tearing Lin Xin's shirt in half and carelessly tossing the pieces aside. Ning Zhuya gracefully brushed aside the strap on her shoulder. Observing Lin Xin's fearful expression as she licked her lips, suppressing an excited smirk. "It's too late. You're in my territory. Surely, you don't believe you can escape," she remarked coldly. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ning Zhuya seized Lin Xin's head and kissed him passionately. The night passed in silence, devoid of any significant activity, save for a simple massage that afforded them some experience. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise in the east, the quiet bedroom revealed Ning Zhuya lying with her eyes closed on a soft bed. A faint trace of fatigue was visible on her face, while a thin blanket draped over her flawless figure failed to conceal her alluring curves. At that moment, the sound of slurping noodles broke the tranquility. Ning Zhuya stirred awake, her beautiful eyes settling on Lin Xin, who lay beside her, savoring a bowl of noodles, the aroma wafting through the air. Noticing her awakening, Lin Xin swallowed a mouthful and smiled. "You're awake. I only made one bowl. Why not sleep a bit longer? I can have the chef prepare breakfast for you later." With that, he drained the bowl of soup, ensuring not a morsel went to waste. Ning Zhuya merely lay there, watching him, and replied coolly, "I'm hungry. I want to eat what you made." "Oh, come on, just wait half an hour," Lin Xin said, setting down his bowl and quickly burrowing back under the covers. It was evident he had no desire to rise. Ning Zhuya, observing Lin Xin hiding beneath the blankets, frowned slightly before a dangerous smile graced her lips. "Moments latte." A startled yelp echoed through the room as Lin Xin was unceremoniously kicked off the bed, landing on the floor while clutching his backside, inhaling sharply. "What was that for?" he exclaimed, shivering in the chilly morning air, clad only in his underwear, immediately scrambling to return to the warmth of the bed. Ning Zhuya, reclining at the edge of the bed, watched his frantic movements and lazily remarked, "You're becoming increasingly disobedient. Don't think that just because I indulged you last night, you can act recklessly. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll have to handle your discomfort alone next time." At her words, Lin Xin froze, his hands resting on the bed as the threat resonated cruelly within him. What a wicked woman she was, using such matters to intimidate him. Ning Zhuya tilted her head, her crimson lips curving into a smile. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" After a brief silence, Lin Xin awkwardly chuckled. "And no, it's an honor to cook for you, sister." Upon hearing the word sister, Ning Zhuya frowned in discontent and corrected him. "I hope this is the last time I hear that term. You should call me wife. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, of course," Lin Xin quickly agreed, his tone now markedly more submissive. He hurried down the stairs to prepare breakfast for his wife. Ning Zhuya then picked up her nightgown that had fallen to the floor and slipped it on, her fair and supple skin on full display, regrettably beyond Lin Xin's view. Otherwise, one must embrace passion once more in the early hours of the day. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Lin Xin pushed open the door, carrying a plate of exquisite meat ribs, the aroma wafting through the air. With utmost haste, he dove into bed, leaning against the headboard, while Ning Zhuya nestled against his chest, softly uttering, "I don't wish to move. You feed me." Reluctantly, Lin Xin sliced the meat into small pieces, tenderly feeding her, attending to her needs with care. He mused that should he seek romance with another, his level of thoughtfulness would be impeccably calibrated, yet he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing the wrath of someone dear. In a secluded mountain in the outskirts of the metropolis, the lush green leaves rustled, shadows danced, occasionally accompanied by the chirping of birds. The surrounding scenery was breathtaking, a visual delight. Amidst such grandeur, at the foot of the mountain, stood a dilapidated wooden cabin beside a modest earthen mound, upon which a gravestone was erected. At this moment, the sun had just risen in the east, casting warm rays that illuminated a shadow seated before the grave. If Lin Xin were present, he would recognize this figure as Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia sat despondently before his mother's grave, surrounded by a chaotic array of empty bottles. He gazed at the black and white photograph on the gravestone, depicting a young woman smiling, cradling a child still in swaddling clothes. His voice, tinged with inebriation yet articulate, spoke. Mom, just a little longer. It won't be long before I make that scoundrel pay for his transgressions. Just wait a while longer. I will ensure that those who have wronged us descend into hell, and then I shall join you, so you shall not be alone. Having uttered these words, Xiao Jie tidied the surrounding debris and bowed respectfully to the gravestone before departing, unwilling to disturb his mother's eternal rest. Okay, dear readers, please encourage more updates and add this book to your shelves. We have reached a pivotal moment of validation, where life and death hang in the balance. Thank you immensely for your generous support. I will continue to strive forward. Your devoted author, Dongge. As a side note, this book features an absolute single female lead who embodies a strong and assertive character, not a delicate one. I hope this is clear to you all. Chapter 38. Shopping for a mobile phone in the early morning. A familiar red Maybach came to a halt outside Tianhua Shopping Mall as Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Xin, gazing at the SIM card in his hand, expressed his frustration to Ning Zhuya, saying, "You've carelessly lost my perfectly good phone. You owe me a replacement." Ning Zhuya, finding Lin Xin's exasperation endearing, linked her arm with his and playfully responded, "It's just a phone. Considering your commendable performance last night, I shall treat you to the most expensive and finest one available." Lin Xin felt a bit speechless, likening himself to a kept man. As the pair conversed, they strolled towards the mall, attracting the attention of onlookers due to their striking appearances. It wasn't until they entered the mall that the gazes were averted. The first floor of the mall was bustling with people, as it featured the most affordable prices, making it the preferred shopping destination for many ordinary families. The value for money was unparalleled, explaining why Tianjin Mall had earned its reputation as the premier shopping center in the metropolis. Not to mention, its daily transaction volume surpassed that of several other major malls combined. "Let us go buy you a phone," Ning Zhuya declared as they entered the mall, leading Lin Xin directly to the elevator that ascended to the second floor. They had an entire day to indulge in shopping, especially since the following day marked the Grand Fireworks Festival, prompting the school to grant an extra day off for students to prepare. Soon, they arrived at an Apple store. A female sales associate recognized Ning Zhuya's esteemed status immediately and approached with a warm smile, bowing respectfully. "Miss Ning, how may I assist you today?" Observing the couple's intertwined arms, her astonishment grew, and her demeanor towards Lin Xin became notably more respectful. She had heard rumors that the young lady had found a boyfriend, but seeing it was indeed true left her taken aback. Ning Zhuya approached the transparent glass display case and casually glanced over the phones before addressing the sales associate. "Please bring me the most expensive and finest phone you have." The sales associate nodded, "Of course. Please hold on a moment," and made her way to the storage room in the back. As the phones on display were for demonstration purposes and not available for sale. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xin glanced at the prices of the phones and gasped in astonishment. He had heard that Apple products were notoriously expensive, but he was unprepared for the outrageous prices. Each device cost well over 10,000 yuan. "What's wrong? Is it too pricey?" Ning Zhuya chuckled at his reaction. Lin Xin nodded in agreement. "I never imagined I would own such an extravagant phone in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's smile took on a teasing quality as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's waist, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "As my man, at the very least, you can spend freely on money matters." Lin Xin scoffed, "So, will you give me a raise, Miss Vice President? Previously, we agreed on a monthly salary of 20,000 for my work in the student council. But who would have thought that in a fit of anger, you would simply erase a zero? I still feel a pang of regret over that. 20,000 a month is a substantial sum, nearly surpassing the total savings from his 3 years of high school." Meanwhile, as Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya strolled through the shopping mall, Qianjin, who had endured a brutal beating, was regaining consciousness in the hospital. In the stark white hospital room, Qianjin sat on the bed, his expression dark and menacing. It was evident that Lin Xin and his sidekick were responsible for his predicament. "Damn it," he thought, "these two are ruthless. I merely threatened them with a few words, and they retaliated without delay, ensnaring me last night. Beside him, his father, Qin Wuhe, dressed in formal attire, glanced at his son's disheveled state with disdain, scoffing in disappointment. What can I possibly say to you? I warned you not to associate with Xiao Jie, yet you foolishly allowed yourself to be manipulated by a few provocations. How could I have such a foolish son? Now you've been beaten and can't even find evidence. Qianjin, chastised by his father, could only keep his head down. Gripping the blanket tightly, his hatred for Lin Xin escalating rapidly. You two better watch out. If I, Qianjin, don't avenge this, I swear I won't bear the Qin surname. Suddenly, a memory of Qin Shi sitting beside Lin Xin surfaced in his mind, and a plan quickly formed. A sinister smile creeping onto his lips. In the Tianhua shopping mall, Lin Xin struggled under the weight of numerous bags, while Ning Zhuya strolled leisurely ahead, observing the array of clothes and cosmetics in his hands. Lin Xin vowed that anyone who dared to invite him out shopping with women in the future would become his sworn enemy. Of course, Ning Zhuya was an exception. He was no match for her. After an entire day of shopping, Lin Xin's legs felt weak and he was out of breath. Noticing this, Ning Zhuya decided it was time to return home. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of shopping. Everything she desired was always prepared for her. However, being with Lin Xin was a different matter altogether. All right, that's enough for today, she declared. Outside the mall, after placing the bags in the car, Lin Xin finally exhaled in relief as he settled into his seat. Ning Zhuya followed suit, effortlessly sitting on his lap, entirely unfazed by the sweat on his body. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm glow, Ning Zhuya perched on Lin Xin's lap, gazing out the car window at the scenery. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you think we will always be together?" "Impossible," Lin Xin replied, reclining against the seat, his tone unapologetically rebellious. At that moment, two sharp claps echoed within the car. Ning Zhuya, her expression emotionless, withdrew her hand and turned to Lin Xin, whose cheeks were swollen and flushed. She said lightly, "And what of now?" Lin Xin, covering his face, lamented tearfully, "Please let me be with you forever. This is my heartfelt confession." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya, satisfied, gently massaged Lin Xin's face and chuckled. "Now that's more like it. You must learn to control your tongue from now on. Refrain from retorting at every opportunity. Otherwise," Ning Zhuya pretended to wave her hand at the air, startling Lin Xin, who instinctively wrapped his arms around her soft waist. Ning Zhuya tousled his hair, seemingly relishing Lin Xin's dependence on her, even if it was merely a physical reliance at this moment. Chapter 39. Visitors from a Qin family in the heart of Magic City, within the office of the chairman at the Shanyu Group. A middle-aged man with a grim expression sat in his chair. He was none other than Qin Peng, the current head of the Qin family and the biological father of Xiao Jie. "Is everything you said true?" After receiving a report over the phone, Qin Peng's countenance darkened, and he slammed his fist onto the desk, the sound echoing ominously. "Absolutely, Chairman. The entire Magic City University is abuzz with rumors that Ning Zhuya is romantically involved with a young man named Lin Xin." Upon hanging up, Qin Peng gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn Ning Donghong. How dare he play tricks in front of me?" The Ning family had long-standing betrothal ties with the Qin family, yet now, that wretched Ning Zhuya was cavorting with another man on campus. Qin Peng could not believe the other party was unaware of this. If word got out, his family would be utterly disgraced, becoming the laughingstock of the elite circles in Magic City. With this thought, Qin Peng abandoned his work, swiftly donned his coat, and strode out of the office, determined to demand an explanation from the Ning family. Meanwhile, dozens of school buses from Magic City University had set off towards the designated venue, prepared for the grand fireworks display funded by the municipal government, a scale that was indeed remarkable. The location was chosen for its spaciousness and proximity to a water source. To mitigate any fire hazards, Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin, of course, were no exceptions, seated together on the same bus, drawing the attention of most passengers aboard. On the double-row seat by the window, Lin Xin gazed at Ning Zhuya, who had taken off her shoes and nestled against him. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and softly inquired, "I thought you would surely drive over. What made you choose the bus, young lady?" With her eyes closed and a serene expression, Ning Zhuya replied, "I occasionally desire to experience the life of an ordinary person. Moreover, If I were to seek special treatment at a public event, wouldn't that make me appear ostentatious? Witnessing the intimacy between Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya, the surrounding students expressed their envy while their stomachs were already satiated. The journey felt somewhat prolonged, as the fireworks festival was scheduled for the evening, prompting the school to organize the students' departure only in the afternoon. Saturday night was reserved for the fireworks display, while a bonfire party was set for Sunday at the university, rendering these 2 days particularly vibrant. However, following the bonfire event, all students would have to return to their academic endeavors, as the curriculum at Magic City University was notoriously rigorous, leaving little room for relaxation in the latter stages of the semester, except for those with commendable academic performance. In Magic City, at the Tianmu Group, Chairman Ning Donghong and Ning Yun unusually set aside their work and sat together on the sofa. Putting down his phone, Ning Donghong frowned, taken aback that the Qin family had received news so swiftly. He had expected it to take at least a while longer. Turning to his equally serious-looking wife, he inquired, "What should we do now? We can either delay further or confront the Qin family directly." The most formidable aspect of the Qin family lies in their extensive network of interpersonal relationships. One can easily envision the multitude of troubles that would ensue should the Ning family sever ties with the Qins. This was precisely the reason why the two had to forge a marriage alliance with the Qin family. At that time, the Tianmu Group was nowhere near its current stature, and rejecting the Qins could have led to the immediate collapse of the vast conglomerate, even after more than a decade of preparation. The Tianmu Group's current capacity to confront the Qin family is virtually fanciful, for the nature of the situation has fundamentally shifted. Those engaged in commerce dread complications arising from governmental entities. Upon hearing her husband's words, Ning Yin shook her head. At this juncture, procrastination serves no purpose, and they must make a decisive choice. They could either acquiesce to the Qin family or completely sever ties. With over a decade of hard work behind them, sustaining themselves for a while should not pose a significant challenge. As for what lies ahead, it is solely dependent on Xiaoya's own resolve. In the tranquil office, the couple exchanged glances, their years of companionship allowing them to discern each other's thoughts effortlessly, both revealing bittersweet smiles. Was there truly any need for contemplation regarding these two options? From the very beginning, the answer had been preordained. As time trickled away, twilight approached, marking the most beautiful moment in the sky aside from the dawn. Before a large artificial beach in the bustling metropolis, a considerable crowd had gathered, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Dozens of school buses were parked along the roadside, and a throng of university students poured out, eagerly racing toward the beach. Within one of the vacant school buses, Lin Xin cradled Ning Zhuya in his arms, gently patting her cheek. "Ning, lazy pig, wake up." Still groggy from insufficient sleep, Ning Zhuya slowly opened her eyes, and upon regaining her wits, she promptly slapped Lin Xin. With a sulky smile, she pinched his face tightly. "What did you just call me?" Under the duress of pain, Lin Xin quickly pleaded for mercy. Wife, I was wrong. I won't dare again." "You better not," Ning Zhuya retorted with a cold snort. After rising from Lin Xin's side and putting on her shoes, she descended from the bus, exclaiming, "What is this about?" Lin Xin followed behind, covering his face. Just as they stepped out of the vehicle, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached them. Ning Zhuya's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing him. He was her mother's bodyguard, a retired military elite, whose prowess far surpassed that of the bodyguard surrounding her. Ningda approached them, bowing respectfully to Ning Zhuya. "Miss, your mother requests your presence immediately." Originally in good spirits at the prospect of watching fireworks with Lin Xin, Ning Zhuya's expression darkened at Ningda's words. "What does she want with me?" Ningda, bowing dutifully, replied, "It is concerning the Qin family's arrival, and your mother insists that I escort you there." The mention of the Qin family caused Ning Zhuya's countenance to sour. If that were indeed the case, she would have to attend. Upon this realization, she turned to Lin Xin, approached him, cupped his face in her hands, and gently kissed him. In a soft voice, she said, "I will be back before the fireworks begin." Lin Xin understood that this was not a matter in which he could involve himself, and he could only nod in agreement, saying, "Be careful and call me if anything happens." After this brief exchange, Ning Zhuya followed Ningda into a black sedan, leaving Lin Xin to watch her departure. For reasons unknown, as he gazed at the receding vehicle, an inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. He instinctively placed a hand over his chest, and a fleeting chill crossed his face. Chapter 40. Ning family's regret over the marriage, arriving late. Within the confines of a luxurious 5-star hotel near Spring Lake, the atmosphere in the imperial suite was overwhelmingly tense. At that moment, the door swung open, and Ning Zhuya entered, clad in a black gown, her expression frigid as she surveyed the scene within. Xiao Jia, who had just arrived, sat silently beside his father. Qin Peng, casting only a fleeting glance at Ning Zhuya before averting his gaze. Opposite Qin Peng, Ning Donghong beckoned his daughter, saying, Xiaoya, you arrived just in time. Come and sit with us. Ning Yun, seated beside her husband, gazed at her daughter for the first time in over 6 months, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yet, lost in thought, she quickly diverted her gaze, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. Ning Zhuya, with an impassive demeanor, moved to sit beside her father. Noticing that everyone had finally gathered, Qin Peng's countenance darkened as he directed his brooding gaze toward Ning Donghong, stating bluntly, now that your daughter is present, the Ning family must provide an explanation regarding the tarnishing of the Qin family's reputation. We, the Qin family, are a renowned lineage in Huagua, and now the future matriarch is engaged in scandalous behavior. What face do we, Qin Peng and the Qin family, have left? Ning Yun remained silent, while Ning Donghong turned to his daughter and spoke gently. You have grown up. Some decisions must be made by you. In the past, your mother and I may have wronged you, but now you have the agency to choose. Whatever path you decide upon, your mother and I will support you. To alleviate any burden from his daughter, Ning Donghong continued, over the years, we have managed to accumulate some resources. The rest is up to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng's face betrayed his indignation, taken aback that Ning Donghong would dare to utter such words. Did he not fear the repercussions from the Qin family? The Tianmu group was an opportunity Qin Peng had coveted for years, far surpassing the Qin family's standing in the business realm, and he had long coveted it. Securing the Ning family would undoubtedly elevate the Qin family's influence domestically, potentially even surpassing the 4 great elders. Sitting beside her father, Ning Zhuya felt a twinge of surprise. Not expecting her father, who had been so tactful with the Qin family for years, to speak in such a manner. To claim she was not displeased would be disingenuous. Just as Ning Zhuya was about to voice her thoughts, Qin Peng, with a darkened expression, interjected, Xiaoya, marriage is a serious matter. You must contemplate the consequences thoroughly before speaking. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. His words dripped with veiled threats, and Xiao Jia, observing the resolute determination in Ning Zhuya's eyes, furrowed his brow. Should she decide to call off the wedding at this juncture, it would disrupt his plans, and thus he was keen to prevent any dissolution of this union. Under the scrutiny of those in the suite, Ning Zhuya finally prepared to speak. Meanwhile, at Spring Lake, in a corner of the artificial beach, Lin Xin observed the now darkened sky, as individuals nearby began to transport fireworks and prepare the necessary materials for the evening's festivities. A flicker of worry crossed his face as he murmured, why haven't they returned yet? Glancing at his watch, Lin Xin's expression grew anxious. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and less than an hour remained before the commencement of the conference. After a moment of hesitation, he dashed toward the crowd while dialing Xiao Ting's number on his phone. In the oppressive atmosphere of the imperial suite, Ning Zhuya spoke with unwavering determination. I do not agree to the marriage pact with the Qin family. With a resounding thud, Qin Peng rose from the table, his face contorted in anger as he retorted fiercely to Ning Donghong. What a remarkable Ning family. It seems I have been too lenient with you in the past. In this magical city, no one dares to offend the Qin family. Beside him, Xiao Jia leaned back in his chair, letting out a silent sigh. Why must it come to this? It was merely a matter of enduring for another 2 years. A pact made with oneself, and now this uproar ensues. I suspect it has something to do with that Lin Xin. Is this the power of love? In a fit of rage, Qin Peng stormed out alone, while Xiao Jia stood up, preparing to return to the fireworks festival. Lingering here had lost all significance. After exchanging glances with his wife, Ning Donghong stood up as well, patting his daughter's shoulder. Since this is your choice, your mother and I will support you. Rest assured, at least for the next year, the Qin family will not dare to take any significant action. Ning Zhuya listened in silence, her thoughts unspoken. After a few more words of encouragement, as Ning Donghong was about to leave, he suddenly turned and said, "When you have the time, remember to invite that rascal over to our home. Your mother has yet to meet him." With that, the couple departed the hotel, and after they left, Ning Zhuya glanced at the darkening sky before hastily exiting as well. On the street, the area was bustling due to the fireworks festival, with traffic congested and people jostling one another, making it impossible to drive towards Spring Lake. Ning Zhuya bit her lip, realizing it was already past 7. If she took a vehicle, she would surely be late. This was her first time watching fireworks with Lin Xin, and the thought of being tardy was intolerable for someone as determined as her. Just as she contemplated running directly to the venue, a bicycle rushed toward her, a familiar figure pedaling furiously. Ning Zhuya stood in stunned silence as she recognized him. The bicycle screeched to a halt, and a breathless Lin Xin leaned against the handlebars, panting as he grinned. "Beautiful lady, would you like a ride? How did you get here?" Ning Zhuya asked, her surprise mingled with uncontainable joy. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Xin replied with a soft smile, "I noticed someone hadn't returned, so I came to pick you up. If Xiaoting hadn't been able to locate you through your phone, you certainly would have missed tonight's fireworks." As Lin Xin spoke, Ning Zhuya suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "This is a reward for you." As she spoke, she settled onto the rear seat of the bicycle, her arms encircling Lin Xin's waist. It was truly a disappointment. After such an arduous journey, all she received in return was a mere kiss. Lin Xin chuckled helplessly, turning his head to pedal swiftly. He began to ride the bicycle at maximum speed towards the banks of Chun Lake, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the strenuous back-and-forth journey. The road ahead was completely congested with vehicles, and police were already directing traffic, a clear indication of the severity of the situation. Amid the crowded thoroughfare, a bicycle raced forward, hastening towards the venue of the fireworks festival. Just when Ning Zhuya believed they would make it in time, reality often manifests itself in the form of regret. With only a third of the journey remaining, the sky suddenly erupted with thunderous explosions, and, in the distance, fragments of colorful fireworks could be seen cascading down. They ultimately failed to arrive in time. At that moment, Ning Zhuya felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was all due to her own actions that this had come to pass. The towering buildings ahead obstructed their view, preventing them from witnessing even a single complete firework, leaving them only to listen to the resounding booms echoing in their ears. Chapter 41. The whip of Lin Xin in the tumultuous night. The fireworks festival had gracefully concluded. Yet Lin Xin persevered, cycling determinedly. Seated behind him was Ning Zhuya, clad in a flowing black dress, watching him with a hint of melancholy as he pedaled with relentless vigor towards the venue. "Let it go," she consoled softly. "It was merely a fireworks show. If we miss it, we miss it. I can always host another one tomorrow." Lin Xin remained silent, his focus unwavering as he pressed on. Believing his silence stemmed from discontent, Ning Zhuya seized her persuasion, instead wrapping her arms around him and resting her face against his sweat-drenched back. Minutes passed, and as the festival reached its conclusion, throngs began to disperse, clearing the congested road. Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya arrived at the beach, albeit belatedly. The once crowded shore was now nearly deserted, save for a few distant boats dotting the lake's surface, engaged in some unknown task. "Ugh, I'm exhausted," Lin Xin exclaimed, choosing the prime spot on the sand to collapse, gasping for breath. Ning Zhuya tenderly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Why exert yourself so much for a festival that has already ended?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "Of course not," Lin Xin replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face, which struck Ning Zhuya as dazzling. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Once connected, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Begin as soon as you're ready." With a click, the call ended abruptly. Ning Zhuya, puzzled, inquired, "Begin what?" Lin Xin turned to her, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, then enveloped her in his arms. "Look up at the sky," he whispered. "I have prepared a surprise for you." As she raised her gaze, the distant boats erupted with a thunderous sound. A brilliant light, akin to a shooting star, soared skyward before exploding into a breathtaking array of colors, painting the night sky with spectacular fireworks. Nearby, students who had returned to their school bus marveled at the unexpected display, bewildered by the resurgence of fireworks after the festival's conclusion. Despite their confusion, the thrill of the moment compelled them to leap from the bus, reveling in the exuberance as if possessed. The booming sounds echoed throughout the city, resonating with every inhabitant. Amidst this, one boat in the distance housed Li Liang, who lay drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, reflecting ruefully, "Damn it, I should have ordered more discs. I only got one, and even that isn't being utilized." On the beach, Ning Zhuya gazed in awe at the fireworks illuminating the sky, while Lin Xin leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "What do you think? Is this surprise sufficient? I invested a considerable sum to create this exclusive fireworks show just for you. Are you satisfied?" A smile graced Ning Zhuya's lips as she nodded slightly in response. Fireworks continuously burst into bloom in the night sky, their cacophonous sounds echoing, while Lin Xin turned his head to observe Ning Zhuya, who was intently gazing at the spectacle. During their journey, he had already learned of the Ning family's decision to call off the engagement, and to claim that he was unshaken would be a falsehood. Likewise, to assert he felt no joy would also be untrue. Lost in thought, Lin Xion's gaze dimmed momentarily, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, he remarked to Ning Zhuya, "Sometimes, I truly admire you." His soft words were drowned out by the resounding explosions of fireworks, so Ning Zhuya did not hear him. Lin Xin withdrew his thoughts and focused once again on the display. Meanwhile, at the side of the road, Xiao Jia, delayed by traffic, finally arrived and observed the fireworks lighting up the sky. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he spoke with a hint of disdain. "They're truly beautiful. So beautiful it's almost irritating." Ever since his mother's passing, he harbored an innate aversion to all things beautiful, feeling that even what lay before him was, in some profound way, infinitely distant. Due to the delays, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya returned to the villa quite late. "Oh, this feels good," Lin Xin said, as he emerged from the bathroom clad only in his shorts. Noticing Ning Zhuya already nestled under the blankets, looking at him, he casually turned off the lights and joined her beneath the covers. Ning Zhuya nuzzled her face against his and softly urged, "It's late. Let us sleep." In response, Lin Xin embraced her, closing his eyes, the delicate fragrance of the young girl enveloping him, leading him to a deep and tranquil slumber. The next morning, the melodious chirping of birds echoed outside the window, and gentle sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice. Lin Xin, still in a daze, opened his eyes and instantly felt invigorated. "Feeling comfortable?" he asked, noticing Ning Zhuya sitting on the bed, her enchanting scent wafting toward him. With a beaming smile, she gazed at Lin Xin, her warm little hand playfully exploring his abdominal muscles, teasingly saying, "I hadn't noticed before, but your physique is quite impressive." Husband, it was worth noting that their activities the previous night had involved considerable exertion, which was no small feat for an ordinary person. Driven by curiosity, Ning Zhuya boldly reached out, her small hands exploring under Lin Xin's shirt, occasionally showering him with compliments. Lin Xin lay expressionless, resting his head on her chest, and bluntly remarked, "I didn't realize you were not only domineering, but also a bit of a pervert." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's movements froze, her earlier delight at his robust physique vanishing without a trace. Before long, the villa echoed with Lin Xion's anguished cries as Ning Zhuya, wielding a whip, chased him barefoot from upstairs to downstairs. In mere moments, Lin Xin found himself tragically pinned to the ground by her petite foot, feeling utterly despondent. "I merely called you a lecher. Is that really necessary?" he lamented. Ning Zhuya, observing his expression, frowned and promptly delivered a strike with a whip to his rear, causing him to yelp in pain. She coldly stated, "Man, remember your place. Do not think that winning my favor gives you the right to overstep your boundaries." Chapter 42. Exclusive emblem. At 8 in the morning, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya appeared at the school gate, making their way towards the club building. Today, being Sunday, the school would host a bonfire party following the fireworks festival, celebrating the new freshmen. As they walked, Ning Zhuya produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Xin, her tone unembellished. "This card contains 500,000. Consider it a material reward for your commendable performance last night." Lin Xin gazed at the shimmering gold card in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then placed it into Ning Zhuya's bag with a gentle laugh, saying, "No need for that. If I have to rely on my girlfriend to fund gifts, then what sort of man would I be?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya cast a somewhat surprised glance at Lin Xin, but did not press the matter further. As a competent girlfriend, she understood the importance of maintaining her man's dignity. Hand in hand, they strolled through the campus, attracting the attention of numerous students, particularly the freshmen who were unaware of Ning Zhuya's true identity, their eyes wide with admiration. She is simply breathtaking, like a fairy from legend. The early morning air was imbued with tranquility, yet the Tianmu Group, a leading conglomerate in a magic city, found itself in tumultuous times. Inside the office, Ning Donghong, burdened with worry, scrutinized reports from various branch offices, his brow furrowed in deep concern. His wife, Ning Yun, mirrored his troubled expression, the atmosphere between them heavy with tension. Ning Donghong raised his head slightly, casting a resigned glance at his wife before sighing. The Qin family is far more formidable than we had anticipated. Just that morning, reports flooded in from the Tianmu Group's branches across the provinces, revealing that their subsidiaries were being investigated, with some even compelled to halt operations, inciting rampant speculation online. Accusations of the Tianmu Group being a nefarious enterprise began to circulate, severely tarnishing their once sterling reputation. Ning Yin set aside her documents, massaging her temples with a bittersweet smile. "For now, we can only take it one step at a time." She lamented, "Ultimately, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiaoya wouldn't." "Enough," Ning Donghong interjected gently, noticing the self-reproach etched on his wife's face. He stood and moved behind her to ease her tightly furrowed brow, softly comforting her. "What happened in the past was not your fault. None of us foresaw such events unfolding. At this point, dwelling on it serves no purpose. I know you have carried this guilt for years, which is why you treat our daughter with such distance." Ning Donghong wrapped his arms around his wife, whispering in her ear, "In truth, you love Xiaoya more than anyone, don't you?" As noon approached, the blazing sun unleashed its scorching rays, as if intent on baking the earth below. In the student council office, both doors and windows were firmly shut, with the air conditioning tirelessly circulating cool air. On the sofa, Ning Zhuya was curled up under a blanket in Lin Xin's embrace, her arms wrapped around his waist. In a gentle voice, she said, "I have to go to the office tomorrow to handle some matters. You must stay at school and not wander around, understand?" "Yes, yes," Lin Xin replied somewhat dismissively, yawning as he tightened his hold on her delicate form, his thoughts drifting to how he might earn some extra money. Yesterday's surprise had been delightful, but his wallet was now empty. If he didn't find a way to make some money, he would likely have to settle for a mundane job after graduation. A far cry from the carefree life he envisioned. Noticing Lin Xin's lackadaisical tone, Ning Zhuya pouted, resting on him as she playfully pinched his cheek, her voice taking on a mock serious tone. "You better behave at school. If I find out you're flirting with other girls while I'm away, I will." With that, she playfully bit down on Lin Xin's neck, causing him to wince and draw in a sharp breath. "Hey, you little rascal," he exclaimed, wincing from the pain. Ning Zhuya released her bite, sitting atop Lin Xin and admiring the mark she had left on his neck, then teasingly licked it. A shiver ran through Lin Xin at her touch. Sitting up, with her slightly cold hands resting on Lin Xin's chest, she was amused by his reaction, a smile curling at her lips, truly adorable. Seeing the playful glint in Ning Zhuya's eyes, Lin Xin, refusing to be outdone, wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her close, pressing his soft lips against hers. "How can I, a man of stature, allow myself to be toyed with by a mere woman? I cannot lose in this battle of wills." Caught off guard by Lin Xin's boldness, Ning Zhuya gazed at him with surprise, a smile creeping into her eyes as she began to take control, enveloping him entirely. Lin Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. He looked helplessly at her as she gripped his fair arm, his body momentarily unable to respond. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya, seated on Lin Xin, held one hand around his neck while the other roamed over his body. The fervor of her movements, combined with her skirt, offered Lin Xin an enticing view. And he couldn't help but think, is it true that domineering girls all favor black lace? After a while, when Lin Xin could no longer breathe and his face turned crimson, Ning Zhuya finally relented, leaning in to wrap her arms around his neck. She playfully whispered in his ear, "I can't help it. Your reactions are simply too cute." Lin Xin turned his head to meet her exquisite face, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "You're being unreasonable." Chapter 43. The Solitary Sorceress or the Aloof Enchantress. As dusk settled over the campus of Magic City University, the atmosphere in the playground became increasingly vibrant, with hundreds of students busily transporting various items. The merriment of a soiree was palpable, and barbecues were an absolute necessity. A grand bonfire had been erected at the heart of the playground, accompanied by several fire extinguishers strategically placed nearby to avert any mishaps. As the sky darkened further, a school bell rang, abruptly silencing the previously boisterous crowd, their gazes collectively drawn toward the podium. The click-clack of high heels echoed as Ning Zhuya, adorned in an evening gown, gracefully approached the center of the stage with a microphone in hand. Her somewhat aloof voice resonated in the ears of all present. "Greetings to all the new students. I am from the Student Council." In a corner of the playground, Lin Xin, Xiao Ting, and Li Liang gathered around a modest barbecue grill, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon them. The reason for this trio's assembly was clear. Lin Xin preferred a quieter environment, while Xiao Ting, grappling with social anxiety, shunned crowded places. As for Li Liang, Lin Xin had invited him along, concerned that being alone with Xiao Ting might raise eyebrows among certain individuals. Munching on a piece of succulent beef, Lin Xin observed Ning Zhuya on stage, clearly impressed. Her expressions, gestures, and attention to detail are remarkable. One might mistake her for an exuberant senior. Li Liang, savoring a skewer of grilled kidney, concurred, "Indeed, it's a pity such a stunning flower is overshadowed by a boorish pig." Lin Xin remained silent, while the usually bashful Xiao Ting unexpectedly chimed in. "Actually, the president wasn't always this aloof. It's just that during her time in school, no one was willing to engage with her, and she eventually adopted this cold demeanor." Intrigued, Lin Xin turned to her and asked, "Are you quite familiar with her? Surely you didn't attend the same high school?" Xiao Ting delicately blew on her vegetable skewer before taking a cautious bite, then smiled. "Oh, it goes beyond high school. I've known the president since elementary school. Back then, she was somewhat cold, but not as severely as now." With a serious expression, Xiao Ting continued, "In the past, the president would at least offer a polite smile when meeting someone. Impressive, isn't it?" Lin Xin and Li Liang exchanged glances, both nodding in acknowledgement at the thought of the once warm Ning Zhuya, now transformed into a high and mighty goddess. What might seem mundane in the eyes of others takes on an entirely different significance when it concerns someone as striking as Ning Zhuya. On stage, every word and action of Ning Zhuya captivated the audience, her beauty simply undeniable. A goddess of unparalleled allure, even without adornment, she was a vision of exquisite grace. When adorned, she resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. With such an ethereal presence before them, who could possibly avert their gaze? At last, as the final words resonated, Ning Zhuya concluded the first phase of her endeavors. The subsequent stage of the bonfire evening, the most pivotal one, was a selection of dance partners. With the evening in full swing, a dance was undoubtedly in order to celebrate, and the method of selection was by drawing lots. A few students approached, carrying a ballot box to the front of the podium, and Ning Zhuya stepped forward first to retrieve a small ball from within. Without a glance back, she made her way towards the nearby bonfire, setting an example for others. Witnessing this, the remaining students eagerly rushed forward, their hearts brimming with anticipation, as if they were ready to expend all the virtues accumulated by their ancestors. Among the throng, reactions varied. Particularly, a bespectacled boy found himself cradled in the arms of a third-year student weighing over 300 pounds, his face betraying a look of humiliation. "Is this the end for me?" In a corner of the playground, Li Liang munched on skewers while observing the spectacle from afar, mumbling indistinctly, "Xinzi, aren't you going to draw a lot? That's your girlfriend. What if someone else picks her?" At that moment, Lin Xin, seated nearby and relishing his meal, nonchalantly replied, "If someone dares to approach her, I'd have to commend their audacity. Yet, I wonder whether they will be lying in a regular ward or an intensive care unit by this time tomorrow. It is all in jest." Letting Ning Zhuya maintain her pretense is one thing, but if anyone truly attempts to ingratiate themselves, I doubt they'll be out of bed for at least 10 days. He reassured, rest assured, with her temperament, she'll likely come over shortly. By the bonfire, couples danced in pairs, while Ning Zhuya stood alone in her elegant black evening gown, exuding an air of nobility. She felt no disturbance within her heart. At this juncture, nothing could stir even the slightest ripple of emotion. In a corner, Lin Xin turned inadvertently and caught sight of this scene, his chewing slowing to a halt. From his perspective, Ning Zhuya stood solitary among the crowd, her countenance frosty, seemingly uninterested in the festivities around her. As he gazed at the girl in the black dress before the bonfire, an epiphany struck him. He set down the skewer in his hand and casually wiped his fingers and mouth on the Liang shirt. You all continue eating. I suddenly have something to attend to. Lin Xin rose and jogged towards the center of the playground. Li Liang, eyeing his freshly purchased white t-shirt, felt a pang of irritation. You can leave, but to use my shirt to wipe your mouth. Meanwhile, Xiaoting watched Lin Xin's retreating figure, expressing her envy. Ah, love is truly wonderful. Standing by the flickering bonfire, pairs of dance partners emerged, the melodious strains of music wafting from the campus speakers, prompting everyone to take to the floor. Just as Ning Zhuya prepared to turn away, she unexpectedly collided with a solid chest. Fortunately, Lin Xin caught her in time. With a puzzled expression, she looked at Lin Xin, who had appeared behind her. What brings you here? Lin Xin extended a hand and smiled. Madam, would you honor me with a dance? Ning Zhuya's expression momentarily faltered. Then she extended her hand to rest upon his, chuckling softly. Seeing your earnestness, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request. Subsequently, the two danced gracefully around the bonfire, their impeccable movements rendering the others, who were also dancing, utterly self-conscious, causing them to halt in awe. In that moment, the spotlight of the soiree undoubtedly belonged to Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya. Lin Xin encircled Ning Zhuya's slender waist with one arm, and as they danced, he softly murmured to her, You must feel quite lonely, don't you? Lonely? Ning Zhuya furrowed her brow, questioning, What are you talking about? How could the esteemed heiress of the Tianmu group feel lonely? Lin Xin offered a gentle smile, leaning closer to whisper at her ear, You should understand that although loneliness and aloofness differ by merely a word, their meanings are worlds apart. Until recently, I mistook you for the latter, but I have come to realize that you truly belong to the former. With that, Lin Xin seized the moment to plant a soft kiss on Ning Zhuya's crimson lips. His face alight with joy. Ning Zhuya frowned slightly, but upon noticing the gazes of those around them, she restrained her anger. You insufferable man! How dare you misbehave in public? Just wait until we return home. I shall deal with you then. Chapter 44. Ning Donghong's arrest after the bonfire party concluded. Ning Zhuya did not linger, but promptly seized Lin Xin by the ear and led him to the car. That night, Lin Xin endured 2 hours of a delightful yet torturous experience, marked by Ning Zhuya's playful attention to various parts of his body. Early the next morning, in the tranquil confines of his bedroom, Lin Xin awoke with bleary eyes, instinctively reaching out to embrace something, only to find emptiness. Turning his head, he was surprised to discover that he was alone. Ning Zhuya was nowhere in sight. On the bedside table lay a small note, which Lin Xin opened, revealing the reason for her absence. She had gone to the company, explaining her early departure. Lin Xin was acutely aware that the Ning family's cancellation of the engagement would undoubtedly place considerable pressure on Ning Zhuya from the Qin family. However, this development rendered Lin Xin's own situation somewhat awkward. Just then, his phone rang. As he prepared to lie back down, he glanced at the screen, which displayed the words Little Demoness. It was a call from Ning Zhuya. Upon answering, he heard her languid and sultry voice. Not up yet? Leaning against the headboard, Lin Xin softly replied with a yawn. I just woke up. Why are you at the company so early? It's only 8 in the morning. Ning Zhuya chuckled softly on the other end. I need to take care of a certain lazy pig. Her playful tone then shifted to a more serious note as she said, I will be quite busy these days and may not have time to accompany you. So, you'd best behave yourself and not let me catch wind of any mischief. You know the consequences. At her words, Lin Xin couldn't help but recall the formidable whip she wielded the previous night, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He chuckled awkwardly, haha. Rest assured, you know my character well enough. You could be 100% at ease. She scoffed lightly. It's best to keep it that way. With that, she hung up the phone. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Xin realized sleep was no longer an option. He reluctantly got out of bed to dress, intending to tidy up his belongings at school, in a luxurious villa district of the Magic City. Master, I assure you this time, even if we can't secure a conviction for Ning Donghong, we can certainly ensure he spend a few days behind bars. Seated in the grand armchair of the living room, Qin Peng listened to the report from the other end of the line, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. Leave this matter to you. The greater the commotion, the better. I want everyone in the country to understand the consequences of offending the Qin family. Should this matter succeed, I can certainly speak favorably on your behalf, and a promotion is definitely within reach. As soon as he finished speaking, an excited voice responded from the other end. Thank you, Master Qin. I won't let you down. Qin Peng simply acknowledged with a hum before ending the call. He gazed out at the picturesque morning landscape, a fleeting look of malice flickering in his eyes. Anyone daring to confront Qin Peng would not meet a favorable fate. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the prestigious university in the magical city, Lin Xin had just descended from the vehicle when he heard a voice calling after him. Instinctively, he turned around to find it was his homeroom teacher, Wang Lixing. Lin Xin, it's quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you, Wang Lixing said, swiftly approaching him with a stern expression, firmly gripping Lin Xin's shoulder to prevent any chance of escape. Reluctantly, Lin Xin turned to face him, a slight grimace on his lips. Old Wang, I'm self-studying now. According to the rules, you can no longer oversee me. Old Wang? Upon hearing this moniker, Wang Lixing paused, then angrily seized Lin Xin by the collar, exclaiming, How dare you address me so casually? Do you think I won't call your father and have him teach you a lesson? Here we go again, Lin Xin thought, rolling his eyes. His father was a good friend of the stern director before him, and considering the latter had no children of his own, he often treated Lin Xin as if he were his own son, which had led to Lin Xin enduring considerable hardships. Hence, he had opted for self-study. Wang Lixing's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lin Xin, a sinister smile creeping across his face. And if I recall correctly, your self-study was recently revoked, wasn't it? The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Xin's body stiffened as he suddenly remembered that Ning Zhuya had threatened to cancel his self-study. Damn, I didn't think she was serious. Lin Xin quickly shook his head like a rattle drum, defiantly declaring, I'm not going, not at all. Old Wang, you might as well give up on that idea. Wang Lixing, well acquainted with Lin Xin's stubborn nature, recalled a bet he had made with several other teachers earlier that day. He then attempted to entice Lin Xin, just one class. If you attend, I want to interfere with you in the future. After all, your family. As if struck by a thought, he left his sentence unfinished, his eyes darting, and devised a more straightforward approach. Extending 2 fingers, he smiled at Lin Xin. Let us be honest. I've wagered with a few teachers that they come to observe my class. If you could help me maintain my reputation. With a glance around to ensure they were unobserved, he leaned in closer and whispered, If you come, I'll give you 200 yuan afterward. Upon hearing the sum of 200, Lin Xin's eyes lit up. He was currently penniless and in dire need of funds. Although 200 for a single class was quite generous, he felt he could negotiate for more. After a few minutes of haggling, Lin Xin managed to secure 350 yuan, a delighted smile gracing his face. The two of them headed towards the teaching building, and Wang Lixing, patting his wallet in annoyance, remarked, I truly wonder who taught you such bargaining skills. You neglect legitimate studies and instead delve into these dubious dealings. Walking along the roadside, Lin Xin smirked proudly. Forgive me, I am endowed with the talent of a great emperor, self-taught and thriving. On the bustling commercial streets of the metropolis, a police vehicle came to a halt beneath the towering edifice of Tiemu Group. The doors swung open, and, to the astonishment of onlookers, a contingent of 5 or 6 officers, handcuffs affixed to their belts, entered the building. Mere moments later, Ning Donghong, the esteemed general manager of Tiemu Group, emerged alongside the officers, ultimately taking a seat in the police car as it departed for the precinct. This dramatic scene was captured by numerous passers-by and swiftly disseminated online, igniting a fervent discussion. It is worth noting that Ning Donghong is a prominent figure in the country, wielding considerable influence within Tianmu Group, where he stands as a figure of immense authority. Such an individual inevitably draws public attention, especially in light of being escorted by the police, a spectacle capable of sending ripples throughout the entire internet. Under the guidance of certain individuals, the news spread with remarkable speed, leading to a significant impact on the stock market of Tianmu Group. Chapter 45. Lin Xin's sister in the classroom of the management department at Magic City University. The atmosphere was unusually subdued. Due to the presence of visiting instructors, many students had received the news and were behaving themselves considerably. At the back of the classroom, 5 teachers from other subjects were poised to observe the unfolding drama, scheming on how to outwit the cunning Wang Lixing. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Wang Lixing, books tucked under his arm and a broad smile on his face, strode in. Before the other teachers could discern the reason for his jovial demeanor, another figure entered the classroom. Seated by the window in the back row, Li Liang's eyes instantly brightened. Who else could it be but his good friend Lin Xin? As Lin Xin made his entrance, many students momentarily paused, only to witness the teachers at the back row rising in unison, their expressions darkening as they exited the classroom. Watching a show? What kind of show? This old fox Wang was truly devious, calling Lin Xin back just to secure his victory, utterly shameless. The teachers present had all taught Lin Xin to varying degrees and were well aware of his academic prowess. Without hesitation, they made their exit. Observing this scene, Wang Lixing placed his books on the desk and, addressing the departing acquaintances with a grin, remarked, "Oh, old Li, are you leaving so soon? I thought you came to attend the lecture." The middle-aged teacher, known as Old Li, twitched at the corners of his mouth, quickening his pace as he replied with a nonchalant chuckle, "No. No need. We are well aware of your teaching prowess, old Wang. It is truly unparalleled at Magic City University." Wang Lixing laughed heartily in response. "Oh, come now. That is too generous. Such truth should remain unspoken. We educators ought to be more modest, don't you agree?" Understanding the underlying implication, Old Li left the classroom with a scowl, his heart bleeding from the loss. This was a substantial setback. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Xin swiftly made his way to sit beside Li Liang, claiming his customary seat. As he regarded the department head preparing to lecture, Li Liang discreetly gave Lin Xin a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, "Well done, Xinzi. You've truly saved my skin." Lin Xin shot him a sidelong glance and shrugged, stating, "If you wish to express your gratitude, do so with sincerity. I'm in need of some funds. How about a little donation?" Li Liang's smile vanished in an instant as he turned away, muttering to himself that perhaps that was a bad idea. Suddenly struck by a thought, he leaned closer to Lin Xin and whispered in his ear, "Old Lin, how about a business proposition? Just a little compromise of your charm, and I'll cover your living expenses for the month." Charm? Lin Xin regarded Li Liang with skepticism, questioning the meaning behind his words. After a few hushed exchanges, Lin Xin's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "You little rascal. How could you even suggest such a thing?" Li Liang chuckled mischievously. "Just tell me if you're in or not." Ultimately, succumbing to the pressures of life, Lin Xin chose to acquiesce. The narrative primarily revolves around Li Liang's pursuit of female students from other departments, only to find himself relegated to the role of a backup option. Subsequently, he shifts his affections towards the mothers of these young women. In the office space of Tianmu Group, Ning Zhuya sat with a furrowed brow, unable to concentrate on the documents before her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts on how to extricate her father from his predicament. Earlier that day, authorities had arrested him on charges of bribing government officials. Although there was no tangible evidence, a witness had come forward. Even in the most favorable scenario, her father would have to remain at the police station for some time. It was evident to Ning Zhuya that this was the handiwork of the Qin family. She could not fathom anyone else daring to target her family. A sense of unease settled over her, rendering her incapable of focusing on her work. Around 3 in the afternoon, Li Liang, accompanied by the meticulously dressed Lin Xin, arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. He gestured toward the couple seated inside and said with a scowl, "That's the woman. Not only did she deceive me emotionally, but she also made me buy her various handbags and gifts." Had I not stumbled upon her in an intimate moment with another man, I would have remained blissfully unaware. Lin Xin, clad in a black suit, replied with a hint of exasperation. So you've obtained her mother's contact information with the intent to humiliate her? I must admit, your imagination is quite impressive. Li Liang recognized the questionable nature of his actions and awkwardly scratched his head. Who knew she would agree so readily? I'm still somewhat bewildered by it all. Moreover, the meeting was specifically arranged at the same restaurant as her daughter's. I can't fathom the peculiar logic of this family. Let us hurry. We've already arrived. Reluctantly, Lin Xin followed Li Liang into the restaurant, making their way to the adjacent table where a well-dressed, middle-aged woman awaited. Upon noticing Li Liang's entrance, the woman's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Li Liang, what brings you here? The young man seated across from her cast a shadow glance, but maintained a polite demeanor, inquiring, Shaoli, is this your classmate? Shaoli hesitated before nodding, her demeanor composed as she smiled. Yes, he is one of my admirers. This revelation only fueled Li Liang's fury. After all, this woman had once made promises to him, and he had invested so much in her. Pushing Lin Xin forward, he urged, Old Lin, it's your turn now. Lin Xin glanced at the middle-aged woman next to him, forcing a smile as he sat down and greeted her sister. Hello. Shaoli looked at her mother in astonishment. Mom, do you know them? A triumphant grin spread across Li Liang's face as he settled into his seat, reveling in his perceived victory. Surprised, aren't you? I've long been aware of your indiscretions. Since I can't be your treasure, I shall strive to become your mother's instead. Fear not, you will continue to hold a special place in my heart. As he spoke, Li Liang turned his head, naturally smiling at his ex-girlfriend's mother, saying, Hello, sister, I am Shaoli. You are far more beautiful than in the photos. Sitting beside him, Lin Xin felt a wave of nausea rise within. How could someone utter such cheesy words? At her age, she could easily be his mother, and were it not for the living expenses, Lin Xin would rather die than attend this gathering. The middle-aged woman beamed at the two young men, her smile unwavering as she cheerfully remarked, You flatter me, but no need to be so formal. We shall all be family in the future. At the adjacent table, the young man seated before Shaoli suddenly darkened in expression. What does this mean? So that young fellow is to become his future father-in-law? Shaoli's face also fell, as she had never anticipated such a scenario. If word of this got out, how could she possibly navigate her way through life at Modi University? Meanwhile, Li Liang continued to cheerfully introduce, Sister, this is my friend Lin Xin, a sophomore like me and currently single as well. The prospect of witnessing the couple's discomfort brought Li Liang immense satisfaction. All he needed to do now was to manage the situation with the lady before him. Lin Xin forced a bitter smile, saying, Hello, sister. The middle-aged woman, gazing at Lin Xin's sharp features, found herself captivated. She had yet to experience the charm of such a handsome young man. Yet at that moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly grew cold. Unbeknownst to Lin Xin and Li Liang, a figure emanating an aura of chill had appeared behind them, facing away from the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 46. An old ox grazes on tender grass as Lin Xin sat in his seat, awkwardly smiling. A cold little hand unexpectedly brushed against his face. This familiar sensation sent a shiver down his spine, and he thought to himself, Surely, it cannot be that coincidental. The middle-aged woman glared disapprovingly at the girl standing behind Lin Xin, who was daring to touch his face. What do you think you're doing? Is his face something you can just touch? This is a young man I have my eye on, and now someone else has the audacity to make the first move. This cannot stand. Lin Xin, feeling stiff, turned his head and was met with the cold gaze of a certain young lady, her eyes glinting with an unsettling chill. His face twitched, and he awkwardly smiled, thinking perhaps he was merely too hungry, conjuring illusions in his mind. Sitting beside him, Li Liang swallowed hard and quickly vacated his seat, already envisioning the scene that would unfold shortly. Before long, Ning Zhuya, with a frosty demeanor, seized Lin Xin by the back of his collar and dragged him out of the dining room. Behind them, two bodyguards kept a vigilant watch on the begrudging middle-aged woman. Observing Lin Xin being pulled away with an expressionless face, Li Liang silently prayed, hoping to see him alive the next day. If he were to perish, he better not come looking for me. Soon, Ning Zhuya drove away from the restaurant, pressing the accelerator with force, clearly in a foul mood. Lin Xin found himself unceremoniously thrown into the back seat, lying despondently on the floor. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating. Neither spoke a word. But Lin Xin understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. 15 minutes later, in the astonished gaze of a maid, Lin Xin was yanked upstairs by Ning Zhuya, effortlessly, without even a hint of fatigue. With a loud thud, he was tossed like refuse into a familiar corner of the wall. Ning Zhuya, glancing at the glaring sunlight outside, strode forward to draw the curtains, plunging the room into darkness, with only a faint beam of light seeping through the gaps. Lin Xin, with a parched mouth, watched as Ning Zhuya approached him, awkwardly stammering, "Please, let me explain." I truly, with a sharp crack. Lin Xin's head tilted in shock, a handprint suddenly appearing on his left cheek. In the silent bedroom, Ning Zhuya's icy gaze bore into Lin Xin as she coldly stated, "What is there left to explain? You dared to dine with that old hag in front of me? Do you have any idea how she looked at you? I just warned you this morning. And by the afternoon, you were sitting at the same table with another woman, no less an old woman." The sight of that scene had an undeniable impact on Ning Zhuya's heart. Even if Lin Xin had been dining with Qin Shi, she would not have reacted with such fury. But being with that clearly unwholesome old woman implied that Ning Zhuya was somehow inferior to her. The combination of witnessing that scene and the unrest from her father's arrest culminated in an emotional explosion within Ning Zhuya. Soon, the bedroom echoed with Lin Xin's plaintive cries, "Please don't tear my clothes. Oh, and my pants too." In a brief span of time, Lin Xin found himself completely stripped by Ning Zhuya. With a somber expression, she remarked, "A disobedient dog must be disciplined with an iron hand." "Ah, you dog, do not bite me," he cried out. "I truly regret my actions." Downstairs, a maid, who was busy tidying up, couldn't help but shake her head in sympathy upon hearing the anguished cries echoing from above. It was indeed a tragic scene. She hoped fervently that the young lady would go easy and not bring harm to Master Lin. The pitiful wails of Lin Xin persisted for over half an hour, and by the time silence fell, his body bore numerous bite marks, some even oozing blood. In the dimly lit bedroom, after venting her frustrations, Ning Zhuya appeared considerably more at ease. Upon hearing Lin Xin's explanation of the events that transpired, she reluctantly chose to forgive him. Lying in her warm embrace, Lin Xin felt utterly despondent, his arms and legs marred with bite marks. Ning Zhuya gently tended to his wounds, whispering soothingly, "All right, do not be angry. It is your own fault for being disobedient." Yet, Lin Xin remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence, evidently truly upset. With a resigned sigh, Ning Zhuya turned and lay atop him, her crimson lips descending towards his. Before long, Lin Xin found himself unable to suppress his instincts, triggering a knowing smile from Ning Zhuya. Leaning closer to his ear, she coyly teased, "Although these days are risky, if you truly desire it, I wouldn't mind granting you some comfort." Her words acted as a key, unlocking the pent-up dissatisfaction and fervor within Lin Xin. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her, flipping her beneath him, his gaze filled with indignation as he said, "You said it, do not regret it." Ning Zhuya cupped his face with her delicate hands, responding, "Of course, as long as you wish." Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of Ning Zhuya's breaths, while Lin Xin's breathing grew heavy. In that moment, both had undeniably matured, finally taking that final step together. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Ning Zhuya's soft form nestled deeply into Lin Xin's embrace as she drifted into slumber. His gaze, however, lingered on the crimson stains upon the blanket, reflecting on the fact that he had lost his innocence to a woman he had known for less than a month. Though their acquaintance was brief, they had already shared life and death experiences. Alas, the only flaw in this budding romance was the sharp thorns of the rose. Lin Xin playfully patted Ning Zhuya's rounded backside, squeezing it firmly as he mumbled, "What a wild little cat you are," oblivious to his antics due to exhaustion. Ning Zhuya remained sound asleep, unaware of Lin Xin's playful musings, lest she rise to reward him in kind. In the tranquil bedroom, a newfound clarity dawned upon Lin Xin, prompting him to instinctively embrace her tighter before surrendering to sleep himself. Perhaps it was time for him to fulfill his responsibilities as a boyfriend. He resolved to meet his future father-in-law the following day. Chapter 47. The trepidation of the director at the break of dawn. Ning Zhuya gently tugged the still sleepy Lin Xin into the car heading towards the police station. As Lin Xin, drowsy and disoriented, gazed at Ning Zhuya nestled against him barefoot. He murmured sleepily, "You are rather heavy." Ning Zhuya, reveling in her triumph from the previous night, pondered to herself, "It seems this man possesses a remarkable knack for self-destruction. He remains oblivious to pain until he experiences it firsthand." After a lengthy half-hour journey, when the vehicle came to a halt at the police station, Lin Xin stepped out with a blank expression, a new bite mark evident upon his neck. Ning Zhuya linked her arm with Lin Xin's as they approached the precinct, and even she could not muster a smile in such a place. The officer on duty at the entrance recognized Ning Zhuya and did not impede their entry. Instead, he cast a curious glance at Lin Xin. After a brief registration process, Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin were escorted by a middle-aged officer to a holding room. The officer produced a key from his pocket to unlock the door and stood at the threshold, coldly informing Ning Zhuya, "You have 20 minutes for your conversation. Depart promptly when the time is up." With a stern expression, Ning Zhuya entered the room, leaving Lin Xin to express his gratitude. "Thank you." The middle-aged officer nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Inside the holding room, Ning Donghong sat handcuffed on a stool. Upon noticing his daughter and Lin Xin's arrival, he lifted his head, forcing a smile. "You're here." Ning Zhuya settled down at the window, her tone instinctively cool as she inquired, "How long will you be detained?" Seeing the fleeting worry in his daughter's eyes brought Ning Donghong a sense of comfort, and he replied with a smile, "Do not fret, with only witness testimony. I should be out in 10 days. Ning Zhuya nodded, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. The father and daughter exchanged no words, silently gazing at one another as though engaged in a telepathic conversation. This left Lin Xin standing awkwardly to the side, feeling quite uncomfortable. He wondered why the dialogue had ceased so abruptly. Fortunately, this tension did not linger for long, as noise began to emanate from outside the holding room. "Who is inside?" Reporting to the director, "It is Ning Donghong, the general manager of Tianmu Group, who was apprehended yesterday, along with his family visiting him." Ning Donghong? Outside the holding room, Director Chen Wei was taken aback. Having just returned from a business trip, he was unaware of the events of the previous day and was astonished to learn that such a prominent figure had been arrested. This was no trivial matter. His brow furrowed in concern, and after inquiring about the details from the middle-aged officer, he scolded, "This is absurd. Why was I not informed of this in advance?" A sudden realization struck Chen Wei, causing his expression to darken, and he strode directly into the holding room. However, his body froze at the doorway. Whatever he beheld caused his pupils to constrict sharply, as if he had encountered someone who should not be present in that moment. At the far end of the holding cell, Ning Donghong noticed Chen Wei, who was standing idly at the door, clearly recognizing him. With a smile, he greeted Director Chen. "It has been a long time." Chen Wei stood at the entrance of the holding cell, his smile somewhat strained. Gesturing towards Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin with a slight tremor in his voice, "This must be your daughter. She has grown so beautiful." Ning Donghong, Hankufet, did not pay attention to this detail, but smiled and nodded. He then introduced Lin Xin, saying, "Lin Xin, this is Director Chen from the police station. Why don't you greet him?" Knowing his daughter's temperament, Ning Donghong directly looked at Lin Xin to avoid any awkwardness. Standing behind Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin slightly bowed to Chen Wei and politely smiled. "Hello, Director Chen. I am Lin Xin, the kind of boyfriend aiming for marriage with Xiaoya." Ning Zhuya shot him a glance, thinking he was showing off. "What are you so proud of?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wei felt a sinking sensation in his heart, especially as he noticed Lin Xin's humble smile, which made him feel even colder inside. He cleared his throat twice and said with a forced smile, "Well, you two enjoy your conversation. I need to attend to some matters." With that, Chen Wei promptly closed the door of the holding cell, his expression darkening instantly as he walked towards the office. Inside the holding cell, Lin Xin withdrew his gaze and gently stroked Ning Zhuya's silky black hair, softly saying, "Shall we leave now? We wouldn't want to disturb your uncle's rest." Ning Zhuya swatted away Lin Xin's unseemly hand. casting a warning glance at him before turning to her father and saying softly, "I'll be leaving now." Ning Donghong nodded, knowing his daughter's aloof nature. That she could say goodbye was already quite commendable. After that, Ning Zhuya took Lin Xin's hand and walked out of the holding cell. The door closed slowly behind them. In the director's office, Chen Wei sat with a grim countenance, glaring at Ma Fei, who stood before him. He reprimanded, "Who authorized you to arrest Ning Donghong? Do you have any idea of the ramifications of this act? He is a representative of Tianmu Group, which makes substantial donations to the city each year. And here you are, seizing him without a word." As he faced the relentless tirade from his superior, Ma Fei's eyes flashed with impatience, and clad in his black police uniform, he replied nonchalantly, "We have witnesses, and we are acting according to the law. Who could possibly challenge our police department?" At this, Chen Wei could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and seized Ma Fei by the collar, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Don't think that having the Qin family as your backing makes you invincible. If this situation is not handled properly, not only will you face the consequences, but I may lose my position as well." Taken aback, Ma Fei looked at the director in disbelief, realizing something was amiss. What does this mean? Does Ning Donghong have some sort of powerful ally? Chen Wei released his grip and coldly mocked him. "Now you know fear? I must inform you that should this matter reach the ears of those in higher authority, it would not only jeopardize you and me, but the Qin family would also find themselves in dire straits." With that, Chen Wei, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a swift kick to Ma Fei's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. He bellowed in anger, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and release the captives." At these words, Ma Fei was gripped by panic. He understood that the director would not make such a statement without substantial grounds. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the office exit. Simultaneously, he privately lamented his decision to assist the Qin family, realizing he had now entangled himself in a grave predicament. Inside the office, Chen Wei promptly seized the telephone on his desk, aware that the public discourse online needed immediate clarification and resolution. After all, Ma Fei was one of his own, and should this situation continue to escalate, his own position would undoubtedly be at risk. Therefore, it was imperative to act swiftly and rectify the situation before it spiraled further out of control. Chapter 48. Lanjing Grand Hotel. On the way home, Lin Xin was driving, glancing curiously at Ning Zhuya, who sat silently in the back seat. He inquired, "I'm quite curious, since your parents now support you, why do you still maintain such a frosty demeanor towards them?" Ning Zhuya, lost in thought as she gazed out the window, turned her head and replied, "I'm not in a good mood right now. If you wish to avoid a reprimand, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut." Observing the abrupt chill that enveloped her countenance, Lin Xin merely shrugged and refrained from further questioning. Just then, the sound of a notification chimed, and a slightly irritable Ning Zhuya reached for her phone to check the message. After glancing at the information displayed, she instructed Lin Xin, "Make a U-turn. We are heading to Lanjing Grand Hotel." Lin Xin looked towards the nearby villa district and sighed, complying with her request. "What is going on?" he queried. Ning Zhuya replied nonchalantly, "A guest is seeking us. It would be impolite to decline." At the police station's entrance, Chen Wei, the police chief, personally escorted Ning Donghong out with a smile, apologetically stating, "I sincerely apologize, Ning. This incident was caused by my subordinates' reckless actions, and I regret the inconvenience it has caused you." Ning Donghong was filled with confusion at that moment, pondering why he was suddenly released. His position as the general manager of Tianmu Group seemed to hold little weight in this situation. Particularly, seeing the forced smile on Chen Wei's face made him feel uncomfortable. Although he was acquainted with Chen Wei, they were not on such intimate terms that would warrant this sudden shift in demeanor. However, considering that he was free now, he decided not to dwell on these thoughts, suspecting that his wife had intervened in some manner. Ning Donghong offered Chen Wei a polite nod, saying, "Well then, Chief Chen, I shall take my leave. I will be pleased to treat you to tea sometime." With that, he departed in a police vehicle designated for his transport. Once he left, Chen Wei's smile vanished, replaced by a look of deep contemplation, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost immediately, and a steady voice came through. "Old Chen, what is the matter?" "Chen Wei, with a serious expression, spoke into the phone, "Old Wang. I have a matter to report to you that may require you to relay it further up. My rank is insufficient. As one of the most lucrative enterprises of the Shanyu Group, Longjing Grand Hotel boasts dozens of branches across the country, with an annual net profit exceeding 100 million. While this may seem insignificant to a business titan like Tianmu Group, it is indeed a remarkable achievement for the middle tier of commerce in the bustling city." In a lavish private room at the top of the establishment, Xiao Jie, donned in a sharply tailored suit, exuded an air of refined gentlemanliness. Outside the room, Lin Xin's voice could be heard grumbling, followed by the door swinging open as the two entered. "I must ask, could you not dress yourself next time? It seems I am always required to assist you. What? Are you dissatisfied?" The door swung open, and Ning Zhuya, gripping Lin Xin's ear, strode in, her exquisite face marred by displeasure. This fellow dared to complain, evidently in need of better discipline. Observing their dynamic, Xiao Jie propped himself up with a chuckle, remarking on their seemingly close relationship. Without hesitation, Ning Zhuya pulled Lin Xin down to sit opposite her, her tone icy as she inquired about the purpose of his summons. Meanwhile, Lin Xin, seemingly indifferent, began to indulge in the delectable dishes laid out on the table, all the while eavesdropping on their conversation. Xiao Jie, narrowing his eyes with a subtle smile, remarked, "Naturally, it pertains to the affairs of the Qin family. We had previously conspired on this matter, yet your unexpected disruption has made my situation quite precarious." At his words, Ning Zhuya huffed coldly, retorting that she owed him no explanations for her actions. Afterward, she turned her attention to the oblivious Lin Xin, who was greedily devouring his meal, and could not resist delivering a playful slap to his head. "Ouch!" Lin Xin, taken aback by the sudden hit, glared at Ning Zhuya, questioning her erratic behavior. She merely pointed at the plate of crayfish, her meaning unmistakably clear. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xin wiped his mouth and began peeling the shells of the crayfish, offering the succulent meat to Ning Zhuya, who accepted it gracefully. Observing Lin Xin's obedient demeanor from across the table, Xiao Jie's eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression before he casually warned, "Let us set this matter aside for now. I wish to remind you to be wary of my father. He is not as straightforward as he appears." Ning Zhuya furrowed her brow, puzzled by his statement. Xiao Jie, placing a piece of leafy greens into his bowl, evaded her question with a cryptic smile. "The more robust the trunk of a tree, the deeper its roots delve into the earth. We often see only its lush foliage, oblivious to the roots entrenched in the soil." At this, Lin Xin's deep-set eyes revealed a fleeting disturbance, hinting at an unspoken thought. However, Ning Zhuya dismissed his words entirely, a fact Xiao Jie noted without further comment. Years of relentless pressure had rendered Ning Zhuya both resilient and emotionally detached. When one becomes estranged from society, the only unwavering belief lies in oneself, leading to a disregard for others' perceptions. This detachment was the primary catalyst for her cold demeanor. "I hope we shall have another opportunity to collaborate," Xiao Jie said as he rose, smiling before departing from the private room. His final remark bore a weighty significance, as he first glanced at Lin Xin before shifting his gaze to Ning Zhuya. Once Xiao Jie had left, Ning Zhuya unceremoniously removed her white shoes, resting her bare feet on Lin Xin's lap, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Lin Xin, eyeing her barefootedness with mild disdain, noted the lack of decorum amidst their meal. "We're still eating. Can't you be a bit more mindful of your image?" he chided. Ning Zhuya's brows knitted together as she seized Lin Xin's face, giving it a firm tug, her voice cold. "Were you just expressing disdain for me? Have your wings grown too strong?" "Not all," he replied. With a face full of grievance, Lin Xin remarked, "I was merely contemplating how tirelessly you work every day, my dear wife. Perhaps I could offer you a foot massage?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya found the suggestion rather appealing. She released her delicate fingers and nodded, acknowledging, "Ah, I see. I may have misjudged you." "Indeed, indeed," Lin Xin replied with a chuckle in agreement. He then set aside his chopsticks, gently grasped her fair foot resting on his lap, and began to knead the acupressure points with tender care. Ning Zhuya closed her eyes in bliss, relishing the moments of relaxation. Indeed, she had chosen well in this man. who was adept at both massage and culinary arts. Chapter 49. Qianjin targeted the morning air in the magical city was refreshing, alleviating the fatigue of both body and mind. At the Qin residence, Qin Peng sat in a grand chair with a sullen expression, listening to the warning emanating from his phone. Your recent actions have gone too far and have drawn the attention of the higher-ups. If you wish to avoid being the scapegoat, you ought to temper your behavior. For now, let's put the Tianmu group on hold, at least until I uncover who is behind the Ning family. Refrain from any rash moves. After uttering these words, the mysterious call abruptly ended. Qin Peng, feeling agitated, tapped several times on the screen to delete the call log. He then slammed his palm onto the wooden table beside him, causing the tea in the cup to shake violently and spill onto the floor. Damn the Ning family. You truly found yourselves a backer. Qin Peng roared, his voice laced with resentment. All the carefully laid plans he had orchestrated over the years were now at risk of being shelved. It was enough to incite fury. However, defying the wishes of that influential figure and covertly taking action against the Ning family was a risk he could not afford to take. After all, that entity was the greatest support for the Qin family, and enmity was not an option. To oppose would jeopardize his position as head of the family, let alone any ambitions he harbored. In the magical city, at the Ning family residence, Ning Zhuya stood at the entrance of the villa, watching her husband disembark from the car, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She approached him, concern etched on her face. Did nothing happen? Ning Donghong embraced his wife with a smile, gently patting her back. With your connections, how could anything have gone awry? Connections? Ning Zhuya replied, puzzled by her husband's words. Aren't you the one who was released without charges? Ning Donghong paused, releasing her and expressing his confusion. Wasn't it you who facilitated my release at the police station? The chief, Chen Wei, personally escorted me out. Surely someone intervened on my behalf. Was it not you? Not at all, Ning Zhuya said, her brow furrowing deeper with bewilderment. How could I possibly have the connections to sway the police chief? In that moment, both of their faces were filled with confusion, each unaware of the circumstances that had unfolded. Just then, Ning Zhuya's phone rang unexpectedly. She answered it. An excited voice from her secretary came through. Chairperson, wonderful news. All investigations from our branch offices have suddenly been retracted, and the stock market situation has stabilized. This sudden piece of good news left Ning Zhuya utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired? One fortunate event after another. In the following days, Lin Xin enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, spending his time at school assisting Ning Zhuya with student council matters. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya diligently worked from 9 to 5 at the company, which filled Lin Xin with a pang of sympathy. He wished it were he who could occupy that role. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Ning Zhuya, as he had no understanding of corporate operations, possessing merely theoretical knowledge. At noon, the sun radiated a searing heat, nearly baking everything in its path. As Lin Xin sluggishly rose from his bed, his phone, lying nearby, began to ring. The caller ID displayed Li Liang's name. The mere thought of this individual sent a wave of irritation through Lin Xin. The last time he had risked his life to assist Li Liang, he had not only failed to receive any monetary reward, but had also endured a severe beating as a consequence. Upon answering the call, Lin Xin spoke with evident impatience. What is it? Let me make it clear. I will not accompany you in any unsavory activities. The painful memories of his recent ordeal lingered, and he vowed never to engage with another woman again. However, on the other end of the line, Li Liang's voice was fraught with urgency as he exclaimed, What are you talking about? Qin, she has had an accident. Hurry to the hospital in Magic City. Lin Xion's expression shifted abruptly at the mention of Qin Shi. He quickly pressed for details. What happened? You need to be clear. Having known Qin Shi since high school, he could not bear the thought of her being in distress. Moreover, an inexplicable sense of guilt had always lingered in his heart regarding her. Li Liang, still anxious, urged, Just come over. I can't explain everything right now. With that, the call ended abruptly. Without hesitation, Lin Xin hastily donned his clothes and grabbed a vehicle from the garage, racing toward the hospital. Meanwhile, at the hospital in Magic City, Li Liang paced anxiously outside the examination room, accompanied by a middle-aged couple whose faces were etched with worry. They were Qin Shi's parents, who had rushed over the moment they heard about their daughter's plight. Minutes later, a breathless Lin Xin arrived, his gaze fixed on the closed door of the examination room. He turned to Li Liang with concern. What's the situation? What exactly happened? He had seen Qianjin just a few days prior, and she seemed perfectly fine. How could this calamity have befallen her so suddenly? Li Liang glanced at the anxious couple nearby, then pulled Lin Xin aside, his voice seething with anger. It must be those thugs led by Qianjin. This morning, I received a location, and when I arrived, I found Qianjin unconscious, battered, and lying in a filthy ditch. He was clearly furious, exclaiming, he must have known he couldn't defeat us, so he targeted Qianjin instead. What a despicable creature. To lay hands on a woman. At these words, Lin Xin's fists clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging as he struggled to contain his rage and asked through gritted teeth, what is Qianjin's condition now? Li Liang shook his head. It's still unclear, but the doctor said her injuries are all external, clearly inflicted by punches and kicks. Just then, the door to the examination room swung open. An masked female doctor emerged. She surveyed the group and inquired, who here is a relative of Qianjin? Qin Wide promptly approached with his wife, his voice trembling with concern. I am her father. Doctor, how is my daughter? Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Xin and Li Liang hastily approached. The female doctor removed her mask and spoke softly. The patient does not exhibit any severe injuries. It appears she was assaulted prior to her fainting. Fortunately, the condition is not grave. With proper care during her hospitalization, she should recover in approximately 2 weeks. Having said this, the doctor departed towards the pharmacy. Qianjin's parents promptly pushed the door open and entered, their eyes immediately landing on their daughter lying on the hospital bed, her body adorned with bandages. Outside the room, Lin Xin grasped Li Liang's arm as he attempted to enter, and with a sigh under the latter's puzzled gaze, he said, I have matters to attend to, so I won't go in. Please check at the billing office to see how much needs to be covered. I will reimburse you later tonight. With that, Lin Xin made his way towards the staircase, while Li Liang, clenching his fists, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. To put it plainly, Qianjin had become a victim due to the circumstances involving himself and Lin Xin. She was entirely innocent. However, what Li Liang failed to notice was that in the instant Lin Xin turned away, the fury in his eyes transformed into a chilling coldness, rendering him suddenly unrecognizable. Chapter 50. Slave Lin Xin in an office of the Tianmu Group in the bustling city of magic capital, Ning Zhuya, clad in formal attire, diligently attended to her documents. Suddenly, her phone, resting beside her, rang, diverting her focused attention. As she furrowed her brows and picked up the device, her initial discontent dissipated, transforming into a smile upon seeing the caller ID. To her surprise, this individual had the audacity to call her. Could it be that he missed her? A flicker of joy surged within Ning Zhuya, and she answered the call, placing the phone to her ear. Lin Xin's voice, slightly hoarse, came through. I wish to borrow some money, perhaps several tens of thousands. Instantly, the smile vanished from Ning Zhuya's face, replaced by a sense of disappointment and confusion. Why are you suddenly asking me for money? You previously declined my offer. Lin Xin then recounted the situation regarding Qianjin. Sensing the guilt in his tone, Ning Zhuya's voice softened as she replied, I shall transfer 500,000 to your card shortly, but there will be conditions. Where are you now? Lin Xin was not taken aback. Knowing Ning Zhuya's mischievous nature, it would have been odd if she did not seize this opportunity to impose some demands on him. I'm on the street. Very well, I shall come to fetch you. Ning Zhuya ended the call, donned her jacket, and grabbed her car keys, striding purposefully out of the office. Approximately half an hour later, under the astonished gazes of Tianmu Group employees, Ning Zhuya entered the office, hand in hand with Lin Xin. The gossiping crowd erupted with speculation. Who is that young man? He.s. holding hands with the young lady so intimately. I've never seen her this close to any man. Not even the chairman or the general manager. Yet he is quite handsome, fitting my type. The news spread rapidly, soon reaching the ears of the upper management. In the chairman's office, Ning Donghong sat beside his wife, observing her earnest demeanor at work, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Xiaoya has brought her boyfriend. Aren't you curious to see him? Ning Yun, engrossed in her tasks, paused momentarily, responding with a nonchalant tone. What is there to see? I've already seen the photos. Amused by his wife's stubbornness, Ning Donghong shook his head in bemusement, pondering when her disposition might change. In the office on the 15th floor of the Tianmu Group, Ning Zhuya positioned a chair in front of her desk and instructed Lin Xin, who stood nearby. For the next week, you shall accompany me here, serving me tea, massaging my shoulders, and attending to my needs. Understood? Isn't that akin to being a servant? Lin Xin retorted with a smirk. Ning Zhuya nodded, asserting matter-of-factly, precisely. Do you have any objections? None, he sighed, taking a seat. Ning Zhuya also settled down, directing Lin Xin to massage her shoulders, as her earlier irritation gradually began to fade away. Upon receiving her first call from Lin Xin, which was intended for another woman, Ning Zhuya felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, she recognized that the fault could not entirely lie with Lin Xin. After all, it was due to him that she had been admitted to the hospital, and in a certain sense, she was entangled in the situation as well. However, Ning Zhuya soon discovered that she could not quell her agitation, casting a discontented glance at Lin Xin, who sat behind her. It's all your fault, she thought. Lin Xin, caught off guard by the blame despite having said nothing, replied, "How can you hold me responsible when I haven't uttered a word?" Ning Zhuya's deep, enchanting eyes lingered on him for a moment before she beckoned him with a subtle curl of her finger, her lips parting slightly as she commanded, "Come sit here." Rising from her seat, she awaited Lin Xin's bewildered compliance before settling onto his lap. With a soft command, she instructed, "Embrace me." Reluctantly, Lin Xin wrapped his arms around Ning Zhuya's slender waist, the faint scent of her presence easing his previously pent-up frustration. Satisfied, Ning Zhuya resumed her work, quickly addressing the documents before her. Yet, Lin Xin suddenly pointed to one of the papers and remarked, "You seem to have made an error. There's a more efficient way to handle this." At his words, Ning Zhuya's pen halted mid-air as she glanced at the document he indicated. A mere glance confirmed Lin Xin's assertion. She had been distracted and failed to notice the oversight. Simultaneously, the realization that Lin Xin had pointed out her mistake stirred a slight discontent within the otherwise confident Ning Zhuya. She recalled Lin Xin's impressive academic achievements, which were likely even more profound than she had initially considered. His perfect score was merely a reflection of the maximum possible in the exams, yet his knowledge surpassed that threshold. Thus, 10 minutes later, a new desk appeared in Ning Zhuya's office, laden with a towering stack of files. She commanded Lin Xin, "Ensure these are processed before the end of the day, or you shall incur a wage deduction." Lin Xin gazed at the mountain of documents and vehemently shook his head, declaring, "Not a chance. I refuse to become a corporate drone." "Oh, really?" Ning Zhuya retorted, retrieving a red whip from her desk drawer and giving it a light tug that sent a soft whistle through the air. With the whip in hand, she tilted her head and coldly stated, "You seem to have misunderstood. This is not a negotiation, but an order." With that, she struck her desk with the whip, producing a sharp crack that left a faint mark on the surface. Lin Xin's body jolted, and he swiftly retreated to his own desk, begrudgingly beginning to sift through the files. What kind of lunatic keeps a whip in the office? He thought, feeling utterly exasperated. Setting the whip aside, Ning Zhuya observed Lin Xin diligently working, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She turned to prepare herself a cup of coffee, then settled onto the sofa, kicking off her shoes and reclining comfortably while she gazed at him, appreciating his focused demeanor. A boyfriend could serve more than just a companion for sleep. He could also be a partner in work, and her satisfaction only grew. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hospital room in the bustling metropolis, news arrived from Ning Zhuya, prompting the hospital to promptly upgrade Qianjin's accommodation to a lavish single room under the guise of charity, with all medical expenses and other costs generously borne by the hospital. At that moment, Qianjin sat on her bed clad in a hospital gown, casting a somewhat forlorn glance at Li Liang, who was seated beside her. "Where is Lin Xin? Has he not come?" she inquired, her voice tinged with sadness. Li Liang, detecting the sorrow in her tone, offered words of comfort while peeling an apple. "He intended to visit, but perhaps feeling guilty, he left upon learning about your condition. Please do not take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Qianjin's mood lifted slightly, and her complexion improved a bit as she thought to herself, "So he does care about me." Li Liang, who observed her every expression, sighed internally, feeling caught in a dilemma. Whether to provide encouragement or to remain silent was a challenge. Having spent over a year together, he had come to understand some of Qianjin's character. She was the type who would not turn back until she had hit a wall. Even though Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya had become a couple, it seemed she would still wait, quietly watching and hoping without disturbing someone. Chapter 51. The former Lin Xin. As dusk approached, Lin Xin finally stretched lazily, facing a neatly organized pile of documents. At last, I am done. Hearing the commotion, Ning Zhuya approached, cradling a half-filled cup of coffee that exuded a rich aroma. She casually picked up a document, glanced at it with satisfaction, and handed the remaining coffee to Lin Xin. Quite well done. A reward for you, she said. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Xin looked at the half-empty cup with a hint of disdain. You heartless boss, giving me your leftovers. After saying this, he placed the coffee on the table, clearly showing no intention of drinking it. This scene caught Ning Zhuya's attention. Her beautiful eyes began to glimmer with a frosty light as she seized the coffee and took a large sip, swirling it in her mouth. Lin Xin, taken aback, widened his eyes, attempting to break free, but Ning Zhuya's grip was unyielding. MMM. After a moment, Ning Zhuya released Lin Xin, licking the remnants of coffee from the corner of his mouth, holding his face and smiling. How does it taste? Quite delightful. Isn't it? After all, it is my exclusive imported coffee. Lin Xin, feeling utterly defeated, reclined in his chair. He was thoroughly sullied. Oh well, let it be. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. To endure for a moment brings tranquility. To retreat offers vast horizons. A while later, as the bedroom lights dimmed, Lin Xin embraced Ning Zhuya, closing his eyes. Their bodies were pressed closely together, each able to hear the rhythm of the other's heartbeat. Yet they had yet to truly delve into each other's innermost thoughts. The following morning, Lin Xin awoke much earlier than usual. He had taken a leave from Ning Zhuya to visit the school. Last night, he had endured several bites, and his body still ached. After a brief wash, Lin Xin drove towards the school, his mind already made up. Once Lin Xin departed the villa, a dozen bodyguards stealthily followed in their vehicles, shadowing him discreetly. Inside one car, the injured bodyguard captain, Li Hu, reported the situation over the phone, respectfully addressing the voice on the other end. Miss, young Master Lin has left the villa. What are our specific instructions? A cold voice emanated from the other end, characteristic of Ning Zhuya's demeanor towards anyone other than Lin Xin. Follow him closely. If he seeks trouble with others, ensure you clean up any loose ends. Li Hu nodded respectfully, understood, Mississippi. The call ended. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Xin successfully spotted Qianjin at the school gate. Lurking in a shadowy corner, observing Qianjin in the company of several thugs, his face brimming with arrogance as he spoke animatedly. As they gradually left the school, Lin Xin stealthily followed, his expression chillingly stern. Once Lin Xin trailed behind, a group of bodyguards emerged from the shadows, cautiously watching Lin Xin from a distance. Particularly Li Hu, who sensed that something was amiss. A persistent sensation of being observed enveloped him, as though he had been targeted from the very outset. With this perplexity in mind, Li Hu stealthily trailed behind once more, only to lose sight of Lin Xin within a mere 10 minutes. In a secluded alleyway, Li Hu, feeling defeated, placed a call to his young mistress, lamenting, Miss, we have lost him. Gray clouds obscured the sun, rendering the midday sky as dim as dusk. As raindrops cascaded from the heavens, it seemed to activate a switch, unleashing a torrential downpour that drowned out the city's sounds, shrouding it in silence. In the outskirts of the metropolis, within the confines of a dilapidated factory, the chilling winds howled, creating an eerily somber atmosphere. The abandoned site lacked a functional electrical system, and amidst the tranquil yet ominous rainy night, the factory appeared even darker. In a shadowy corner, a cluster of bright lights stood out conspicuously, revealing a solitary figure. Lin Xin coldly regarded the bound Qianjin, whose mouth was sealed with tape, allowing only muffled sounds of terror to escape. Due to the relentless rain, water began to seep through the crumbling ceiling, droplets falling directly upon Qianjin's head, cascading down his terrified visage and splattering onto the ground. Lin Xin, his expression impassive, raised his fist, thickly wrapped in tape, ensuring that no trace of his actions would remain. With lips as thin as gossamer slightly parted, his icy gaze fixed upon Qianjin's face, filled with dread, he spoke in a chilling tone. This is the choice you made. If you have committed to it, you must be prepared to face the consequences. With that, Lin Xin struck without hesitation, the sound of a dull thud accompanied by a pained scream. A single blow rendered Qianjin utterly desolate. The taste of blood filled Qianjin's mouth due to the tape, and he looked at Lin Xin as if he were a demon from the depths of hell, his eyes trembling with fear. Lin Xin, however, displayed no mercy, as if such scenes were commonplace, stirring not a ripple of emotion within him. The howling wind intensified, and another fist fell mercilessly, each strike landing with brutal force. Chapter 52. A deluge. The rain poured down with increasing ferocity, and the gray mist enveloped the city in a shroud of mystery. Within the dilapidated factory, the sound of fists striking continued unabated, only gradually ceasing after half an hour. In a dim corner, illuminated by a flashlight, Qianjin's face, marred with bruises and blood, appeared particularly tragic, as blood mingled with rainwater, dripping down his visage. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Qianjin remained lucid, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Lin Xin, wanting to plead for mercy, yet finding himself mute with fear. Lin Xin turned and approached a dusty shelf behind him, retrieving a camera he had prepared in advance. He casually glanced at the footage before pivoting back to face Qianjin, brandishing the camera with a chilling tone. You see this camera? If similar events were to unfold, I trust many would eagerly watch this footage go viral online. As a most promising second heir of the Qin family, this threat was undeniably lethal to Qianjin. Noticing Qianjin's silence, Lin Xin coldly continued, If you wish to avoid further suffering, then answer me. Summoning his courage, Qianjin tremulously nodded. Why, yes. Having received a response, Lin Xin turned away, but not before issuing a warning to the prostrate Qianjin. You had better hope this is the last time. Otherwise, next time, I may very well kill you, without leaving a trace, just like today. With that, Lin Xin strode out of the dilapidated factory, the downpour drenching him as he paused at the entrance. Through the torrential rain, a figure clad in black approached, holding an umbrella and clutching an outdated mobile phone. Lin Xin stood at the threshold, his gaze flickering with disdain as he recognized the man drawing near, surprised by his swift arrival. The man in black, sheltered by the umbrella, remained silent, merely extending the old mobile phone toward Lin Xin. Taking the phone, Lin Xin placed it to his ear, and a calm, indifferent voice of an elderly man resonated from the other end. What is this? Not even a word for your grandfather. Lin Xin zipli guli. I have nothing to say to you. Upon hearing this, the elderly voice simmered with barely concealed irritation. Is it truly that you harbor such hatred for me? I've heard about your recent developments, dating a girl in university, which is indeed cause for celebration. However, let me offer you a word of advice. She is not suitable for you. Lin Xion's temper flared, his demeanor shifting from his usual composure as he retorted. My affairs are none of your concern. This is my choice, and you have no right to interfere. The old man scoffed softly, replying, If you wish for me to stay out of your life, then do not invoke my name to assist your little girlfriend. If you're so eager to distance yourself from me, then have the audacity not to leverage my connections. I certainly do not recall teaching you such behavior. I've already issued a statement. You may take your time dealing with the Qin family. Allow me to witness the growth you have achieved over the years. Should you find it unbearable, feel free to call me. With that, the call ended. The man in black retrieved his phone, casting a glance at the dimly lit factory interior, and remarked indifferently, Do you require me to clean up the mess? Old Lin would hardly mind such trivialities. No need. Lin Xin replied coldly. He strode directly into the torrential rain, which soaked his clothes almost instantly. The man in black took no further notice and departed from another direction. Amidst the lengthy downpour, Lin Xin walked alone along a secluded path. In the distance, a light flickered to life as a familiar vehicle approached, eventually halting before him. The rear door swung open, and a hand reached out, pulling Lin Xin inside before the door was slammed shut. The vehicle began to turn slowly, heading towards the city center. Inside the back seat, a familiar fragrance enveloped him, one that was unique to none other. Ning Zhuya, clad in a flowing white gown, turned to gaze at the drenched Lin Xin, noticing the calmness in his eyes that belied his true feelings. That was not the expression one would expect from this man. Her gaze fell upon the tape wrapped around Lin Xion's hands, particularly the bloodstains that had been partially washed away by the rain. What happened? Lin Xion lowered his gaze in silence, a rare sense of melancholy washing over him. Observing his reticence, Ning Zhuya refrained from probing further. She picked up a towel and began to dry the rain from his body, casually removing his shirt to reveal his chiseled physique. Then, she retrieved a gray blanket from behind and wrapped it around both of them. Within the confines of the blanket, their bodies pressed closely together, and Ning Zhuya rested Lin Xion's head against her chest. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such a tender side of the young lady. In the back seat, Ning Zhuya caressed Lin Xion's hair, nuzzling her face against his, softly saying, "Rest well." Lin Xion closed his eyes, hoping to quell the resentment in his heart through sleep. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, while Ning Zhuya gently stroked his face, a smile gracing her lips. The quiet man seemed even more handsome in his silence. Subsequently, Ning Zhuya took out her phone, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she sent a message. It was this very message that made Qianjin truly experience the suffocating pain of that night, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. The following day, as Lin Xin lay naked beneath the covers, he opened his eyes to find Ning Zhuya, her beautiful eyes filled with laughter, gazing at him. She softly remarked, "You're awake." The window had been left ajar, allowing a chill breeze to seep in, prompting Lin Xin to shiver involuntarily. Feeling the texture beneath him, he winced and asked, "Did you take off my clothes?" Ning Zhuya nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, smiling as she replied, "Of course, who else could it be?" With a teasing whisper, she leaned closer to Lin Xion's ear and softly remarked, "I must say, it is quite delightful. I sent it, you little pervert." Lin Xion promptly burrowed beneath the covers. At her words, Ning Zhuya's expression turned icy. This man truly never learns. Soon, the bedroom echoed with Lin Xion's cries of distress as he darted about, enveloped in a quilt. Ning Zhuya, clad in a nightgown, pursued him barefoot, displaying no urgency to catch him. Instead, she playfully tapped his backside from time to time, seemingly relishing the chase. Before long, Lin Xion collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted and with a rumbling stomach, while Ning Zhuya squatted down, playfully stroking his face and teasing, "Is that all you can manage? I haven't had my fill yet. Get up and run some more." Chapter 53. I will kick you to death. Outside a hospital room in the magical city, in a tranquil corridor, Ning Zhuya leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her beautiful visage betraying her displeasure as she observed Lin Xion hesitating at the door. Inside the room, she reclined on the bed, engrossed in a book, her complexion markedly improved, with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and with a yelp, Lin Xion was unceremoniously kicked inside. Ning Zhuya stood at the threshold, casting a cold glance at Lin Xion sprawled on the floor, stating, "I shall grant you only 10 minutes, not a second more." With that, she uncomfortably shut the door, feeling a surge of discontent within her. Had she not witnessed Lin Xion's pitiful state the previous day, she would never have permitted him to visit this woman. It was not jealousy that stirred her, but a simple discomfort akin to lending her most cherished toy to another. Inside the room, she looked up in surprise at the sudden intrusion of Lin Xin, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Lin Xin, somewhat awkwardly, rose from the floor and approached the bedside, offering a sheepish smile. "I came to see you. I had to attend to some matters, so I apologize for the delay." She gently closed her book and set it aside, gesturing toward the chair by the bedside, saying softly, "Please, have a seat. Moreover, I know exactly who you are. You must have gone to confront Qianjin on my behalf." As soon as she uttered those words, a loud thud echoed from the door, signaling a kick from outside. Ning Zhuya, standing outside, almost wore her displeasure like a badge, regretting her decision to allow Lin Xion to meet this woman. Inside the room, Lin Xion took a seat, ignoring the commotion outside, and with a serious expression, bowed to Qin Shi. "I am truly sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to endure such suffering. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Qianjin regarded Lin Xin's earnest demeanor and tilted her head in curiosity. Is it really true that anything is possible? Lin Xin, feeling the pressure, nodded firmly. Yes, if it is within my power. Seeing his earnestness, Qianjin chuckled, covering her mouth. You are quite the serious one. I was merely jesting. Why so tense? She then shook her head gently, smiling with warmth. If I were to make a single request, it would be for you to refrain from engaging in perilous activities in the future. Walking near the river, one inevitably gets wet. You must consider your own safety as well. Understood, Lin Xin replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. The atmosphere within the room was harmonious, while outside, the tension simmered like a volcano ready to erupt. Did you think I would make a request on that front? Qianjin inquired, lowering her gaze. Lin Xin, seated nearby, scratched his head. I had contemplated that. On the bed, Qianjin appeared lost in thought, her voice softening as she said, I can see that you genuinely care for Ning Zhuya. To be honest, I find myself quite envious. After your rejection, I found myself pondering daily whether the outcome would have differed had I confessed my feelings before you met Ning Zhuya. Lin Xin, I shall wait for you indefinitely. I will persist in my devotion until I can no longer hold on. To avoid any misunderstanding, Qianjin added, rest assured, I will not interfere with your relationship with Ning Zhuya, so please do not attempt to dissuade me. Your affection for Ning Zhuya is your affair, while my affection for you is mine. As these words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy and oppressive. Lin Xin fell silent for a moment, on the verge of speaking, when the door swung open abruptly, revealing Ning Zhuya, her expression icy as she stormed in. Without hesitation, she seized Lin Xin by the collar and pulled him away, coldly stating, The 10 minutes are up. I wish you a swift discharge. The first part of her statement was directed at Lin Xin, while the latter was meant for Qianjin. The door slammed shut behind them, and Qianjin could only shake her head in resignation before picking up the book she had set aside. Outside the room, having dragged Lin Xin out, Ning Zhuya could no longer contain her frustration and yanked his ear with a fierce grip, sneering. So you think you're quite generous, huh? You believe you can make demands at will? Lin Xin, wincing from the pain, quickly pleaded, I was wrong, dear wife. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Ning Zhuya had endured her anger for far too long to be pacified by mere words. In no time, a rather comical scene unfolded in the hospital corridor. With his earlobe flushed red, Lin Xin frantically fled toward the exit, his face a mask of fear as if some monstrous beast were pursuing him. Behind him, Ning Zhuya, her expression dark, chased after him, exclaiming, If you have the audacity to run, then run. Just try not to let me catch you, or I shall make you regret it. Once outside, amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, Lin Xin shouted back, What have I done to provoke you, you lunatic? It seems you are merely seeking a reason to unleash your fury upon me. The moment the words left his lips, regret washed over him, his expression falling. Oh no, in my haste, I revealed my true feelings. This could spell disaster. As anticipated, Ning Zhuya, upon hearing his words, felt her anger surge within her. Oh really? So that is how you perceive me, you scoundrel. Today shall be your last. At this moment, Lin Xin was drenched in cold sweat, swiftly scanning the bustling street for a place to hide among the throngs of people. Yet, he soon found himself fleeing back out, terror etched on his face, and shouted towards Ning Zhuya, Have you lost your mind? Is this truly necessary? Ning Zhuya halted, eyeing Lin Xin as he approached, a mocking smile gracing her lips. As long as I can catch you, any level of chaos is justified. Suddenly, a swarm of bodyguards clad in black emerged from the crowd, pursuing Lin Xin, their numbers exceeding 20. The uniformed attire and grand spectacle immediately captivated a considerable number of onlookers on the street, who paused in curiosity to observe their pursuit of Lin Xin, mistakenly believing they were witnessing the filming of a grand cinematic production, particularly when the passers-by noticed Ning Zhuya. Their eyes sparkled with delight. She was nothing short of an ethereal, aloof fairy. While they feasted their eyes upon this enchanting scene, the protagonist, Lin Xin, found himself engulfed in despair. The surrounding paths had been completely sealed off as Ning Zhuya approached leisurely, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she pinched Lin Xian's face. "Darling, why have you stopped running?" Lin Xian, like a timid bird, grasped her cool hand and placed it upon his chest, gazing sincerely into her eyes as he replied, "My dear, how could I bear to run with you here? Am I the kind of person who would do that?" Chapter 54. Imported water half an hour later. In a master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Lin Xian found himself bound once again, gazing at Ning Zhuya, who was seated upon him. He pleaded, "My dear wife, I truly regret my actions. I assure you, I shall not dare to repeat it. Please spare me this time." Before long, a knock resonated at the bedroom door, accompanied by the respectful voice of a maid. "Miss, I have brought what you requested." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya released Lin Xian, wiped her lips, and coldly instructed, "Bring it in." The door creaked open, and the maid entered, her gaze averted from the scene within the room. She quickly placed the dry bread on the table and exited. With his hands and feet restrained, Lin Xian gasped for air, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That was close. He almost feared he might suffocate. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya rose from Lin Xian's body, approached the table, and took a substantial piece of the dry bread before returning to sit atop him once more. What do you intend to do?" Lin Xin questioned, bewildered by the bread in her hand. Did she wish to turn him into a glutton? Ning Zhuya fixed him with a cold stare, tearing off a small piece of bread and placing it in his mouth with an imperious command, "Eat." At that moment, Lin Xian did feel a twinge of hunger. He bit into the bread, chewing it a few times before expressing his distaste. "This bread is far too dry. Where did you buy it? It is utterly unpalatable." Simultaneously, he pondered her sudden change in demeanor. She had just been intent on punishing him, and now she was feeding him. Surely, this bread could not be poisoned? Seated on Lin Xian, Ning Zhuya maintained her silence, continuously tearing the bread into smaller pieces and feeding them to him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gradually, as the substantial piece of bread settled in Lin Xian's stomach, he soon felt an overwhelming thirst. Consequently, he ventured to request, "Dear wife, could you fetch me some water? After consuming so much bread, I am parched." A smile crept upon Ning Zhuya's lips as she casually wiped her hands on the blanket, then lay down beside Lin Xian. "Thirsty, are you? Very well. However, only imported water will suffice. Do you wish to drink?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's understanding crystallized. So this was her intention all along. Without hesitation, he turned his head resolutely and declared, "Then I am no longer thirsty." A fleeting glint of coldness flickered in Ning Zhuya's eyes, yet she refrained from immediate retaliation, instead choosing to wait in silence. As time passed, an hour swiftly elapsed. Lin Xian felt his mouth growing increasingly parched, his lips nearly cracking. He cast a pleading glance at Ning Zhuya, his voice now barely a whisper, "Water." Ning Zhuya's smile broadened as she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the bedside. She held it between her lips, leaning toward Lin Xian, her face mere inches from his, pointing at her mouth and then at him, her meaning unmistakably clear. At this moment, Lin Xian was utterly tormented, his lips increasingly parched. He gazed at the alluring red lips before him and, closing his eyes, leaned in for a kiss. A scene of indescribable intimacy unfolded, droplets of moisture cascading down the corners of their mouths, falling onto the bed. After a brief moment, having quenched his thirst, Lin Xian felt somewhat relieved, but soon after, the exquisite visage of Ning Zhuya drew near once again. Gradually, a heat began to envelop his body. Lin Xian stubbornly turned his head away, resolute in refusing to kiss her again. Yet, Ning Zhuya's patience had reached its limit. Witnessing Lin Xian's continued reluctance, she swiftly slapped him. The sound echoed as a crimson handprint appeared on his cheek. Ning Zhuya, with her cold gaze fixed upon Lin Xian, warned him in an indifferent tone. "I believe I've been quite lenient with you. You would do well to be more compliant. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what unseemly actions I might take." The following morning, sunlight streamed in brightly. Lin Xian, still lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened by Ning Zhuya's forceful kick, sending him tumbling to the floor beneath the bed. She softly commanded, "I'm hungry. Go prepare me something to eat. Startled from his sweet dreams, Lin Xin instinctively felt a surge of anger, but upon seeing Ning Zhuya's face, his heart quivered. All right. With resignation, he made his way out of the bedroom. Clad in a silk nightgown, Ning Zhuya felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, men must be properly trained to be obedient. Subsequently, she languidly reclined on the bed, closing her eyes for a brief moment until Lin Xin entered, carrying food. Moments later, Ning Zhuya, with an expressionless face, scrutinized the bowl containing a meager broth with a few small pieces of pickled vegetables floating atop, then coldly directed her gaze at Lin Xin, saying, "Do you wish to perish?" Lin Xin hastily consumed his own bowl, letting out a satisfied burp before awkwardly smiling and retorting, "I assent it better to have something light in the morning. It's good for the stomach." Ning Zhuya narrowed her eyes, wondering if it was indeed good for the stomach or merely an excuse for his laziness. Cold sweat began to bead on Lin Xin's back. Soon, the room echoed with his anguished cries. Shortly thereafter, in the bedroom, Ning Zhuya lay on the bed while Lin Xin, his face flushed, fed her. Women truly are creatures of remarkable ferocity. After reluctantly ensuring she was fed, Ning Zhuya began to rise and change her clothes, unabashedly shedding her nightgown and casually slipping into a white dress. Lin Xin, watching from behind, was captivated, particularly by the alluring curves of her exposed body, igniting a fiery sensation within him. However, recalling the previous night's harrowing experience, he shook his head and began to change his attire. Today marked the second month since the beginning of the semester at Magic City University, where an examination was held each month to determine the ranking of every student and allocate academic credits accordingly. Chapter 55. Submitting early in the early morning. At the Qin residence, Qin Peng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, gazing down at the cityscape, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. Is what you said true? The Ning family has no backing. Their previous success was merely a stroke of luck? A calm voice of a middle-aged man echoed in his mind. Yes, according to my investigations, that is indeed the case. While it is currently confirmed that the Ning family lacks support, their prior failure was also due to your excessive actions, which attracted undue attention. Remember, the Tianmu group must remain firmly in our grasp. If we are too aggressive, be wary. The Ning family could retaliate fiercely, leaving no one unscathed. Qin Peng nodded, his expression still radiant. Rest assured, I have a plan. As long as we know the Ning family has no support, the Tianmu group will be at our mercy. There are countless strategies at our disposal. That is reassuring. I hope you do not falter this time. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to seek cooperation with the Bai family. Upon hearing the potential change in allies, Qin Peng's demeanor shifted, becoming markedly more respectful as he hastily replied, "You can count on me. I will certainly succeed this time." The other party did not respond, and the call ended abruptly. After deleting the call log, Qin Peng's expression darkened, the respect he had displayed fading away. He then struck the window with a fist, creating a resonating sound as it trembled slightly. Damn it! How dare he threaten me? Just wait. Once I have complete control over the Tianmu group, you will be the first to pay. On this bright and pleasant morning, the students of Modi University walked nervously towards their classrooms, the atmosphere on campus palpably tense. As a car halted at the gate, Lin Xin, holding a bun, stepped out, followed closely by Ning Zhuya. Lin Xin did not rush off, but instead extended his hand, which Ning Zhuya took with satisfaction, their fingers intertwining as they made their way towards the teaching building. Observing Lin Xin enjoying his food, Ning Zhuya remarked coolly, "You better take this exam seriously. I will reclaim the top position." "Well, then, good luck to you," Lin Xin replied nonchalantly. Ning Zhuya. Soon, a classic scene of boys fleeing and girls chasing emerged on campus, capturing the attention of many students. Watching the affectionate interaction between Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya, smiles broke out, easing their own nerves. Before long, Ning Zhuya caught up with Lin Xin once more at the foot of the teaching building. With a stern voice, she warned, "You better take this exam seriously. If I find out you deliberately underperformed for my sake, I will show you what true cruelty means." Lin Xin, gripped by the collar, shuddered, fully believing in Ning Zhuya's words, and quickly nodded in agreement. I will certainly take it seriously. You can trust me. Moreover, given your capabilities, you certainly do not need me to lower my standards. My previous success was merely due to good fortune. Flattering her with this compliment, Ning Zhuya's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she released Lin Xin and turned towards the examination room. Although the two individuals share the same field of study, they find themselves in adjacent examination rooms rather than the same classroom. Lin Xin muttered to himself as he rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes before making his way toward the examination hall. Self-study is one thing, but the examination must be faced, a commitment he made to old Wang, serving as his boastful currency for post-dinner conversations. While not many among the multitude of students are acquainted with Lin Xin, his reputation remains high within the faculty, thanks to the connections of his esteemed mentor. Moments later, Lin Xin entered the examination room, where a significant number of students were still milling about, as the exam had yet to commence. He casually surveyed the space before heading toward a seat at the back, by the window. The classroom housed just over 30 candidates, none of whom he recognized, as he had no fewer than 3 friends at the prestigious University of Magic City alone. Soon, the ringing of a class bell brought an immediate hush over the room. Shortly thereafter, Wang Lixing, clad in a black long-sleeve shirt, entered with the examination papers in hand, his gaze locking onto Lin Xin, who was slumped in a corner. A smile crept onto his lips, for he thought, "You better put in some effort, you little rascal. My bragging rights for next month depend entirely on you." The competition among teachers is fiercely cutthroat, often hinging upon the academic performance of their students as a testament to their pedagogical prowess. Lin Xin was Wang Lixing's last ace in the hole. Wang Lixing proceeded to distribute the examination papers and meticulously explain the order and rules of the exam. Students were permitted to submit their papers early, but were instructed to remain outside on the playground rather than lingering in the academic building. After finishing his instructions, Wang Lixing glanced at his watch and declared, "The examination begins now. Please focus and refrain from whispering." As the students faced the pristine papers before them, they promptly picked up their pens, their expressions shifting to one of concentration and seriousness. Soon, the only sound filling the room was the soft rustling of pens gliding across paper. Wang Lixing wandered casually through the classroom, vigilant in observing the candidates to prevent any form of cheating. At that moment, Lin Xin, seated at the back and having just completed writing his name, suddenly grimaced, clutching his stomach in discomfort. "Oh no, could it be that I've eaten something foul?" he thought, recalling the buns he had purchased from a roadside vendor that morning, inwardly cursing the unscrupulous merchant for using obviously unclean ingredients. With no room for regret, Lin Xin steeled himself against the pangs of pain surging through his abdomen and hastily picked up his pen to continue writing. Fortunately, today's examination was in the sciences, requiring less written content. Although he had not prepared in advance, he could discern the answers with merely a glance at the questions, beginning to answer swiftly. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions. Before long, with less than 10 minutes remaining in the exam, the sound of pages turning echoed through the room, capturing Wang Lixing's attention as he was patrolling. Curiosity piqued, he turned towards the source of the noise, only to discover it was Lin Xin, which struck him as somewhat amiss. The young man, who previously spent his examination time alternating between writing and playing, exhibited an unusual demeanor today. Could it be that a romantic entanglement has altered his character? As the minutes of the exam slipped away, Lin Xin hastily set down his pen after a mere 15 minutes. He stood up, placed his paper before old Wang, and, in a flurry, declared his intention to submit the exam early. This sudden commotion drew the attention of many, who paused in disbelief to witness Lin Xion's hasty exit from the classroom. Remarkably, we have yet to complete the multiple-choice questions, and he has already submitted his paper. How audacious! Observing this, Wang Lixing remarked coolly, "What are you all staring at? Focus on your answers." After issuing this admonition, he settled into his chair behind the podium, donned his reading glasses, and began to scrutinize Lin Xion's exam. As his cherished student, it was only prudent to ascertain whether there were any errors on the paper. However, this concern proved to be unfounded. After meticulously reviewing the final few substantial questions, a look of satisfaction crossed Wang Lixing's face as he removed his glasses. Chapter 56. Dogman, I will kill you. Within the tranquil confines of Magic City University, in a classroom on the second floor, a figure clad in a white dress sat at the very front. At this moment, Ning Zhuya had finished her preliminary work and was diligently tackling the last few challenging questions. It was only a little over 20 minutes since the examination commenced, and her pace was nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, causing Ning Zhuya to frown and glance out the window. In the next instant, a fleeting look of surprise graced her exquisite features as she caught sight of a familiar figure sprinting past. Was that not the dogman? How could he have exited the examination room so swiftly? Even though it was but a moment, she clearly discerned a flicker of discomfort on Lin Xin's face, stirring a sense of concern within her. Was he heading to the restroom? That dogman must have upset his stomach. She had repeatedly cautioned him against consuming street food. Still engaged in her examination, Ning Zhuya cast a quick glance back and promptly turned her focus to the paper, her pen moving with renewed fervor, significantly accelerating her answering speed. Approximately 10 minutes later, she suddenly rose, placed her paper on the invigilator's desk, and coldly stated, "Teacher, I wish to submit my paper early." Without allowing the teacher a moment to react, she swiftly exited the classroom, heading towards the restroom. The perplexed invigilator scratched his bald head, then picked up the paper before him. Ning Zhuya, dear lady, whether I can boast before Mr. Wang next month depends entirely on you. Meanwhile, in the restroom on the second floor of Magic City University, Lin Xin emerged, clutching his abdomen and leaning against the wall, muttering, "Damn those unscrupulous vendors. I hope I never see your stall again, or I shall bestow upon you a bag of urea." As he turned the corner, Lin Xin, distracted, collided directly with something soft, instinctively leaning backward to avoid falling. The consequences of hitting the back of his head would be dire. He had no time to react, his gaze shifting to the ceiling, his pupils contracting in alarm. At that moment, a hand swept around Lin Xin, pulling him into a warm embrace, the familiar scent wafting towards him, accompanied by a reproachful voice. "How could you be so careless?" Ning Zhuya held him tightly, her delicate brows knitting together as she looked at him with discontent. "I told you not to eat street food. You refused to listen. Now you've tasted the bitter fruits of your folly." Lin Xin, now comprehending the situation, hesitated to retort, only able to grumble internally. Who would have known that dumpling was unclean? It certainly was not his fault. Ning Zhuya, perceiving his internal musings, disapprovingly guided him towards the playground. "If you dare to eat outside food again, I shall make you pay dearly for it." Unterstot. In a modest eatery in Lianyungang City, Sichuan Province. The establishment spanned approximately 100 square meters, neatly arranged with tables and chairs capable of accommodating around 20 diners. At that moment, the restaurant was enveloped in tranquility, as it was still some time before the lunch hour, and no customers had entered to dine. In the kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat was engaged in a phone call, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. "All right, I understand," he said. Moments later, he hung up, stowing away his phone with a sigh. Zhang Huiwan, standing nearby, approached him with a concerned tone. "Was that Dad calling?" Lin Guodong nodded, moving to a nearby chair to sit down, exhaling a troubled sigh. "Years ago, we brought Xiao Xin to this small city of Lianyungang, and we have never contacted our family since. You can imagine how angry Dad must be. He mentioned that Xiao Xin has a girlfriend at school, the daughter of a wealthy tycoon from the metropolis, and given the sensitivity of her status, he wants us to advise Xiao Xin." Zhang Huiwan understood the implication all too well. It was a suggestion to persuade their son to end his relationship with the tycoon's daughter. The atmosphere in the kitchen fell into silence. Leaning back in a chair, Lin Guodong slowly said, "Let us have our son return next week, and he should bring his girlfriend along. Ultimately, life belongs to him, and the path he chooses must be his own. As parents, we should simply offer our silent support." Zhang Huiwan nodded in agreement, noting that it was indeed for the best. Moreover, given Xiao Xin's nature, it was certain he would not heed their advice. After all, he had always been averse to such matters since childhood. In a secluded corner of the playground at Magic City University, Lin Xin lay resting on Ning Zhuya's lap with his eyes closed. The leaves rustled softly in a breeze, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting shifting shadows upon them. Ning Zhuya's cool hand slipped beneath Lin Xin's shirt, gently massaging his abdomen, while her other hand played with his hair to pass the time. Suddenly, Lin Xin's phone vibrated, stirring him from his repose. He opened his eyes, surprised to see it was his mother calling. Quite an unusual occurrence. He answered the call, activating the speakerphone and placing the device to his ear, lazily saying, "Hello, Mom. What is up?" On the other end, Zhang Huizhuan's irritated voice replied, "You little rascal. How long has it been since you last came home? When do you plan on returning?" Ning Zhuya continued to stroke Lin Xin's hair, remaining silent. Lin Xin, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Didn't I just go back last month?" Unperturbed, Zhang Huizhuan continued, "I don't care. You must return next week. And I heard you have a girlfriend at school. Bring her along too." With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Lin Xin staring at his phone in resignation. He turned to Ning Zhuya, pleading, "You heard that, so?" Ning Zhuya lowered her gaze towards Lin Xin, a smile playing at her lips, and teasingly responded, "If you want me to accompany you back, what compensation do you have in mind?" Lying on the pristine thigh of Lin Xin, he weakly inquired, "What compensation do you desire?" "Not much," Ning Zhuya replied, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Xin as she playfully extended 3 fingers and smiled. "As long as you agree to 3 conditions, I shall accompany you back." "Is that too much to ask?" Lin Xin fell into a momentary silence before cautiously probing. "What are the 3 conditions?" Ning Zhuya pinched Lin Xin's cheek gently, leaned closer, and breathed softly into his ear. "Well, I haven't quite decided yet. I will let you know when I have it figured out. However, since you wish for me to meet your parents, you must certainly visit my family as well. After all, it's bound to happen eventually, so let us make it tomorrow." Chapter 57. Meeting the parents. The day swiftly passed, and soon the horizon was graced by the descent of the evening sun, vanishing at an imperceptible pace. Within the director's office, Ning Zhuya leveraged her connections to obtain the examination papers of herself and Lin Xin ahead of schedule, uttering little in the process. After all, this was merely a monthly assessment within the school, neither particularly significant nor trivial, especially given that it was a competition between 2 academic prodigies, which attracted numerous faculty members to partake in the grading. One of these prodigies was hailed as the most talented woman in the history of Modi University, possessing unparalleled ability and a prestigious background. It could be said that prior to Lin Xin's emergence, Ning Zhuya was undeniably the top student at Modi University. However, that status was now in question. In the office, a cluster of teachers surrounded one of the desks, engaged in animated discussions, their expressions fluctuating between furrowed brows and relaxed features. "Oh, this problem can actually be approached in such a manner? Is this truly the level of knowledge one expects from a sophomore? It seems even more impressive than what I, as a teacher, possess. These 2 students are indeed geniuses." The earlier questions garnered full marks, and now it hinges on the last 2 problems. Among the throng of educators, it was the Mediterranean-haired teacher and Wang Lixing who appeared most anxious, initiating the scoring for the final major question. This represented the coveted first position at Modi University, and having such a student would surely bring them prestige. Positioned near the office door, Ning Zhuya rested her head on Lin Xin's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the setting sun outside. With a soft voice, she remarked, "If you manage to secure first place this time, I shall grant you a special request. However, should you fail, you will accompany me to the company daily, earning a mere 1,000 yuan each month." 1,000 yuan. Lin Xin's lips curled in disdain at the thought of a mountain of paperwork for such paltry compensation. It felt rather exploitative. Just then, a teacher exclaimed in excitement, "The results are out. Hurry, let's compare scores to determine who is first." At that moment, Wang Lixing rose, bursting into a hearty laugh, and playfully patted the shoulder of the Mediterranean-haired teacher beside him, exclaiming, "My apologies, old you. It appears that once again, our class's Lin Xin has triumphed, albeit by a single point, but a victory nonetheless." Old you swatted Wang Lixing's hand away, huffing from his seat. "What are you so pleased about? This time, you merely got lucky. Besides, it was only a missing symbol. Otherwise, it would have been a tie." The clamor of voices among the teachers filled the room. Wang Lixing, brimming with excitement, turned to exit the crowd in pursuit of his beloved student, only to realize that the two figures he sought were no longer present. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside, Ning Zhuya, having learned the outcome, descended the stairs with a frown. She could hardly believe she had lost yet again. Was she truly inferior to Lin Xin? Behind her, Lin Xin followed nonchalantly, a grin on his face as he mused, "Now, how shall I make use of this condition? He. In that moment, their emotions stood in stark contrast, one filled with joy, the other shrouded in dismay. As Ning Zhuya walked ahead, she overheard Lin Xin muttering to himself. She turned sharply, her teeth clenched, and glared at him coldly, saying, "Do you dare to negotiate with me?" Soon after, two figures dashed out of the teaching building, with Lin Xin's expression betraying a flurry of anxiety, as if he were being pursued by a ghost. He turned back, indignantly shouting, "Is this reasonable? I didn't propose this wager. If you accept a bet, you must accept defeat." Hearing this, Ning Zhuya's expression darkened, and she quickened her pace, charging forward to deliver a sharp kick to Lin Xin's backside. Afterward, in a bid to placate his wife, Lin Xin reluctantly relinquished the hard-won immunity from punishment. Satisfied, Ning Zhuya then audaciously transformed the three conditions she had initially extorted from Lin Xin into a staggering 100. In a certain villa in the magical city, Qin Wuhe stared expressionlessly at his son, who lay on the bed, battered and bruised. Disappointment flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "For the next few days, refrain from causing any trouble. I've secured a leave of absence for you from school. You are to remain at home and go nowhere." On the bed, Qianjin lay in a daze, his eyes dim as he stared blankly at the ceiling, clearly still reeling from the impact of that fateful night. Observing his son's complete lack of response, Qin Wuhe shook his head in disappointment and exited the bedroom. Two bodyguards stood watch at the door. After Qin Wuhe closed the door, he instructed them, "Keep a close eye on the young master. No one is to let him out without my permission." "Yes, sir." The following morning, Ning Zhuya, having dressed Lin Xin with great care, took him in a car towards the Ning family estate, constantly fussing with his hair along the way. Inside this swiftly moving vehicle, Ning Zhuya nestled against Lin Xin, as usual, her shoes neatly set aside, her delicate feet dangling in the air. "Could you please stop playing with my hair?" Lin Xin said, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he held her slender waist. The hairstyle he had meticulously arranged before leaving was now a disheveled mess thanks to her antics. "I do as I please. Do you have any objections?" Ning Zhuya huffed, promptly tousling his hair into a chaotic tangle. Helpless against her whims, Lin Xin closed his eyes to rest, allowing her to continue her playful manipulation. The Ning family estate was nestled at the foot of a mountain near the city center, sprawling across an expansive area, surrounded by lush greenery, with a wide avenue leading into the heart of the city. Knowing their daughter was bringing Lin Xin home, both Ning Donghong and Ning Yun, unusually, chose not to go to work that day, opting to remain at home. Faced with her daughter's boyfriend, Ning Yun found herself unusually restless. She glanced at her calm husband and furrowed her brow, asking, "Should I prepare some kind of gift for the meeting?" Ning Donghong, looking up from his phone, smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying confidently, as the future in-laws of that young man, "It is he who should prepare a gift for us, not the other way around. Rest assured, I've met him a couple of times, and he seems quite decent." At that time, she stubbornly refused to accept us. Yet now she is utterly subdued by that girl. Just then, the roar of an engine resounded from outside the courtyard, indicating their arrival. Ning Donghong rose with a smile and strolled towards the entrance, remarking lightly, "They arrived rather swiftly." His wife, Ning Yun, remained seated on the sofa, harboring some concerns, yet her eyes subtly darted towards the doorway, clearly anxious. As the courtyard gate swung open, Lin Xin stepped in first, wearing a gentle smile as he greeted Ning Donghong. "Hello, uncle." Following closely behind was Ning Zhuya, her expression returning to its usual icy demeanor, showing no intention of acknowledging her father. Fortunately, the family had long grown accustomed to this behavior and paid it no mind. On the contrary, the fact that their daughter brought her boyfriend home was a pleasant surprise, filling them with joy at the realization that she was beginning to change. Chapter 58. Foolish people have their fortunes in the living room of the Ning family residence. Lin Xin approached Ning Mu with a humble smile, saying, "Hello, Annie. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is Lin Xin." "I know," Ning Yun replied, glancing up at Lin Xin. He was indeed slightly more handsome than in the photographs, and her daughter had quite the discerning eye. Then, without further ado, she produced a bank card from her belongings and placed it into Lin Xion's hand, her tone matter of fact as she said, "This card contains 100 million. It's not a lot. Just consider it pocket money from Annie. Feel free to spend it as you wish." Lin Xion was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard as he stared at the bank card in his hand. "My goodness, this is 100 million. So, I am now considered a billionaire, even if just in terms of pocket money." Yet, before Lin Xion could fully grasp the significance of the bank card, a hand swiftly swept through the air before him, and in the blink of an eye, the card had vanished. Lin Xion turned to find Ning Zhuya playing with the bank card, her delicate brows furrowed. "What? Are you unsatisfied?" "Of course not," Lin Xion replied, his smile growing somewhat rigid. Ning Yun observed the exchange with a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, seemingly in good spirits. "All right, let us hurry and eat. I prepared the meal myself today." Ning Donghong called out cheerfully to the three of them before heading into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Ning Zhuya, however, took Lin Xion's hand and led him to the dining table, her expression still icy. Lin Xion noticed that since his arrival at the Ning residence, Ning Zhuya had not shown a hint of a smile. Her words were sparse, a stark contrast to her usual charmingly domineering demeanor. Soon, the entire family gathered around the dining table, and the atmosphere was stiflingly tense, with not a single word spoken from beginning to end. Lin Xin even began to wonder if there was an unspoken rule in the Ning household forbidding conversation during meals, leaving him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. After dining, Ning Zhuya found an excuse to retreat to her room, while Lin Xion was pulled to the sofa by Ning Donghong. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Now that Xiaoya is away, I will ask directly, what level of relationship do you two have?" Ning Yun, seated beside her husband, also turned her gaze toward Lin Xion, clearly interested in the answer. Under the scrutiny of his future in-laws, Lin Xion felt a bit bashful, scratching his head as he replied in a softer tone, "A relationship that must eventually lead to marriage." Upon hearing this, Ning Donghong immediately understood, and the smile on his face faded significantly. He reproached, "Nonsense. You two are still in university. Can't you exercise a little restraint?" Following this, Lin Xion found himself bombarded with an array of questions, nearly overwhelmed by the barrage, while his father-in-law continued to prattle on without any sign of stopping. After what felt like an eternity, the door to Ning Zhuya's room opened, and she appeared on the second floor clad in a thin nightgown, addressing Lin Xion coldly. "I'm tired. Come up and keep me company while I sleep." As Ning Donghong caught sight of his daughter emerging, he reluctantly ceased his conversation and turned to Lin Xion with a faint smile, saying, "Go on. There's a banquet this evening. You and Xiaoya should accompany us." Lin Xin nodded repeatedly, hastily ascending the stairs, clearly eager to leave without delay. Upon entering the second floor, Lin Xion was immediately cornered by Ning Zhuya, who pressed him against the wall with a fierce demeanor. Her beautiful eyes glinted with frost as she coldly declared, "I am in a foul mood today, man. You have one chance to appease me. Otherwise, prepare for some serious discipline." Lin Xion's expression stiffened. The mention of her mood sent a shiver down his spine. Typically, Ning Zhuya was already formidable, and he could hardly fathom the terror she might embody during her monthly cycle. Trembling slightly, Lin Xin instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling the soft silk of her nightgown against his skin, and lifted her towards the bed. Ning Zhuya offered no resistance, striving to suppress her inner irritation. Once on the bed, she nestled into Lin Xion's embrace as he gently rubbed her abdomen, exuding tenderness. "Sleep now. Perhaps a brief slumber will alleviate your discomfort," he murmured softly, his hands continually applying gentle pressure to ease her distress. With her arms around Lin Xin's waist, Ning Zhuya gradually closed her eyes, her furrowed brows relaxing, and soon the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. Observing her delicate face as she drifted off, Lin Xin, driven by curiosity, reached out to pinch her cheek, marveling at its softness. She was indeed more endearing in her slumber. Eventually, Lin Xin settled down beside her, wrapping his arms around Ning Zhuya as he too closed his eyes. The intimacy of their proximity created a warm and cozy atmosphere. Time passed languidly, the afternoon slipping away in dreams, while the outside world grew dim. As evening approached, Lin Xin slowly opened his eyes, jolted awake to find Ning Zhuya's icy gaze fixed upon him. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke with a cool tone. "So you finally woke up, you lazy pig." Just as he was about to retort, the memory of her earlier mood silenced him, and he muttered defensively, "I simply enjoy high-quality sleep. Don't let my appearance deceive you. I am quite diligent." Ning Zhuya cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Carry me to the shower. Then change into something suitable for the evening's banquet." Lin Xin acknowledged her request with a simple "oh," then rose from the bed, lifting Ning Zhuya in a princess carry as he made his way to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water and Ning Zhuya's irritated voice echoed from within. "Just wash me properly, and keep your hands to yourself." Lin Xin shot back, "How can I be blamed? You're just too beautiful. I can hardly restrain myself. Get lost." The shower lasted a bit longer than usual, and when the bathroom door finally opened, Lin Xin emerged with Ning Zhuya cradled in his arms. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Xin wore a look of contentment, his face adorned with two vivid handprints, yet the corners of his mouth curled up in delight. Ning Zhuya observed his expression and let out a disdainful snort, calling him a fool. Unfazed, Lin Xin gently placed her on the bed, remarking that even a fool could enjoy some good fortune. Subsequently, the two began to change their attire. Ning Zhuya had already been aware of the banquet, so she had thoughtfully prepared Lin Xin's clothing in advance. The black suit and tie, paired with a pair of exquisite leather shoes, accentuated Lin Xin's air of a distinguished gentleman. Before a tall mirror, Ning Zhuya donned a black evening gown, the very same one she had worn during their initial encounter. The high heels she chose, which had once caused him considerable discomfort, completed her elegant ensemble. "Let us proceed," she said, raising her hand gracefully. Lin Xin instinctively took her arm, and together they descended the staircase. Chapter 59. The Ning family hosts a banquet as night approached. A gentle breeze caressed the face, and the streetlights of the magical metropolis illuminated the path ahead. Within the city center, the atmosphere in the most prestigious five-star hotel was bustling with excitement. As the largest five-star establishment in the city, it offered unparalleled service, albeit at prices that could deter the average patron. A single dish here would start at 5 figures, and an entire meal would easily exceed 200,000, a sum that would take an ordinary person several years of hard work to afford. On this occasion, the hotel had been fully booked, with nearly all the prominent figures of the business world in attendance to partake in this banquet hosted by the Ning family. Outside the hotel, a number of guests had already arrived, clad in tailored suits, exuding confidence mingled with a concealed air of superiority. At the entrance, several CEOs of billion-dollar enterprises were exchanging pleasantries, their laughter echoing as they engaged in conversation. "Mr. Wang, do you know the purpose of this banquet hosted by the Ning family?" one inquired. "Well, what else could it be for?" "It's certainly to declare war on the Qin family, gathering support and seeking alliances," came the response. "Indeed, but I suspect the Ning family's ambitions may come to naught. After all, we are speaking of the Qin family, which cannot be swayed merely by wealth. Without political backing, no amount of money can make a difference." The area outside the hotel was filled with luxury vehicles, each worth at least 10 million, as such high society events naturally reflected the status of their attendees. As the guests began to enter the hotel lobby, networking and forging connections, the roar of engines suddenly pierced the night. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. In the stillness of the night, a striking black Bugatti glided into view, coming to a stop at the hotel's entrance. A gasp arose from the crowd. "It's the Bugatti Limited Edition, voice of the night. IV heard its starting price is at least 130 million. Undoubtedly, this Bugatti was the star of the evening, effortlessly overshadowing all other luxury vehicles present. Following closely behind was a white McLaren, a vehicle recognized by all as belonging to the chairman of the Tianmu Group. Four figures emerged sequentially from the vehicles: the general manager and chairman of Tianmu Group, followed by the distinguished Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya. The moment Lin Xin appeared, many of the onlookers' suspicions were confirmed. Rumors had circulated that the Ning family had called off the engagement due to their eldest daughter's affection for a penniless young man, leading to a rift with the Qin family. Initially, some had doubted the validity of this claim, but witnessing Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya walking hand in hand in a display of intimacy compelled them to believe. Outside the hotel, Lin Xin, beaming as he descended from the opulent vehicle worth over 100 million, exclaimed with delight, "I never imagined I, Lin, would one day drive such a magnificent car. Truly, my life has been worth it." Beside him, Ning Zhuya replied with a look of disdain, "Could you not be so trivial? It's merely a car." At this moment, Ning Donghong approached from behind, clad in a blue suit, and gently patted Lin Xin's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Xiaoya is right. It's just a car. If you like it, just take it home. After all, it's just sitting idle in the garage." Lin Xin was momentarily perplexed by his father-in-law's generosity. This was a luxury vehicle worth over 100 million. However, he was not one to covet possessions that belonged to others, so he smiled politely and replied, "Perhaps it's best to decline. This car is too ostentatious for my taste." Ning Donghong chuckled, unfazed, and took his wife's hand as they made their way into the hotel. "Are you really this courteous?" Ning Zhuya expressed her surprise. She had expected Lin Xin to be thrilled to accept such a lavish gift, given its immense value. Lin Xin shook his head, holding Ning Zhuya's hand as they entered the hotel, and said with a gentle smile, "At this moment, we are merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Accepting something so extravagant feels inappropriate." To Ning Zhuya, however, this statement carried a different weight. The faint smile on her face vanished, replaced by a cool demeanor as she responded, "After we meet your parents, we shall go directly to obtain our marriage certificate." Indeed, this was something Ning Zhuya had overlooked. Their enjoyable interactions had made her somewhat forget the necessity of formalizing their relationship. Only with a marriage certificate could she ensure that this man would be bound to her for life, with no escape. Soon, the group entered the hotel where Ning Donghong, ever the adept host, engaged in lively conversations with the attendees, his smile unwavering. Ning Yun, as the chairwoman, was equally at ease, having become intimately familiar with such gatherings over the years. As their daughter, Ning Zhuya, simply led Lin Xin to a corner of the hall. She refrained from intruding upon the conversations, aware of her family's reputation and the expectations surrounding her role. "Is it truly acceptable for us to sit here, in this corner?" Lin Xin queried, a hint of concern in his voice. After all, Ning Zhuya was the host, and hiding away in a corner could convey an undesirable impression. Ning Zhuya poured a drink from the table for Lin Xin and replied nonchalantly, "Such occasions are merely formalities. Everyone understands the unspoken arrangements. With my parents here, that suffices. What, do you wish to mingle with those corporate heiresses?" The banquet had attracted numerous prominent figures, including their offspring. Feeling the icy gaze directed at him, Lin Xin broke into a nervous smile, saying, "Wife, you truly jest. I would never consider such a thing." Ning Zhuya scoffed softly, "You better not, or I shall break your legs." Thus, Lin Xin dutifully catered to the whims of the demon princess, allowing her to savor the delicacies without lifting a finger. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly amicable. Observing that the moment was ripe, Ning Donghong exchanged knowing glances with his wife, and they nodded in agreement. At this moment, the hotel manager, who had been waiting patiently nearby, noticed Ning Donghong signaling to him and promptly approached with a smile, presenting a microphone. The others, upon witnessing this, ceased their activities, fully aware that the highlight of the banquet was about to commence. The murmur of conversation in the hall diminished significantly as all eyes turned towards the figure at the front. Ning Donghong stepped forward, grasped the microphone, and surveyed the assembly with a composed smile, stating, "First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for honoring me with your presence at this banquet. I trust that the purpose of this gathering is clear to everyone. Chapter 60. Lin Xin slaps Ning Zhuya today. I, Ning Donghong, declare my intentions clearly. Should each of you assist me in this endeavor, I shall, in due course, express my profound gratitude with generous rewards. In the tranquil ambience of the hotel lobby, Ning Donghong spoke these words with utmost seriousness, his gaze fixed upon the assembly before him. Upon hearing his declaration, a flicker of hesitation crossed many faces. After all, the Ning family's reputation was renowned throughout the upper echelons of Modu. Should they indeed aid the Ning family in overcoming this predicament, it would be akin to securing passage on a grand vessel, promising a future of flourishing success, perhaps even ascension to greater heights. However, opportunities that seem too good to be true rarely come without a price, and the potential cost was not one that most could bear. Choosing to assist the Ning family would inevitably mean incurring the wrath of the Qin family, which was the very source of their indecision. As the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, an unexpected voice resonated from the entrance of the hotel. What a lively soiree we have here. It seems the head of the Ning family has neglected to extend an invitation to me. Thus, let it be known that Qin has come unbidden. The crowd turned to see three figures entering the hotel, led by Qin Peng, accompanied by two other prominent members of the Qin family, Qin Wuhe and Qin Hui. Ning Donghong's expression shifted as he beheld the trio. It appeared that his plans were about to unravel. Qin Peng halted at the hotel entrance, his sinister gaze locking onto Ning Donghong from a distance, before he turned to address the assembled executives with a knowing smirk. Be wary of certain individuals' deceitful words. The fortunes you have painstakingly built are not to be trifled with. Every step must be taken with caution, lest you find yourselves facing utter ruin. The implication in Qin Peng's words was unmistakable. It was a veiled threat aimed at those who might consider allying with the Ning family. This pronouncement swayed many hearts, as those who had reached their current status were not without their own dubious dealings. This was precisely why they were reluctant to provoke the Qin family. While the Qin family may not possess the audacity to wage war on all, no one wished to gamble on such uncertainties. Qin Hui, the third son of the Qin family, further interjected, his indifferent voice echoing throughout the hall. It is growing late. Perhaps you should all return home to rest. The banquet has nearly run its course, and a timely return to your families is advisable. This statement caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, as it seemed to threaten their loved ones. The Qin family, indeed, was not to be trifled with. A brief silence enveloped the gathering, until finally, a small business owner made his exit from the hotel. This act appeared to trigger a chain reaction, as the previously jovial crowd hastily departed, scrambling to their vehicles and fleeing the scene. Qin Peng and his companions observed this exodus with satisfied smiles before turning to leave themselves, their objectives having been successfully met. Moreover, the grander spectacle was yet to unfold. There was no rush to witness the Ning family's downfall just yet. The guests in the hotel have all departed, leaving Ning Donghong standing at the forefront with a grim expression. Ning Yan approached him and offered a gentle word of comfort. What is the matter? Haven't we anticipated such an occurrence? If necessary, we shall confront the Qin family head-on. Ning Donghong's demeanor softened slightly as he nodded, realizing that this was the only course of action available to him. Beyond this, he could not conceive of any alternative solution. In a corner of the hall, Lin Xin handed a tissue to Ning Zhuya to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth and inquired, "Aren't you worried?" With her hunger satiated, Ning Zhuya stood and coldly replied, "Is worrying of any use?" Lin Xin was rendered speechless, acknowledging the futility of concern. Thus, the banquet concluded on a sour note, culminating once more in the ongoing conflict between the Ning and Qin families. Later that night, at the Qin residence, Qin Peng sat on the sofa in his robe, holding his phone and spoke with a detached tone. "Let us proceed as planned. Since Ning Donghong insists on opposing us, we shall not be merciful." A sudden voice emerged from behind him, and upon turning, he was slightly taken aback to find his son, Shao Jie, who had approached unnoticed. Shao Jie wore his usual faint smile, seemingly unaffected by the circumstances. Qin Peng, regarding his eldest son, who was typically distant, furrowed his brow, and demanded, "Give me a reason." To be honest, Qin Peng himself found it difficult to comprehend this son, but seeing him take the initiative to act today was a first. Xiao Jie did not conceal his intentions, stating plainly, "I have a keen interest in that Lin Xin, and I wish to test him." "Lin Xin?" Qin Peng murmured, recalling that he was the impoverished young man favored by the eldest daughter of the Ning family. What could possibly be remarkable about him? After pondering, Qin Peng acquiesced to his son's request, nodding gravely as he instructed, "In that case, this matter is entrusted to you. As for Ning Donghong, I will handle it. Ensure that no loose ends remain." "Understood," Xiao Jie replied before ascending the stairs. Qin Peng watched his son's retreating figure with a profound gaze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, as Xiao Jie entered his room upstairs, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling glare in his eyes, and an uncontrollable murderous intent towards his father brewed within him. "Just wait. I will repay you for the deeds you committed against my mother all those years ago." Fragmented memories of his childhood surged in Xiao Jie's mind, and he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping onto the floor. A mere 8-year-old boy, having witnessed his biological mother being devoured by stray dogs, buried his hatred deep within until this very moment. The following morning dawned bright and fair, the sun shining brilliantly. The breeze carried a hint of chill, heralding the arrival of autumn as September approached. Early in the morning, Lin Xin lay asleep in bed, and sensing an unfamiliar presence, instinctively furrowed his brow. In a daze, he extended his hand to grasp a small hand that had been wriggling beneath his clothing. "Oh, don't cause trouble." Subsequently, in a state of bewilderment, Lin Xin delivered a sharp slap before turning over and drifting back to sleep. On the opposite side of the bed, Ning Zhuya lay cocooned in her blankets, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she touched her face, her gaze towards Lin Xin suddenly filled with a fierce intent. Almost immediately, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the bedroom, reverberating throughout the entire villa. In the living room, Ning Donghong and Ning Yun, a married couple enjoying their breakfast, exchanged a glance of resigned amusement upon hearing the sudden cry from upstairs. It seemed their future son was rather submissive. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Xin knelt on the cold, hard floor, feeling aggrieved, with distinct handprints marking both of his cheeks. Ning Zhuya, her piercing gaze fixed coldly upon him, sat elegantly on the edge of the bed, clad only in a delicate silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. She regarded Lin Xin on the floor, her voice icy as she spoke. "So you found some courage, have you? Daring to lay hands on me. Does that mean you plan to bring home a wild woman tomorrow?" Lin Xin, feeling wronged, knelt their pleading, "Wife, I truly apologize." Chapter 61. Return to Lianyungang on a Saturday morning. In a modest eatery in Lianyungang, Sichuan province, the streets were unusually deserted due to the weekend. With the sound of the rolling shutter being raised, Lin Guodong and Zhang Huiyuan emerged. "Our son is returning today. Have you thought about what to say to your father?" Zhang Huiyuan inquired. Lin Guodong, with a cigarette in his mouth, nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the vacant green trees lining the street. After exhaling a plume of white smoke, he replied calmly, "Let us wait until we meet our daughter-in-law before discussing it. There's no rush." The couple then began preparing breakfast. Although they were not opening the restaurant today to meet their daughter-in-law, keeping busy brought them a sense of ease. In the east, a resplendent sun gradually ascended, its blinding rays making it difficult to gaze upon, while the morning temperature lingered around a cool 20 degrees. The journey from the bustling metropolis to Lianyungang required at least 3 to 4 hours on the expressway. To ensure a warm meal at noon, Lin Xin had roused Ning Zhuya early. As a result, she had playfully nipped him twice in her morning grumpiness. Surrounded by mountains, a red Maybach sped along the highway. Inside, Lin Xin was focused on driving, while Ning Zhuya, seated in the passenger seat, appeared contemplative as she asked, "Should I prepare some gifts? What are your parents like?" "Oh, that's unnecessary," Lin Xin replied casually. "The best gift is you." Ning Zhuya shot him a glare and scoffed, "Stop being so glib. Are you sure we don't need anything?" "Really, it's not needed." The morning passed in a blur of driving, and it was only as the clock approached 1 in the afternoon that Lin Xin finally entered Lianyungang, steering toward a street in the city. The lavish Maybach instantly attracted attention upon entering the city, as such opulence was a rarity in Lianyungang, where it ranked low on the scale of affluence. After about 10 minutes, having notified his parents of his arrival, Lin's father and Zhang's mother sat outside the eatery, looking out expectantly. Suddenly, the roar of an engine resonated in the distance as a red Maybach, resembling a meteor, glided towards them, coming to a smooth halt before the elderly couple. Knowing in advance that their son's girlfriend hailed from a well-to-do family, the couple was not overly astonished. After all, they had seen cars far more extravagant. As passers-by gawked in astonishment, the driver's door slowly opened, revealing Lin Xin, impeccably dressed. He stepped out and embraced his parents, smiling, "Mom and Dad, your beloved son has returned. Are you happy?" Seeing her son, Zhang Huiwan's face lit up with a smile, yet she playfully scolded, "It seems you've got a conscience. Otherwise, I would have gone to find you in the metropolis myself." Lin Guodong extinguished the freshly lit cigarette in his hand, nodding in acknowledgement. "It's good to have you back." At that moment, the passenger door opened gently, and Ning Zhuya, adorned in a pink dress, gracefully alighted, exuding an air of elegance. She strolled gracefully to the front of the elderly couple, a smile blooming on her exquisitely adorned face. Sweetly, she greeted, "Hello, Auntie, Uncle. I am Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin's girlfriend. You may call me Xiaoya." Upon seeing Ning Zhuya's docile demeanor, Zhang's mother felt a surge of delight. Initially concerned that her son's girlfriend, being the daughter of a wealthy family, might possess a capricious temperament, she now found her quite agreeable. "Xiaoya, please come in. I prepared a meal for you. You must be famished after your journey." Lin Guodong smiled gently, addressing Ning Zhuya, "Do not be shy. Consider this your home." Ning Zhuya adeptly linked arms with Zhang's mother and turned to Lin's father with a smile, saying, "Thank you, uncle. I shall not be polite." Meanwhile, Lin Xin watched in astonishment as Ning Zhuya, now arm in arm with his mother, left him speechless. At that moment, he wanted to exclaim, "Who are you? Where is that domineering princess?" Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Before long, the family entered a small restaurant, where steaming dishes were emerging from the kitchen. As the delightful aroma wafted towards her, Ning Zhuya's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "It smells wonderful. Auntie, did you make all of this?" Lin Xin, seated beside her, curled his lip in disdain and muttered, "What a performance. Keep it up." However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, contorting in pain. Under the table, his feet were firmly stepped on, and Ning Zhuya, wearing a sweet smile, turned to Lin Xin, her eyes glinting with warning as she softly asked, "Hey, Xin, did you just say something? I didn't quite catch that." "Yes, son," Zhang's mother chimed in, applying pressure to his foot with a dangerous smile. "My hearing isn't what it used to be. Perhaps you could repeat that?" Lin Xin grimaced, hastily corrected himself. "I was saying that my mother's cooking is the best. Dear wife, you must savor it." "Really?" Ning Zhuya smiled. But her foot beneath the table pressed down once more. Feeling the sharp pain, Lin Xin nodded vigorously, his face rigid with a forced smile. "Of course it's true. I would never deceive you." Soon, as Lin Xin's face grew increasingly strained, he sought an excuse to flee upstairs, not daring to linger at the table any longer. These two women were perilously formidable. If he stayed any longer, he could only imagine the torment that awaited him. Lin Xin's family restaurant was a modest 3-story building, and due to its secluded location, the monthly rent was quite reasonable, sufficient for the everyday needs of the family of 3. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya, although still smiling on the outside, was already devising a plan to deal with Lin Xin after he abandoned her. At that moment, upstairs was also rife with tension, as Lin's father, smoking on the balcony, called out to his son who happened to be ascending the stairs. Father and son sat on the balcony, with Lin Guodong gazing at the distant skyscrapers. He spoke to his son in a deep voice. "Have you truly considered this? If you were to marry the eldest daughter of the Ning family, it is likely that you would never gain entry into the national departments. The Lin family, though perhaps lacking renown in Huagua, undoubtedly holds a formidable reputation within the upper echelons of the nation. To illustrate, The political influence of the Qin family pales in comparison. 10 Qin families would not equate to even half of the Lin family's standing, as they exist on entirely different planes. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin nodded resolutely while seated. His gaze lowered to the somewhat stained tiled floor. With a serious tone, he replied, "Dad, you know I can never go back. I barely managed to escape from that hellish place, did I not?" Chapter 62. Nothing is ever constant in the evening. In Lianyan City, Zhang's mother, having conversed with her daughter-in-law all afternoon in the living room on the second floor, glanced at the time and stood up with a smile. "Xiaoya, dear, I will go prepare dinner. You should take a moment to rest on the sofa." However, Ning Zhuya stood up and replied with a smile. "Annie, let me help you. I have nothing much to do anyway." Zhang Huiwan, taken aback, looked at her daughter-in-law in surprise. "You can cook?" Ning Zhuya chuckled softly. "I've learned a bit, but my cooking can't compare to Annie's." Zhang's mother beamed with satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at her son who lay lazily on the side. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Ah, Xiaoya is so thoughtful, unlike a certain giant infant who still expects his mother to cook when he comes home, showing no concern for others." Lin Xin interjected, "You might as well have named names. Your attitude was quite different before Xiaoya arrived. Have you forgotten your son now that you have a daughter-in-law?" Ning Zhuya raised an eyebrow playfully at Lin Xin, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Subsequently, Zhang's mother led Ning Zhuya to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal, while Lin Xin languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his game. He couldn't help but reflect on how wonderful it was to be home, where everything was handed to him, in stark contrast to the treatment he received in the bustling metropolis. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xin wondered about Ning Zhuya's culinary skills. He had never seen her cook before, but judging by her earlier demeanor, she must possess some talent in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the Tianmu Group in the metropolis, Ning Donghong stepped out of the elevator, briefcase in hand, his face etched with worry. Following the banquet, the Qin family had rallied numerous forces to target the Tianmu Group. Though these were merely small enterprises, dealing with them proved to be quite troublesome. In the silent expanse of the parking lot, just as Ning Donghong was about to unlock his car door, it suddenly swung open. Two hands reached out from within and dragged him inside. Inside the dark vehicle, Ning Donghong's pupils dilated in realization that he was being kidnapped. As he attempted to break free, a damp cloth was pressed against his mouth, and he quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. In the passenger seat, a man donning a black baseball cap and mask glanced at the unconscious Ning Donghong and instructed the driver drive. Soon after, a black Bentley smoothly exited the underground parking lot of the Tianmu Group, leaving no one to notice the unusual occurrence within the vehicle. Simultaneously, a group of individuals arrived outside the secluded Ning residence. Two vans halted at the entrance, and 9 burly men disembarked, confidently revealing their faces without any attempt at concealment. Xiao Jie, dressed in a black hooded outfit, disembarked from the vehicle at a leisurely pace, holding a controller in hand. With the press of a button, all electronic devices within a kilometer radius would be rendered inoperative. "Let us give Madame Ning a little reminder," he said. Xiao Jie instructed one of the individuals present, and then sat down on the ground, displaying no urgency to intrude upon the courtyard. His primary objective was to ascertain Lin Xin's true character. The affairs of the Ning family and the plans of that man held little interest for him. As night descended upon Lianyan City, a family enjoyed a harmonious dinner before preparing for their nightly rituals and retiring to bed. Outside, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, with faint glimmers of distant streetlights barely visible. In the living room, the family gathered on the sofa, where Lin Xin adeptly brought a basin of warm water and placed it beside Ning Zhuya's feet. With practiced ease, he removed her shoes and socks, commencing the task of washing her feet. Ning Zhuya, accustomed to such pampering, reveled in the experience, closing her eyes and reclining on the sofa. Since Lin Xin's arrival, the tasks of washing her face and feet had largely fallen to him. However, this scene drew a hint of envy from Zhangmu, who cast a disapproving glance at her husband, seated nearby, engrossed in the television. Lin Guodong sensed something amiss and instinctively turned to see his wife's vexed expression, followed by a quick glance at their happily smiling son. Realizing the implication, he He promptly set down the remote control and moved to his wife's side, crouching down to wash her feet. In that moment, Lin Fu wished to chastise his son for lacking any semblance of familial authority, feeling the burden of being the father. Ning Zhuya, lying on the sofa, watched the intimate exchange between her parents with an inexplicable sense of envy. She admired Lin Xin for having such kind-hearted parents, a familial affection she had never experienced. Meanwhile, Lin Xin remained unfazed, silently attending to Ning Zhuya's delicate feet, only standing after 5 minutes to discard the water. "Kulme, my dear princess," he said, extending his hands toward the languid Ning Zhuya on the sofa. She lifted her chin and opened her arms. Moments later, Lin Xin effortlessly scooped her up, carrying her towards his room. Her fair, bare feet, still slightly flushed from the warm water, were exposed to the cool air. Observing this, Zhang Mu exchanged a doubtful glance with Lin Fu before shaking her head and sighing, "Never mind, your physique probably can't manage it." Lin Fu, overhearing this while drying his hands, immediately bristled, setting down the towel with a huff. "Who says I can't? A man must never admit defeat." With that, he exerted some effort to lift his wife and slowly made his way toward their bedroom. Lin Xion's room was immaculate. Zhang Mu had tidied it in anticipation of her son's return, making it ready for slumber. With a firm push, he closed the door behind them, then gently laid Ning Zhuya onto the bed after pulling back the covers, embracing her slender waist thereafter. As Ning Zhuya lay on the bed, feeling his wandering hands, she playfully pushed his face away and commanded, "I'm exhausted from the day. Give me a shoulder rub." With that, she turned onto her side, her silky black hair cascading effortlessly, exuding an enchanting fragrance. As Lin Xin contemplated indulging in some tofu, he reluctantly complied, shedding his shoes and burrowing into the warmth of the blankets. Gently, he placed his hands upon Ning Zhuya's delicate shoulders, kneading them softly. He murmured, "After enduring my parents for an entire day, you have truly worked hard. Just knowing that is sufficient," Ning Zhuya replied, burying her head into the pillow, her senses enveloped by Lin Xion's masculine scent. With a languid tone, she declared, "Having invested so much in you, should you dare to leave me in the future, I vow to hunt you down to the ends of the earth and dismantle you into pieces." Lin Xin let out a weary chuckle. "In that case, I kindly ask you to show mercy, dear wife. My constitution cannot withstand your torment." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya swiftly turned over, seizing Lin Xion's face with a firm grip, her voice cold and displeased. "Your response should be that you will never leave me for a lifetime. Repeat it." Without hesitation, Lin Xin pulled her into his embrace, savoring the softness of her form, and whispered into her ear, "All right, I will never leave you. We shall always be together." As the lights dimmed, their hands remained intertwined even in slumber, believing that by holding one another as hands, they could attain an everlasting bond. Chapter 63. The Qin family takes action in the early hours of dawn. Before the sun had risen, the dimly lit bedroom held Ning Zhuya, who was deeply engrossed in slumber. Instinctively, she reached out to embrace Lin Xin beside her, only to find herself grasping at emptiness. This sudden void jolted her awake. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she glanced at the vacant space beside her. Turning her gaze towards the gloomy sky outside the window, her perplexity deepened. The day had yet to break, and she wondered where that scoundrel had disappeared to. Outside, the bustling sounds of Zhang's mother and Lin's father echoed, as they busily prepared ingredients for the day as breakfast. Such is the life of a restaurant owner, to cater to the morning diners. One must rise at the crack of dawn to prepare the necessary fare, ensuring everything is ready in time. After adjusting her dress, Ning Zhuya retrieved one of Lin Xion's jackets from the wardrobe and stepped outside. Just then, she caught sight of Zhang's mother emerging from the kitchen, a steaming platter of dumplings in her hands, releasing a gentle aroma into the air. With a wave, she beckoned to her daughter-in-law, smiling as she said, "Xiaoya, you're up so early. Come and have breakfast. Try the fresh meat dumplings I made just for you." "Thank you, Auntie," Ning Zhuya replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. After surveying the living room, she curiously inquired, "By the way, Annie, where's Lin Xion?" I haven't seen him since it's still dark outside. Zhang's mother, busy with her tasks, responded with a chuckle. Xin is surely up on the rooftop waiting for the sunrise. Ever since we moved into this house, he has made it a habit to watch the dawn every morning. I wonder if he has become obsessed with it. As she spoke, Zhang's mother placed a warm plate of pickled vegetable dumplings on the table and added with a smile, "Why don't you go up and check on him? You could also take some dumplings along, otherwise they might get cold by the time he comes down." "All right," Ning Zhuya nodded. Slipping on a pair of pink cotton slippers and carrying 2 platters of dumplings as she ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother returned to the kitchen to prepare vegetables and steam buns. On the rooftop of the 3rd floor, beneath the dim sky, Lin Xin sat alone in a reclining chair, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the horizon where the sunrise was poised to emerge. This was a sight he had longed for in his childhood. Although he had risen at this hour every day back then, he had never had the luxury to admire the sunrise, considering it an act devoid of purpose. The relentless training and studying had drained him physically and mentally, leaving little room for the appreciation of such beauty. Thus, after escaping that hellish existence, he had made a point to gaze at the forthcoming dawn each day, just as he was now. For others, this may signify the commencement of a beautiful day, but for Lin Xin, the sunrise served as a testament to his newfound freedom. At that moment, the heavy iron door of the rooftop swung open, and Ning Zhuya, clad in a black coat, stepped out, balancing 2 steaming plates of dumplings. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xin turned to look, his expression one of surprise as he observed the approaching Ning Zhuya, and curiously asked, "What brings you up so early today? Did you have a nightmare?" Ning Zhuya initially placed 2 slightly hot steamed buns on a small table beside her, then, with an air of irritation, admonished Lin Xin, "Why didn't you wake me when you got up? Now I've had another restless night. Can you really blame me for this?" Lin Xin stood in stunned silence, pondering if this was what it meant to be caught in the crossfire while lying down. With a fierce glare, Ning Zhuya challenged him, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" At her words, Lin Xin sheepishly scratched his head and offered a nervous smile, wisely choosing not to retort, lest he invite trouble. Ning Zhuya, observing Lin Xin lounging on the reclining chair, coldly commanded, "Open your arms." Obediently, Lin Xin complied, stretching out his arms toward her. Subsequently, Ning Zhuya comfortably slipped off her slippers and, resembling a proud little cat, curled up in his embrace, resting her head against his warm chest. Lin Xin casually picked up a bun and began to eat, then unhesitatingly offered her a bite, casually inquiring, "How do you find the atmosphere in my home?" As she chewed on the savory pickled vegetable bun, Ning Zhuya furrowed her brows slightly, but swallowed without understanding why Lin Xin posed such a question. She replied coolly, "It's all right, I suppose. With parents like yours, it seems you had a rather happy childhood." Cradling Ning Zhuya in his arms and inhaling her fragrant scent, Lin Xin gazed down at her, a gentle warmth flickering in his eyes. He spoke softly, "No need to envy, you'll have that too. The familial affection you have yet to experience will be compensated in the future, and you shall lead a fulfilling life." A smile crept onto Ning Zhuya's lips as she nestled against his chest, murmuring, "Then you must work hard for me." "Of course," Lin Xin replied with a smile. "I would do anything for you." As he spoke, he leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead, holding her a little tighter. Ning Zhuya, nestled in his embrace, let out a light hum of discontent and glanced at Lin Xin with mild disdain, saying such sentimental things so early in the morning. "Aren't you embarrassed?" With a proud grin, Lin Xin replied, "What is embarrassing about telling my wife such things?" "Virtue," Ning Zhuya retorted with a roll of her eyes, after which she fell silent. At that moment, the first rays of the morning sun began to rise over the horizon, casting a brilliant light that enveloped the entire city, making the clouds shimmer under the sunlight. Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya were instantly captivated, drawing close together to savor that fleeting beauty. As dawn broke, many shops on the street below began to open, preparing for business, while more workers set out on their bicycles to start their day. Some faces radiated smiles, embodying the hopeful anticipation of a new day, while others bore expressions of numbness, devoid of any expectation for the days ahead. On the tranquil 3rd floor terrace, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya remained entwined for half an hour before slowly rising. Lin Xin stifled a yawn, turning to the still relaxed Ning Zhuya in the warm recliner, and asked, "I think I'll sleep a little longer. What about you?" Basking in the warm embrace of the sun, Ning Zhuya languidly replied, "I'll lie down a bit longer." Observing the contented expression on her face, Lin Xin chose not to say more and turned to descend the stairs, carrying 2 empty plates. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya reclined leisurely in her chair. Just as she began to drift into a drowsy slumber, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she was taken aback to discover that it was her mother calling. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Zhuya decided to press the answer button, and her mother's anxious voice immediately filled the line. Laced with urgency and delight, Ning Yin quickly instructed her daughter, "Xiaoya, please do not come home. The Qin family is." However, before Ning Yin could finish her sentence, the phone emitted a busy signal, and the signal strength in the upper right corner of the screen had plummeted to 0. Chapter 64. Xiao Jie confronts the Ning family at dawn. On the rooftop of a building in Lianyungang City, Ning Zhuya stared blankly at the disconnected phone call. In the next moment, her mind swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation, prompting her to dash downstairs. Surely, her parents were in some kind of trouble, which compelled them to reach out to her. As she hurried down the stairs, her determination solidified. It had to be the Qin family that had taken action. Were they truly unafraid of legal repercussions, daring to strike at such a critical moment? It was worth noting that her father had only recently been released from the police station, and the authorities were undoubtedly still keeping an eye on the matter. How could the Qin family be so brazen? Without a moment to spare, Ning Zhuya raced down the stairs and bolted towards the car parked by the roadside. On the first floor, Lin's father, who was tidying up in preparation for business, noticed his daughter-in-law's frantic descent and was about to inquire about the situation when he saw Ning Zhuya hop into the vehicle and accelerate away. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lin Xin lay in his room, wide awake, his gaze fixated on his phone screen. The display illustrated a map with 2 small red dots, one of which was rapidly departing Lianyungang City. Truly, what can be done? Lin Xin sighed as he pocketed his phone, dressed hastily, and ambled downstairs while dialing a number. "Hello, Liangzi, I need a favor." After a brief conversation, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Li Liang's somber voice. "Are you really sure? Is it worth such a commitment for a woman you've known for less than a year?" Having exited his home, Lin Xin waved to his father and turned toward a nearby family car, responding with a gentle smile. "It's not a matter of worth. Ning Zhuya is the woman I cherish the most." As time passed, a thunderous roar erupted as a crimson Maybach sped down the highway towards the bustling metropolis. Inside the vehicle, Ning Zhuya's exquisite face, delicate yet filled with worry, reflected her anxiety as she pressed the accelerator to the floor time and again. She found herself perplexed. Despite harboring resentment towards her parents, when they faced danger, her concern for them was overwhelming. Meanwhile, outside the Ning family estate in the metropolis, Xiao Jie remained patiently in his car, unfazed by the long wait. Beside him, a henchman with a scorpion tattoo frowned and inquired, "Brother Xiao, we've been waiting for so long. Shall we not take action? Perhaps we should eliminate the elderly matriarch inside first, and her daughter will surely come running." With his eyes closed in quiet contemplation, Xiao Jie replied in an even tone, "And then what? My objective is not merely to confront the Ning family. With my father absent, you are all to follow my instructions. Should anything go awry, I will take responsibility. Rest easy." With that, Xiao Jie dismissed them and continued to wait in silence. The tattooed men exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting resignation, ultimately deciding to comply with Xiao Jie's orders. They were merely thugs nurtured by the Qin family, their status inferior even to that of the bodyguards. Thus, they dared not defy the words of Xiao Jie, the future heir of the Qin family. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Ning residence, Ning Yin paced anxiously in the second-floor living room, her worried eyes occasionally darting towards the Qin family thug station outside. The entire estate's communication signals have been severed, and with the thugs surrounding the area, she, as a solitary woman, had no opportunity to escape. "I wonder how Dong Hong is faring," Ning Yin murmured with concern, her heart silently pleading for her daughter not to return. Otherwise, the vast Ning family would truly be doomed. Yet, deep down, she understood that given her daughter's tenacious disposition, it was highly probable she would return. The brevity of their morning conversation had left her unable to convey the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, she would have surely advised her daughter to contact the authorities. That might have offered a glimmer of hope. As for Ning Zhuya and the others, she could only wish for their safety. Since yesterday, all contact with the family's bodyguards had been severed, and Ning Yun was acutely aware that most of them were likely facing dire circumstances. Otherwise, the Qin family would not so brazenly appear outside the estate. In the oppressive atmosphere of tension, time slowly trickled by. As noon approached, a disturbance finally emerged on the road leading to the Ning residence. The 9 thugs stationed outside immediately huddled together upon hearing the commotion, their gazes fixated on the distant end of the road. On the tree-lined path, a crimson Maybach sped towards them, the exclusive vehicle of Ning Zhuya. Eager to take action, the tattooed man hurried to the van and inquired of Xiao Jia within. "Young Master Xiao, it seems the eldest Miss Ning has returned. Shall we act now?" Without needing to be prompted, Xiao Jia, reclining in the vehicle, had already heard the commotion. He opened the door and stepped out, his gaze quickly falling upon the approaching red Maybach. However, disappointment soon washed over his face, for he did not see Lin Xin within the car. He then waved to several thugs, instructing, "Clear the path and notify them all to proceed. Remember to cover your tracks." "Understood," the tattooed man responded, promptly stepping aside to retrieve his phone and relay the message. Just seconds after the thugs cleared the way, the red Maybach zoomed past, entering the estate. A piercing screech of brakes followed, and as the car door swung open, the icy-eyed Ning Zhuya emerged. She cast a cold glance at Xiao Jia outside the estate. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Jia turned, a smile gracing his face as he greeted her, but to her, it was utterly repugnant. With a gaze laced with murderous intent, Ning Zhuya briefly regarded Xiao Jia before striding swiftly towards the villa's entrance, shutting the door behind her and locking it. Xiao Jia's actions were undoubtedly driven by her annulment of their engagement, thwarting his plans. Thus, retribution would inevitably come. Ning Zhuya was well prepared, yet she did not anticipate such impatience from her adversary. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to ensure the safety of her parents, for that was of utmost importance. Moreover, during her journey, she had sensed something amiss and had therefore alerted the authorities in advance. Even if an unexpected incident were to occur, assistance would be at hand. However, unbeknownst to Ning Zhuya, her intentions had already been discerned by Xiao Jia. Within the precincts of the police station in the bustling metropolis, a sudden conflagration erupted on the bridge that served as the sole access route to the Ning family estate, effectively obstructing the thoroughfare. The responding police vehicles were rendered incapable of proceeding, and coupled with the need to manage the surrounding crowd, crossing the bridge would be impossible for at least an hour. Chapter 65. The onset of crisis. The Qin family scheme in a certain bar within the bustling metropolis. The atmosphere was surprisingly subdued amidst the vibrant lights and intoxicating beverages. In a private booth, Qin Peng and Ning Donghong sat facing each other. After leisurely sipping a glass of sake, Qin Peng turned to the visibly distressed Ning Donghong and remarked, "My dear Ning, have you given it any thought? Time is of the essence. Are you truly willing to forsake the safety of your wife and daughter for the sake of the Tianmu group?" Upon hearing this, Ning Donghong glared at Qin Peng with bloodshot eyes, his voice laced with venom as he retorted, "You shameless scoundrel. To further the interests of the Ning family, you would stoop to such despicable acts. Are you not afraid of the legal repercussions that may follow?" "Law," Qin Peng scoffed, swirling the contents of his glass. "The law is merely a shackle for the weak. What does it matter if you are the wealthiest man in the metropolis? You are still at my mercy. The rules are dictated by the powerful. Do you truly believe I fear the law?" Within the fragrant confines of the booth, Ning Donghong stared daggers at Qin Peng. Yet, deep down, he felt utterly powerless. The Ning family lacked political connections, rendering them susceptible to the Qin family's machinations. Even if Qin Peng were to commit murder, under the extensive network of the Qin family, he would face little more than a minor reprimand before retreating abroad. Once the storm had passed, he would return as the unassailable head of the Qin family. The thought of his wife and daughter awaiting him at home filled Ning Donghong with a profound sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he had no viable options. In an instant, he felt as though he had aged a decade, his voice hoarse as he addressed Qin Peng. "I will sign the contract. But should you dare to lay a finger on my wife or daughter, I assure you, you will come to regret it." Raising his head, Ning Donghong's gaze locked onto Qin Peng. Imbued with an unprecedented ferocity, he had never harbored such animosity towards another. Yet, ironically, this very intensity reinforced Qin Peng's resolve. Once he secured control of the Tianmu group, there would be no necessity for the existence of the Ning family. With this thought, a smile crept across Qin Peng's face as he retrieved the already prepared contract beside him and handed it over. "It is reassuring to know that you can think this way, dear Ning. Rest assured, your wife and daughter will remain unharmed." As he spoke, Qin Peng took out his phone and sent a message to his son, instructing him to cease any actions and place the phone before Ning Donghong. Upon reading the message, Ning Donghong's anxious feelings subsided somewhat. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the pen from the table and signed the equity transfer agreement. He and his wife each held a 40% stake in the Tianmu group, while the remaining 20% was in the hands of various shareholders. Should the Qin family desire, they could easily replace the chairman of the Tianmu group with their own puppet the very next day. Although it would not officially belong to the Qin family, that would suffice. Certain matters must be navigated with caution in the political realm, a fact that primarily accounted for the Qin family's delayed assault on the Ning family. As Qin Peng squinted with a smile, observing Ning Donghong inscribe his name upon the agreement, a chilling intent to kill surged within him. He mused silently, "Without the Tianmu group, let us see how you shall contend with me. By then, not only you and your wife, but even your daughter shall be at my mercy." Simultaneously, as Ning Donghong signed the equity transfer agreement within the confines of the Ning family estate, Ning Zhuya had just entered when her mother, alerted by the commotion, hastily pulled her upstairs. Gazing out at the assailants who had yet to make their move, Ning's mother turned to her daughter, scolding anxiously, "You, my child, did I not instruct you to stay away? Could you not heed your mother's words and remain outside, where they would not find you?" Seeing her mother's distressed demeanor warmed Ning Zhuya's heart, and she yearned to explain herself. Yet, the words that emerged were cold. "This is my own decision. It is not your concern." The moment those words escaped her lips, regret flooded her heart, for she had long grown accustomed to addressing her parents with such a tone over the years. Ning's mother, inflamed with anger at her daughter's retort, raised her hand as if to strike, only to halt in midair, her countenance contorted with distress. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the estate as a group of individuals converged and charged into the courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Ning's mother was seized with alarm. Urgently grasping her daughter's hand and fleeing toward the storage room on the second floor, her eyes betraying her terror. Being a woman herself, she could not deny her fear in the face of such peril. Even if death awaited, she was resolute to protect her daughter. Outside the estate, as the 9 henchmen of the Qin family stormed in, Shao Jie switched off his phone, dismissing the man's directives. Everything was unfolding according to his scheme. Though it deviated slightly from his expectations, Shao Jie remained confident that Lin Xin would arrive. As he stepped into the estate, his expression calm, Shao Jie murmured to himself, "Lin Xin, please do not let me down." Meanwhile, the group of henchmen reached the entrance. Exchanging glances before the lead tattooed man took a few steps back and lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the villa's door. Despite their low status within the Qin family, their strength far surpassed that of mere bodyguards. Those who served as henchmen for the Qin family carried their share of blemishes, which is why they were engaged in such work. As the villa's door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding crash, the remaining 8 henchmen rushed toward the second floor, their faces alight with excitement. They had heard tales of the Ning family's eldest daughter, a renowned beauty known for her aloof demeanor. A bit of physical contact during the subjugation of their opponent seemed perfectly reasonable. Existing on the fringes of legality, their moral compass was inherently more permissive than that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to act without restraint. Meanwhile, in the pitch-dark storage room, Ning's mother, fear flickering in her eyes, covered her daughter's mouth with her hand, hiding behind the door, fearful of making even the slightest sound. In the stillness of the storage room, the breaths of mother and daughter instinctively grew quieter, terrified of attracting the attention of the henchmen. At that moment, the thugs were scouring the rooms on the second floor, and the cacophony of their chaotic footsteps was growing ever closer. Outside, voices could be heard conversing. "Damn that wretched woman. Where is she hidden? Once I find you, you will know the true might of my prowess." Another voice urged, "Hurry and search. She must be in one of these last few rooms. Be thorough, or Brother Feng will not spare us." The footsteps seemed to bypass the storage room entirely, heading directly toward the final few rooms in the corridor, their sounds gradually receding. Just as Ning's mother believed she had narrowly escaped danger and felt a moment of relief, the door to the storage room was suddenly kicked open with great force. Chapter 66. A critical moment, the door of the storage room slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing Ning Zhuya to tremble in fright. Her mother, Ning, quickly patted her back in reassurance, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Mommy is here, they can't get in." Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya gripped a crowbar tightly in her hands, ready to fight if the thugs burst in. The noise created by the frightened mother and daughter successfully attracted the attention of the tattooed man outside, who had delivered the previous kick. In the corridor on the second floor, the tattooed man, Feng Gu, stood before the tightly shut wooden door of the storage room, grinning maliciously. "I found you," he sneered. "So you've hidden yourself away here, you two wretched creatures. It took me quite a while to track you down." The other thugs, hearing the commotion, chuckled as they approached the storage room, their minds already conjuring up images of the impending scene. "Feng Gu, let me take care of this." A burly man stepped forward, positioning himself to kick the wooden door open. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out from behind the group. "Wait." Feng Gu turned to see Xiao Jie had quietly arrived behind them. Confused, he asked Xiao Xiao, "What is the matter? The main person hasn't arrived yet." "Don't rush." Xiao Jie strolled forward leisurely, wielding a slender, sharp knife that appeared much thinner than a typical blade. He tapped on the wooden door of the storage room, producing a dull thud. With a sunny smile reminiscent of warm sunshine, Xiao Jie addressed the closed door. "Miss Ning, I've come to visit your home, yet you're hiding in the storage room. Isn't that rather impolite?" A cold voice emerged from within the storage room. "Visit? This does not seem like a friendly call at all." Ning Zhuya continued, "I didn't expect you to willingly play the dog for your father. It seems you're not as devastated by your mother's death as one might think." At the mention of his mother's demise, Xiao Jie's expression darkened instantly. His face clouded with frost as he raised the thin blade menacingly. With a flash of cold light, the blade pierced through the wooden door, creating a gash. In the dimly lit storage room, Ning's mother, sensing a disturbance, instinctively pushed her daughter away. A sickening sound echoed as the sharp object found its mark, blood gushing from her abdomen, staining her clothing crimson. Ning Zhuya, caught off guard, turned to see her mother injured, her breath catching her throat as fear gripped her heart for the first time. Rushing to her mother's side, she attempted to staunch the bleeding. "Mom, are you all right?" Blood trickled from the corner of Ning's mother's mouth. Foreseeing her own demise, she embraced her daughter with a smile, her voice trembling as she replied, "I'm fine. It's been so long since I've heard you call me that. Mommy is truly happy right now." Ning Zhuya, her face etched with anxiety, was held tightly in her mother's embrace, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Ning Zhuya anxiously exclaimed, "Mom, you—" However, before she could finish her sentence, Ning's mother interrupted her, feeling increasingly weak and overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation. She understood that her time was running short. Outside the storage room, Xiao Jie withdrew a slender blade, observing the bloodstains upon it and the sounds emanating from within, remaining silent. Meanwhile, a group of thugs, led by Brother Feng, erupted into raucous laughter, utterly disregarding the gravity of the situation. "Ha! Young Master Xiao, your aim is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that a single strike would hit the mark? Those two women inside must be terrified beyond belief. No wonder you are the heir to the Qin family. Your actions are decisively thrilling." A series of compliments echoed in Xiao Jie's ears, yet his heart remained unmoved. The plan, still in motion. As the crowd succumbed to excitement and frenzy, The sound of a car revving its engine suddenly pierced the air outside the villa, growing increasingly nearer. Brother Feng, the first to notice, hurried to the window, fearing it might be the police. Although they had made preparations in advance, one could never be too cautious in their line of work. If they were caught, no one would be there to rescue them. Upon seeing that only a dilapidated black A6 was approaching, his tension began to ease. Xiao Jia also approached the window, and upon recognizing the person in the driver's seat, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. After such a long wait, they have finally arrived. Inside the dimly lit storage room, Ning's mother leaned against the door, the ground beneath her stained with crimson blood, presenting a haunting sight. She clung tightly to her daughter, her gaze vacant as she stared at the blood-soaked floor, her voice weak and her lips pale. "I'm sorry, Xiaoya. I haven't been a good mother. You must despise me for pushing you into business from such a young age, robbing you of a complete childhood." Ning Zhuya lifted her head, her exquisite face marred by tear streaks, as tears continued to fall from her eyes. She cried out, "No, Mom, you will be all right. Please, don't speak anymore." As her head grew heavier, Ning's mother caressed her daughter's silky black hair, managing a strained smile as she said tenderly, "Our Xiaoya is so beautiful. I wish I could see you in a wedding dress someday. You will surely be even more stunning then. Mommy loves you." Upon uttering these 4 words, Ning's mother's smile widened, and tears glistened in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Blood and tears mingled as they dripped to the floor, leaving tiny splatters. Ning Zhuya, her face streaked with tears, felt a hand brush over her head, accompanied by her mother's nearly soundless laughter. "At last I can say this, Xiaoya. Mommy loves you." Following that, the hand that had been caressing her daughter fell limp, and Ning's mother closed her eyes, becoming utterly still, resembling a lifeless body. In that moment, Ning Zhuya turned to her mother, tears streaming down her small face as she took her mother's fallen hand and placed it against her own cheek. The sound of sobbing echoed incessantly within the storage room. Ning Zhuya gazed at her mother's lifeless body, her heart aching as she noticed the new lines etched upon her mother's face. Perhaps these wrinkles had always been there. She had simply never taken the time to truly observe her mother, not even for a fleeting moment. Her memories of her mother remained frozen at the age of 8, where her mother was youthful, her face devoid of any signs of aging. And now, Chapter 67. The butterfly symbolizing freedom in the tranquil corridor of the Ning family residence. Lin Xin cast a cold gaze upon Xiao Jia and the 9 menacing henchmen positioned behind him. With a frosty tone, he inquired, "What have you done to her?" In response to Lin Xin's unusual demeanor, Xiao Jia shrugged and chuckled. "What could I possibly do to the young lady Ning? I merely provided her with a bit of stimulation, such as losing her mother." He then pointed towards the wooden door of a nearby storage room, from which blood could be seen seeping through the cracks, accompanied by faint sobs emanating from within. The atmosphere in the once quiet corridor thickened with an intense aura of murderous intent, causing the 9 henchmen, led by Brother Feng, to instinctively shudder. Each of them harbored a certain ruthlessness and were acutely aware of their surroundings, yet they now sensed something formidable in Lin Xin, the seemingly effeminate youth. Upon hearing the cries from the storage room, a glint of lethal intent flickered in Lin Xin's deep-set eyes. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Jia and coldly declared, "You're courting death." With that, Lin Xin launched himself forward, his fist clenched tightly as he charged at Xiao Jia, who quickly recoiled several paces to evade his assault. Xiao Jia then commanded Brother Feng and the others with a frigid tone, "What are you all standing around for?" The burly Brother Feng was the first to step forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Xin and bellowing, "Do not let this pretty boy get too carried away." However, just as Lin Xin's fist was about to connect with Feng's arm, he suddenly redirected his attack, delivering a powerful kick to Feng's lower body. Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in shock as he grimaced in pain, glaring at Lin Xin and muttering, "You despicable scoundrel." Without hesitation, Lin Xin delivered another kick, sending the incapacitated Brother Feng sprawling to the ground. Witnessing their leader's humiliation, the remaining 8 henchmen instinctively recoiled, yet their fury surged. They were men who had blood on their hands, and to be intimidated by a mere pretty boy was an affront to their reputation. "You little brat, you seek death. Just wait until I deal with you," one of them shouted. "You'll join that old hag in the afterlife." As the 8 henchmen charged towards him, Lin Xin showed no sign of fear. He had dealt with countless such adversaries before. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie observed the unfolding scene with a smile. Delighted to witness Lin Xin single-handedly overpowering the 8 henchmen, he felt a sense of validation in his gamble. Lin Xin was indeed extraordinary. From a moment Xiao Jie first locked eyes with Lin Xin, he recognized him as a kindred spirit, one who loathed the injustices of the world. In a mere 5 minutes, all 8 of the Qin family's henchmen lay defeated at Lin Xin's feet, groaning in pain, yet untouched themselves. As the last adversary succumbed, Lin Xin remained unscathed. "Bravo!" Xiao Jie clapped his hands in appreciation, exclaiming, "Impressive military combat skills. Though your physical fitness may be average, your combat skills are among the finest I have ever witnessed. Even those retired elite soldiers would likely pale in comparison." Blood still dripped from Lin Xin's hands, and the skin on his knuckles was abrasively scraped off, clearly a result of excessive force. "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Lin Xin's cold gaze bore into Xiao Jie. However, Xiao Jie merely shook his head, producing a key from the Ning family's storage room and tossing it to Lin Xin. A faint smile gracing his lips as he cautioned, "Madam Ning likely won't last much longer. Although I have coated the knife with a trace of anesthetic, if you intend to save her, it is imperative that you bandage her within half an hour." With that, Xiao Jie turned and strode away, his steps quickening, excitement flickering in his eyes. Lin Xin initially considered pursuing him, but upon glancing at the tightly shut door of the storage room, he abandoned that notion. Although he remained uncertain of Xiao Jie's true intentions, saving a life remained paramount. Grasping the key bestowed by Xiao Jie, Lin Xin swiftly unlocked the storage room door, immediately spotting Madame Ning lying in a pool of blood, with Ning Zhuya weeping profusely over her. Seeing the tear-streaked face of Ning Zhuya tugged at Lin Xin's heart, he swiftly crouched down to assess Madame Ning's abdominal wounds. The injury continued to ooze blood, the cut being fine, likely inflicted by a blade of exceptional quality, which explained the absence of significant hemorrhaging. After gauging the severity of the wounds, Lin Xin turned to face the still sobbing Ning Zhuya. He gently brushed her cheek with his bloodied hand, offering a comforting smile as he reassured her, "Do not worry, and he will be all right, so please cease your tears." At his words, Ning Zhuya lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching Lin Xin's face as she choked out, "Really? Of course it is true. Well, have I ever deceived you?" Lin Xin replied with a smile, "When you awaken, everything will be well." "Awaken?" A look of confusion crossed Ning Zhuya's face just as a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she subsequently fainted into Lin Xin's embrace. Lin Xin retracted his hand, cradling the unconscious Ning Zhuya, softly murmuring, "Everything will be all right. In the future, you two will experience familial love and friendship, reclaiming what you have lost." He then gently laid her flat beside him and began to administer urgent first aid to Madame Ning with remarkable skill. Fortunately, the knife wound had not struck a vital area. Otherwise, she would not have survived long enough for him to arrive before Lin Xin could fully attend to the injury. The sound of an ambulance echoed from outside the Ning residence, followed by a commotion below as several nurses and accompanying doctors rushed up to the second floor. Leading the group was Li Liang, still clad in his school uniform, having been too hurried to change. Ignoring the 9 individuals sprawled before the storage room, Li Liang and his team burst inside. Just as Lin Xin completed his emergency treatment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to his dear friend, sincerely expressing, "I truly appreciate your help this time." Li Liang waved his hand and said, "Oh, do we even need to say these things? Good brothers for a lifetime." Subsequently, the unconscious mother of Ning was carried downstairs by several nurses on a stretcher, while the remaining nurses quietly awaited outside with another stretcher. Recognizing the situation, Li Liang discreetly exited, unable to suppress a sigh. What misfortune had befallen them? After so much difficulty in savoring the sweetness of love, They were now faced with separation. In the storage room, Lin Xin sat beside Ning Zhuya, gently holding her somewhat cool hand. He then produced a delicate white butterfly necklace from his belongings. Even in the dim light of night, the necklace shimmered faintly, the intricately carved butterfly appearing almost lifelike. Lin Xin extended his hand to fasten the necklace around Ning Zhuya's neck, caressing her profile as he murmured to himself, "I hope you won't find it lacking. You have given me so much, and all I can offer you is this necklace bought from the roadside." The butterfly, in the realm of nature, symbolizes freedom, soaring through the skies at will. Chapter 68. The torn transfer agreement. As the ambulance drove away, Li Liang approached Lin Xin, who stood beside the gate of the Ning family estate, perplexed by the situation. "I truly cannot comprehend this. How could you be so devoted to someone you have known for such a short time?" Lin Xin's gaze remained fixed on the distant end of the road as he began to stride forward. His ride had arrived. Without looking back, he waved to Li Liang, and despite the somber circumstances, a smile graced his lips. "One day, you shall understand, Liangzi. Love is enigmatic, yet it ensnares one completely. Do keep an eye on her. When she awakens, she is likely to throw another tantrum." Li Liang, although confused by Lin Xin's words, could only shake his head in resignation. "You certainly know how to delegate." Lin Xin chuckled in response. "Then I entrust her to you, young masterly." With a sigh, Li Liang retorted, "I've told you not to call me that. I despise that title." Soon, a military green SUV appeared at the road's end, driven by the same man in black who had conversed with Lin Xin during the rainy night. Lin Xin was well aware of his identity, one of his grandfather's bodyguards. Reputed to be a master warrior selected through rigorous military processes, named Lu Ying. Moments later, the SUV halted before him, and Lin Xin opened the door to take his seat in the front passenger side, where Lu Ying handed him a specialized military phone. The SUV then turned around and swiftly departed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Watching the vehicle leave from the entrance of the Ning family estate, Li Liang shrugged and made his way to a nearby blue Rolls-Royce. Inside the speeding SUV, Lin Xin brought the phone to his ear, greeted by a voice he both recognized and detested. "Have you truly made up your mind this time? If you remain as oblivious as before, there is no need for you to return and waste my time. Enjoy your romantic escapades in the Magic City." Lin Xin replied coldly, "I have decided, but I have one condition." After a pause, the aged voice on the other end responded, "Very well, I can accommodate that request, but it will not come without a price. I will inform you of your next steps. First, return to the capital. After all, it has been many years since you last saw your old man. Spend some time with him." At almost the same moment, in Lianyungang City, Sichuan Province, within the Lin family hotel, on the second floor, Lin Guodong was packing his luggage while Zhang Huiwan sighed regretfully, "I quite like that girl Xiaoya. If only little Xin came from an ordinary family." After finishing his packing, Lin Guodong stood up and comforted his wife with a pat on her shoulder. "Come now, it's not like we will never see them again. Let us not act as if this is a permanent farewell." The couple then loaded their various bags into a business vehicle, where the driver, Xiaoli, turned to them with a smile. "Good to see you again, sir and madam." Lin Guodong nodded in acknowledgement and, leaning back in his seat, replied placidly, "Let us be on our way." This departure leaves one pondering when a return might occur. Such a mundane existence is, in fact, quite agreeable. The business vehicle gradually steers towards the outskirts of the city, within a luxurious villa in the bustling metropolis. The three Qin brothers sit upon the plush sofa of the living room, a share transfer document resting upon the coffee table. Qin Peng, with a broad grin, savors a sip and exclaims with gusto, "After so many years of waiting, we have finally secured control over the Timu Group. It truly has been a laborious endeavor for the Ning family to manage this vast enterprise for our Qin family." Flanking him, Qin Wuha and Qin Hui share in the laughter, yet secretly plot how to seize the Timu Group for themselves. This share transfer agreement could reside in anyone's hands, but it must not be allowed to rest in the hands of their elder brother. Meanwhile, Qin Peng envisions the Qin family's future dominance in political and business spheres, his laughter growing even more boisterous. At that moment, the tranquility of the Qin villa is shattered as the front door is forcefully kicked open, and a cadre of trained soldiers bursts in. Do not move. The commanding officer barks, gun drawn, directing it at Qin Peng and his brothers. We are from the Special Operations Unit. If you wish to remain alive, place your hands on your head and crouch down. The other soldiers follow suit, aiming their weapons at Qin Wuha and Qin Hui, causing their legs to weaken in fear. The sudden intrusion of so many soldiers initially startles Qin Peng, but then a thought strikes him, and he rises confidently, addressing the lead soldier with authority. Which unit are you from? Do you even know where you are? I am an old acquaintance of General Long. In broad daylight, you dare to storm a private residence? Are you attempting a coup? Qin Wuha hurriedly stands to support him. Indeed, you must have mistaken us for someone else. The commanding officer shows no sign of fear, his gaze icy as he fixes his eyes on Qin Peng, issuing a final ultimatum. I will give you one last chance. Crouch down with your hands on your head. However, Qin Peng, accustomed to a life of privilege, refuses to heed the commands of an ordinary soldier. That would be beneath his dignity. Just as he begins to retort, his words are abruptly cut short. The officer, unwavering, pulls the trigger without hesitation, and with a resounding bang, a bullet, fiery and lethal, finds its mark in Qin Peng's leg. In the stillness of the villa district, the gunshot startles numerous wealthy residents, who, believing a terror attack has occurred, hastily seek refuge. Meanwhile, within the Qin villa, Qin Peng's anguished cries reverberate throughout. The once pristine floor, now stained with crimson. Qin Wuha and Qin Hui, taken aback, turn pale, their eyes wide with horror as they witness their elder brother's torment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly retreat to the side, crouching with their heads clasped. These soldiers truly possess the audacity to fire, and it is evident that the Qin family is on the brink of calamity. The captain holstered his weapon, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the still screaming Qin Peng. He then approached the coffee table and picked up the original share transfer agreement from Timu Group. With a decisive tear, the paper disintegrated into a flurry of confetti, cascading to the floor in scattered fragments. Turning his gaze back to Qin Peng, the captain adopted a businesslike demeanor and stated, Qin Peng, you are suspected of illegal operations, and you are required to report to the police station within 5 days to confess and cooperate with the investigation. Failure to comply will result in your arrest under the presumption of guilt. With that, the captain turned on his heel and strode toward the villa's exit, followed swiftly by the other soldiers. The group arrived with remarkable speed and departed just as swiftly, yet this incident concerning the Qin family was merely the beginning. Chapter 69. Autumn represents longing on a night in a luxurious hospital room in the bustling metropolis. Ning Zhuya slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling. Startled, she immediately sat up in bed. Am I in a hospital? Where's my mother? Just then, the door to the room creaked open, revealing the somewhat haggard figure of Ning Donghong, who entered while carrying a food container. Upon seeing his daughter awake, a smile of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, Xiaoya, you're awake. With joy evident in his expression, Ning Donghong closed the door behind him and approached the bedside, inquiring, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Should I call a doctor? Ning Zhuya scanned the unfamiliar room, then turned her gaze to her father, her heart filled with trepidation as she asked, Mother, how is she? At the mention of mother, Ning Donghong paused momentarily, visibly taken aback as he stared at his daughter, lost in thought for several seconds. How long had it been since he had last heard that term? Soon, however, his smile returned, and he reassured her, Don't worry, your mother is fine. The doctor said that as long as she takes good care of herself for a month, she will be discharged. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden in Ning Zhuya's heart was lifted, and she exhaled in relief. But then, another thought struck her, prompting her to ask again, what about Lin Xin? At the mention of Lin Xin, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ning Donghong's face. Nevertheless, he retrieved an envelope from his pocket. Labeled with Ning Zhuya's name and handwriting, she instantly recognized as Lin Xin's. He handed the letter to his daughter, sighing, You should read it yourself. Your mother needs someone to look after her, so make sure to rest well. With that, Ning Donghong turned and exited the room. When General Long Jun had delivered the letter to him, he had already surmised its contents. At that moment, Ning Donghong felt an overwhelming shock. He had never anticipated that Lin Xin was the grandson of that esteemed individual. No wonder Qin Peng had turned himself into the police. Amidst his astonishment, a sense of regret washed over him. It seemed this son-in-law was destined to be out of reach. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Ning Zhuya swiftly tore open the envelope and began reading the letter filled with handwritten words. As she encountered the first line, her expression froze, and her grip on the paper tightened instinctively. To my dearest wife, I'm going to a faraway place, and I may never be able to be by your side again. Before I leave, I have prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will not disdain it. To be honest, I never imagined that I would become so fond of someone with my disposition. The time spent with you always feels so fleeting, and even when I'm alone, I find myself dreaming. If you were not the heiress of Tianmu Group, and I was born into an ordinary family, how blissful our lives could have been. I am sorry. I cannot fulfill the promise I made to you, but I believe that even in my absence, you will not feel lonely. Now, you can enjoy the love of your parents and live in this world like a normal person. Perhaps in the future, marriage and children will come to pass. The mere thought of it fills me with a sense of regret. Ultimately, I hope to see you again. At the bottom of the letter lies Lin Xion's signature, and a solitary tear falls, soaking the paper. It is only now that Ning Zhuya becomes aware of the butterfly necklace around her neck. Tears spill from her eyes, tracing down her cheeks and landing upon the letter. In the quiet of the hospital room, Ning Zhuya clutches the butterfly necklace tightly, her tiny tears evoking profound empathy, her heart heavy with sorrow. On the hospital bed, Ning Zhuya buries her face in the covers, weeping with her knees drawn to her chest, sitting alone and desolate. You scoundrel, who permitted you to leave me? I have not yet grown weary of you. Who gave you the right to depart? Memories of the past flood Ning Zhuya's mind, only serving to deepen her anguish. Do not envy. You will experience it too. The familial love you have yet to encounter will one day be restored, and you will have a complete life. For you, I would sacrifice anything. I will never leave you. We must remain together forever. Outside the hospital room, Ning Donghong leans against the wall, listening to the sounds of weeping emanating from within, shaking his head with a sigh as he walks toward another room. The sky has taken on a dim hue, with only a crescent moon suspended above, casting its luminous glow. The heat of summer has waned considerably. Autumn has quietly arrived. Yet, this half-summer will forever remain an unforgettable experience for Ning Zhuya. The end of this book, the first volume, The Incomplete Girl, concludes. Thank you all for your support and care. No need for gifts or extravagant gestures. Of course, the ending is surely a ruse. No one would genuinely believe that, would they? Surely not. Chapter 70. Return to the familiar place on the following morning. Within the confines of a hospital in the magical city, Ning Zhuya, having rested for the night, approached a patient room and rapped gently on the door, producing a series of soft knocks. The door swung open, revealing Ning Donghong, who looked somewhat taken aback to see his daughter standing outside, with her eyes slightly reddened. As if she had recently wept, Ning Zhuya spoke in a tone that was somewhat aloof. I came to see Mother. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Ning Donghong's face, and feeling a sense of satisfaction, he stepped aside and softly said, Come in, your mother has just awakened. Ning Zhuya nodded in acknowledgement and entered the room. Inside the ward, Ning's mother lay resting on the hospital bed after having finished her breakfast. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, she opened her eyes and gazed in surprise at her approaching daughter. Dressed casually in a white cotton long-sleeve shirt and a flowing skirt, Ning Zhuya exuded a sense of maturity and composure that was a departure from her former self. She approached her mother's bedside and hesitantly called out, which brought immense joy to Ning's mother. Mother! A radiant smile blossomed on Ning's mother's face, filled with delight at hearing her daughter genuinely address her. Subsequently, Ning Zhuya leaned down and embraced her mother, burying her face in the familiar warmth of her mother's embrace. Observing this, Ning's mother gently wrapped her arms around her daughter and exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, signaling him to step outside. However, Ning Donghong was reluctant to leave. Immediately moving closer to his daughter with a silly grin and saying, Xiaoya, Daddy is here too. Would you like to hug Daddy? Regrettably, Ning Zhuya remained oblivious to her father's words, lost in the comfort of her mother's embrace. Witnessing this, Ning's mother smiled while casting a triumphant look at her husband, softly patting her daughter's back. After many years, the family finally experienced the warmth of familial love once more. In the divine capital, the political epicenter of Huagua, the vibrancy surpassed that of the magical city, rendering it the most prosperous locale in the nation, imbued with significant historical resonance. Formally, Huagua lacks a true leader. The highest executive body is the Chancellor's Council, governed by 4 venerable elders. Beneath this council lie various governmental departments and the executive division, managed by 8 ruling heads, tasked with addressing matters from various regions and subsequently relaying the filtered information to the Chancellor's Council. The power wielded is formidable, nearly equal to that of ministerial authority. At this moment in the divine capital, a military green SUV traversed the historically rich streets, navigating through numerous alleyways before halting before a heavily fortified courtyard. After a night of relentless travel, Lin Xin descended from the vehicle, his face bearing traces of fatigue as he gazed up at the familiar courtyard. 2 guards stood vigil at the entrance, armed with loaded weapons, ready to act without hesitation should any threat arise. Surrounding this central courtyard were additional residences occupied by military personnel, who perpetually patrolled the area, ensuring that no suspicious individuals approached the heart of this secure enclave. In the entirety of Huagua, only those 4 venerable elders were afforded such protection. Not even the local governors possessed this privilege. At that moment, Luing descended from the vehicle and addressed Lin Xin with a calm demeanor. "Let us proceed. Grandfather Lin has been awaiting you for quite some time." With that, he took the lead, stepping into the courtyard, while Lin Xin withdrew his contemplative gaze and followed suit. Indeed, his grandfather was one of the 4 esteemed heads of state, affectionately nicknamed the National Guardian, Lin Zhuya, owing to his name. Even when surveying the entire nation, there were but a handful who could rival his grandfather's prestige. The familiar layout of the courtyard remained largely unchanged, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Following Luing, Lin Xin traversed the courtyard, the sound of water flowing from the pond accompanying them, the splashes of fish breaking the surface. Moments later, they halted before a room situated at the deepest point of the Sihiyuan. Luing stepped forward and gently knocked on the door, respectfully announcing, "Grandfather Lin, your grandson Lin Xin has returned." After a brief pause, a voice emanated from within. "Let him enter." Luing nodded, stepping aside to allow Lin Xin to enter. After hesitating for a moment at the threshold, Lin Xin, his heart tinged with trepidation, pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Upon entering, he beheld a calligraphy table, where an elderly man with silver hair stood tall, wielding a brush as he inscribed characters. The walls were adorned with scrolls of varying sizes, each capable of fetching millions in the market. The flowing strokes exhibited an ethereal brilliance, completely incongruous with the frailty of his age. Lin Zhuya, engrossed in his calligraphy, did not lift his gaze to acknowledge the grandson he had not seen for many years. With an indifferent expression, he continued to guide the brush, stating calmly, "What are you standing there for? Come here and prepare the ink for me." Obeying instinctively, Lin Xin approached, though his heart resisted. Nevertheless, his hands dutifully ground the ink. Lin Zhuya began to inscribe the character for heaven on the rice paper, casually inquiring, "How have you fared these past years abroad?" As he ground the ink beside him, Lin Xin replied with a composed tone, "Very well." "Is that so?" Lin Zhuya wrote another character, his aged voice resonating with a deep, hearty chuckle. "It seems you are doing quite well, while I, the old man, find myself rather lonely without companionship. That rascal grandson rarely visits, leaving me in solitude." Lin Xin remained silent, merely placing the prepared ink aside. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuya continued to write character after character until forming a complete sentence. Lin Xin gazed at the inscription on the rice paper. "The movement of heaven is vigorous. A gentleman should continually strive for self-improvement." He remarked quietly, "Your calligraphy has improved significantly." Lin Zhuya, satisfied with his work, set down the brush and turned to sit in a nearby chair. The elderly man spoke in a deep voice. "I have resolved matters concerning the Qin family for you, and in return, You agreed to fulfill one of my requests. I now have a task that requires your attention. I trust that you have not forgotten everything I taught you. Saying this, Lin Zhuya retrieved a document that had only arrived yesterday from his drawer and placed it upon the table. He then called out towards the outside, "Lu Ying, come in." In the next moment, the door opened, and Lu Ying entered, respectfully addressing the elder seated at the desk. "Lin Lao, how may I assist you?" Lin Zhuya took a sip from a nearby teacup, pursed his lips, and instructed him, accompany Xiao Xian to Chuan province for that matter, and also restore his file. During this trip, your only responsibility is to ensure Xiao Xian's safety. Do not interfere in the affairs at hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying respectfully acknowledged the request. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian followed Lu Ying out of the room, while Lin Zhuya dialed a phone number. "Hello, it's me. Withdraw everyone from Chuan province." Chapter 71. Rather than regret after loss, it is better to take a leap of faith, as Qin Peng went to the police station to undergo an investigation. An air of unease enveloped the expansive Qin family estate. The willingness of the family head to submit to inquiry indicated the magnitude of the forces at play behind the scenes. It is important to note that in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, even the commanding General Long of the military district must show deference to the family head, which underscores the immense power wielded by the Qin family. In the stillness of the night, within the Qin villa, a figure stealthily entered Qin Peng's room, searching intently for something. Inside, Xiao Jia, his brow furrowed in concentration, scoured every corner of the room. After a moment, his gaze fixed upon the central bookcase, which was adorned with a myriad of books, making it appear considerably larger than a typical bookshelf. Xiao Jia approached the bookcase cautiously, donning rubber gloves as he carefully removed one of the volumes, tapping it gently. The faint echo of a hollow sound met his ears, causing his pupils to constrict and a glimmer of joy to illuminate his face. He had finally made a discovery. He began to remove the books from the shelf, setting them aside, and opened the concealed compartment within, revealing a small safe. After years of waiting, the opportunity had finally presented itself, and Xiao Jia felt a profound gratitude towards Lin Xian. He surmised that the safe contained a USB drive related to Qin Peng's dealings with foreign entities. With over 100 enforcers at their disposal, all seasoned in bloodshed, it would be impossible to amass such a force domestically. The only plausible explanation was Qin Peng's illicit connections with external powers. If he could procure the transaction records, even the formidable Qin family would face rapid disintegration, and Qin Peng would undoubtedly receive the death penalty. Utilizing his expertise, Xiao Jia deftly bypassed the safe's lock, and the metallic door opened slowly to reveal a USB drive alongside several seemingly aged photographs. In the hushed room, he reached for the USB drive, murmuring, "This drive has always been in Qin Peng's possession, and I never had the chance to act. Had I not won this bet, who knows how long I would have waited." From the very beginning, his intentions had been directed towards Lin Xian, wagering that the forces behind Lin Xian surpassed those of the Qin family, betting that Lin Xian was the long-lost second young master of the Lin family. From the moment Xiao Jia first laid eyes on Lin Xian, he sensed that he was not ordinary. Unlike the Ning family, which lacked political influence, he had not been able to uncover Lin Xian's true identity, yet he was different. The Qin family's influence permeates various levels of government, and after conducting a thorough investigation, he had indeed unearthed some clues. Hence, the incident at the Ning family estate was orchestrated to provoke Lin Xian, igniting his animosity towards the Qin family. "Mother, please wait a moment." Xiao Jia's attention was drawn to the aged photographs within the safe. As he reached for them and beheld their contents, his pupils dilated sharply. Whatever he saw caused his fists to clench instinctively, the veins in his arms standing out prominently. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Jia comprehended something significant. He swiftly returned the photograph to its original place, subsequently copying a file onto a USB drive before placing the book back onto the shelf. From that instant onward, his objective transformed. It shifted from a quest for vengeance against his biological father to a desire for retribution against the entire Qin family. The photograph depicted three unclad, men committing acts of violence against a woman, their faces contorted with manic laughter as if entranced by the scene. As September ushered in the autumn season, in a luxurious villa in the heart of the Magic City, the Ning family was gathered for dinner. Following their previous ordeal, Ning Donghong decisively relocated the family, fearing a recurrence of the tragic events that had transpired days earlier. "Come, Xiaoya, eat more," urged Ning Mu, who had just been discharged from the hospital, as she gently placed a piece of meat into her daughter's bowl with a warm smile. Ning Zhuya, with an expressionless demeanor, nodded slightly before consuming the meat, appearing somewhat obedient. With the threat from the Qin family now vanquished, the coldness on Ning Mu's face dissipated. She had previously placed too much pressure on her daughter and now intended to make amends in the days to come. The meal concluded swiftly. Afterward, Ning Zhuya bid farewell and drove toward Magic City University, followed closely by a convoy of several bodyguards. At the villa's entrance, watching his daughter depart, Ning Donghong sighed. Xiaoya still cannot forget Lin Xin. Ning Yin rested her head gently on her husband's shoulder, whispering, "That boy is too important to her. It is not so easy to let go. Let nature take its course." Half an hour later, at Magic City University, a crimson Maybach came to a halt, and the aloof Ning Zhuya stepped out of the vehicle. Just then, Qin Shi, who had finished her classes, exited the school gates and immediately spotted Ning Zhuya approaching. Her steps faltered. As Ning Zhuya made her way past, she caught sight of Qin Shi, yet chose to ignore her and continued walking into the campus. Just as they brushed past one another, Qin Shi, clutching her books, calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya halted, turning to cast a cold glance at Qin Shi as she replied icily, "This is a school. Why shouldn't I be here?" As their words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the surroundings. Turning back, Qin Shi met Ning Zhuya's gaze with a composed expression and said, "I have heard everything from Li Liang. I am aware of Lin Xion's identity, but why do you appear so aimless here at school?" Her emotions began to escalate as she confronted Ning Zhuya, indignantly declaring, "I can guess your thoughts. You are hesitant to seek him out due to Lin Xion's status. Am I right? You fear that doing so might disrupt your current family dynamics. Although I'm merely a distant relative of the Qin family, I am privy to some knowledge regarding the affairs between the Qin and Ning families. You are apprehensive that pursuing Lin Xian will shatter the fragile bonds you have painstakingly rebuilt within your family, aren't you?" As the words fell, Ning Zhuya's gaze instantly turned frigid, a glint of cold light flashing as she fixed her eyes on Qin Shi, her voice laced with frost. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" After expressing her innermost thoughts, Qin Shi's emotions settled somewhat, yet remnants of suppressed anger persisted in her tone. Clutching her books, Qin Shi met Ning Zhuya's gaze unflinchingly and spoke slowly. "My family is quite ordinary, lacking the illustrious background you possess. Thus my capabilities are rather limited." With that, she retrieved a small slip of paper from her belongings, stepped forward, grasped Ning Zhuya's hand, and placed the paper within her palm, her voice low and somber. "But you are different. You are the daughter of the wealthiest man in the Magic City, and you are capable of far more than I. This is from Principal Lin Xin. You may do with it as you see fit." Having said that, Qin Shi turned and walked away without a backward glance. For her, this was a form of torment, as it could very well be her last opportunity with Lin Xin. Yet she was compelled to relinquish this chance to her adversary. Watching Qin Shi's retreating figure, Ning Zhuya unfolded the slip of paper, revealing an address, Chuan Province, Yin City. As she contemplated the address, she raised her hand to touch the necklace around her neck, the small white butterfly gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Must we always be together? The crisp autumn breeze echoed in her ears, the leaves at the school gate rustling softly, with a few yellowing leaves drifting to the ground. Suddenly, Ning Zhuya tightened her grip on the slip of paper, turning to dash towards the car parked by the roadside. She was uncertain if this was the right decision or what repercussions it might have on her recently restored family. However, one thing was clear to Ning Zhuya. If she did not pursue this path, she would undoubtedly regret it in the future. She did not wish to live in regret, rather than exist in a future filled with remorse. She preferred to chase after him in this very moment. Chapter 72. The Collapse of the Qin Family. Sichuan Province, ranked among the top 5 in the economy of Huaihua, is characterized by its vast expanse and dense population. With cities predominantly nestled within its picturesque basins, celebrated for their scenic beauty, making it a paragon of natural splendor in the nation. On a highway embraced by mountains and rivers, surrounded by verdant and towering pines, a black BMW sped forward with urgency. Just a few kilometers ahead lay the underdeveloped Yan City, where the road was predominantly lined with hills and the passage of vehicles was a rare sight. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xin, the personal bodyguard, was at the wheel, while Lin Xin lounged in the back seat by the window, casually perusing the documents in his hands. Stealing a glance at the yawning Lin Xin in the rearview mirror, Lin Xin spoke slowly. The informant in this matter is an old friend of Lin Lao. It is said they were once brothers in arms, but he has since retreated from the front line, which is why this issue has garnered attention from above. Lin Xin responded with a soft hum, flipping through the investigative materials with a detached demeanor. I never expected to encounter such a case in this day and age, a millionaire committing heinous acts against a fresh graduate. A flicker of disgust crossed Lin Ying's eyes, clearly repulsed by the nature of the events. He continued, according to the informant's testimony, it is indeed the case. However, the Yan City police have been unable to find any evidence. Given that the person who reported it is Lin Lao's comrade, they cannot simply dismiss it. Hence the matter has escalated to Lin Lao. Nonetheless, what does this have to do with me? I'm not a detective, Lin Xin replied, shaking his head in mild frustration as he set aside the documents. Lin Xin, however, held a different view. He chuckled. You may not be a detective, but your expertise far surpasses that of one. Clearly, Lin Xin had unwavering confidence in Lin Xin's capabilities, having been his instructor during his formative years, and understood his prowess better than anyone else. As time passed, they traversed a lengthy incline, and soon a towering city emerged on the horizon. Upon entering the basin, the surrounding forest noticeably thinned, and the road became less smooth, causing the vehicle to jolt intermittently. At the airport in the Magic City, Ning Zhuya gazed anxiously at her daughter, who was about to depart. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Ning Donghong smiled at his daughter, saying, "Be careful on this trip, bring that boy back. As for everything else, don't overthink it. If need be, I'll donate the Tianmu group to the state. And you won't have any reservations then." Dressed in a delicate white lace coat, Ning Zhuya nodded, exuding an aura of innocence, before turning to board the plane. She had no intention of bringing a bodyguard to Sichuan, as there awaited an all-purpose protector ready for her arrival. Besides, being watched by a crowd while searching for a boyfriend felt rather awkward. Under the watchful eyes of her parents, the plane ascended slowly into the sky, slicing through the billowing clouds above. High above the clouds, Ning Zhuya sat by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of white clouds and the blinding sun. She murmured, "Just wait for me, you scoundrel. You dashed off without my permission. When I catch you, I shall teach you a lesson. Dog Lin Xin, mark my words." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the police station in the bustling metropolis, Qin Peng had temporarily shed suspicion and was released due to the lack of evidence. A smug expression adorning his face. "What of the police station? As long as you cannot find any evidence, you must obediently let me go." At that moment, a blue Hummer parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing a man clad in sunglasses, who coldly addressed Qin Peng. "Get in. The boss wishes to speak with you." Understanding the implication, Qin Peng promptly entered the passenger seat. The man handed him a phone, displaying the call interface. Without delay, he pressed the accelerator, driving away. Inside the vehicle, Qin Peng, with a look of anxiety, held the phone and cautiously asked, "What are your instructions?" A cold voice emanated from the other end. "Instructions? Do you believe you are still of any use to me? That Lin Xin is a member of the Lin family from the divine capital. You dared to act without even investigating this? Utterly useless. Now the entire network of the Qin family is in disarray. Anyone associated with your family has been taken by the military for investigation. Do you think you still hold any value to me?" "What?" Qin Peng's face turned incredulous upon hearing this. If all officials connected to the Qin family were taken for questioning, it meant that their family was crippled. In that instant, he felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss. his body slumping weakly against the passenger seat. The voice continued, "Now I offer you one final chance. That young man from the Lin family has likely arrived in Yin City. Go eliminate him. He must not uncover the happenings in Yin City. If you fail this task, your existence will be rendered unnecessary." With that, the call ended. Qin Peng, his expression fluctuating between despair and fury, returned the phone to the man in sunglasses, his mind in turmoil. As the sunglasses-clad man drove, he swiftly removed the phone's SIM card and discarded the device out the window, where it was crushed under the wheels of passing cars. Chapter 73. Ning Zhuya's journey to Yanshi at noon, within a hotel in Yanshi. A welcoming banquet was specially organized by the mayor for Lin Xin. This gesture was not solely due to Lin Xin being the mayor's grandson. It was also significant because Lin Xin himself held a military rank of colonel. Although he was merely a Huai general devoid of real power, it was enough to elicit a cautious demeanor from Wang Defa, especially since he had heard numerous tales about Lin Xin. At the entrance of the hotel, Wang Defa, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and appearing rather portly, greeted Lin Xin with a handshake and a smile. "You must be Lin Xin. I've heard from old Lin that you are fully in charge of the song matter. As long as you speak, the city's resources are at your disposal." The middle-aged men trailing behind Wang Defa wore expressions of goodwill, yet their eyes scrutinized Lin Xin as they whispered among themselves. This was the prodigy from the Lin family, yet he appeared rather unremarkable. Lin Xin extended his hand politely, sporting a modest smile. "Thank you, Uncle Wang, for your cooperation. If I falter in any way, I hope you will be understanding." Upon hearing Lin Xin refer to him as uncle, Wang Defa let out a hearty laugh. "That is easily said. After all, this is old Lin's grandson. Now he calls me uncle. That truly grants me considerable face." He then waved his hand jovially. "You must have had quite a journey. I am quite busy, so I could only hastily arrange this welcoming banquet for you. I hope you do not find it lacking." "Not at all," Lin Xin replied. As they proceeded into the hotel, his face radiating a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. "I am delighted that you could arrange this banquet for me amidst your busy schedule, Uncle Wang." As the two entered the hotel, Lu Ying, Lin Xin's personal bodyguard, followed closely behind. Observing that Lin Xin had quickly established a rapport with Mayor Wang in just a few exchanges, he felt reassured that the lessons imparted to him had not been forgotten. Upon arriving at the prearranged private room, the waitstaff began to serve dishes, and Lin Xin felt a slight twinge of nervousness. After all, several prominent figures from the city were present, and he was increasingly curious about Lin Xin's background. What kind of young master was he to command such respect from the mayor? At the dining table, Lin Xin wasted no time with pleasantries. He was solely focused on resolving matters in Yanshi, so he could return to Chengdu for some much-needed peace. He wondered how Ning Zhuya was faring. She was likely doing quite well. After some conversation, Mayor Wang, who sat opposite Lin Xin, set down his chopsticks, frowning as he spoke. "I have looked into this matter. The young female university student who was tragically murdered came from a modest background. Under normal circumstances, she would not have had the opportunity to attend university, but she was able to graduate thanks to the financial support from Yanhua University. However, therein lies the peculiarity. The prime suspect, the owner of Tianming Company, is a benefactor of the scholarship program at Yantai University, donating over 500,000 annually through online channels and personal contributions. While 500,000 in scholarships might not be a significant sum in a bustling metropolis like Modu, it was certainly a considerable amount that an ordinary person could easily obtain. However, if placed in a remote city like Yanshi, it would undoubtedly incur an exorbitant cost. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin, who was hearing about the matter for the first time, furrowed his brows and spoke in a somber tone. "So, a business owner who supports at least hundreds of students in their pursuit of higher education each year has committed such a heinous act against one of those he has aided? This situation is becoming rather convoluted. If that is the case, the proprietor of this so-called Tianming Company is, in fact, a paragon of virtue. Yet, why would he seek to harm a freshly graduated female university student? Could it be that he holds a grudge? But how could a newly graduated female student possibly harbor enmity towards a company owner? These questions swirled incessantly in Lin Xion's mind until the conclusion of the dinner gathering. Mayor Wang and his entourage, pressed by official duties, did not linger long. After exchanging a few words with Lin Xian, they departed for the municipal government building. Lin Xian and Lu Ying meandered along the roadside, aimlessly observing the somewhat underdeveloped city, hoping to uncover something noteworthy. Lu Ying glanced at an elderly man walking by and remarked softly, "Did you notice?" Lin Xian, walking ahead, nodded slightly, his gaze casually surveying the city as he remarked, "This Mayor Wang. No, I should say the mayor and those around him are suspicious. Their reactions are unnaturally calm, far too composed for the gravity of the situation. If an ordinary person faced a significant incident in their jurisdiction that alarmed the higher echelons of the capital, they would be in a frenzy, eager to resolve the troublesome affair swiftly. Yet, Wang Defa and his associates exhibited no signs of urgency or concern on their faces. Of course, if these individuals were indifferent to a lost life, that would be a different matter altogether. However, in Lin Xion's view, they clearly belong to another category, and he stated flatly, "This matter is likely not as simple as it appears. It cannot merely be a case of murder. There is probably a larger issue lurking beneath the surface. A prominent mayor has become entangled, even exhibiting confidence that we would uncover no clues, thus showing no pretense whatsoever." In the Lin family courtyard in the capital, Lin Zhuya sat languidly in the small yard, observing the koi swimming in the pond, while holding a military communicator from which the voice of another elder emanated. "Old Lin, you truly are generous. You actually sent your grandson into such a troublesome predicament, one that is not for the faint of heart. Moreover, haven't you already conducted a thorough investigation? You should be ready to reel it in. So why send your grandson into the fray?" In response, Lin Zhuya slowly replied, "You needn't concern yourself with that. I will handle any fallout. If he can endure some hardship, that would be even better." The following morning, an airplane gently descended upon the most prosperous city in Sichuan province. A striking figure with flowing hair disembarked, hastening her steps towards the airport exit. Along the way, Ning Zhuya's captivating beauty caught the attention of many, stirring a wave of excitement. Due to the relatively underdeveloped nature of Yan City, an airport has not been established there. Consequently, Ning Zhuya has no choice but to opt for the nearest airport. Should she choose to drive there, it would require at least half a day, and with necessary breaks along the way, it is likely to take even longer. One can only hope that by the time she arrives, Lin Xian has not yet departed from Yan City. Chapter 74. She has arrived. You must be Lin Ji's grandson. You bear an uncanny resemblance to him in his youth. In a modest earthen house, distanced from the bustling city of Yan City, Lin Xian and Lu Ying sat casually. An elderly man, hunched with age, approached with 2 bowls of water, smiling warmly. Lin Xian accepted the bowls with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Song. I have come to inquire about certain matters." The elderly gentleman sighed, struggling to settle into a chair, and lamented, "Regrettably, this is not the first occurrence of such an incident, which is why I sought the assistance of Lin Zhuya." As the elder recounted the events, Lin Xian and Lu Ying gleaned further insights, revealing that this was the 18th case of assault and murder in Yan City this year. This revelation struck Lin Xian profoundly. A single case of this nature would typically incite a considerable uproar, yet this small city had already witnessed 18 such tragedies in just 1 year. After conversing for a while, the elder's frail body could no longer endure the strain. He bid Lin Xian to take care before retreating to his room for rest. However, Lin Xian clearly observed tears streaming from the corners of the elder's eyes, filled with sorrow and despair, as he turned away. "Let's take our leave as well." Lin Xian sighed. He then retrieved a stack of prepared 100 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the table before he and Lu Ying turned to exit. The car started and made its way toward Yantai University. On the sole highway leading to Yan City, a red Rolls-Royce sped along, only a little over 100 kilometers from its destination. The thought of soon meeting Lin Xian accelerated Ning Zhuya's speed. She had barely consumed a drop of water in her haste to reach Yan City. The swiftly moving Rolls-Royce was captured by roadside cameras, offering a blurred glimpse of Ning Zhuya at the wheel. At Yantai University, in the principal's office, Lin Xin was engaged in conversation with the principal. Lu Ying glanced at his phone and stepped forward, whispering a few words into Lin Xin's ear. Immediately, Lin Xin's expression shifted. He turned to Principal Huang with an apologetic smile. "I apologize, Principal Huang, but an urgent matter has arisen. I must postpone our meeting." With that, Lin Xin rose abruptly, quickening his pace alongside Lu Ying as they exited the office, a sense of confusion lingering within him. How did she know of his presence in Yin City? The locator in his phone had long been dismantled, and he had implemented a national anti-tracking protocol, rendering it impossible to be traced. Regardless of the reason, Lin Xin simply wished to depart from this place swiftly. Deep down, he yearned to meet Ning Zhuya, yet he understood all too well that his grandfather would never permit it and might resort to drastic measures to prevent their encounter. It would be better to avoid meeting altogether than to face the pain of a brief reunion followed by separation. Meanwhile, Principal Huang, observing the hasty departure of Lin Xin and Lu Ying, furrowed his brow and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. In a grave tone, he spoke, "It's me. That kid has already traced his way here. You all should be cautious. In recent days, it would be prudent for those individuals to exercise patience. The identity of Lin Xin is rather complex. Should they wish to avoid spending the latter half of their lives confined within prison walls, it would be wise for them to remain subdued for the time being. Once this matter has passed, the Smoke City shall once again be our domain." Meanwhile, far away in the divine capital, as Ning Zhuya make her way to the Smoke City, Lin Zhuya, who oversees the entire Smoke City, has also received word. He sits in his courtyard, gazing at the photograph in his hand. A nearby guard whispers, "Miss Ning is nearly at the Smoke City. Shall we send someone to intercept her?" "Intercept?" Lin Zhuya sets down the photograph and chuckles softly. "Why should we? This presents an excellent opportunity to test young Xin. Let her proceed. People grow more rapidly when they desire something. Is not this young lady from the Ning family the perfect tool to hone Lin Xin?" As dusk approaches and the sun prepares to set, the western sky still holds a trace of lingering twilight, casting a golden hue upon the pure white clouds. The roar of an engine resonates, and a striking red Rolls-Royce halts beneath an office building in the Smoke City. Yending Company, a subsidiary of the Tianmu Group, possesses a rather faint presence amidst hundreds of branches nationwide. As the general manager, and Yuan toils day and night, striving to elevate Yending Company beyond the confines of the Smoke City. Yet, the current state of development presents a formidable obstacle. No amount of solitary effort can yield significant results. Gradually, Yuan has ceased to harbor much hope. Despite his mere 30-something years, he bears the countenance of one in decline. However, today, he encounters his final opportunity at the foot of Yending Company. As the red Rolls-Royce comes to a halt, and Yuan, clad in a crisp suit, approaches immediately, flanked by numerous executives from the company. He opens the car door, and a woman of exquisite beauty steps out. And Yuan respectfully states, "Miss, I am Yuan, the head of the Tianmu Group's branch in the Smoke City. It is an honor to assist you." With a cold demeanor, Ning Zhuya casts a fleeting glance at him, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. In a frosty tone, she inquires, "What progress have you made on the investigation I requested?" Prior to her arrival, Yuan had already received intelligence. Fully aware of the purpose behind the young lady's journey to this seemingly insignificant locale, he responds with utmost respect, "We have made progress. Half an hour ago, Mr. Lin Xin visited Yintai University, but he departed in haste shortly thereafter. Currently, our team has not ascertained his exact whereabouts, but it is highly likely he has left the Smoke City. There is but one main road into the Smoke City." Yet Ning Zhuya encountered no other vehicles upon her arrival, suggesting that Lin Xin must have taken a back route. With her teeth clenched and her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of grievance and defiance, she feels the sting of frustration. Despite traversing much of Huagua to seek him out, he does not even wish to grant her an audience. However, anger swiftly follows. In the next moment, Ning Zhuya retreats to the vehicle, igniting the engine, and the roar of acceleration fills the air as she departs at breakneck speed. On a rugged mountain road in the smoke-laden city, a black BMW was progressing slowly. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xin gazed pensively out of the window at the unfolding scenery. Just then his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, he answered the call, and a chilling voice pierced through the line, laced with dissatisfaction and fury. I am currently on the rooftop of Yantai University. If you do not appear before me within an hour, I shall leap from here. Alongside Ning Zhuya's frigid voice, the howling autumn wind could be heard, making it evident that she was not speaking idly. Before Lin Xin could react, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 75. The Fall. Queen of the night in the stillness of a deserted Yantai University at night, a crimson Rolls-Royce idled at the entrance. On the rooftop of the academic building, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, Ning Zhuya stood solitary at the edge. One misstep could lead to a perilous six-story plunge, with the concrete ground offering no chance of survival. Lifting her hand to check her watch, she noted that 10 minutes had elapsed since the hour mark. She gazed silently at the tranquil city, awaiting in hushed anticipation. Meanwhile, on the winding mountain road, a black BMW sat stranded in the dirt, its hood billowing smoke. Uncle Lu, how much longer until the repairs are complete? Lin Xin, anxious, paced restlessly nearby, concern etched in his expression. Lu Ying, his face smudged with soot, glanced at the vehicle's condition, shook his head, and sighed. It'll take at least another half hour. Had I known these mountain paths were so steep, I would have brought my off-road vehicle. What will you do? That young lady from the Ning family must be trying to frighten you. Upon hearing that it would take another half hour, Lin Xin gritted his teeth and turned, sprinting down the dirt road towards Yinshe, calling back, I'll head over first. You can catch up once the car is fixed. Watching the figure darting into the night, Lu Ying shook his head and retrieved his phone to report the current situation to Elder Lin. Although he served as Lin Xion's personal bodyguard, his role also encompassed vigilant oversight, relaying updates at all times. As time slipped by, Lin Xin, panting heavily, entered Yinshe, drawing curious glances from passers-by as he rushed towards Yantai University. His clothes were caked in mud, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Even his sweat trickled down his forehead. He did not slow his pace, his heart pounding with anxiety. Though he had known Ning Zhuya for only a month or two, he was acutely aware of her temperament. If he failed to arrive tonight, her unpredictable nature could lead to chaos. With vivid, bloody scenes flashing through his mind, Lin Xin quickened his pace. Teeth clenched as he ran along the roadside. Due to its expansive campus, Yantai University was situated on the outskirts of Yinshe, surrounded by an abundance of traffic lights, a consequence of its academic stature. Thus, Lin Xin opted to traverse the distance on foot as swiftly as possible. Yet exhaustion inevitably set in. He gasped for breath, his complexion paling as he gazed at the distant Yantai University 2 kilometers away. His speed dwindled, legs weakening. Time had slipped by, with over half an hour already gone, leaving him with merely a few minutes to reach his destination. At that moment, a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle roared from behind, its thunderous engine reverberating through the quiet night as if to pierce the heavens. The headlights illuminated Lin Xin, causing him to instinctively turn, squinting against the blinding glare. The sharp screech of brakes followed, and the motorcycle came to a halt before him. Hey there, handsome. Need a ride? It's a paid service, the rider offered enticingly. Dressed in a racing suit, Bai Junwan removed her helmet, revealing a strikingly beautiful face that contrasted sharply with the domineering and aloof Ning Zhuya, exuding an aura reminiscent of a charming older sister from the neighborhood. Upon encountering the unfamiliar woman, Lin Xin hesitated for a moment before promptly taking a seat on the back of the motorcycle, eagerly stating, as long as you can reach Yantai University within 15 minutes. Feel free to set any conditions. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile graced Bai Junwan's face as she donned her helmet once more. Rest assured, wagering my title as the greatest racer, I will undoubtedly deliver you there in 15 minutes. With that, the motorcycle roared to life, surging forward like an arrow released from its bow towards Yantai University. The speed was exhilarating, and the wind howled fiercely in their ears, providing Lin Xin a moment of respite. Due to the velocity, he found himself resting his hand on Bai Junwan's waist, inquiring with curiosity, "Who are you?" His skepticism was warranted, as the timing of this woman's appearance was rather fortuitous, and she had clearly seemed to recognize him. The motorcycle accelerated further, and through the muffled sound of her helmet, Bai Junwan replied, "From the Bai family of the Magic City, Bai Junwan. You truly do not recognize the most renowned beauty of the Magic City. How uncultured of you." Xiao Lin Xin. Xiao Lin Xin. The moniker evoked a twitch at the corner of Lin Xin's mouth. "You're the small one. Your entire family is small." Just as he was about to pose further questions, he caught sight of Yintai University not far ahead, leading him to refrain from continuing the conversation. Nearby, a striking red Rolls-Royce was parked by the roadside, and Lin Xin was certain it was driven by Ning Zhuya. 3 minutes later, the motorcycle came to a halt at the entrance of Yintai University. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the campus was notably quiet, devoid of any presence. As soon as they stopped, Lin Xin swiftly dashed towards the teaching building, glancing up at the edge of the rooftop where a shadowy figure stood. In that moment, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He was grateful he had come, for the consequences would have been dire had he not. "Ah, youth," he thought. Bai Junwan, observing Lin Xin's hurried demeanor, called out loudly, "Hey, handsome, I'll be waiting for you at the hotel tomorrow night." With that, she flashed a confident smile, and the motorcycle roared once more before she departed. Meanwhile, atop the teaching building at Yintai University, a biting wind swept through, and Ning Zhuya, clad only in a white cotton jacket, coldly regarded Lin Xin, who had just rushed into the building. She had clearly seen him resting his hand on Bai Junwan's waist, and her jaw clenched tightly as her emotions simmered beneath the surface. Barely a minute had passed when a large iron door on the rooftop swung open with a creak. After climbing 6 flights in quick succession, Lin Xin, breathless, glared at the figure standing at the edge of the rooftop, his frustration boiling over as he shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Is your life so trivial to you that you could just throw it away?" Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, Ning Zhuya slowly turned to face him. The first thing she noticed upon his arrival was his angry outburst directed at her, intensifying the glint of frost in her eyes. Her small hands clenched into tight fists against the chill of the wind. Lin Xin strode towards Ning Zhuya, intending to draw her close. However, as they were merely half a meter apart, Ning Zhuya suddenly remarked, "You are still just as fond of being late as you were the first time." At the very moment Lin Xin pushed open the rooftop door, he exceeded the 1-hour time limit they had agreed upon by a minute. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xin's pupils constricted sharply as a realization struck him, and he hastily extended his hand, exclaiming, "Wait." Yet, before he could finish his plea, in the stillness of the night, Ning Zhuya's body abruptly leaned backward, her gaze fixed coldly on Lin Xin as he rushed towards her, followed by a sensation of losing her footing. Chapter 76. The taste of obsession in the stillness of a moonless night atop the rooftop of Yintai University. A solitary figure clutched the edge of the protective railing with an iron grip, veins prominently rising on his forearm. "Have you lost your mind?" As he strained to hold onto the railing, Lin Xin embraced Ning Zhuya with one arm, inhaling the familiar fragrance that emanated from her. At that moment, a profound sense of dread filled Lin Xin's eyes. Had he reacted even a moment slower, the outcome would have been dire. Amidst this life-threatening predicament, Ning Zhuya, held tightly in Lin Xin's arms, laughed, seemingly unperturbed by their precarious situation. She reached out to caress Lin Xin's delicate face. "I offer you 2 choices," she declared. "First, we leap together to our demise. After all, I would not regret dying by your side." As for the second choice, her expression turned cold. The smile that had graced her lips vanished, and she continued in a chilling tone, "You will return home with me, and from that moment onward, you shall never leave my side. Otherwise, I shall end my life before your very eyes." This was undoubtedly a blatant threat, yet Lin Xin, overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment, responded with labored breath, "I choose the second option." Ning Zhuya was unsurprised by his answer, for that was precisely what she desired. She needed Lin Xin to understand the taste of loss so that he would heed her words more obediently in the future. Wrapping her arms around Lin Xin's waist, he was still contemplating how to ascend when, without warning, Ning Zhuya yanked him forcefully. Caught off guard, Lin Xin's pupils constricted as he felt the sensation of weightlessness. Instinctively clutching Ning Zhuya tighter, they fell, Lin Xin beneath and Ning Zhuya above. Perhaps one of them would survive the plunge. As they plummeted from the 6th floor of the rooftop, the wind howled in his ears. Then, Lin Xin felt himself land upon something soft, his body bouncing slightly before settling onto a cushioned surface. Had he died? Tentatively, he opened his eyes to behold a canopy of stars twinkling in the night sky, their faint light casting a celestial glow. He murmured, "Is this heaven? What foolishness are you speaking?" Ning Zhuya stood up from the thick, soft padding, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Lin Xin. As if nothing had transpired, she extended her hand toward him. "Come, the performance is over. Accompany me for a meal." At her words, Lin Xin, still in a daze, grasped her cool, delicate hand, only then noticing the several layers of thick padding that had appeared beneath the teaching building. He was alive? The sensation of weightlessness had left his legs trembling, and he was effortlessly led by Ning Zhuya out of the campus. In the darkened corner, Yuan watched the departing figures, sweat beading on his forehead, finally feeling a sense of relief. Behind him, the captain of the security team at Yantai University cautiously inquired, "Boston, what should we do next?" And Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to smile, saying, "Please tidy up the cushions and such. The promised sum of 50,000 for each of you will be deposited into your accounts by tomorrow." With that, Yuan made his way towards the school gate. In order to create a presence before the young lady, he had exhausted himself considerably that evening. Yet seeing her satisfied expression earlier assured him of reaping substantial rewards. The group of security guards, upon hearing the generous reward of 50,000, wore expressions of delight. To merely move a few items and receive such a commission was akin to earning their entire annual income. "Brother Hong, since it's still early, why don't we hit the gym when we change shifts? After all, we security guards need to balance work and leisure." Brother Hong, the captain of the security team, could hardly contain his excitement at this suggestion, especially after a profitable night. He was determined to indulge. "All right, let us brothers go for a wash. A workout this evening." The other security guards cheered, eagerly gathering their belongings. In the bustling night market, at 8 o'clock, the air was filled with the aromatic and spicy scent from a hot pot restaurant still in operation, tantalizing the appetites of passersby. Inside a private booth, 2 simple sofas were arranged around a bubbling hot pot, the savory aroma wafting through the air. "Who was that woman just now?" Ning Zhuya demanded, gripping Lin Xin's neck with one hand, her expression fierce, as if to convey that she would eliminate him if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer. Faced with the wrath of Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin felt no inclination to resist. His face flushed as he stammered, I don't know. She said she was from a Bai family in the Magic City, named by Junwan, but that's all I know. Is that so?" Ning Zhuya's icy gaze bore into Lin Xin's eyes. Lin Xin, with a strained expression, replied, "I wouldn't dare deceive you." Noticing his unwavering gaze, Ning Zhuya finally released her grip and sat back on the sofa with a cold huff, stating, "I'm hungry." "All right." Lin Xin took a few deep breaths to steady himself. He then picked up the chopsticks, carefully selecting a piece of tripe, blowing on it gently before offering it to Ning Zhuya. However, being freshly cooked, it was still quite hot. "Now, tell me about that letter. Are you trying to abandon me?" Ning Zhuya raised her long, delicate leg, placing it on Lin Xin's lap, adopting an inquisitorial demeanor. Seeing this, Lin Xin, filled with helplessness, set down the chopsticks and skillfully removed her shoes and socks, massaging her feet as he spoke. "Wasn't I just preparing for the worst-case scenario? By the way, how did you know I was in the night market?" "That's none of your concern," Ning Zhuya retorted with a huff. She then grasped Lin Xin's face firmly, leaning in to lock eyes with him, and fiercely declared, "Do you remember what I said before? Unless I tire of you and choose to discard you, no matter where you flee, I will always bring you back." Due to the elongation of his face, Lin Xin, with an off-key voice, pleaded, I won't dare again." Ning Zhuya, with a cold smile gracing her lips, replied, "It matters not. You shall never have next time." With that, Ning Zhuya leaned in, her soft crimson lips enveloping Lin Xin's, the taste of the broth mingling with the essence of the hot pot lingering in their shared saliva. Chapter 77. Had I never seen the light? As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed forth, gently illuminating the morning sky. A beam of light filtered through the curtains, gracing Lin Xion's face. After a night of tumultuous dreams, he was abruptly stirred from his slumber, his brow furrowing in response. A cool, delicate hand persistently pinched his cheeks, occasionally stretching and kneading them like dough. Unable to endure the torment any longer, Lin Xian groggily opened his eyes, only to hear a cold voice beside him. Lazy pig, finally awake. Were you up to this early? Feeling the unwelcome hands wandering over him, Ning Zhuya pressed her forehead against Lin Xion's, her eyes glinting with frost. Get up quickly and accompany me for a stroll. No, Lin Xion replied without hesitation, displaying clear reluctance. Her countenance darkened at his refusal, her small hand, hidden beneath the covers, clenched tightly. Before long, anguished cries filled the hotel suite, reverberating with despair. You! Don't go too far. I assure you, I'm quite formidable. In response, she retorted coldly, Is that so? Are you suggesting you wish to lay a hand on me? Lin Xion, feeling somewhat guilty, threatened weakly, Don't push me. Approximately 10 minutes later, a neatly dressed Lin Xion found himself being dragged out of the hotel suite by Ning Zhuya, as if he were a pet, his gaze fixated on her legs. The black stockings a source of distraction that he could not ignore. These stockings must possess some kind of magic. I cannot avert my gaze, he mused, deeming them the most captivating he had ever seen. Today, Ning Zhuya donned a loose-fitting white sweatshirt paired with a black pleated skirt, but it was her strikingly beautiful legs, clad in sheer black stockings and complemented by delicate white shoes, that rendered her a picture of youthful allure. As they walked, Ning Zhuya noticed Lin Xion's wandering eyes, but chose to remain silent, relishing the unspoken acknowledgement. For a woman, there is no greater compliment than a man unable to control his gaze upon her. Thus, beneath the astonished and envious glances of the hotel staff, Ning Zhuya led Lin Xion out of the establishment. Outside, a sleek black business vehicle awaited them. Ning Zhuya approached, decisively flinging open the door and unceremoniously shoving the dazed Lin Xion inside before gracefully taking her seat. With a roar, the car started and departed from the hotel. In the back seat, Ning Zhuya resumed her previous position, nestled upon Lin Xion's lap, her form curling into his embrace. She glanced at Yuan, who was acting as the driver, and casually remarked, Head to the branch office. At her words, Yuan's heart leaped with joy, recognizing the opportunity that had presented itself. With a tone laced with excitement, he replied, Yes, Mississippi. Then, Ning Zhuya's beautiful eyes turned toward Lin Xion, who was still caressing her enchanting legs, and she coolly stated, Now, is your turn to explain. As she spoke, Ning Zhuya swiftly swatted away Lin Xion's restless hand. Observing this, Lin Xion, who held her in his embrace, expressed his grievances, saying, What more is there to explain? I truly am not familiar with that by family woman. That is not the matter at hand, Ning Zhuya replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she pinched Lin Xion's face. With your remarkable skills, were you merely acting when we encountered the kidnappers in Magic City? At this juncture, her countenance turned icy, for she recalled how close she had been to death. Now, to hear him confess that he had been concealing something was tantamount to viewing his desperate struggle as mere folly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xion, whose face was firmly grasped, spoke with difficulty. No, I have my reasons, truly not as you imagine. Releasing her grip, Ning Zhuya crossed her arms over her chest and said coolly, What reasons? Pray, enlighten me. Well. Lin Xion's expression reflected his discomfort, as this matter was evidently a painful recollection for him. Noticing his demeanor, Ning Zhuya understood it was time to coax her pet for more. In the next moment, within the smoothly gliding vehicle, she took Lin Xion's hand and placed it upon her thigh, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, But what? Given our relationship, do you still wish to keep secrets from me? With that, Ning Zhuya wrapped her arms around Lin Xion's neck, batting her eyelashes at him, exuding an aura of delicate femininity. Lin Xion's hand once again encountered her silky skin, and he swallowed hard, reluctantly admitting, "Actually, there's nothing I cannot share. It's all just things from my childhood." Subsequently, Ning Zhuya nestled quietly in Lin Xion's embrace, listening as he slowly recounted his past. Though the hand beneath her skirt was somewhat bothersome, she chose to endure it for the moment. As time passed, Ning Zhuya finally comprehended the reason behind Lin Xion's earlier troubled expression. Particularly, upon learning that his misfortunes surpassed her own, she could not help but gently stroke his head. As the sole heir of the Lin family, Lin Xin had borne the weight of numerous expectations since birth, for he was the grandson of the renowned national general. Under his grandfather's tutelage, Lin Xion's growth outpaced that of his peers, yet this came at the expense of immense psychological torment. While other children frolicked in the mud, Lin Xin, having scant interaction with his contemporaries, was already undergoing rigorous training under his grandfather's watchful eye. Esteemed professors imparted knowledge, and elite soldiers in military camps honed his combat skills, leaving him with little to no leisure time. During those years, Lin Xin, isolated from the outside world, believed this was the entirety of his existence, monotonous and predictable, season after season. It was only after he clandestinely slipped away one day that he realized he was the only one who was truly different. Subsequently, he fled at all costs. Had I never glimpsed the light, I could have endured the darkness. Once liberated from his grandfather's control, Lin Xin understood his distinctiveness among his peers and thus began to conceal his talents, a decision rooted more in disdain than in pride. I harbor a deep disdain for everything my grandfather has imparted to me. Chapter 78. Xiao Jie's Revenge in the Early Morning. Beneath the towering edifice of Yunding Company in the Smoky City, a sleek black business vehicle came to a halt, banners unfurled, proclaiming a warm welcome to the esteemed young lady. The door swung open, revealing the aloof Ning Zhuya, who stepped out first, followed closely by Lin Xin. In a dim corner not far away, Lu Ying, who had spent the night in the car, observed the scene of Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya hand in hand with a resigned shake of his head. He then retrieved his phone, capturing the moment and dispatching the photograph. Meanwhile, Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya, under the guidance of an Yuan, ascended towards the office on the top floor. During their elevator ride, Ning Zhuya gleaned the purpose of Lin Xion's visit to the Smoky City, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, an Yuan, attentively listening, spoke cautiously, "Miss, regarding this matter, I happen to have some insights." Ning Zhuya, though disinterested in the matter at hand, felt compelled to assist Lin Xin. "Please do share." By the time they reached the top floor, the elevator doors opened slowly, and the group proceeded towards the office. An Yuan lagged slightly behind, adjusting his spectacles, and continued, "I came across this information purely by chance. Mr. Lin, you're aware of the assistance funds, correct?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin nodded. He had gathered some information during the journey. Was there a connection to the heinous murder case? Indeed, and a significant one at that, and Yuan affirmed, his expression growing grave. "What I am about to convey is merely my personal conjecture. I suspect that this so-called assistance fund is a ruse. The proprietors of over a dozen enterprises in the Smoky City have conspired to amass wealth under the guise of aiding students, subsequently donating to a specific female student. After providing assistance, those entrepreneurs gain access to the records of these female students, allowing them to select suitable prey based on their profiles. The revelation astonished not only Lin Xin, but also caused a momentary daze in the otherwise distracted Ning Zhuya. The trio soon arrived at the meticulously prepared office, adorned with the latest furnishings, and Yuan poured tea for Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya before resuming the previous topic. Incidents involving female university graduates meeting with misfortune are not uncommon in the Smoky City. But due to its remote location and the influence of those in power, such tales seldom circulate. Lin Xin stroked his chin in contemplation and remarked, "So, Mayor Wang has someone backing him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how a mere mayor could exhibit such audacity, especially with dozens of homicides occurring daily." However, Lin Xin was unfazed by these intricacies. His sole focus was to cleanse the Smoky City of its corruption, leaving other concerns aside. Ning Zhuya's subsequent words ignited a spark of elation in an yuan. With your capabilities, remaining in this modest, smoky city is a disservice to your talents. I present you with two options. As Ning Zhuya entwined her arm with Lin Xin's, she extended two fingers and calmly stated, "Firstly, I recommend you to develop in the branches of other prosperous cities, as you may find greater opportunities in the future. Secondly, you may choose to remain in Yen City, whereby I shall persuade the group to allocate more resources here. Your future development will then be entirely in your hands." Upon hearing these two options, and Yuan hesitated momentarily before resolutely choosing the second, declaring, "I opt for the latter. As a local of Yen City, I am confident that with the group's increased resource allocation, I can invigorate the local economy and elevate it to new heights." Ning Zhuya nodded, indifferent to Yuan's choice. For to her, both options were merely a matter of words. And Yuan, feeling a surge of excitement from the benefits he had received, cautiously proposed, "Miss, although Yen City's development trails behind, there are some scenic spots worth visiting. For instance, the so-called sacred place for lovers. Couples who visit are bound to get married. Since you're here, why not?" At this, Lin Xin scoffed dismissively. As a staunch materialist, he had no belief in such whimsical notions. Ning Zhuya raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I require such things?" In that instant, and Yuan, realizing he had misspoken, felt a cold sweat break out. Just as he was about to apologize, he heard Ning Zhuya coolly inquire, "Where's this place?" "Ah," and Yuan was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Not far. I have no pressing engagements today. Perhaps I could escort you there?" Ning Zhuya nodded in agreement. Initially, Lin Xin had been somewhat reluctant, as he had matters to investigate, but under Ning Zhuya's fierce gaze, he complied and rose obediently from the sofa. Inwardly grumbling about the constant threats he faced, the group proceeded directly to the ground floor of the company building. As today was merely a formality to inform the staff of the presence of their superiors and to motivate them. Ning Zhuya casually took Lin Xin's hand and placed it on her waist, clearly satisfied with his cooperation. As noon approached, a sudden fire erupted in a skyscraper in the heart of Magic City, with black smoke billowing skyward. The unexpected commotion startled everyone, prompting them to hastily retreat from the towering inferno. What on earth happened? How can there be a fire in broad daylight? I don't know. It just exploded suddenly. It's probably some corporate mishap. By the way, isn't that the building of the Shanyu Group? Simultaneously, the fire department and ambulances of Magic City received the alert and rushed towards the scene. At the fire site, flames spread rapidly from the top floors of the building, with numerous employees of the Shanyu Group fleeing in panic. Amongst the chaos, a figure emerged. Xiao Jie walked out of the building with a calm demeanor, glancing up towards the direction of the top floor office. "Farewell, sinner." As the crowd began to disperse swiftly, the emergency fire brigade arrived and quickly extinguished the blaze. To everyone's astonishment, a fire that spread across nearly 10 floors resulted in the tragic loss of only 2 lives, while the remaining employees sustained only minor injuries. Subsequent investigations by the police suggested that the explosion originated from the general manager's office on the top floor, where 2 executives, Qin Wuhe and Qin Hui, tragically perished. Reduced to mere charred remains, the authorities classified this incident as an unfortunate accident, with no one discerning the underlying anomalies. Chapter 79. The Confrontation with Lin Xin. I shall await you at the hotel in the tranquil city of Yen City, by the renowned Heart Lake. Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya strolled leisurely. The lake earned its name due to its heart-like shape, gradually becoming a popular spot for romantic declarations. Being a Monday, the university students were confined within their academic confines, rendering the surroundings nearly deserted. In this serene atmosphere, only a few elderly couples meandered past. The sound of the lake's waves echoed softly in their ears. The temperature near the water was pleasantly refreshing. As Lin Xin held Ning Zhuya's delicate hand, he inadvertently noticed the necklace adorning her neck and remarked, "Do you still like this necklace? After all, it was a mere trinket bought from the roadside. If it fails to please you, we can discard it, and I shall procure a finer one for you." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya's expression turned instantly frosty, She tightened her grip on Lin Xian's left hand and replied coolly, "This necklace holds far more significance to me than you could ever imagine. If it were to be replaced, it would be you I would part with." Lin Xian's lips twitched at this. He then continued, "If my memory serves me correctly, your birthday is in 7 days, is it not? How do you know?" Ning Zhuya cast a puzzled glance his way. Lin Xian shrugged. "I happened to glance at your profile at school. September 29th, isn't it?" Ning Zhuya nodded, choosing not to respond further. They continued their walk around the Heart Lake, the silence enveloping them, yet it radiated a warmth that was comforting. Upon reflection, it dawned on them that since they had begun their relationship, they had rarely enjoyed such quietude together. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, nearing mealtime, Lin Xian suddenly spoke. "Once I have concluded my matters in Yin City, you should return home. I will take care of my affairs and then come to find you." Upon uttering this, Lin Xian braced himself for an impending reprimand from Ning Zhuya, yet she nonchalantly replied, "All right, I will wait for you." Without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Their footsteps halted as Lin Xian reached out to gently tuck a stray strand of hair behind Ning Zhuya's ear, feeling the warmth of her forehead. Retracting his hand, he murmured, "How curious. There's no fever. Could it be that your mind is not quite right?" Ning Zhuya's expression darkened, and without warning, she stomped her foot down hard on Lin Xian's. He gasped sharply, stifling a cry of pain. With her arms crossed, Ning Zhuya regarded Lin Xian's pained countenance with a disdainful scoff. "How audacious to imply that I am unwell. Is that not a veiled insult?" At that moment, Lin Xian's phone rang, an unfamiliar number lighting up the screen. "Hello, who is this?" As he answered, he grasped Ning Zhuya's soft, delicate hand, and together they walked toward the car parked by the roadside. A familiar, boisterous female voice resonated from the other end. "Has it only been a short while since we parted, and you no longer recognize me, oh handsome Lin Xian?" It was evident that this unexpected call came from Bai Junwan, the one who had come to his rescue the previous night. Upon hearing that it was a woman, Ning Zhuya beside him immediately lost her composure, reaching out to snatch Lin Xian's phone. She shot a fierce glare at Lin Xian, who was about to reclaim his phone, causing him to obediently lean in closer to listen to the conversation on the other end. Meanwhile, on the other side by Junwan, who had just finished racing and was resting in a hotel, reclined in a massage chair, listening to the voice coming from the phone, quickly deducing the situation. A playful smile graced her lips as she spoke into the phone with keen interest. "Lin Xian, dear brother, do not forget what you promised me yesterday. I will be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. We have much to discuss. Oh, by the way, I'm at the Qianjin Grand Hotel, having just finished my shower. If you come over now, it wouldn't be an issue." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. At the lakeside, Lin Xian felt the icy, piercing gaze beside him and swallowed hard, internally cursing. Damn it, it turns out what they say on television is true. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. Bai Junwan is truly trying to put me in a perilous situation. What should I do? I might actually be beaten to death this time. Just the thought of how someone might act in a fit of rage prompted Lin Xian to make a swift decision. He intended to casually turn around and sneak away. However, at that moment, a hand firmly grasped his arm, accompanied by a soft murmur that sent a chill through him. "Hotel, all-night conversation. Just finished showering." Gripping the phone tightly, Ning Zhuya lifted her head and smiled at Lin Xian, though her expression was dark enough to seemingly drip with malice. "Lin Xian, dear brother, it seems you are quite the player, aren't you?" She shook the phone in her hand, her face contorted in displeasure. "Is this what you call being unfamiliar?" Lin Xian, nearly on the verge of tears from fright, realized escape was futile. He quickly donned a sorrowful expression. "Wife, please let me explain. It's truly a misunderstanding. That woman is deliberately trying to sow discord between us. You must not fall for her tricks." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya raised an eyebrow. "So, did you agree to go to the hotel with her?" Lin Xian's face froze. He had indeed said something along the lines of "I'll go. Name your conditions." The situation had been too urgent at the time, and he hadn't thought much of it, never imagining it would escalate to this point. Seeing Lin Xian fall silent, Ning Zhuya's previously softened expression turned icy once more. Just as Lin Xin was contemplating how to resolve the situation, Ning Zhuya suddenly released her grip, then forcefully kicked him to the ground. Overwhelmed by uncontrollable rage, Ning Zhuya sat atop Lin Xin and delivered a sharp slap. "Please, I truly made a mistake. Don't hit my face." Lin Xin cried out, "Oh, dear wife, you can't bite. I beg you, please don't. Madwoman, you truly should not push me. When I get angry, even I fear myself." After some time, at the desolate lakeside, Lin Xin, now bruised and battered, pleaded tearfully, "Wi-Fi, I truly made a mistake. Please spare me this once. I shall never speak thoughtlessly again," sob. At this moment, Ning Zhuya was also beaded with fragrant sweat. She lowered her gaze to Lin Xin's current state and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, with her flushed palm, she gently patted his cheek and warned, "This time, I shall spare you. However, should there be a next time, I will hang you up and parade you in the streets, stripped bare. Do you understand?" Upon hearing the mention of being stripped and paraded, Lin Xin shivered and nodded repeatedly. Observing his reaction, Ning Zhuya let out a cold huff and walked toward the car by the roadside, not glancing back as she remarked, "After hitting you for so long, I am utterly exhausted. You must compensate me." Lin Xin replied, "Who exactly is hitting whom here? It seems I am the one receiving the blows." Chapter 80. Collaboration in the stillness of the night. Beneath the grand faade of the Jiangji Hotel in the smoky city, a crimson Rolls-Royce glided to a halt. The attentive doorman rushed forward to greet the arrival. As the car door swung open, Lin Xin casually tossed the keys to the doorman and proceeded to open the rear door, gently guiding the still fuming Ning Zhuya out. The pair made their way towards the hotel entrance. Observing the impassive expression on Ning Zhuya's face, an unmistakable sign of her displeasure, Lin Xin attempted to soothe her with words of comfort. "Do not be upset. We can meet briefly and leave right away." "I am not angry," Ning Zhuya replied, her tone flat and her countenance unchanged. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Xin felt a pang of frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he halted, wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, and leaned in to kiss her crimson lips. It was worth noting that although night had fallen, a number of individuals were still out and about, engaging in their evening exercise. Onlookers gasped at the audacious display, witnessing what could only be described as a mortifying scene of public affection. Initially taken aback, Ning Zhuya soon felt his presence breach her defenses, and she found herself instinctively yielding to the moment. Encouraged by her response, Lin Xin tightened his embrace, drawing her closer still. The surrounding crowd could only gaze at the couple with envy before departing with a sense of quiet resentment, lamenting the audacity of such youthful exuberance. After a full 2 minutes, Lin Xin reluctantly released her lips, whispering softly, "Can you forgive me now?" At his words, the flames of Ning Zhuya's ire dimmed slightly. With a huff, she extricated herself from his embrace and proceeded towards the hotel entrance. Realizing her intent, Lin Xin, with a grin, quickly fell in step beside her, taking her hand once more. Inside the hotel lobby, the hotel manager, who had been awaiting their arrival, greeted the hand-in-hand couple with a warm smile. "You must be the esteemed guests of Miss Bai, who is waiting for you in the private room. Please follow me." Lin Xin nodded, guiding Ning Zhuya in tow as they ascended to the second floor. Shortly, the manager halted before the door of an opulent private room, respectfully stating, "Miss Bai is inside. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your understanding." "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Xin replied nonchalantly. He then took Ning Zhuya's hand and pushed open the door to reveal Bai Junwan, who was waving enthusiastically from within. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. I was beginning to wonder when you would show up." Her gaze shifted to Lin Xin, noticing the faint bruise on his face. "Oh dear, what happened to your face, Lin Xin? Did you trip while walking? Honestly, how careless of you." Lin Xin, settling casually into a seat, replied in a teasing manner, "What can I say? I have someone to thank for that." However, Ning Zhuya was unwilling to waste any time, particularly upon hearing Bai Junwan refer to her partner as brother. Unable to contain her irritation, she fixed Bai Junwan with a cold stare and demanded, "What is your true intention in getting close to Lin Xin? Has the Bai family dispatched you to curry favor?" Ning Zhuya was certain that the Bai family must have discovered Lin Xin's identity, which was why they had traveled such a distance to a small place like Yin City to ingratiate themselves. Upon hearing this, Bai Junwan feigned grievance and said, "Alas, is this how you perceive me? It truly pains my heart." Sitting nearby, Lin Xin felt a sharp pain in his waist, internally weeping without tears, and could only interject, "Let us stick to the point. I have matters to attend to." Observing their bluntness, Bai Junwan sighed, and, no longer concealing her intentions, looked directly at them and stated, "I will be straightforward. Brother Lin Xin, you had agreed to my terms without reservation." Upon hearing these words, Ning Zhuya's expression darkened, and her hand, resting on Lin Xin's waist, performed a swift 180-degree turn. Lin Xin widened his eyes and quickly covered his face with his hands to avoid embarrassment. Such a harsh gesture felt like an act of domestic murder. Bai Junwan continued, "Actually, I am primarily looking to collaborate with you, Miss Ning." With this declaration, the atmosphere in the private room fell silent. "Collaborate with me?" Ning Zhuya released her grip, puzzled by Bai Junwan's intentions. Wasn't she here to get close to Lin Xin? Meanwhile, Lin Xin sighed in relief, rubbing his waist and silently shaking his head. This place was intolerable. Had he not been tough-skinned, he would have been tormented to death by Ning Zhuya long ago. At the dining table, Bai Junwan nodded, fixing her gaze on Ning Zhuya as she softly spoke, "My family, the Bai family, has exhausted all opportunities for development in Modu, so we plan to relocate and seek growth in another province. However, a strong dragon does not overpower a local snake, which is why my father sent me to seek your assistance in connecting with your Ning family's Tianmu group to explore opportunities in Yang province. Upon successful collaboration, the Bai family would be willing to concede a 20% share." Once the conversation turned to business matters, Ning Zhuya's demeanor shifted dramatically. She leaned back in her chair, her expression becoming indifferent as she coldly replied, 20%? That seems a bit insufficient. Considering you aided my husband, I can represent the Ning family in collaborating with the Bai family, but I demand 40%. Lin Xin, sitting beside her, couldn't help but grimace. How bold to double the initial offer right off the bat. Bai Junwan fixed her gaze on Ning Zhuya, her brows furrowed as she replied, "That is excessive. I can offer you a maximum of 30%. 30% was already a significant concession, considering that once the Bai family penetrated the Yang province market, they would not dominate alone, but would need to share a portion with local enterprises." Hearing this, Ning Zhuya slightly furrowed her brows, her delicate fingers tapping on the table, clearly uncertain about her decision. While 30% would yield considerable profit for the Tianmu group, Ning Zhuya was not interested in trifling gains. Observing the hesitation in Ning Zhuya's eyes, Bai Junwan recognized an opportunity and spread her hands with a smile. "How about this? To demonstrate the Bai family's sincerity, I personally can offer you something intriguing, such as evidence of the mayor of Yin City as criminal activities." At this statement, Lin Xin's expression sharpened, and he looked at Bai Junwan with a questioning gaze. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," she affirmed. As she spoke, Bai Junwan retrieved a stack of photographs from her bag, shaking them playfully in her hand. With a smile, she remarked, "This is the fruit of over a month of diligent investigation by my subordinates. What do you think? My sincerity is quite evident, isn't it?" Lin Xin gazed at the pile of photographs, yearning for their contents yet refraining from disrupting Ning Zhuya's contemplations. Even without this evidence, he would eventually uncover the truth. It was merely a matter of time. The astute Ning Zhuya comprehended this implicitly, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly, addressing Bai Junwan with a calm demeanor. "Very well, I shall accept this collaboration." A smile curled at the corners of Bai Junwan's lips. She was confident that Lin Xin's move had been astutely calculated. Otherwise, convincing Ning Zhuya to partner with her would not have been so effortless. She had discerned that to win over Ning Zhuya, one must first engage with Lin Xin and vice versa. "Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration between our families," Bai Junwan cheerfully declared as she stood, raised her glass for a sip, and left the photographs on the table before making her way toward the exit of the private room. While matters here had been settled, She still had the affairs of the Qin family in the bustling metropolis awaiting her attention. Chapter 81. This makes sense in the deep of night. Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya strolled hand in hand out of the Jiangji Grand Hotel. Glancing at the bustling night market nearby, Lin Xin casually remarked, "Are you hungry? Shall we grab something to eat?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya, her visage tinged with fatigue, shook her head gently and replied, "It has been ages since I've savored a meal prepared by you. How about you cook for me in our hotel suite?" "Very well," Lin Xin nodded, effortlessly lifting Ning Zhuya into his arms as he continued, "Tonight, I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner for you, ensuring you are thoroughly satisfied." Ning Zhuya offered no further response, merely closing her eyes as Lin Xin carried her toward the parking lot. A few minutes later, in the underground garage, Lin Xin approached the car, gently placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt with care. He then closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat. In a shadowy corner, a man clad in black observed this scene with a menacing glare, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his gun. Aiming the weapon at Lin Xin, who was about to start the car, the man prepared to pull the trigger and eliminate him. At that critical moment, a powerful figure suddenly emerged from behind, effectively covering the man's mouth and seizing the handgun. The assailant's eyes widened in shock, just as he attempted to resist. A forceful blow to the back of his neck rendered him unconscious. "Really now, must you intrude upon such a tender moment between the couple?" Lu Ying remarked, observing the unconscious assassin on the ground. He shook his head and dragged the man by his collar toward a sleek black BMW parked nearby. The following morning, at the Lin residence in the capital, the morning air was particularly refreshing as Lin Zhuya enjoyed breakfast within his home, leisurely perusing the newspaper. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. Without lifting his gaze, he called out, "Come in." The peachwood door creaked open, and a guard stepped inside, respectfully reporting, "Old Lin, we have received word from Captain Liu that Qin Peng has secretly hired assassins to target your grandson. How would you like to proceed?" "Assassins?" Lin Zhuya scoffed, his previously pleasant demeanor swiftly darkening. He set the newspaper aside and spoke coldly. "In this day and age, one who does not value their own life is truly foolish. After I spared him last time, he has begun to act recklessly." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lin Zhuya added, "Eliminate him, and be sure to interrogate him about who is behind this." "Understood." The guard nodded before exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. In the government office building of Chuan Province, Governor Zhang Hongfei sat at his desk, diligently attending to matters at hand, the only sound in the quiet office being the scratching of his pen. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Zhang Hongfei paused, frowning at his vibrating mobile device, which was reserved for private use. Few were aware of this number. He reluctantly answered, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Xion's voice resonated. Moments later, a transformation overtook Zhang Hongfei's countenance, his eyes flashing with indignation as he exclaimed, "Is what you said truly the case? Even if you are the grandson of old Lin, should you dare jest with me in such a manner? Beware that I might lodge a complaint against you before your grandfather." Lin Xin, on the other end, chuckled and replied, "Whether it is true or not, Uncle Zhang, a visit from you will reveal all. The resolution of this matter, be it discreet or public, rests entirely in your hands." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhang Hongfei, his expression darkened, rose to his feet, donned his coat, and strode towards the office exit while dialing his driver. "Bring the car over. I must make a trip to Yin City." Meanwhile, in Yin City, Lin Xin, reclining on his bed, ended the call and set his phone aside. He glanced at Ning Zhuya, who remained asleep and could not resist the urge to pinch her cheek, noting how exhausted she appeared from the previous night. The sensation was surprisingly delightful, soft and tender, reminiscent of an infant's visage. Typically, it was she who playfully pinched him. It seemed only fair that he indulged in this moment as well. In a whim, Lin Xin continued to knead Ning Zhuya's face until her icy, beautiful eyes fluttered open, brimming with fierce intensity. A minute later, seated at the edge of the bed, Ning Zhuya elegantly crossed her alabaster legs, gazing down at Lin Xin, who knelt before her. With a sharp tug on his face, she coldly remarked, your audacity has grown remarkably. It appears my recent kindness has muddled your understanding of rank and propriety. My dear wife, I have erred, Lin Xin pleaded, feeling both wronged and chagrined, mentally chiding himself for his impulsiveness, foreseeing the impending consequences of his actions. Observing his desperate pleas, Ning Zhuya sighed, "Very well, I shall grant you clemency this time." With that, she rose, barefoot, and made her way toward the shower, intent on a refreshing cleanse. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xin's eyes brightened, and he immediately stood up with a broad smile, shamelessly offering, "My dear wife, allow me to assist you with your back. I possess quite the skill in that regard." Ning Zhuya let out a dismissive huff, choosing not to expose his ulterior motives. Chapter 82. The Best Birthday Gift. As noon approached in Yin City, a vehicle with the license plate 888 came to a gentle halt. Lin Xin, who had been waiting for some time, immediately greeted it with a smile. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Hongfei spoke first, his piercing gaze fixed firmly on Lin Xin's eyes. "There is no need for trivialities. Show me the photos you mentioned." "Of course," Lin Xin replied, directly handing over the photographs with a calm demeanor. "You must handle this matter with utmost caution. If word gets out, it could create quite a stir nationwide. After all, this incident involved over 100 female university students, capable of inciting a global uproar." Upon viewing the photographs, Zhang Hongfei's fury escalated. "Beasts! How dare these scoundrels?" With that, his face flushed with anger as he stormed towards the vehicle, clearly intending to take matters into his own hands. Lin Xin, however, paid him no mind, taking Ning Zhuya's hand and wandering outside, softly saying, "I will likely return to the capital in a couple of days. We shall part ways then." Ning Zhuya nodded, her expression unchanged, which struck Lin Xin as peculiar. This reaction was unexpected. Could it be that she was too affected by the recent events? Little did he know, at that moment, Ning Zhuya's mind was preoccupied with another matter. Half an hour later, in the mayor's office of Yin City, Zhang Hongfei thrust the stack of photographs into Wang Defa's face, bellowing, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you conceal such dealings from me? Do you not recall the warning I gave you when I promoted you?" As he gazed at the incriminating photographs, Wang Defa's pupils dilated in terror, his legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the floor. He understood that this time he was truly finished. Soon after, several plainclothes police officers burst into the mayor's office, dragging the distraught Wang Defa away. Zhang Hongfei turned to the chief of the Yin City police station, his voice laced with fury. "You had best not let me discover any connection between you and this affair. I command you to apprehend everyone in these photographs at the earliest opportunity and subject them to severe interrogation. I demand to know the unspeakable dealings that have transpired in Yin City over the past few years." Yes, the chief, equally intimidated, dared not exhale, fully aware that, although he was not directly involved, he could not evade responsibility. It seemed his prospects for advancement were now dashed. Before long, the upper echelons of Yin City were in chaos, with over 10 business executives imprisoned, the news known only to the affluent. Moreover, 9 officials were implicated in this scandal, inciting Zhang Hongfei's wrath and making him realize the gravity of the situation. The depths of this matter were likely unfathomable. It was inconceivable that a mere Wang Defa would possess the audacity to undertake such heinous acts. This was a gamble with his future. After much deliberation, Zhang Hongfei, seated in his office, sighed and decided to make a phone call. Since Lin Xin is in Yin City, it is evident that Elder Lin is already aware of the intricacies of this matter. Should he choose to conceal it and refrain from reporting, the repercussions would be exceedingly grave. "Hello, Elder Lin. I have something to report to you." As days swiftly passed, the weather grew increasingly frigid. During this time, Yin City underwent a thorough cleansing orchestrated by Zhang Hongfei, resulting in the removal of numerous individuals. However, none of this concerned Lin Xin. He cherished every moment spent with Ning Zhuya over these past few days. Once he returned to the capital, it would likely be a long time before they could meet again, so he treasured these moments all the more. In the heart of a picturesque lake near Yin City, a small boat glided gently across the water surface. Ning Zhuya, affectionately leaning against Lin Xion's embrace, gazed at the towering peaks in the distance. The rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the shore filling the air. Lin Xian wrapped his arms around her delicate waist and softly said, "Tomorrow is your birthday. What would you like? I will strive to prepare something special for you before I leave." Ning Zhuya, comfortably nestled in Lin Xion's arms, replied tenderly, "There's no need. Birthdays are merely symbolic." Just then, the ringing of Lin Xion's phone shattered the serene atmosphere. Upon checking, he saw it was indeed a call from his grandfather. Reluctantly, he answered, and immediately, the robust, yet aged voice of his grandfather resonated through the line. "I trust you've been quite indulged in Yin City with your little girlfriend. Have you nearly forgotten your grandfather's words?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xion's expression swiftly turned placid, responding with measured composure, "You already know." On the other end, Lin Xin was scoffed. "No one can deceive my eyes. The only difference lies in whether I wish to know. Since the affairs in Yin City have reached a conclusion, I shall not press you today. Spend your farewell with your little girlfriend, but return to the capital by tomorrow morning. Do not blame me for not warning you. The two of you are destined to part ways. It would be wise to relinquish this attachment before future heartache ensues." With that, the call abruptly ended. Lin Xion's heart plummeted to the depths. It seemed his desire to celebrate Ning Zhuya's birthday before leaving would remain unfulfilled. Regrettably, he had no choice but to heed his grandfather's words, for he had no doubt that the Lin family would act decisively against the Ning family should he defy him. His grandfather was a man of resolute action, mercilessly removing any obstacles in his path without leaving a trace. "I'm sorry," Lin Xian whispered as he held Ning Zhuya tightly, his voice laced with remorse. Ning Zhuya, feeling despondent, closed her eyes and clutched the hem of Lin Xion's shirt, unwilling to let go. She understood Lin Xion's predicament better than anyone. Staying by her side would only invite turmoil from others. Yet, to avoid such disturbances, Lin Xian must part from her. It was undeniably a harrowing decision. That night, in the suite of a hotel, Lin Xian and Ning Zhuya embraced one another, neither speaking a word, simply awaiting the inevitable silence that enveloped them. The night was unusually boisterous, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the bedroom. Time trickled away, grain by grain, like sand slipping through an hourglass. Lin Xian wished fervently that this moment could be eternally preserved, enabling him to remain by Ning Zhuya's side indefinitely. A glimmer appeared at the horizon, the resplendent dawn emerging slowly, signaling the time for parting had arrived. "I shall take my leave now. Do remember to take care of yourself," he said with a heavy heart. After dressing, Lin Xian made his way to the bathroom for a brief freshening up, while Ning Zhuya quietly rose from the bed, her emotions tangled, and headed towards the kitchen. When Lin Xian emerged from the bathroom, Ning Zhuya stepped out of the kitchen, cradling a warm cup of milk. She reluctantly handed him the freshly warmed drink, saying, "I will await your return in the magical city." Lin Xian nodded, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before consuming the warm milk in one swift motion. "I must take my leave now." With that, he hesitated no longer, turning towards the door. Yet, as soon as his hand grazed the doorknob, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision blurred, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. Ning Zhuya, having anticipated this, swiftly caught him, whispering in his ear, "Are you not the best gift for my birthday?" After laying Lin Xian gently on the floor, she retrieved her phone to make a call. Moments later, Ningda entered the suite, accompanied by a bodyguard of similar stature to Lin Xian, gently stroking Lin Xian's hair. Ning Zhuya instructed Ningda, "Let us commence." "Yes, miss," Ningda responded with a nod. He signaled the bodyguard to remove his clothing, then proceeded to strip Lin Xian of his attire, dressing the bodyguard in Lin Xian's clothes. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lin Xian was adorned in the bodyguard's outfit. Ningda produced 2 tickets, presenting them to the young lady with the utmost respect. These tickets were procured through a scalper. No one will be aware. After the bodyguard, now clad in Lin Xian's clothing, nodded and wrapped a scarf around himself, he made his way downstairs. With autumn now upon them and the morning air brisk, the scarf would draw no suspicion. Lu Ying, having let his guard down, was naturally distracted. A few minutes later, outside the hotel, After confirming Lu Ying's distraction via his phone, Ningda nodded at his mistress, assisting her in hoisting Lin Xin into the vehicle. Once Ning Zhuya had settled in, Ningda watched as the SUV departed down the road, leading away from Yin City. Chapter 83. The Unexpected Lin Zhuya in the Early Morning. As Lu Ying drove along the road, leading away from Yin City, he furrowed his brow at the vehicles ahead, gradually realizing that something was amiss. Suddenly struck by a thought, he pressed the accelerator firmly, hastening his pursuit of Lin Xin's car. However, as he accelerated, the vehicle in front also picked up speed, widening the gap once more. This was not good. Even Lu Ying, despite his naivety, understood the gravity of the situation. It was likely that the person in the car ahead was not Lin Xin at all. With this realization, he quickly pulled out his phone and made a call. The call connected. Lu Ying, filled with self-reproach, spoke. "I'm sorry, old Lin, I've lost track of him." From afar in the capital, Lin Zhuya chuckled with intrigue. "This is quite interesting. No worries, just come back." After hanging up, a look of surprise crossed Lin Zhuya's face as he murmured to himself. It seems that what Xiao Xin lacks, this girl possesses. Lin Zhuya understood clearly that Lin Xin, with his current temperament, would never dare to defy his orders. The only possibility was that the girl from the Ning family had intervened. She must have employed some means to forcibly take Lin Xin away, managing to deceive even Lu Ying. Though caught off guard, one had to commend her for her calm demeanor in handling the situation. Yet, alas, she was still too young. As noon approached, on a flight bound for Immersion City, Lin Xin groggily opened his eyes while resting on Ning Zhuya's lap. The familiar scent wafted to his nose, and he suddenly jolted awake, gazing incredulously at Ning Zhuya beside him. A thought struck him, and he inquired, "We should be on a flight to the capital, right?" Ning Zhuya quietly shook her head, gently pulling Lin Xin's head back on her lap, caressing his hair as she softly replied, "I'm afraid not. This is a flight to Mo City, and once we land, we will board a plane heading abroad. By then, even your grandfather will likely be powerless to stop us." Lin Xin swallowed hard, realizing her actions were quite reckless. Ning Zhuya leaned closer, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, as she softly said, "Isn't this the kind of me you adore? You should embrace a little madness now, and then, shouldn't you?" Upon hearing this, a ludicrous thought blossomed in Lin Xin's mind, swiftly occupying his thoughts. Perhaps this was not such a bad choice after all. Realizing his own musings, Lin Xin wryly remarked, "So does this mean we are eloping? I never imagined you would drug that glass of milk. But where did you procure the sleeping pills? You've been with me all this time. You shouldn't have had the opportunity to prepare these." Ning Zhuya blinked playfully and replied, "Of course. It was your good friend who provided them." Little did he know, he was actually the heir to the Wonkong Pharmaceutical Group in Sichuan Province. So that was it. Lin Xin shook his head in resignation. He turned over and embraced Ning Zhuya's waist, speaking with a languid tone, "Allow me to indulge in this long-awaited madness. But you must take responsibility for me afterwards." Observing his entranced demeanor, Ning Zhuya's lips curled into a smile. "Did I not mention that until I tire of you? You shall not escape my side, even if the one attempting to intervene is the Prime Minister." Thus, on this day, the two lovers embarked on a grand elopement journey. This was also the second time Lin Xin defied his grandfather's wishes, making such a reckless choice. The first time was a decade ago. He had attained the freedom and life he desired. Yet this time, the outcome remained uncertain. Approximately 7 hours later, as dawn transitioned into dusk, the sky had grown dark. At the entrance of the Magic City Airport, Ning Donghong stood quietly, seemingly awaiting something. Above, an aircraft descended slowly. It was the plane carrying Lin Xin and his companion. At that moment, a Red Star car approached from a distance, followed by several armored vehicles, signaling the arrival of a significant figure. Noticing this, Ning Donghong adjusted his collar and walked towards the halted Red Star car. A dozen guards raised their weapons to halt his advance, but Lin Zhingguo's aged voice rang out, "Do not stop him. Let him come forward." Subsequently, the door of the Red Star car opened, and the silver-haired Lin Zhingguo stepped out, his sharp gaze fixed on the approaching Ning Donghong. With a faint smile, he inquired, "What brings you here, waiting for an old man like me?" As he drew closer, Ning Donghong bowed slightly, offering a humble smile to the elder. With you, Lin Lao, gracing us with your presence. It is only natural for Donghong to come to greet you. You would not hold this against me, would you? Is that so? Lin Xin was scoffed. I presume you are aware of my purpose for coming to the Magic City. So, can I assume you are here to impede me? Upon finishing his sentence, a dozen guards simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming their dark barrels at Ning Donghong. It was evident that with a single command from Lin Zhuya, they would not hesitate to shoot him dead on the spot. In such a tense atmosphere, Ning Donghong's expression remained unchanged. He continued to smile, waving his hand. After all, this was a matter of lifelong significance for my daughter, and as her father, I shall do my utmost. Lin Zhuya glanced at his watch, gestured for the guards to lower their weapons, and then strode towards the airport entrance. Since you are here, let us enter together. It is just in time to bring your daughter back. With that, a procession made its way toward the airport, where the aircraft that had just flown overhead now come to a stop. Simultaneously, several planes took off, and in 10 minutes, the international flight would conclude ticketing. Lin Zhuya and his entourage approached the plane where Lin Xin was located as the cabin slowly opened, revealing the interior scene. Two guards swiftly entered the vacant cabin, prepared to escort Lin Xin and his companion out. Lin Zhuya glanced at Ning Donghong, who wore an unperturbed expression, and suddenly remarked, "You seem rather unconcerned. Is this not a matter of great significance for your daughter?" Undoubtedly, after bringing Lin Xin back, the likelihood of meeting Ning Zhuya again was virtually non-existent. In response, Ning Donghong confidently turned his head and replied with a smile, "Old Lin, in matters of state, even 10 of me would pale in comparison to you. However, when it comes to employing a bit of cleverness, you might find it hard to match my wit." Just then, the two guards who had entered the cabin returned with furrowed brows, reporting in a solemn tone, "Old Lin, this is a hollow aircraft. There is no one inside." Chapter 84. The Second Madness. Did you tamper with the airport system? Upon realizing that Lin Xin was not aboard the intended aircraft, Lin Zhuya's keen gaze turned toward the ever-composed Ning Donghong. No wonder he remained unperturbed. He evidently had a contingency plan. "You worry too much. How could I dare to show off my trivial skills in front of you?" Ning Donghong replied with hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. "The airport's registration system is classified. Even I could not easily alter it." However, he abruptly shifted his tone, addressing the esteemed elder with a hint of arrogance. "In your presence, I may be but a negligible figure, yet when it comes to wealth, I reign supreme across the nation. Indeed, the airport system was immutable. But if one were to charter all flights departing from the airports in Sichuan and the bustling metropolis, who could discern which aircraft Lin Xin and his companions occupied?" This audacious declaration astonished the security personnel behind Lin Zhuya. Finding someone bold enough to speak thus to the elder was a rarity throughout the country. Just how arrogant could one be to utter such boastful words? Even Lin Zhuya, upon hearing Ning Donghong's statement, could not help but burst into laughter. "Quite right. As a youth, to speak so boldly in my presence is testament to your capability and courage." Ning Donghong slightly bowed his head, humbly responding, "You flatter me, Elder Lin. Unfortunately, I fear that today the fate of those two children cannot be averted." In the vast night sky, shrouded in a veil of mist, an aircraft soared toward the United States. This very plane had just departed as Lin Zhuya and his entourage arrived at the airport. Within the quiet cabin, Lin Xin gently patted the back of Ning Zhuya, who had succumbed to slumber in his arms, as one would soothe an infant. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of a grim reality. This aircraft would likely not reach its destination. And Lin Xin's so-called madness was not merely a reckless elopement with Ning Zhuya. Night had fully descended, and the twinkling stars adorned the sky, casting a magnificent tapestry overhead. On the airport's tarmac, Ning Donghong maintained a serene demeanor, walking beside Elder Lin in silence. The Ning family had undoubtedly offended this venerable man. It was unlikely that he would seek retribution. However, if tonight's events were to become public knowledge, Ning Donghong's future would surely be fraught with difficulty. As they walked, Lin Zhuya retrieved his military-grade phone. Speaking slowly, surely you do not believe that once the plane has taken off, they will be able to live leisurely abroad? Ning Donghong paused, turning his head with a puzzled look at the elder's eyes, unsure of the meaning behind his words. Lin Zhuya's sharp gaze remained eerily calm as he dialed a number, speaking in a low tone. It's me. Relay my orders. All flights that departed from the metropolis this afternoon are to return immediately. I will assume full responsibility. With that, the call ended. Ning Donghong turned his head in shock to look at the elder, his previously calm demeanor replaced by a bitter smile as he inquired, "Are you truly willing to go this far? Isn't it better to allow the younger generation to make their own choices?" Lin Zhuya cast a cold glance at him, his voice laced with an air of ruthless authority, as if he were a general surveying the battlefield. "I do not care where your daughter goes, but my grandson must heed my words. Moreover, in my eyes, you are merely a junior, albeit one endowed with a touch of cleverness." With the emergence of this phone call, the military's communications department sprang into action with remarkable speed, relentlessly issuing notices to contact the aircraft departing from the Magic City. This is the official communications department of Huagua. Attention to the aircraft receiving this notice. You are instructed to return immediately. I shall reiterate, please turn back at once. Under this command, nearly 20 bewildered captains chose to comply and initiate their return. The words from the communications department carried the weight of the nation's high command. Naturally, they dared not harbor any dissatisfaction in the face of such authority. Thus, over 20 planes began to pivot in the skies, heading back towards the airport of the Magic City. The first to arrive was undoubtedly the aircraft carrying Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya, which was now descending slowly. They must be aboard this very plane. On the lawn, Lin Zhuya observed the massive aircraft coming to a halt and turned to Ning Donghong, who nodded helplessly. He had done all he could. Only Ning Donghong had the audacity to play clever games beneath the watchful gaze of a head of state since the days of peace. At that moment, the cabin door finally swung open, and two figures, hand in hand, descended. Who else could it be but Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya? Lin Xin glanced at his grandfather, standing not far away, then turned to Ning Zhuya beside him, whispering, "That is my grandfather. Are you afraid now?" "Afraid?" Ning Zhuya tightened her grip on Lin Xin's hand, resolutely declaring, "With you by my side, what is there to fear?" Hearing this, Lin Xin smiled and led Ning Zhuya before his grandfather. Lin Zhuya, regaining his composure, scrutinized Ning Zhuya and remarked, "You resemble your grandmother in her youth, a commendable choice. I have already granted you time to bid farewell, and now I have allowed you a little extra. Are you ready to return with me?" As the words fell, Ning Zhuya immediately attempted to step forward, intending to subdue the old man, but was halted by Lin Xin's outstretched arm. "Yes, it is indeed time to return. However, it shall be with my little wife to the capital." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing's brow furrowed deeply as he observed his grandson's unflinching gaze and replied sternly, "You know this is not feasible." "No." Lin Xin shook his head, smiling at his grandfather. "I have stated that I will bring her back with me." After all, his name was Lin Xin, the Xin signifying trust. When he vowed not to part ways, he was determined to fulfill that promise. "Oh." Lin Zhuya regarded his grandson's confident demeanor with interest, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Do you have any further plans?" In the next moment, Lin Xin released his grip on Ning Zhuya's hand. As he relaxed his left arm, a sharp knife was deftly clutched in his grasp, and then it was positioned against his own neck. Ning Zhuya, standing behind him, turned pale in an instant, urgently grasping Lin Xin's hand and exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Beside them, Ning Donghong observed the scene, a look of realization crossing his face, accompanied by a faint smile. However, even upon witnessing his grandson with a knife poised at his throat, Lin Jing's expression remained largely unchanged. He knew his grandson all too well. "Are you attempting to threaten me with your own life? Can you truly go through with it?" Just as Lin Zhuya finished his sentence, believing the situation was nearing its conclusion, a shocking scene unfolded. Without hesitation, Lin Xin thrust the sharp knife forcefully into his abdomen, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, causing him to lose consciousness. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Even Lin Zhuya's previously composed demeanor shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Lin Xin would dare to take such action, and he quickly shouted to the guards behind him, "What are you waiting for? Contact the hospital immediately." Meanwhile, Lin Xin lay in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid flowing relentlessly from his wound. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Qin Family in the Dead of Night. At the first hospital of Magic City, urgency permeated the air. "Quick! The patient is losing excessive blood. Prepare for an emergency transfusion immediately." In the corridor, four anxious guards hurriedly pushed a stretcher toward the operating room, accompanied by several senior doctors who ran alongside, closely monitoring Lin Xin's condition. On the stretcher, Lin Xin, nearly in a state of shock, had undergone urgent measures to staunch the bleeding from his abdomen, yet blood continued to seep relentlessly, evoking a sense of dread. Beside him, Ning Zhuya's eyes glistened with tears, a manifestation of unprecedented fear as tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. Further behind, Lin Zhuya was supported by Lu Ying, his own eyes betraying a flicker of panic. He had never anticipated that his grandson would resort to such drastic measures, endangering his own life as leverage. With a resounding thud, the operating room door swung shut. As Lin Xin was ushered inside, the once chaotic corridor fell into an almost instantaneous silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ning Donghong gazed at his tear-streaked daughter, approached her, and softly reassured, "Do not worry. Lin Xin is no fool. That knife did not strike a vital area. And the hospital boasts the most advanced medical technology in the country. You'll be fine." Yet, within Ning Donghong's heart, uncertainty loomed. Although he had anticipated this very scenario upon witnessing Lin Xin brandish the knife, he could not fathom the extent of the young man's recklessness. Even if the blade missed critical organs, the risk of fatal blood loss remained high. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuya sighed heavily as he gazed at the closed operating room door, a cloud of worry cloaking him. Without any intention of waiting, he turned to leave. Lu Ying, recognizing the gravity of the situation, followed suit, casting a worried glance back at the operating room before departing. At that moment, with tears streaming down her face, Ning Zhuya suddenly regarded the frail figure of her father with a gaze filled with animosity, rising to follow him. "You are insane." Ning Donghong, anticipating her move, grasped her arm firmly. In a voice tinged with disappointment, he admonished, "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" As he spoke, he extracted a bloodied, sharp knife from his daughter's sleeve. "Give it back." Ning Zhuya protested, attempting to reclaim it, but in her current state of exhaustion, she could hardly contend with her father's preparedness. Observing his daughter, whose eyes burned with fervor and hatred, Ning Donghong replied coldly, "If you proceed with this, should Lin Xin awaken, how will you explain your actions to him? Do you intend for him to discover that you murdered his grandfather in a quest for vengeance, only to face the death penalty? How do you think he will react?" At his words, Ning Zhuya trembled. Her teeth clenched tightly as she reluctantly sank back in her seat, her small hands balled into fists, nails digging into her flesh. Seeing her acquiescence, Ning Donghong breathed a sigh of relief. The father and daughter sat quietly in the hospital corridor, awaiting the conclusion of the surgery. Outside the Magic City Hospital, Lu Ying settled into the car, glancing at the silent Lin Lao in the back seat, and inquired as he drove, "Lin Lao, what arrangement should we make next?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuya, having regained his composure, turned his gaze toward the window and replied in a measured tone, "Of course, we must proceed. However, let's first grant him a brief respite. After all, doesn't the third year at Magic City University entail an internship? We ought to allow him a complete university experience. As for the subsequent matters in the Yanshi, we shall let those who previously withdrew take care of it, particularly the principal of Yanshi University. Ensure that his transgressions are made public nationwide." After listening, Lu Ying nodded and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuya gazed deeply at the magnificent nightscape of Magic City, whispering to himself, "My time is limited. I must resolve these messes before it is too late." That evening, upon receiving the news, Lin's parents hurried to the hospital, while Ning's mother set aside her tasks to rush there as well. The operating room doors remained tightly shut throughout the night, never to open. The following morning, due to the return of multiple flights at Magic City Airport, a heated discussion erupted online, only to be swiftly quelled by official channels. On the streets leading to an upscale villa district, 3 police cars sped past. At that moment, within the opulent estate of the Qin family, a pervasive stench of blood filled the air. In the living room, a lifeless body lay sprawled in a pool of blood, its expression one of sheer despair and terror. The corpse bore numerous signs of brutal assault, clearly having endured torment before death. A tall figure stood quietly on the second floor, gazing down at this gruesome scene. The Qin family no longer exists from this moment onward. With a cold glint in his eyes, Xiao Jie looked upon the corpse of his biological father and subsequently kicked over an oil drum, causing fuel to cascade down from the second floor to the first. Moments later, the villa was engulfed by the acrid odor of gasoline. Xiao Jie produced a match, igniting it, and tossed it toward the gasoline-soaked living room below. When the spark met the fuel, a searing blaze erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire villa in a fierce yellow flame, releasing thick black smoke into the air. This fire would obliterate everything, bringing an end to the Qin family's transgressions that had persisted for over a decade. Xiao Jie leaped from the second floor, through a window, landing firmly on the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief and liberation. A figure on a motorcycle had been waiting patiently, wearing a helmet. Bai Junwan handed another helmet to Xiao Jie with a smile, saying, "Now that everything is taken care of, let us depart. The police are on their way. Although I've arranged for roadblocks, they likely won't hold out for long." Receiving the helmet, Xiao Jie nodded and swiftly mounted Bai Junwan's motorcycle, resting his hands on her waist. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forward, speeding away from the villa district. Just as they departed, the security personnel, alerted by the commotion, frantically rushed in with fire extinguishers to combat the flames. Meanwhile, the 3 police cars arrived belatedly, and several officers disembarked to assist in extinguishing the fire. Half an hour later, the raging fire was finally extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a charred and dilapidated villa. Upon witnessing this, Chief Chen Wei of the police department rushed into the villa with his team, quickly discovering the charred corpse in the living room, along with the injuries on the body. An officer, clad in gloves, stepped forward to examine the remains and then turned to report, "Chief Chen, this is the individual we were seeking, Qin Peng. It appears he has been deceased for some time, likely murdered and then abandoned here. Should we proceed with the investigation?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wei furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied gravely, "There is no need for further inquiry. It suffices to confirm that Qin Peng is dead. As for the subsequent matters, the higher-ups will not concern themselves. Moreover, given the extent of the villa's destruction, it is unlikely we would uncover any useful information even if we attempted to investigate. Although the identity of Qin Peng's murderer remains unknown, this incident inadvertently alleviates some burdens from the police department, saving us the effort of fabricating a charge against him." Later, at 9 in the morning, outside the operating room of the Magic City Hospital, the atmosphere was notably subdued. The couples, Ning Donghong and his wife, along with Lin Guodong and his wife, sat silently on a bench, while Ning Zhuya's face bore traces of dried tears. The 2 families had waited outside the operating room for an entire night without uttering a word, the heaviness of the moment palpable. Just then, the door to the operating room creaked open, and the attending physician emerged, visibly fatigued. Hearing the sound, Ning Zhuya was the first to rise. Her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety as she approached the doctor, asking worriedly, "Doctor, how is Lin Xin? What is his condition?" In response, the doctor, with a complex tone, replied, "Currently, the situation is not looking optimistic. The patient is in imminent danger. You must prepare for the worst. He may not survive through the night." Chapter 86. One more strike? Upon hearing those words, Ning Zhuya felt as though the sky had collapsed, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, her father supported her. With vacant eyes, she murmured, "How could this happen?" The attending physician, witnessing the tearful faces of the 5, moved his lips but refrained from expressing his thoughts. He sighed deeply and walked towards the lounge. He had witnessed such scenes far too often. The patient requires peace and rest. Please refrain from disturbing him. Let's pray for a miracle. After speaking, the male doctor turned his back to the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he thought to himself, "This 1 million is indeed easy to acquire. Even if discovered later, no one can hold me accountable." Meanwhile, news of Lin Xin's condition swiftly reached Lin Zhuya's ears. In the office of the military commander of the Magic City Military District, Lin Zhuya hung up the phone and turned his gaze back to Commander Long, speaking slowly. "In any case, you must take special care of that child, Lin Tian. I will personally bring him to you after the new year." With a serious and respectful demeanor, Long Lihong nodded and replied earnestly, "You can rest assured, Commander. Lin Tian's grandfather has also shown me kindness. I will surely guide him back to the right path." Hearing this, Lin Zhuya nodded, stood up, and walked toward the office door, not looking back as he said, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Long Lihong stood up as well and rendered a standard military salute. "Take care, Commander." In a cemetery surrounded by mountains in the Magic City, Xiao Jia knelt on the ground before a tombstone and bowed 3 times. "Mother, I have avenged you. I have made those 3 old wretches of the Qin family suffer to their deaths. You may rest peacefully underground." Beside the tombstone, a deep pit capable of accommodating a person had mysteriously appeared. Just as Xiao Jie picked up a dagger to end his own life, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Startled, Xiao Jie looked back at Bai Junwan, confused about her intentions. Gripping his wrist, Bai Junwan laughed heartily. "Although our collaboration has concluded and I have acquired half of the Qin family's assets, I still want to ask you one thing. Are you really not going to join me? There are so many fascinating experiences in this world that you have yet to encounter. Wouldn't it be a pity to end your life so soon?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie's expression turned icy as he replied coldly, "You'd best let go of my hand now. I have no patience for a discussion about the future with you. Is that so?" Bai Junwan smiled mysteriously, releasing her grip and producing her phone to reveal a photo, which she handed to him. "Why not take a look at this first? I believe you will find the patience to discuss the future with me." Seeing this, Xiao Jie hesitated for a moment before taking the phone and glancing at it. The screen displayed a screenshot of a chat log, one of the participants being Qin Peng. With a crisp snap of her fingers, Bai Junwan leaned down beside Xiao Jie and seductively posed a question. "So, the issue arises. Your mother was Qin Peng's first love. Why would he turn against her? Was it truly for the benefit of the Qin family to choose a spouse of superior lineage? To my knowledge, his second wife merely comes from a family with slight wealth, offering negligible assistance to the Qin clan. Moreover, the Qin family is hardly in need of that little money. Is it?" As Xiao Jie perused the chat logs, his pupils constricted. The Red Star automobile gradually came to a halt in front of the hospital in the bustling metropolis. Lin Zhuya stepped out and strode towards the interior. On the 3rd floor, in an intensive care unit, Ning Zhuya sat alone, gazing at the pallid face of Lin Xin lying on a hospital bed. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Zhuya entered, flanked by security personnel. He instructed those behind him, "You stay at the door. I'll be out shortly." Several guards hesitated momentarily, but upon meeting their superior's determined gaze, they complied. The door closed behind them. Hearing the commotion, Ning Zhuya turned to face Lin Zhuya as he entered. Rising from her chair and coldly addressing the leader of Huagua, "You should not be here. You are the one who caused Lin Xin's demise." In the next instant, she seized a fruit knife from a nearby basket, clearly intent on attacking him. Unfazed, Lin Zhuya continued his approach. Praising her audacity, "You little girl possess quite the courage to brandish a knife at me. No wonder you've managed to keep little Xin in line." Approaching the bedside, he glanced at Lin Xin and scoffed. "How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Your grandfather has arrived. You could at least greet him." Ning Zhuya, witnessing this, felt her temper flare uncontrollably, and just as she prepared to raise the knife, a familiar voice interrupted. "Don't." Instantly, she halted, disbelief washing over her as she turned to look. Lin Xin, once thought to be on the brink of death, had unexpectedly opened his eyes and shook his head at her. Lin Zhuya, observing this scene, finally felt a sense of relief. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he still harbored a lingering apprehension. Yet, he could not shake off the displeasure of being outmaneuvered by his own grandson. With a sigh of relief, He addressed Lin Xin in a neutral tone. Consider this a lesson. Next time, do not toy with your own life. After uttering these words, Lin Zhuya turned to leave the room, but paused, recalling something. He glanced back at Lin Xin and remarked, "She is a fine young lady. Once you recover, take her home to meet your grandmother." Lin Xin nodded in acknowledgement, realizing his goal had been achieved, a faint smile gracing his weakened features. Unbeknownst to him, however, Ning Zhuya's expression had darkened entirely, as she remained oblivious to the fact that she had been played. This audacious man, so brazen in his actions, should we strike him once more? Chapter 87. Stepping on Lin Xin. Family status. As the door to the hospital room closed, the atmosphere became suffocating. Lin Xin, lying on the bed, seemed to sense something amiss. He shivered and hastily covered his head with the blanket, feigning weakness as he said, "Ah, I feel so unwell." However, the next moment, the white blanket was abruptly pulled away by Ning Zhuya, who gazed coldly at the curled-up figure of Lin Xin and icily asked, "When did you wake up?" In response, Lin Xin awkwardly scratched his head, uncertainty evident in his voice as he replied, "Probably during the surgery." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya fixed her cold gaze upon him and continued, "So, that doctor was also instructed by you, claiming you wouldn't survive the night." Seeing her frosty expression, Lin Xin swallowed hard and nodded with great difficulty. I suppose that's right. After this admission, Ning Zhuya's temper could no longer be contained. She lunged forward and grasped Lin Xin's neck with one hand. Their eyes locked as she tightened her grip and said through gritted teeth, "So, you have been deceiving me from the very beginning." Feeling the increasing pressure on his neck, Lin Xin, in a moment of desperation, replied, "I did this for our future. Without this, my grandfather would never relent." He feigned considerable discomfort, and with his already pallid face, he appeared as though he might perish at any moment. This sight caused Ning Zhuya to retract her hand, glaring at him with malice. "Once you're healed, I will settle the score with you." Hearing this, Lin Xin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then extended his arms, grinning mischievously. "Wife, aren't you going to give your husband a hug? Embrace you? Not a chance." Ning Zhuya shot him a displeased look. She genuinely contemplated striking him, yet the thought of his injuries softened her resolve. "Forget it. I'll wait until you are healed to discipline you." Meanwhile, Lin Xin persistently pleaded, and reluctantly, Ning Zhuya removed her shoes and lay in his embrace. "What are your hands doing? You're in such a state and still can't behave." "I'm merely engaging in what a righteous gentleman ought to do." "Get lost." In the office of the president of Yantai University, amidst the extensive purges led by Governor In Yuan of Sichuan Province, Huang Deming was one of the few to escape culpability, yet he was in a state of panic. "You must save me. I implore you. Considering all the years I've devoted to you, lend me a hand." Huang Deming lamented into the phone. A mechanical voice responded from the other end. "A person who achieves nothing but causes trouble. I have long warned you to tread carefully. Everything happening now is a result of your arrogant character. You are on your own. No one can assist you." With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Gazing at the disconnected phone, Huang Deming felt his body slump onto the chair, his pupils quivering in uncertainty. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the office door was abruptly kicked open, startling him into a shiver. Lifting his gaze, he was met with sheer terror as a dozen police officers stormed in, unceremoniously placing handcuffs on him. Huang Deming struggled, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? I am the president of Yantai University. How dare you arrest me?" A sudden voice echoed from outside the office. It was Lu Ying, his countenance cold and unyielding. He stepped inside and stated icily, "It has been determined that Huang Deming, president of Yantai University, is implicated in multiple embezzlement cases. His position is hereby revoked pending the investigation. Take him away." Thus, Huang Deming was dragged out by two officers, drawing the attention of numerous students and faculty members, who stared wide-eyed at the scene. Lu Ying turned to the director of the Yantai City Police Department, imparting calmly, "You are to go to Huang Deming's residence and retrieve all the funds he has embezzled over the years to be used as relief for Yantai University in the future. Moreover, I recall he has a 3-year-old daughter. This matter should not affect his family. When you go, ensure you have a suitable explanation to avoid leaving a shadow on the child." The director nodded respectfully and promptly left with his team. Lu Ying then picked up the phone that Huang Deming had left on the desk, contemplating as he tucked it away before making his own exit. Time flew swiftly, and in the span of less than half a month, the temperature gradually dropped. In a luxurious hospital room at the first hospital of Magic City, Lin Xin languidly opened his mouth while reclining on the hospital bed. Ning Zhuya, expressionless, picked up vegetables from the meal box and fed them to him. Over the past 10 days, Lin Xin had been living in utmost comfort, with every need catered to, and with the delight of a charming wife by his side. It was akin to a paradise. Indulging in sumptuous meals daily, his injuries had nearly healed, yet he remained in the hospital to replenish his vitality. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Ning Zhuya glanced at the nutritious bento she had prepared and then at Lin Xin, who awaited her feeding. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Halting her actions, she inquired, "Your injury, was it not in the abdomen? Previously, your condition was too frail for you to eat on your own, but now it should be nearly healed, correct?" As she spoke, Ning Zhuya expressionlessly set the meal box aside and stood, locking eyes with Lin Xin. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xion's body stiffened, cold sweat beading on his back as he felt the weight of her scrutinizing gaze. It should be about healed, I think," he stammered, momentarily hesitating on the last word. "Oh, really?" Ning Zhuya's eyes suddenly sparkled with a smile as she stood and locked the door to the hospital room. Then, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair, smooth arms, she approached Lin Xin. Soon, anguished cries of pain emanated from the room, filled with despair and sorrow. Just then, Ning Donghong and his companions arrived at the door of the hospital room, poised to knock, when they heard voices emanating from within. The four exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating, before turning in unison to depart. The youth of today truly know how to indulge in their whims, eagerly rushing into the morning's escapades. "No, dear wife, release your grip. That is not to be bitten. I shall bite you to oblivion." The absurdity of the situation was palpable, as one who was ostensibly unwell had demanded such attention for so long, clearly weary of the charade. 10 minutes later, Ning Zhuya emerged victorious in her playful battle. Thus, within the confines of the room, Lin Xin cast a resigned glance at the leisurely figure of Ning Zhuya sprawled on the hospital bed, helplessly raising a morsel of food to her lips. "What is this madness? I am the patient here." Chapter 88. Return to the capital, my dear wife. I truly acknowledge my mistake. I implore you, release me. In the hospital room, clad in a patient gown, Lin Xin was pinned down by Ning Zhuya, pleading incessantly. "Release you?" Ning Zhuya gazed down at Lin Xin from her elevated position, her voice icy, "So that you can next time inflict harm upon yourself and feign death to deceive me. Is that it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xin lamented, "This is unjust. I assure you, I shall not dare again. Please, show mercy and remove your foot. It would be rather embarrassing for my parents to witness this." "Is that so?" Ning Zhuya tilted her head, increasing the pressure of her foot slightly, and queried, "Do not men often relish such treatment? Should you not feel quite pleased at this moment?" "Pleased? Not at all." Lin Xin raised his voice slightly, expressing his discontent. "I am not a pervert. Who could possibly be happy while being stepped on?" At that moment, the voices of Lin's father and Zhang's mother could be heard approaching the room. Sensing this, Ning Zhuya huffed softly, retracting her foot and temporarily sparing him. She understood the necessity of maintaining her image in front of her future in-laws. Lin Xin sighed in relief, quickly rising from the floor to stand beside his wife, offering her a shoulder massage as he chuckled. "Let us agree on this. You have already punished me, so you cannot bring this up again in the future." Ning Zhuya shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you instructing me on how to behave?" Before Lin Xin could respond, the door to the hospital room swung open. Zhang Huiwan approached her daughter-in-law with a beaming smile. "Xiaoya, have you been managing well in the hospital? It must be quite a task to care for our little Xin. You truly have my gratitude." Zhang's mother was exceedingly satisfied with her daughter-in-law, to the extent that she scarcely regarded Lin Xin, her own son. Lin Guodong stepped forward, taking hold of the luggage with a steady voice. "All right, Let us converse more on the plane. We must hurry, or we shall miss our flight. With that, Zhang's mother took her daughter-in-law's hand and exited the hospital room, leaving Lin Xin feeling rather isolated. He pondered, who truly is the patient here? Why is there such a stark difference in treatment? Despite being hospitalized for an extended period, he had not once received a word of concern from them, while they spoke of his wife incessantly. At that moment, Ning Zhuya turned back to glance at him, her tone indifferent. What are you dawdling for? Let's go. Immediately, Lin Xin's face brightened as he followed her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, grinning. Indeed, my wife is the best. I love you. Nearby, Zhang's mother remarked with disdain. Look at you, at your age, behaving like a child. The family, in high spirits, boarded the car heading to the airport. In the Lin household, Lin Zhengguo's word was law, and now that Lin Xin had a girlfriend, it was only fitting to bring her home to introduce to his grandmother. Unbeknownst to Lin Xin, in a corner of the hospital below, she watched the departing vehicle, her mood somewhat disheartened. She tossed the flowers she had brought for her consultation into a nearby trash bin and turned to leave the hospital alone. Once she had departed, another figure emerged from around the corner. Li Liang picked up the flower that she had tossed into the garbage bin and sighed in resignation. Such a splendid bloom. What a pity to discard it. With that, he proceeded to follow the direction in which she had departed. The incident at the smoky market inevitably made its way onto the internet, igniting a flurry of discussions before it was quickly forgotten. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, the demise of the three pillars of the Qin family, coupled with the acquisition of the Shangyu Group by the Bai family, led to the rapid disintegration of the once mighty Qin clan. Within a mere month, many had departed, while others found themselves destitute, wandering the streets like beggars. This event sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of society in the metropolis, as it became evident that the Qin family had undoubtedly provoked a powerful figure, resulting in their swift downfall. The Tianmu Group, with overwhelming advantages, seized numerous assets from the Qin family, establishing an unchallenged dominance in the metropolis. In recent days, Ning Donghong awoke each morning with a smile so broad that his mother, exasperated, had to evict him to the living room sofa for sleep. In terms of wealth, the Ning family now possessed riches few could rival nationwide. As for power, they enjoyed the backing of Lin Xin, an exemplary son-in-law, firmly connected to the illustrious Lin family. At noon in the capital, the sun hung high in the clear blue sky, occasionally accompanied by a brisk, chilling breeze. Inside the Lin family ancestral hall, Lin Zhenghua, clad in black, held 3 burning incense sticks, the spiraling white smoke rising gracefully. He bowed slightly towards the wooden plaque before him, beneath which lay a photograph of a young woman, her lips curled in a smile amid a throng of people. The backdrop, with its nostalgic essence, stood in stark contrast to modern aesthetics. At that moment, a knock echoed at the hall's door, followed by Lin Xin's voice, "Grandfather, I have returned." After lighting the incense, Lin Zhengguo's gaze lingered on the photograph as he gently replied, "Come in." As the door creaked open, Lin Xin entered alongside Ning Zhuya, who softly closed the door behind them. After a moment spent gazing at his wife's likeness, Lin Zhenghua turned to leave, casually remarking, having been away for so many years, "Pay your grandmother proper respect with an incense offering. I shall await you in the study." Lin Xin shrugged at Ning Zhuya and moved aside to offer her an incense stick, subsequently lighting 3 for himself. Unlike his earlier offering, Lin Xin knelt beside Ning Zhuya on the mat before the plaque and bowed 3 times before his grandmother's photograph. Once finished, he helped Ning Zhuya to her feet, explaining, "According to my father, my grandmother passed away in her 30s, and my grandfather raised him alone. Of course, I too was brought up by my grandfather. He may seem peculiar, but please do not take offense." Ning Zhuya nodded silently. After their reverence, Lin Xin took her hand and led her outside, parting at the threshold with a gentle admonition, "Feel free to wander the courtyard for a while. I will visit the study and come find you shortly." 10 minutes later, Lin Xin knocked on the study door, and after a brief pause with no response, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. At this moment, within the study, both sides were filled to the brim with books, most of which appeared to have aged somewhat, yet remained impeccably clean, suggesting they were frequently tended to. Lin Xin sat before a spacious desk, donning a pair of reading glasses as he perused a volume. Without lifting his gaze, he spoke. "I can consent to your marriage with that young lady, but you must promise me a few things." Lin Xin silently took a seat at the chair in front of the desk, casting a sidelong glance at the red household registration book placed nearby, and inquired, "What do you wish to say?" Lin Jingguo lifted his head, removed his glasses, and with aged yet piercing eyes fixed on his grandson, began slowly. 3 matters. First, Chapter 89. The past one wishes to conceal in the divine capital. Within the Lin family estate, the aimless Ning Zhuya leisurely wandered through the courtyard, marveling at its exquisite layout. Though modest in size, it was remarkably well appointed, far exceeding the typical 4-sided courtyard, complete with a garden and a swimming pool. Naturally, numerous male servants were present, attending to the estate's mundane affairs. Yet their true identities were elite soldiers meticulously selected from the military. As Ning Zhuya strolled towards a secluded section of the courtyard, an abrupt voice pierced the tranquility behind her. "You must be the girlfriend Lin Xin brought back. He certainly has an eye for talent." With a cold expression, Ning Zhuya instinctively turned to see a young man clad in flamboyant, studded leather approaching her. Her brows instinctively furrowed as she inquired, "Who are you?" With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Tian sauntered closer, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "You may call me Lin Tian, for I am, in a sense, Lin Xin's older brother." Hearing Lin Tian's casual reference to her partner, Ning Zhuya's demeanor soured slightly. Yet she suppressed her irritation, responding with a curt nod as a form of acknowledgement. Her womanly intuition warned her that this individual was more insufferable than Lin Xin. As she resumed her walk towards the courtyard's exit, Lin Tian suddenly suggested, "Shall I show you around? I grew up alongside Lin Xin and am privy to many of his childhood tales. I suspect you might be quite curious." He added, moreover, "Even if you were to ask him, he likely wouldn't divulge his past. I can assure you of that." Pausing at his words, Ning Zhuya found herself genuinely intrigued about Lin Xin's history. She turned to Lin Tian, her voice cold. "You would do well to harbor no ulterior motives, or I cannot guarantee your safety." How terrifying! Lin Tian feigned fear, whistling as he stepped ahead of her. Without looking back, he beckoned, "Let us go, and I shall regale you along the way." Ning Zhuya followed suit, confident that under the vigilant watch of the estate, Lin Tian would not dare to scheme. "This is Lin Xin's residence. Incidentally, mine is right next door. I often heard his wails of despair during our childhood." He chuckled. Meanwhile, in the study, after the 3 conditions were articulated, Lin Xin agreed without hesitation. Lin Jingguo nodded, pushing the household registration book towards him before lowering his head, redirecting his attention to the book before him. Perceptively, Lin Xin took the registration book, rose, bowed, and made his way outside. No one else was privy to the nature of those 3 conditions. Yet they would soon exert a profoundly transformative influence on Lin Xin's future. Before a century-old tree within the courtyard, Lin Tian gazed at the venerable green giant and remarked to Ning Zhuya, "In his childhood, Lin Xin once yearned for adventure, resulting in his grandfather suspending him from this very tree as punishment. The sight of his bloodied form is etched in my memory to this day." Under the increasingly frigid gaze of Ning Zhuya, Lin Tian mockingly remarked, "That day, Lin Xin was suspended from a tree by grandfather for an entire night. And it was winter at the time. Can you imagine Lin Xin's expression? It was utterly delightful. Perhaps even now, one could still discern some scars on his back." Standing nearby, Ning Zhuya retorted coldly, "As his brother, you seem to take pleasure in witnessing his suffering." At her words, Lin Tian's smile widened, and he turned to face Ning Zhuya, just as a figure unexpectedly entered the courtyard, none other than Lin Xin, who had just emerged from the study. Upon seeing Ning Zhuya and Lin Tian together, the smile that had briefly graced his face vanished in an instant, a moment that Lin Tian observed keenly. "What did you start sporting such a repugnant grin?" Lin Xin disregarded him, expressionless as he took Ning Zhuya's small hand and led her out of the courtyard. After they departed, Lu Ying, who had been eavesdropping from the corner, stepped forward and said to Lin Tian in a casual tone, "Your ride has arrived." Old Lin asked me to inform you to refrain from meddling in Lin Xion's affairs. Lin Tian snorted coldly, but remained silent as he strode away. Meanwhile, Lin Xion guided Ning Zhuya out of the courtyard, driving towards an upscale villa area in the capital. In the passenger seat, Ning Zhuya crossed her arms, observing Lin Xion's somewhat aloof demeanor, and casually inquired, "Is what that guy said true?" "Of course it's all false," Lin Xion replied without a second thought as he drove. Just then, a cool hand grasped Lin Xion's face, and Ning Zhuya's dangerous gaze bore into him. "Is that so? Are you certain?" Lin Xion, feeling helpless, nodded. He had always been reticent about his childhood, wishing to shield Ning Zhuya from such tales, but now that she was aware, there was no turning back. Upon hearing his affirmation, Ning Zhuya released her grip, huffed softly, and fixed him with a fierce glare. "You must never deceive me again, or I shall ensure you pay a visit to the hospital." "Repeat that." The notion of being sent to the hospital was alarming. Lin Xion's mouth twitched, and he could only acquiesce. Yes. Lin Xion will never deceive Ning Zhuya for the rest of my life." "Is that satisfactory?" "That's much better," Ning Zhuya replied, her gaze finally softening. Yet within her heart, she felt an overwhelming sorrow for Lin Xion's childhood plight. A child of merely a few years, suspended from a tree, battered and bruised in the harshest of winters. Such a scene was haunting enough, let alone having lived through it. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Zhuya removed her shoes, sitting cross-legged in her seat, and suddenly asked, "I've always wanted to know, why does your grandfather treat you this way?" Did Lin Tian experience the same? Lin Xion shook his head, his eyes fixed ahead, responding in a flat tone. "Lin Tian is different from me. He is the grandson of grandfather's comrade-in-arms. After Lin Tian's parents tragically passed away, grandfather took him into our home. It is rather amusing, for I am indeed the biological one, yet my treatment is vastly different from that of Lin Tian. To put it succinctly, Lin Tian enjoyed a carefree childhood, indulging in whatever delights he desired, while I, on the other hand, consider myself fortunate if I had a single meal of meat in a day." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya, seated in the front passenger seat, felt a surge of maternal instinct. She reached out to affectionately pat Lin Xion's head, offering solace with her words, "Fear not. For henceforth, anything you wish to eat will be provided by me. We shall feast daily on exquisite delicacies. All you need to do is offer your physical presence." Lin Xion. Chapter 90. A beautiful scene at dusk. I am uncertain why my grandfather treats me this way. Perhaps he does not favor me. And perhaps he prefers someone like Lin Tian instead. At the entrance to the hotel in Chengdu, Lin Xion halted the car and stepped out to assist Ning Zhuya from the passenger seat. Noticing a hint of sorrow on his face, Ning Zhuya swiftly changed the subject, asking, "When shall we return now that we have the household registration?" "Tomorrow," Lin Xion replied as they walked, adding, "This afternoon, I will take you to explore Chengdu properly." As the heart of Huaguo, Chengdu boasts numerous scenic spots, attracting many visitors daily. After enjoying lunch at the hotel, Lin Xion took Ning Zhuya to the bustling market of Chengdu. Amidst the throngs of people, Lin Xion held Ning Zhuya's hand, and their striking appearances drew the attention of many bystanders. "Lin Xin, I didn't have time to prepare a gift for you on your birthday a few days ago, so I would like to make it up to you today, if that's all right." Ning Zhuya, walking beside him, pursed her lips. Her delicate features resembled a charming porcelain doll. She replied softly, "That sounds lovely, but it cannot exceed 100 yuan. Surprised, Lin Xion inquired, "Why is that?" Ning Zhuya playfully linked her arm with his and winked. "It's simply to prevent you from overspending." Lin Xion chuckled ruefully. He felt somewhat underestimated. After all, he had access to several thousand yuan, having previously dipped into his father's little treasure trove before their arrival. Nevertheless, respecting his wife's wishes, he decided to comply. With this thought, Lin Xion turned to scrutinize her thoughtfully and nodded. The two continued their journey, with Ning Zhuya eagerly anticipating the gift he would bestow upon her. The afternoon passed, and as dusk approached, Lin Xion led Ning Zhuya to a maple tree. The autumn breeze whispered through the branches, sending down a flurry of yellowing leaves. With the surroundings now deserted, Lin Xin turned to face her and gently instructed, "Close your eyes." Obediently, Ning Zhuya closed her eyes, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Soon, she felt a warm touch on her forehead and instinctively opened her eyes to see Lin Xin licking his lips, clearly savoring the moment. With a playful grin, he said, "What do you think of this gift? Given how you took care of me in hospital for so long, I've decided to reward you with a kiss. Just don't become too enamored with me." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted and Ning Zhuya, expressionless, raised her hand, intending to reprimand him. "Since you've done that, I suppose I shall reward you as well. Stand still and do not move." As she prepared to strike, Lin Xin swiftly produced a pink scarf and a pink butterfly hairpin from behind his back, as if performing a magic trick. Wait, please show mercy, my dear wife. I was only joking before. This is truly your birthday gift." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya halted her hand, her icy demeanor softening slightly as she shot him a disapproving glare. "If there's essay next time, you'd better be prepared." "Of course not," he responded, visibly nervous. Lin Xin let out a sigh of relief as he quickly wrapped the scarf around her neck and placed the hairpin in her hair. It was undeniable that once adorned, Ning Zhuya's entire demeanor seemed to transform. Her character had always leaned towards the somewhat aloof, earning her the moniker of the ice goddess. However, with the addition of these two pink accessories, she now exuded a touch more femininity. If Lin Xin were to offer his assessment, he would declare her the epitome of a goddess, both enchanting and demure. "Is this really attractive?" Ning Zhuya queried, casting a skeptical glance at the pink scarf around her neck. Her eyes drifting towards Lin Xin, who appeared somewhat dazed. Unable to contain himself, Lin Xin pulled her tightly into his embrace, inhaling the fragrant aroma that lingered around her, and fervently exclaimed, "Of course, you look stunning. It matters not what you wear." At his rather cloying compliment, a smile crept onto Ning Zhuya's lips, only for her to suddenly inquire, "Why are both items pink? They seem a bit foolish." Lost in admiration of his wife's beauty, Lin Xin instinctively replied, "It's to add a bit of femininity to you. Though you were beautiful before, there was a lack of." His words trailed off abruptly as he realized he had overstepped, releasing her from his embrace. He was met with the transformation of Ning Zhuya's previously joyful expression into one of shadow. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xin attempted to make a hasty retreat, but his arm was firmly gripped by a small hand, and a voice, laced with a devilish tone, echoed in his ears, "Are you implying that I lacked femininity before? So, you have perceived me in such a light, and being with a woman like me must have been a hardship for you, correct?" Cold sweat immediately dripped down Lin Xin's back as he found himself sinking to the ground, retreating fearfully from Ning Zhuya, who was advancing towards him. Soon, a shriek resonated beneath the maple tree, reverberating through the surrounding woods. The following morning, at the Shun Capital Airport, adorned in her pink scarf, Ning Zhuya stepped confidently towards the aircraft. Just as Lin Xin was about to follow, he felt his arm being grasped by his mother. Turning with confusion, he asked, "What is it, Mom?" To his surprise, Zhang's mother produced a bank card from her belongings and placed it in his hand, speaking earnestly, "Once you arrive, make sure to spend quality time with Xiaoya. Here has some pocket money. You mustn't let the girl foot the bill all the time. I warn you, if you dare lose my precious daughter-in-law, you shall feel my wrath." With the bank card in hand, Lin Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheerfully nodded, "Don't worry. Mom, you know what kind of person your son is." He then added, "I'll be off now. Take care of yourselves." With an exhilarated heart, he boarded the plane, tucking the bank card away. Goodness, he wondered how much pocket money his mother had prepared, given her satisfaction with his wife. It must be at least 100 or 200,000. However, his amusement was short-lived. The moment he settled beside Ning Zhuya, she extended her hand and coolly stated, "Hand it over." As Lin Xin gazed at the outstretched hand before him, a twitch flickered at the corner of his mouth as he feigned ignorance, asking, "What are we discussing?" In response, Ning Zhuya promptly initiated a countdown, 10, 9. Observing the increasingly icy demeanor of his wife, Lin Xin could only surrender the substantial sum of money, still warm from his grasp, with a heart full of sorrow. "My dear wife, please Please leave me a little. I can scarcely afford a meal, he pleaded pitifully. Ning Zhuya accepted the card, casting him a sidelong glance before enveloping Lin Xin in her embrace. Gently stroking his head while soothingly assuring him, "Do not worry, with me around, you shall never go hungry." Having witnessed how wealth could corrupt a man through short videos in the past, Ning Zhuya, driven by her controlling instincts, resolutely forbade Lin Xin from carrying any large sums. However, upon seeing his woeful expression, she sighed, conceding, "Very well, I shall grant you a small reward as compensation." With that, she grasped Lin Xion's hand, guiding it beneath her garment. Chapter 91. Back to university, the weather has grown increasingly frigid, with temperatures plummeting to a mere 10 degrees. As the end-of-month examinations approach, the atmosphere at Magic City University has become palpably oppressive, for the final assessments are imminent. Consequently, students across all grades are diligently focused on their studies. On a cold, crisp morning, the long-awaited crimson Maybach came to a halt at the school's entrance, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students. After a month's absence, the esteemed young lady of the Ning family had returned to campus. As the car door swung open, Lin Xin descended from the driver's seat, clad in a black down coat with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck, exhaling warm breath into the chilly air. He approached the passenger door, extending his hands, which he had warmed together, to Ning Zhuya, who sat inside. With a smile, he said, "Please, my beloved wife." Today, Ning Zhuya donned a white sweatshirt, adorned with a pink scarf, her silky black hair cascading casually down her back, and a pink butterfly hairpin perched atop her head. Reluctantly, she grasped Lin Xion's hand and stepped out of the car, giving him a cold huff. "I truly believe you have a masochistic tendency. Having already taken a leave of absence, why return to school on such a cold day?" Lin Xin walked ahead, not glancing back as he replied with a chuckle, "Isn't this about wanting to experience youth? Besides, staying at home all the time can be rather dull." Feeling the bite of the cold air, Ning Zhuya wrinkled her delicate nose, her exquisitely perfect face tinged with a hint of red from the chill. Observing this, she quickly moved behind Lin Xin, slipping her icy hand beneath his coat, and her small face lit up with a relieved smile. Caught off guard, Lin Xin gasped as if plunged into ice, instinctively wanting to break free. However, he heard Ning Zhuya's calm voice behind him, "If you dare to move, I will strip you naked, and you can prepare for a naked run around the school." At her words, Lin Xion's lips twitched, and he dared not move again, allowing her frosty fingers to roam freely. On the path through the school's greenery, the duo of Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya, walking in tandem, attracted quite a bit of attention. It was impossible not to notice such public displays of affection. After all, they were students, and such behavior was rather unorthodox. This scene was soon captured in photographs and posted on the school's forum, stirring a considerable uproar. Inside one of the classrooms in the Student Union building, Qianjin, dressed in a pink cotton coat, was scrolling through videos when a notification popped up. Breaking news: the student council president returns with his little pup. The two are rumored to have reached a happy conclusion. Staring at the forum post, Qianjin was momentarily taken aback, her fingers instinctively tapping the screen. When she regained her composure, her phone displayed intimate photos of Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin. Just then, the door to the club room swung open, and Li Liang's laughter filled the air. Lin Xin is back. How about we plan a camping trip together after the exams? It has been ages since our club held an event. If we don't organize one soon, by the time we reach our junior year, we truly won't have any time left. Li Liang entered with a radiant smile, while she quickly turned off her phone and nodded, her voice somewhat subdued as she replied, "Yes, I'm fine with it." Noticing the change in her demeanor, Li Liang paused, then sat down in front of Qianjin, offering words of comfort. "Honestly, there's nothing wrong with being friends. We've been friends for quite some time now, and maintaining this relationship until the end of university isn't such a bad idea." She remained silent, lost in thought. Observing her downcast expression, Li Liang stood up and walked towards the classroom door. As he closed it, he turned back with a serious gaze and said, "Why just expressed on my true feelings? Take some time to reflect on it. I haven't had real friends before, so I believe the three of us can maintain this bond." With that, the heavy iron door of the classroom shut. On the top floor, in the warm confines of the student council room, Ning Zhuya remained curled in Lin Xian's embrace, reluctant to part ways. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Despite the air conditioning, she felt warmer nestled against her man. Lin Xian, whose back was freezing, tightly held onto her slender waist, trembling from the cold. Nearby, the self-serving Xiao Ting was tucked under a blanket in the corner of the office, surrounded by an array of snacks, clearly a seasoned veteran. By the way, President, tomorrow is the end-of-month exam. I heard the questions will be a bit different. Don't you need a review? Xiao Ting poked her head out from under the blanket. Before Ning Zhuya could respond, Lin Xin, still seeking warmth, casually remarked, "It's just the end-of-month exam for second years. It's a piece of cake. I could pass even with my eyes closed." Hearing such arrogant confidence, Xiao Ting quietly retreated back under her blanket. So this is the mindset of a top student, she thought, leaving her, an ordinary scholar, feeling overwhelmed. As Lin Xin closed his eyes, relishing the softness in his arms, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Curious, he pulled out his phone and, with a blank expression, stated, "Oh, it's just an advertisement." He intended to put the phone away, but Ning Zhuya, having noticed, snatched it from him, playfully gripping his neck while peering at the screen. The message was from Li Liang, simply stating that she wanted to invite Lin Xin for a mountain camping trip, likely for an overnight stay of 2 days. Upon reading the message, Ning Zhuya turned her head, her expression darkening as she looked at the now embarrassed Lin Xin, and with a friendly smile, asked, "So, you were planning to hide this from me?" Feeling the pressure on his neck intensify, Lin Xion's face flushed, and he struggled to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. My dear wife, I intended to decline." Ning Zhuya fixed her cold gaze on Lin Xion's wandering eyes, and, without lifting her head, called out, "Xiao Ting, toss me your pillow." Startled by the commotion, Xiao Ting fearfully threw her small bear-shaped pillow over, whispering, "President, be gentle. I just bought this yesterday, and it was quite expensive." Ning Zhuya, upon receiving the pillow, swiftly turned and seated herself atop Lin Xin, placing the pillow against his head to mitigate the impact of her playful assault. "You've been granted too much leniency lately, haven't you? Are you perhaps planning to sneak out with that woman behind my back?" she accused. "That's a misunderstanding. I assure you it isn't true." Lin Xin protested, his head covered. However, he was met with Ning Zhuya's relentless foot strikes, without an ounce of restraint, comforted by the cushion that ensured he wouldn't be harmed. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xin seized her small foot just as it was about to descend, flipping her over and pinning her down with remarkable agility, promptly covering her face with the pillow and securing it with his foot. Caught off guard, Ning Zhuya found herself enveloped in darkness, soon realizing she was being restrained. Observing the scene unfold, Lin Xin crossed his arms and chuckled triumphantly. "My dear wife, you have overstepped your bounds. I am the head of this household, so recognize your place." In the corner, Xiao Ting watched in stunned silence for a moment, her mouth agape, before retreating back under the covers. This is it. How dare she treat the president this way? 10 lives wouldn't suffice. Chapter 92, The Bai Family Banquet. Xiao Jia's engagement within the Student Council Office of Magic City University. Lin Xin held Ning Zhuya firmly underfoot, grinning with satisfaction. Ning Zhuya, realizing her predicament, found herself utterly at the mercy of this insufferable fellow. A bone-chilling voice cut through the air, reaching Lin Xion's ears. "I give you 3 seconds, otherwise, prepare to meet your grave." At these words, Lin Xin, who had been reveling in his triumph, felt a twinge of unease. He quickly bent down to embrace her tightly, denying her any chance of escape. He scoffed, "Do you think I'm a child? As if letting you go would spare me from my fate." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya, her face obscured by a pillow, began to struggle violently. Yet, Lin Xin had her limbs firmly pinned down, rendering her efforts futile. "Let me go," she demanded. "I want tea." He countered, "Will you release me or not?" "Not a chance." After a brief tussle, Lin Xin noticed that Ning Zhuya's vigorous struggles had ceased. A soft sobbing sound emerged from beneath the pillow. Feeling a pang of guilt, he retorted, "Don't think your tears will sway me. I won't fall for that." Despite his bravado, The weeping continued, and he found himself increasingly anxious. If memory served, Ning Zhuya's family would soon arrive. What if she decided to hold this against him? Perhaps a quick glance would suffice. Lin Xin cautiously freed one hand and lifted the edge of the pillow. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with a sudden, forceful blow to the head. "Hey, you're cheating," he gasped, collapsing to the ground, his body curling up as his forehead throbbed from the impact. Once he regained his composure, he looked up to see her delicate foot poised on the cold floor, directing its gaze towards him. Crouching on the ground, Lin Xin's mouth twitched as he stiffly glanced upward, his body shuddering in fear. Ning Zhuya had somehow procured a length of rope, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Without hesitation, she swung the rope around him. "Ah!" Lin Xin exclaimed, eyes wide, clutching his stinging hand as he knelt before her, tears in his eyes. "Wife, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. I truly understand my mistake. Please, spare me." "Spare you?" Ning Zhuya raised her foot and pressed it firmly against his face, swinging the rope menacingly. "Didn't you just declare that you wouldn't let me go? Well, Lin X, your audacity has grown. You now dare to tread upon me. What's next? Treating me like a mere pet?" Shivering in submission, Lin Xin shook his head vigorously. "I wouldn't dare. You are the master, and I am but a dog. The world is vast, but my wife reigns supreme." Ning Zhuya met his gaze with a cold, piercing glance and remarked with a sinister smile, "Unfortunately, you spoke too late." Almost immediately, the anguished cries emanating from the student union office echoed hauntingly, reverberating through the entire building. An hour later, within the now silent office, Lin Xin, whose visage resembled that of a battered pig, offered a cup of freshly drawn hot water, his smile more akin to a grimace, faint red marks visible beneath his clothing. Clearly, these were the results of Ning Zhuya's handiwork, and the beating had been nothing short of brutal. Reclining on the sofa, Ning Zhuya did not spare him a glance and simply stated, "It's too hot." As she spoke, her fingers brushed against a length of hemp rope nearby, as if contemplating further action. Observing this, Lin Xin trembled, hastily blowing on the water before offering it again with a sheepish smile. "Wife, it's not hot anymore. The temperature is just right." Yet, Ning Zhuya remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, Lin Xin took a sip himself before leaning in to press his lips against her soft ones. In the next moment, Ning Zhuya's throat stirred, her eyes fluttered open as she shot him a sidelong glance, accompanied by a cold snort. After a brief pause, their lips parted. Ning Zhuya, arms crossed, spoke indifferently. "I shall let you off for now, but when we return home tonight, prepare to kneel before a keyboard." "Yes, yes." Lin Xin dared not oppose her, nodding obediently. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Tianmu group, Ning's mother sat elegantly on the sofa, examining the invitation in her hand. She turned to her husband, inquiring, "The Bai family's young lady is to be engaged. Isn't Shao Jie the eldest son of the Qin family? How has he become entangled with the Bai family?" Ning Donghong, who was massaging her shoulders, furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "Though we have seized some of the Qin family's assets, much of it remains unaccounted for, likely taken by Shao Jie. It's perplexing why he would ally himself with the Bai family." Setting the invitation on the coffee table, Ning's mother pulled out her phone, stating casually, "Have Xiaoyu go. She can take Lin Xin along. He will eventually take over our family business. So it would be beneficial for him to gain experience in such settings. By the time he interns at the group in his junior year, it will be a bit easier for him." Ning Donghong nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her suggestion. Once the two graduated, they could swiftly obtain their marriage certificate and hold a wedding. As the call connected, Lin Xin's voice erupted from the other end. "Hey wife, don't step on me. Didn't you just sidestep me? That's cheating." "Did I say that?" Ning Zhuya retorted, twisting the truth. "It seems my lesson for you was insufficient." Listening to the commotion on the phone, Ning's mother and father exchanged astonished glances. Are the younger generation indulging in such antics? And in broad daylight, no less? Meanwhile, at Moda University, in the student union office, Ning Zhuya had Lin Xin pinned to the floor with one foot, her phone in one hand and the folded hemp rope in the other. After casting a fierce glare at Lin Xin, Ning Zhuya finally turned her attention to her phone, pressing it to her ear. On the other end, her mother, noticing the silence, began to discuss the engagement of the eldest daughter of the Bai family to Xiao Jie, reminding her gently to show a little respect to Lin Xin when in public, so that outsiders would not look down upon him. Once she finished, the call was abruptly ended. Lin Xin, feeling utterly despondent while lying on the floor, lamented, "Look, even our mother has said so. Please let me go, my dear wife." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuya glanced at the pitiful Lin Xin, contemplated for a moment, and then lifted her foot, reclining back onto the nearby sofa, and said nonchalantly, "Rub my feet. We have a banquet to attend together tomorrow." Chapter 93. Pig farming on the following morning. It was also the day of the end-of-month examinations at Magic City University. In the student council office, Lin Xin grasped Ning Zhuya's delicate hand, his expression grave as he implored, "Wife, please stay by my side." Turning her head just as she was about to head to the examination hall, Ning Zhuya replied impassively, "No." Lin Xin was nearly brought to his knees, his eyes filled with sincere pleading as he urged, "I don't need you to do anything. I just want you to be beside me." With a light scoff, Ning Zhuya shook off his hand, her beautiful eyes gleaming with mischief as she met Lin Xion's gaze, coldly retorting, "Don't even think about it. Resign yourself to the fact that the farther you are from me, the better." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian collapsed, clutching Ning Zhuya's leg and weeping inconsolably. "Why? All I ask is for you to sit next to me and glance at my answers." Nearby, Xiao Ting, holding a pen, walked toward the office exit, casting a sympathetic glance at the sobbing Lin Xian. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "I told you this exam would be different. Not heeding a woman's advice has brought you misfortune." Having said that, Xiao Ting shook her head and left the office, making her way to the examination venue. Lin Xian, with indignation on his face, lifted his head and protested, "Who the hell knew we would be tested on pig farming in management studies? This is a total mix-up of disciplines." In a bid to help students unwind before the exams, Magic City University had organized an event allowing students to freely select their subjects for examination. Lin Xin had only learned of this earlier that morning from Liliang, and while he had initially felt indifferent, he was soon reminded of Ning Zhuya's recent challenge. If he lost, he would be barred from her bed for an entire month. Such a terrifying punishment was nearly worse than death. "Good luck to you," Ning Zhuya quipped with a smile, dismissing Lin Xion's hand and striding downstairs. She had already begun plotting how to discipline this dog of a man, a smirk unconsciously forming on her lips. Resigned, Lin Xian stood up from the ground, his gaze vacant as he trudged toward the examination hall. This world was so cruel, he just wanted to escape. However, a dramatic turn of events soon unfolded. Since students from all disciplines were taking the exam together, the examination room naturally housed students from various fields, including Qin. As Lin Xian entered the examination hall, Liliang pulled him to sit in a central chair and grinned. "So, how confident are you about this exam? What do you think?" Lin Xian replied, turning his head with irritation. "If there was any confidence, that would be a miracle." Liliang smiled mysteriously, nodding toward Lin Xian's side, and chuckled. "We have a secret weapon." At this, Lin Xin, puzzled, turned his head the other way, muttering, "What secret weapon? Are you saying you can raise pigs?" His words trailed off as he glanced in astonishment at Qin, who sat on his other side, offering him a slight smile. Li Liang raised an eyebrow, grinning. "What do you think? Isn't this aura impressive? Without a doubt, passing will be a breeze for us." She sat awkwardly in her seat, having been compelled by Li Liangqiang to take her place. According to the rules, as long as one was not a professional, it was permissible to sit side by side, which did not constitute a breach of protocol. Lin Xin, wearing a troubled expression, thought to himself, "This seems inappropriate." He silently rejoiced that Ning Zhuya had deliberately chosen to take her exam in a different room. Had she seen him sitting next to Qin, she would have undoubtedly torn him apart. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that in a corner, the inconspicuous Xiao Ting had just sent out a photo she had taken. Subsequently, like a child caught misbehaving, she buried her head on the desk, awaiting the start of the examination. Just when Lin Xin believed this exam would proceed smoothly, The classroom door was suddenly kicked open, and a familiar figure strode in. Startled, Lin Xin quickly ducked under the desk, but it was too late. Ning Zhuya, her expression cold, marched directly to Lin Xin's desk and seized his ear, ruthlessly dragging him out of the classroom. Lin Xin grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. Be gentler." Consequently, in full view of the onlookers, Ning Zhuya unceremoniously pulled him out of the classroom, causing everyone to exchange bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Li Liang, who had been observing the scene, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him and shook his head. He had initially hoped this opportunity would help ease the tension between the two, but it seemed that notion had fallen flat. Outside the examination room, Ning Zhuya had Lin Xin's head firmly tucked under her arm as they walked toward her designated exam room. With a cold tone, she remarked, "Life seems quite pleasant for you, doesn't it? Surrounded by lovely company, I see." Lin Xin lamented, "You've misunderstood. It was purely coincidental. You know where my exam room is." "I do not care." Ning Zhuya shot him a defiant glare and commanded, "You will kneel on durians tonight." With no recourse, Lin Xin could only respond with a resigned okay. Upon entering Ning Zhuya's examination room, Lin Xin begrudgingly took a seat beside her, only to discover, much to his dismay, that their invigilator was none other than his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. At this point, even the slightest attempt to glance sideways would likely result in a reprimand. Lin Xin slumped over his desk like a wilted eggplant, devoid of hope. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya, having received her exam paper, seized the opportunity to pinch his cheek hard while the invigilator turned away, letting out a disdainful huff. The surrounding students observed this exchange in silence, privately pitying Lin Xin for his unfortunate predicament. Shortly after, with the papers distributed, the examination officially commenced. Lin Xin looked at the paper in his hands, his lips twitching as he struggled to comprehend it, as if deciphering a foreign language. A furtive glance at Ning Zhuya revealed her writing with remarkable speed, showing no sign of hesitation, as if she required no contemplation. Witnessing this, Lin Xin was baffled. How could the daughter of a top-tier conglomerate possess knowledge of such a subject as pig farming? Was it a secret hobby? Noticing his bewildered gaze, Ning Zhuya shot him a look that seemed to say, "Prepare for your doom," before redirecting her focus back to the exam paper. As the time for the examination swiftly elapsed, the bell signaling its conclusion rang out appropriately. Lin Xin glanced at the collected blank answer sheets, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his thoughts. There was no doubt that he had failed this time, and the prospect of sleeping on the sofa loomed ominously. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya stood up, seized Lin Xin by the collar, and dragged him towards the exit, calmly stating, "Let us go. We are preparing to attend the banquet, and I shall provide you with a change of attire." Being pulled along the ground, Lin Xin sighed. "I wish I could just die. I can no longer endure this." Without a flicker of emotion, Ning Zhuya replied, "Do not worry, until I grow weary of you. Even if you descend to the depths of hell, I shall pull you back." Lin Xin responded, "I appreciate it." Chapter 94. The first taste of forbidden fruit by the time Ning Zhuya and Lin Xin returned to the villa after their examination. The afternoon sun had already begun its descent. With her long, elegant legs, Ning Zhuya ascended the staircase, turning to Lin Xin with a command, "Prepare lunch for me. I have a craving for Chinese cuisine today. If it fails to please my palate, you know the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin sauntered toward the kitchen, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "Fine, I shall cook. This isn't about being henpecked. I simply can't bear to see this woman go hungry." Meanwhile, Ning Zhuya returned to their bedroom, meticulously selecting an outfit for Lin Xin to wear to the evening banquet. After all, the image of her man was of utmost significance when venturing into the world. As she carefully curated his attire, Lin Xin busied himself in the kitchen, wielding the spatula with determination. Simultaneously, the Bai family, ranked second in the bustling metropolis, was basking in the limelight. Within a luxurious hotel suite by Junwan, her exquisite form barely concealed, gracefully descended from the bed. She casually gathered her scattered lingerie from the floor, casting a glance at the still reclined Xiao Jie, a sultry smile gracing her lips. It seems all men are the same. They protest, yet their bodies betray them, she teased. But now you must trust me entirely. For no woman would jest with her purity. The stark crimson stain upon the white sheets was a glaring testament to the events of the previous night. Fixated on the bloodstain, Xiao Jie met her gaze with intensity. What exactly do you intend to achieve? I doubt I possess any allure compelling enough for such sacrifices. In truth, Xiao Jie felt a whirlwind of confusion. It was his first encounter with such intimacy, and he comprehended the significance of purity for a woman. Yet Bai Junwan, having collaborated with him on merely a few occasions, dared to engage in such audacious behavior. What was there to ponder? Now fully dressed, Bai Junwan approached Xiao Jie, pressing a gentle kiss to his cheek. With her lips near his ear, she murmured softly, I have long desired a boyfriend, and you, being a good man, are my chosen one. Is it so strange? Your character and abilities are undeniably exceptional. Thus, you are worthy to become my husband and to join the Bai family. As she slipped into her high heels, she bent slightly, adding casually, of course, I won't insist you change your name. After all, it belongs to your mother, and I can accept that. With her heels firmly in place, Bai Junwan stepped toward the suite's exit. Turning back to the still lounging Xiao Jie, she smiled, however, you now belong to me, so do not entertain thoughts of seeking other women. With that, the suite door slammed shut. Xiao Jie, his dark pupils following Bai Junwan's departure, lay back on the soft bed, staring at the pristine ceiling, murmuring to himself, should I dare to trust her? Since his mother's death, he had navigated his path alone, achieving vengeance without relying on anyone. However, following the act of vengeance, an overwhelming sense of emptiness ensued, which had initially driven him to contemplate suicide. Yet now, it appears that this void is on the brink of being filled. Love truly is unpredictable. Within the opulent villa of Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin, clad in an apron, held a bowl in hand, tenderly delivering a spoonful of beef fried rice to her lips. Leisurely seated and free from the burden of exertion, Ning Zhuya chewed thoughtfully and nodded slightly, indicating that it was quite satisfactory. At that moment, Lin Xin felt akin to a father feeding his daughter, unable to suppress a silly grin. It must be said, when this woman behaves sweetly, she is irresistibly adorable. Just as Ning Zhuya swallowed a mouthful of rice, she caught sight of Lin Xin's foolish smile, and, realizing he was likely lost in some peculiar thought, her demeanor suddenly turned frosty. Your smile is quite bothersome. It's affecting my meal. In response, Lin Xin, donning a pink apron, retorted with displeasure, I'm merely smiling. How could that possibly disturb you? The television often says that smiling is beneficial for health. Surely you're aware of this basic knowledge? At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Ning Zhuya, with a stern expression, stood before Lin Xin, extending her delicate fingers to firmly tug at his face. Her smile taking on a dangerous edge. Were you just talking back to me? And no, you must have misheard, Lin Xin stammered, his body betraying his unease. He gently set down the bowl and embraced her soft form, comforting her. How could I ever dare to talk back to you? You must have misunderstood. Let us continue our meal, shall we? Ning Zhuya settled onto Lin Xin's lap, her cold gaze fixed upon the fried rice he offered with his spoon. She took small bites, her previously grim expression softening somewhat. She then playfully patted his face, sweetly warning, if they're essay next time, you shall kneel outside the villa for an entire day and night. I'm not jesting. Yes, Lin Xin replied with a stiff nod. Observing his reaction, Ning Zhuya leaned in and lightly kissed his lips, her tongue involuntarily darting out for a fleeting moment. Lin Xin's body jolted as if electrified, all of which did not escape Ning Zhuya's noticing gaze, her beautiful eyes brimming with affectionate tenderness. Her cool hand gently caressed his cheek, their foreheads touching. As she teased him, your reaction is simply adorable. Given my good mood, I shall spare you from sleeping on the sofa tonight. Really? Lin Xin's face brightened. Yet, recalling the recent visit of Ning Zhuya's acquaintance, his expression fell, and he pouted, perhaps not. I think sleeping on the sofa is rather nice. At least it's safe. No sooner had he spoken, a cacophony of wails erupted within the villa, and Ning Zhuya chased Lin Xin out, who, glancing back in indignation, exclaimed, "What have I done to deserve this?" But soon, a cadre of bodyguards blocked his path, leaving him with no escape. Under the terrified gaze of Lin Xin, Ning Zhuya swiftly kicked a slipper towards him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself pinned beneath her. As he looked up at Ning Zhuya seated upon him, Lin Xin, with a pitiful expression, covered his face and pleaded, "Just to clarify, please refrain from striking my face. I earn my living based on my looks. If you damage it, the embarrassment will be yours. Surely, you wouldn't want to venture outside with people whispering about how unattractive your man is, would you?" Ning Zhuya, perched atop him, tilted her head and smiled mischievously. Then, without hesitation, raised the slipper and brought it crashing down towards Lin Xin's face. Chapter 95. The Banquet of Bai Junwan as night descended. The cold wind howled relentlessly, dispersing the clouds above and revealing the moon in all its glory. Outside a luxurious five-star hotel in the magical city, an array of vehicles lined the roadside in perfect order, each a pinnacle of automotive excellence. This evening's banquet was hosted by the Bai family, a prestigious lineage that garnered the respect of nearly all, with most sending representatives to attend. Many were intrigued by the so-called engagement, for it was widely known that there had been no prior rumors surrounding Bai Junwan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, especially considering her fiancé was the heir of the Qin family, the second most prominent family in the magical city. Within a Rolls-Royce en route to the hotel, a familiar scene unfolded. Dressed in an elegant evening gown, Ning Zhuya sat atop Lin Xin, who, with a flushed face, helplessly lamented, "I told you not to slap me. Now I'm half red and half white. How am I supposed to face anyone?" In response, Ning Zhuya smiled coyly, extending her hand to gently massage his cheek. "Isn't it your disobedience that led to this? If you were a bit more compliant, I would have had to resort to such measures. Honestly, do you believe that?" Lin Xin rolled his eyes at her, retorting, "You were simply itching to hit me and found a convenient excuse." Ning Zhuya blinked, arching an eyebrow. "I merely wish to discipline you. After all, a man like you needs a firm hand. It's for your own good, you know." Hearing her unreasonable justification, Lin Xin snorted, his hands wandering as he sought to alleviate his inner turmoil. Ning Zhuya remained unfazed, knowing that a well-prepared dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork and a sprinkle of sweetness would ensure their relationship endured. This insight was gleaned from her extensive experience in managing Lin Xin. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the hotel hosting the gala. Lin Xin emerged, adorned in a striking black tailcoat and polished black leather shoes, exuding an aura akin to that of the elite young gentleman of high society. The realm of the wealthy was undeniably extravagant. Observing the grand red banners outside the hotel, adorned with auspicious phrases evidently penned by a master calligrapher, Lin Xin shook his head in disbelief. Just then, a black crystal high heel stepped out, followed by Ning Zhuya, elegantly clad in a black evening gown. The high neckline, lace half-sleeves, and the luxurious flow of her dress accentuated her perfect figure, showcasing her slender waist beautifully. With a composed demeanor, Ning Zhuya caught a glimpse of Lin Xin and approached him, straightening his somewhat disheveled white tie. "This is your first time attending such an event, so do pay attention to your demeanor. I chose this dashing outfit just for you. If you dare embarrass me, prepare to sleep on the floor when we return home." Lin Xin twitched his lips, aware that autumn had arrived, and sleeping on the floor for a night could surely lead to a cold the next day. "Couldn't you be a bit gentler? A touch of tenderness now, and then wouldn't he hurt?" Subsequently, he reached out and entwined Ning Zhuya's delicate hand around his arm, walking with an upright posture toward the five-star hotel. Ning Zhuya found some merit in his words, gently resting her head on Lin Xin's shoulder. Outside the hotel, as the evening event had yet to commence, many lingered at the entrance, engaging in conversation and seeking collaboration. However, upon the entrance of Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya, the expressions of all present subtly shifted, their gazes filled with astonishment. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Isn't that the young lady of the Ning family? What brings her to the Bai family soiree? How intriguing. Everyone in Modu knows that the Ning and Bai families are rivals. Yet here we have the Bai family inviting a member of the Ning family. And is that the rumored second son of the Lin family? It seems the Ning family has truly struck gold this time. The murmurs continued, but most eyes remained fixated on Lin Xin, impeccably attired in a tailcoat, with a palpable yearning in their expressions. Ever since Lin Xin assisted Ning Zhuya in resolving the troubles with the Qin family, even Qin, she was aware of his identity, let alone the influential figures of Modu. When they learned that the young lady of the Ning family had become involved with the second son of the Lin family, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. One hails from the wealthiest family in Modu, while the other has an elder wielding considerable power. No wonder their astonishment was so profound. Ning Zhuya, observing the astonished gazes directed at them, felt a twinge of pride in her beautiful eyes. After all, it was she who had discovered this remarkable individual. In that moment, she instinctively drew closer to Lin Xin, appearing to the onlookers as a pair of celestial lovers. Yet, the refined Lin Xin, suddenly breaking character, quipped, "Why are you holding on so tightly? It's not like we Haven-T embraced before. I can hardly walk." Upon hearing this, the glimmer of pride in Ning Zhuya's eyes swiftly vanished, her delicate smile fading. The next moment, as they approached the banquet hall, Lin Xin abruptly felt a sharp pain in his waist, instinctively wanting to cry out. However, noticing the respectful gazes of those around him, he could only stifle his discomfort, feeling a sense of helplessness. The little one inside was crying, yet remained silent. What madness has this woman descended into? It was merely a jest, and now she resorts to physical reprimands. Beside him, Ning Zhuya leaned against his shoulder, gazing ahead with an impassive expression, stating, "When we return home tonight, you can sleep on the street." The corners of Lin Xin's mouth twitched imperceptibly, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. As they entered the meticulously adorned banquet hall, the conversations of the other dignitaries ceased, their attention shifting toward the two of them, enveloping the atmosphere in a sudden quietude. "Long time no see, Miss Ning," spoke a well-known supplier of raw materials in Modu, a figure of some rotundity. Ning Zhuya straightened, acknowledging the newcomer with a slight nod and a courteous smile, replying, "Boss Don, it's been a while. I truly appreciate your assistance with our Tianmu group's matters last time." Boss Dong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's all trivial matters. The opportunity to collaborate with the Tianmu group has greatly benefited me as well." Lin Xin, standing nearby, gazed incredulously at Ning Zhuya, who was smiling and engaging in conversation, feeling as though it was somewhat surreal. Could it be that she had been replaced? That little imp, who frequently wore a stern expression, was actually smiling at an outsider? Is this what it means to be a top-tier actress? One moment she was frosty, and the next she radiated warmth. After a brief and pleasant chat, Boss Dong departed with a smile, casting a friendly glance at Lin Xin as he left. After all, he was the rumored heir of the Lin family. Forming a rapport with him could prove to be immensely advantageous. Chapter 96. The banquet concludes the Lin family. With merely a few minutes remaining before the commencement of the evening banquet, Lin Xin, feeling rather bored, tugged at Ning Zhuya and led her to a secluded corner to sit. Observing the elite mingling effortlessly, engaged in conversation without a hint of fatigue, he sighed. How utterly dull, there's not a shred of excitement. Ning Zhuya, with a tone of indifference, replied, "Do not fret. You shall find yourself in such gatherings frequently in the future. Are you not pleased?" "Ha!" Lin Xin scoffed, rolling his eyes. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the five-star hotel, followed by the arrival of the two protagonists of the evening, enveloped by a throng of admirers. Bai Junwan, adorned in a white evening gown and sporting a light touch of makeup, greeted those around her with a radiant smile, exuding confidence. Beside her, Xiao Jia, clad in a blue suit, spotted Lin Xin and Ning Zhuya in their corner and nodded with a smile, acknowledging their presence. As the banquet formally commenced, Bai Junwan linked arms with Xiao Jia and gracefully made her way to the center of the hall. She accepted the microphone from the hotel manager and, facing the assembly, declared with a smile, "First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to each of you for attending this soiree. The engagement ceremony will officially commence tomorrow at noon, and I hope you will all grace us with your presence." Furthermore, she continued, the primary reason for tonight's gathering is to announce a significant matter. At her words, The audience's attention sharpened, curiosity igniting within them. It appeared that this so-called banquet was specifically orchestrated by the Bai family to proclaim a noteworthy announcement. What could it possibly be? Lin Xin inquired, feeding Ning Zhuya a peeled shrimp. His curiosity piqued. With a small bite, Ning Zhuya replied without hesitation. What else could it be? It's simply that the Bai family is not content with merely the second position. At that moment, in the center of the hall, as Ning Zhuya had surmised, Bai Junwan took a deep breath and, with poise, stated, "From today onward, the Bai family shall shift the focus of our group's development to Modu, and I hope all of you will lend your support." Upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of those present shifted. The Bai family sought to redirect their focus to Modu. Such a move was no trivial matter. It must be noted that Modu currently belonged to the Ning family. The Bai family's incursion into Modu was tantamount to declaring war on the Nings. Whispers of speculation fill the air. Has the Bai family lost their senses, attempting to contend with the Ning family in business? Isn't that akin to courting disaster? Indeed, if it were merely the Ning family, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, Huan Modu is unaware of the Ning family's backing from the illustrious Lin family. Beyond Modu, even on a national scale, there are hardly 2 or 3 entities that could rival the Nings. Amidst the hushed derision surrounding her, Bai Junwan's demeanor remained unperturbed. She raised the microphone, her gaze steady upon the corner where Ning Zhuya sat, and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, "Miss Ning Zhuya, what are your thoughts?" All eyes were suddenly drawn to the scene, curious about how the other party would respond to this provocative question. A tiresome charade. In a corner, Ning Zhuya was about to rise when she caught a glimpse of Lin Xin, who was indulging in a feast, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Lin Xin remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, contentedly peeling the shell of a premium Australian lobster in his hand, exclaiming, "This is top-tier Australian lobster, and there's enough for every table." Truly, the wealthy are insatiable. In the next instant, his expression twisted, his movements halted, as a cold voice pierced through the air. "If you wish to avoid sleeping on the streets tonight, I suggest you stand up and conduct yourself properly." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin noticed all eyes in the venue were now fixed on him, and his countenance faltered. "But how am I supposed to perform? It's an engagement party, and dragging someone away in a bag would be rather inappropriate. Wouldn't it?" Ning Zhuya's face darkened, and her hand, resting at Lin Xin's waist, executed a swift 180-degree turn, causing him to instinctively rise in pain. "Ouch!" Lin Xin yelped, with everyone's gaze now locked onto him. He had no choice but to muster a semblance of composure and turn to Bai Junwan, forcing a calm smile. "It's rare to see Miss Bai so ambitious. We are all compatriots. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to approach me. I believe my wife would not mind lending a hand." In the center of the venue, upon hearing Lin Xin's words, Bai Junwan slightly furrowed her brows. Was he pitying himself? The others regarded Lin Xin with peculiar expressions, their faces tinged with surprise. Surely, such remarks were deliberate, yet they were far too blatant, especially in someone else's domain, leaving no room for subtlety. Noticing the strange looks from the crowd, Lin Xin awkwardly turned to Ning Zhuya, perplexed. "Did I say something wrong? Isn't mutual assistance acceptable?" Ning Zhuya then burst into genuine laughter, no longer feigning amusement. Truly entertained by Lin Xin's demeanor, she stood up and affectionately ruffled his hair, pleased. "You've done well. I'm quite satisfied. Tonight, you shall sleep on the bed." Then, turning her attention to Bai Junwan and Xiao Jie, she smiled brightly in front of everyone, saying, "You heard how my husband expressed himself. His thoughts align with mine. Should Miss Bai ever find herself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, I have a generous heart and enjoy helping animals like cats and dogs." With that, Ning Zhuya entwined her arm with Lin Xin and strolled towards the hotel exit, leaving the crowd with 2 graceful silhouettes. Observing everything quietly, Xiao Jie turned to the somewhat displeased Bai Junwan and remarked, "It seems she has not held you in high regard, neither in the past nor in the present in the business realm of Magic City." Only Ning Zhuya was widely acknowledged as a talented woman, while Bai Junwan, in a secondary position, remained largely unknown for her abilities. It is not that Bai Junwan lacks talent, but rather that she appears somewhat insignificant in the presence of Ning Zhuya. After all, the first is often deemed the most important, and few take the time to understand the second place. Meanwhile, outside the five-star hotel, Lin Xin sighed and remarked, "I'm still not full. Why are we moving so quickly?" Ning Zhuya, walking beside him, softly replied, "With so many people watching, can you still eat?" "Of course." Lin Xin shrugged nonchalantly. In the grand scheme of things, eating is paramount. Ultimately, the meticulously arranged banquet by Bai Junwan concluded on an unsatisfactory note, and as it drew to a close, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Outside the hotel parking lot, Xiao Jie took on the role of the driver, steering the vehicle towards home. He turned to Bai Junwan in the passenger seat and inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" After all, given the current influence of the Bai family, it seems unrealistic to contend with the Ning family. There must be something I am unaware of. In the passenger seat, Bai Junwan gazed out of the window, a smirk playing on her lips as she coldly replied, "In the end, I senti it's still about the Lin family. Just wait. In a few days, you will understand that the so-called Lin family is merely sustained by a single individual." Chapter 97. Qianjin in the Dead of Night. Within the Tianyun Villa district, do you not find the affairs of the Bai family rather peculiar? Inside the bedroom, Lin Xin gently removed Ning Zhuya's shoes, placing her delicate feet flat on the bed before covering her with a blanket. At this, Ning Zhuya, feeling somewhat fatigued, buried her face in the pillow and lazily remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps they believe that with the assets acquired from the Qin family, they can stand on equal footing with the Tiamu group. Or maybe they possess other hidden cards, which they certainly won't disclose to us. So what is the point of overthinking? It's merely a matter of facing whatever comes our way." "Truly, my dear wife, your intellect is impressive," Lin Xin chuckled, offering a timely compliment. He then removed his shoes and swiftly nestled into the warm embrace of the blankets, wrapping his arms around her soft, warm form, the air filled with a delicate fragrance. "I am quite tired today. Please keep your hands to yourself." The following morning, as dawn barely broke, in the capital city, the Lin residence, the military life had long conditioned Lin Zhuya to rise early each day, practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard clad in a military green cotton coat, his movements fluid and harmonious. At that moment, Lu Ying hurriedly approached, his expression anxious as he stood by waiting. While performing Tai Chi, Lin Zhuya spoke in a calm tone. "Is there some movement from the second son?" Hearing this, Lu Ying nodded, his tone serious as he replied, "Just now, our informants in Qianjin relayed news that Lin Xiangbei has begun to act again, and this time, his maneuvers are even more audacious than before." Lin Xiangbei is Lin Jinggua's second son, the younger brother of Lin Guodong, Lin Xin's father. Lin Zhuya slowly ceased his practice, a resigned smile crossing his face. It seems that these years of indulgence have only emboldened him further. Unlike his eldest son, who possesses a lackluster disposition, this youngest son has always been assertive. After entering the political arena, he rapidly ascended through the ranks, leveraging the Lin family's connections to become the governor of Qianjin province. Lu Ying's expression grew worried as he inquired, "Should we handle this as before? The other leaders may not take kindly to it." "No." Lin Zhuya walked aside to wipe his face with a warm towel, interrupting, "This time, I shall go in person. After all these years, it is time to reach a conclusion." Upon hearing this, astonishment etched itself on Lu Ying's face as he quickly responded, "There is no need for you to go personally. I can." "No." Lin Zhuya set down the towel, shook his head, and gazed towards the rising sun in the east. "Regardless of his circumstances, he is still my child. I must go myself this time. I have already contemplated this matter thoroughly, so please make the necessary arrangements." Lu Ying hesitated momentarily before nodding and exiting the courtyard to prepare the itinerary. Meanwhile, in the student council office of Magic City University, "What punishment do you wish for me to impose?" Ning Zhuya gazed at the report card in her hands, her small face beaming with pride. She playfully pinched Lin Xin's cheek, especially drawn to the glaring 0 on his exam paper. Lin Xin never expected to receive a score of 0 in his lifetime. The sensation was indescribable. Observing his expression, Ning Zhuya felt an immense sense of delight. At last, she had secured the first place, albeit through somewhat dubious means. Yet it was a triumph she had earned through her own efforts. Well, I know your academic performance isn't stellar. Keep striving next time, Ning Zhuya consoled him. In response, Lin Xin crumpled his report card into a ball and tossed it into the nearby trash bin, scoffing, "Let you have a first place? So you want to say I'm bullying you?" Just then, Lin Xin's phone rang. He picked it up, only for Ning Zhuya to snatch it from his hands. Shaking the device, she wrapped her arm around Lin Xin's neck and softly threatened, "Your old flame is calling again. Do you know how to respond?" Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lin Xin nodded, and Ning Zhuya finally relinquished the phone, handing it back to him as it vibrated incessantly. "Your jealous demeanor is truly adorable." Lin Xin's hand slipped around her slender waist as he answered the call, speaking softly, "Hello." On the other end, Qianjin's voice came through, "I just wanted to ask about the camping trip we discussed last time. Have you given it any thought?" About that." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's expression faltered, his gaze instinctively darting to the nearby eavesdropper. Truthfully, he was quite eager to go. Once one experiences camping, it becomes an endearing memory, and it had indeed been a while since his last adventure. Moreover, it was the final opportunity for such an experience during their university days. Ning Zhuya, observing his demeanor, quickly seized Lin Xin's phone and calmly stated to Qianjin, "Camping is certainly no issue. However, I hope you don't mind an extra person joining us." Taken aback by Ning Zhuya's voice, Qianjin paused before responding with a smile. "Of course, the more, the merrier when it comes to camping. You two should pack your essentials today. We'll set off tomorrow." Having said this, she promptly ended the call. In the office, Ning Zhuya stared blankly at the disconnected call, beckoning Lin Xin over. "Come here." Feeling inexplicably guilty, Lin Xin approached and awkwardly chuckled. "I was thinking of declining. You agreed to this, so you can't blame me." In the next moment, Ning Zhuya climbed onto Lin Xin, vigorously rubbing his face in a fit of frustration. "Hey, be gentle. What did I do to deserve this?" Lin Xin protested, wrapping his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling. "Being a house husband is no easy feat. Without me, this household would fall apart." After a full 10 minutes, Ning Zhuya finally nestled contentedly in Lin Xinhui's embrace, having vented all her grievances. However, seemingly due to their earlier antics, her delicate face suddenly fell, and she uncomfortably clutched her abdomen. "Serves you right for being so reckless." Lin Xin chided her with a sidelong glance. He then extended his warm hand to gently massage Ning Zhuya's belly, which brought a noticeable relief to her expression. With a cold huff, she retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to behave?" As she spoke, she mischievously extended her hand, playfully tussling with Lin Xin. Yet, their tender moment was abruptly shattered by a phone call. Upon seeing the contact name on her phone, Ning Zhuya's tone turned icy as she glanced at Lin Xin and remarked, "It seems our young master Lin is quite the charm. Just finished one, and another comes knocking." In response, Lin Xin's lips twitched, wisely choosing silence as he took the phone and answered the call. A cheerful voice on the other end, belonging to Bai Junwan, chimed in, "Little brother Lin Xin, I am quite saddened that you did not attend my engagement ceremony today. My fiancé wishes to have a word with you. Do you have time this evening? Of course, you're welcome to bring along that fierce tigress of yours." Chapter 98. The puppet master, upon hearing Bai Junwan's address towards Ning Zhuya, Lin Xin instinctively felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, as if he were being scrutinized by some ancient, formidable beast. A tigress. Lin Xin subconsciously turned his head, and indeed, he found Ning Zhuya's delicate face shrouded in darkness, on the verge of an explosion. He hurriedly ended the call in his hand, swiftly approaching his wife to embrace her gently, murmuring, "My dear, let us not stoop to the level of that woman with long hair and short sight. What a tigress! My wife is undeniably the most beautiful woman in the world, gentle and virtuous." After a moment of reassurance, Ning Zhuya wrapped her arms around Lin Xin's neck. Planting a kiss on his lips, her voice tinged with frost. "Didn't she suggest we go out for dinner tonight? I'm eager to see what tricks that woman has up her sleeve." Lin Xin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, holding his wife closely, and nodded, indeed. Shall I prepare a sack? As time passed slowly, the sun dipped below the horizon. Approaching evening, within a modest roadside eatery in the bustling metropolis, the atmosphere grew tense. Outside, two luxurious cars, unmistakably expensive, were parked, while a sign indicating closure hung at the entrance. Ning Zhuya, arms crossed, regarded by Junwan across the table. Her voice icy. It seems your life has been quite pleasant lately. Do you think that by finding a man like I did, you can catch up to me? In response, Bai Junwan's expression remained unchanged as she poured herself a glass of water, looking up with a light smile. How could that be? I am well aware of my own standing. Moreover, today it was Xiao Jie who wished to speak with Lin Xin. Thus, I am reluctantly obliged to engage in conversation with you. Meanwhile, in a private room of the restaurant, Lin Xin and Xiao Jie sat facing each other. The atmosphere markedly more harmonious than that of the two women downstairs. Lin Xin, not one to adopt an air of superiority, took a sip of tea and calmly stated, I haven tea, yet express my gratitude regarding the Ning family incident. Had it not been for your assistance, the consequences might have been far graver. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Jie met Lin Xin's gaze with a calm demeanor, shaking his head in reply. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. I leveraged your backing to bring down the Qin family, and the Ning family remains unscathed. Consider it a unique form of collaboration. Lin Xin lightly acknowledged this with a hum before asking, So, what brings you here today? Not much, just a few reminders, Xiao Jie said. His hands clasped on his lap as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Xin. In light of your previous assistance, I must caution you, the Bai family's advance into the metropolis is no mere rumor. At this, Lin Xin exchanged a knowing smile with him. Is it truly solely based on my past aid, and not an attempt to exploit me? Does that matter? His expression suddenly turned serious. And with earnestness, he addressed Lin Xin. From my observations regarding the Bai family in recent days, it appears they may have support behind them. I do not know who this individual is, but I am certain that the Qin family was also under their influence. However, with the demise of the Qin